can do just a transformation.
Yeah, site reductions are like site reduction tables require that you have an assumed position. Like you've got to say, if I am in this position, what angle will I see this star at, and what azimuth will I see it at?
Of course,
So
sorry,
with
you just use the almanac. Sorry, yes, of course. The almanac tells you what it would be, but you just have to do. No, sorry. How do you convert? Because it's not just a simple change the angle, um, uh, rotating around an axis. Because if it's like a. Sorry, I've forgotten. I have to go. Damn it! I only did this a few months ago, and I've forgotten the details. But the conversion isn't just a simple. You implying there you just change the right ascension, but to do the from your location. It's not just a matter of adding on the hour angle, is it? I can't remember now. Damn it. Sorry,
I think you're getting two things confused. So
I think I
one
am.
is working out, one is working out the GP of the star.
Yes, which is what
Um,
I'm talking about. Trying to anyway.
yeah, so that's just purely working out the relationship between the Greenwich prime meridian and the sidereal prime meridian, and that's just a function of 15 degrees an hour wherever they happen to be, and then the stars have a longitude basically based on where they are in the celestial sphere. So you just add those
Yes,
two together. That's your
which is
longitude of the
called
GP,
the
right ascension or sidereal hour angle. Yeah.
uh, declination. That's what it's. Yes, the declination star.
Declination is your latitude. So your latitude,
Yes,
the
is that what you're referring
latitude for
to?
a star, that
I mean,
just
surely
matches the
in the table
declination.
you've got a declination and a right ascension. Those are the two coordinates to
Yes.
fix the star.
Yep.
And then your own personal observation. So surely you have to do transformation because you are somewhere you don't know where, and you need to do a conversion.
I don't know.
And you, when you measure anything locally, you do an azimuth and an elevation, and you need to
Yeah.
get.
Hang on.
You need to know you need to know what that star is going to appear as your local azimuth and your local elevation, aren't you?
Yeah, but you're confusing site reduction with just getting the GP. So the GP of the star doesn't matter where you are. That's the GP of the star is just where the star is overhead. And using
Yes.
the almanac, you work that out. Yeah, irrespective of where you are, doesn't matter.
But surely the
Um,
almanac just gives you the where it would be for Greenwich, and it gives you the
yeah.
declination and right ascension coordinates, and you need to work it out into your local coordinates.
Not into your local coordinates,
Well,
into
you're
latitude and
observing it. You need
longitude.
to know where you surely you need. Oh no, you
No,
need
no,
to convert it from your local coordinates into the Oh, sorry, I'm
no,
going to
no,
have
no,
to go
no.
and remember that. Right.
Yeah, they're two
Sorry.
separate things, right? Regardless of where you are, you can use the almanac to work out the GP of the star. So at all times, we know where the star is overhead, regardless of where you are, right? So the
Yes.
almanac just gives you the GP, right? It gives you the position at which the star is overhead. And
Yes, and
that's
then
just a transformation between Greenwich prime meridian and the celestial prime meridian,
yes,
and
and then
the
you
the right ascension declination. Yeah. So that
and
doesn't matter where you are. Site
correct, and
reduction.
then you have to say, oh look, it should be I don't know so many degree wherever it is so many degrees, and then you say but I observe it here using my
Yeah,
local
that's
azimuth.
site reduction. Yeah, site reduction.
So
You need an assumed position. So you know your assumed position. You know where the star is, and the site reduction tables just give you the angle and the azimuth. So
well,
that
you should be able
involves
to
your
do it
position.
independent. You shouldn't need. I mean, that's just another. The site reduction does start, but you can do it without that. In theory, you can just work it out from scratch. If you
But you have to have
just
an
from
assumed
scratch.
position. Though.
Sorry.
You have to have an assumed position to do the site reduction tables.
Possibly with site reduction, yes, but you don't need to do that in actual fact, though, do you? You can, in theory, work it out from scratch without
Yeah,
having
yeah,
an
that's what I
assumed,
did
assumed
in the
position.
video. Yeah, because the challenge in the debate was to work out where you are, and that kind of doesn't make sense if you already have an assumed position. So,
Yes,
yeah, it was
exactly.
working out with circles of equal altitude. Yeah,
Yes, because you didn't have an assumed position in your calculation, did
no,
you?
no,
What?
I
By the
just
way,
worked out the GP.
why were you out by 7 kilometers or whatever it was? Do you know
Oh,
why?
a couple of reasons. One reason is there was a miscommunication and misunderstanding of the index error and how it was quoted. So,
Oh, that's right. He
uh,
gave a one. It was a 1 degree index error, wasn't it, or something? As I remember, was
I
it
think it's
or
two
point one?
arc minutes or something.
Was it
Two
two?
arc
Yeah,
minutes, which would equate to
right,
4 nautical miles, like backwards and forwards. Um, so there was that. Um,
right.
there's also the fact that due to oblateness, the the altitude angle that you would measure is affected by oblateness.
Yes.
Um, so there's there's errors in that as well. So yeah, I
Right.
was disappointed at the time by the amount of error. I was like a 6 nautical miles, 5 nautical miles, something like that.
Yes, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's
Yes, because I keep on
looking
meaning
at
to use something independent of the almanac, and if you can do the transformation basically between the so I'm sorry, I'm a bit tired today. I've mean to do a video on this. I did about 3 months ago. I did most of the work on it. Now I must have forgotten half the stuff now.
yeah,
But it ultimately involves a conversion between what the if you see you want to the almanac or whatever it is, the table tells you obviously where the star should be. Well, will be for respect to sort of Greenwich mean thing and well, the declination is obviously relative to the equator, and the right ascension is relative to Greenwich meridian. So it's telling you where that star is if you know the time.
yeah,
I can't remember. Did the challenge include the time? The Greenwich time? I can't remember now.
yeah. You have to have the time of the observation. Yeah,
Indeed, you do. I can't remember what the challenge McToon's challenge was. It did. So he gave you the time as well as the yes, I presume you need it. I just forgotten whether he provided it. Right. So you need the time and the right. Okay. And the
yeah,
observation of stars. Right. Okay.
yeah,
So you didn't have to work out your local time and then convert to Greenwich. He just told you what the Greenwich Mean Time was of your
yeah,
observation.
exactly. Yeah, yeah.
Right.
If you have the local time, you kind of know what your your longitude is, right? If you know what the time is locally.
Well, no, you don't, because you don't know what you need to know relative to Greenwich.
Oh no, but I'm just saying that if you know what your local time is, you know what time zone you're in, so you can narrow down your longitude that way.
Oh, when I say you know your local time, I mean you know it's 12 o'clock, for instance, locally, but you don't know
Oh,
what time it
okay,
is. Respect. That's what I mean by
okay,
local time. Sure, that's what everybody is. That what you mean is how local time is how it relates to Greenwich Mean Time. But when I think people say local time, they mean what time is it where you are? 12 o'clock.
yeah,
You know, you
solar.
don't. Yeah, as opposed
It's,
to. Oh, right. So it's an index error, right? Okay. So yes, because I was thinking I couldn't see where you could be getting the error, where your error was coming from. Okay, but the oblateness. Yes, I was wondering about that actually, um, because
yeah, because the site reduction tables use purely spherical trig rather than sort of oblate trig.
yeah, because the oblate stuff is quite tricky.
It would be yes. You could do it though. Like it'd be doable.
Uh huh. I did look at. I thought it was really quite complicated to do that. Okay.
Oh, you do a bit of vector shit, yeah. That'd be a good video, wouldn't it? Like, no flat earther would watch it, but it'd be a good video.
It would. Yes, I'd watch it if you did that. Yeah, I must. It's something I was going to toy with. Yes, I was. I say about 3 months ago. I was very familiar. So I'm sorry, I'm a bit sleepy at the moment. Yes, I've forgotten the exact details of that. Damn it. Okay, I'm gonna have to make a video on it just to reinforce my own understanding there of what's going on. Yes, I should. I should have a go at that. Yes, I'll have a go at that tunes challenge and see where I end up.
Yeah,
Um, yeah, it's interesting things like the day that you have to account for. You have to take the sidereal day rather than the solar day, which is quite an interesting concept. I think that you don't necessarily appreciate unless you're a navigator. That sun, the Earth doesn't quite rotate. 12 o'clock to 12 o'clock. We think about
yeah.
oh, that's one rotation. Of course, it isn't. Um, but of course, the stars do the stars relative to the stars. Of course, that's not. You're not looking at the same star 12 hours. That's 24 hours later. Um, uh, I
I'm
couldn't.
trying to work that into a globe Earth proof. Motherfucker, they've just closed it, you cunts.
Who's closed? What?
So
What's the?
where I live, right? There's like traffic flow changes to the road, and in between 6 a.m. and 10 a.m., I'm not allowed to turn right directly into my street. But to
Oh, I remember you
compensate for that,
saying this.
there's like a right hand turn earlier, 300 meters earlier. Problem
Right.
is, they closed that little right hand turn at about 9:20. So there's this fucking black period of about 40 minutes where I can't turn into my little area, and I've got to go an extra fucking 2 kilometers to go up and turn
Right.
around and come back. Bullshit,
That's
and they
annoying.
just closed it.
You in the car at the moment then, or something?
Yeah,
Oh, right.
driving home, just cool.
So you were eating and driving just now?
Yeah, and drinking.
Oh, right. Okay. Bloody
Talented.
hell, it is. Honestly, how naughty. Um. Damn it! I'm gonna have to go and yes, I have to make a yes that thing you did for yes that challenge of
Yeah,
returns. I meant to take that up and yes, okay, that's reminded me. I'm gonna have to
yeah.
go and
It's
look
on.
back in.
The presentation itself is on Matern's channel as well.
Yeah,
So, yeah.
did you did you do it on your channel? I can't remember. I only saw it on
No,
Returns.
no, it's on Matern's.
Right, right. Yeah, I've seen it. Yeah, I
Yeah.
said yeah. No,
Oh, excuse me.
it was no, it's good stuff.
Yeah,
Yes, I've just
thank you.
forgotten the um yeah, because I was just looking the other day at how the Haversine formula works and the spherical law of cone signs and how that
Yeah, no, they're
he
related.
is. I was just deriving it myself just to get the math sorted, and there's a very poor explanation on the Wikipedia page about the spherical
Yeah,
law
have
of
you
cone
heard
signs.
what Flat Earth debate think the Haversine formula is? Fucking John, refracted curvature. Oh,
So,
he reckons the
say again.
Haversine formula. You know, refracted curvature on Flat Earth
Oh
debate.
God, that
The
idiot!
guy
Oh, that
debated. Yeah,
utter more. Yeah. Right. Yeah. What about him?
he's now saying on the show that the Haversine formula is involved in projecting up a flat Earth plane into a sphere.
Oh
I'm like,
God, yeah.
did you even fucking watch the debate? Like, were you there?
Oh,
Fucking
that
insane.
guy's and of course that was the guy you were debating. Of course, yes, that's right. You're
Yeah,
confusing me. Yes, I hate his name because I think people are talking about refraction or something, and it's just the name of the guy. It's like you confuse me there. That's why I didn't pick it up immediately. Um,
but he
yeah,
was
I mean this is
there. They clearly didn't watch.
yeah. I mean, well, he wasn't taking it in, was he? And he didn't understand what you were saying. And of course, I mean, typical Flatty. When you were asked him to, I mean, I presume he agreed to do the chat. Well, this is the confusion, I suppose.
Oh,
He I mean, I mean, I think this is the thing. I'm going to debate some flatties shortly, and I'm going to make it absolutely clear what the terms of what we're talking about are. And so, something like, "Have you agreed to this?" is what I'm going to be saying.
that's what I tried to
And
do like 6 times. I said, "This is the topic of the debate. Do you
uh
agree?" Like I was so specific 6 times, and
huh,
his response was never, "Yes, I agree to that debate. Let's do it." His response was, "Set up a time and place. Set up a time and
right.
place."
Oh, I
And I
remember
was
now.
like,
You
yeah, the lengths that he had to go to avoid doing
anything?
celestial navigation, which he claims only works on a flat Earth, the lengths he had to
Yeah,
go to avoid actually demonstrating it, just
that's
it
right.
just says everything. Yeah,
That's right. I remember now your chat. Yes, that's right. You did actually desperately try to get him to agree to something, didn't you? Yes,
yeah,
and he just evaded it, like typical flatty deflection. Yeah, right.
yeah.
Okay, I remember now.
Which is
Yeah.
hilarious. Like they claim it only works on a flat Earth, but no one, not a single one of them has done it.
Yeah, because they can't do any. They can't do maths, can they? Just no,
Oh,
not even
oh,
slightly. I mean, I don't know if you saw. Oh, actually, I just happened to catch Bev doing an analysis of McToon talking to some guy yesterday, and he didn't understand how to work out the angle, the arc. He didn't know what an arctan was, and so he couldn't work out the explanation. He couldn't determine. He couldn't understand McToon's explanation of what the angle, if the Earth was flat and the sun was going further away,
yeah.
what would the angle of the sun going down would be if it was just simply going
Oh,
further away, and that's an arctan function,
I
non-linear.
had to explain that to Brian Leakey this morning. Brian, you know how flat saw the other day was it
Oh,
yesterday, talking about how 60 nautical miles per degree is a linear function, and that can only work on a sphere. I
right.
literally had to get Brian Leakey to do trigonometry on a flat surface to show him that it's not linear on a flat surface,
Uh-huh.
and he understands it. But then just I'll fucking read. I'll read what he said. Hold on, pulling
Uh-huh.
into the driveway. Hold on.
Okay, yeah. Go ahead. At your convenience.
Yeah, one sec. All right, now I'm in front of the garage. So Brian Leakey.
Is
All
there a
right,
reason
so
you
I
guys
said,
don't? Is there a reason you guys don't just make have platforms where you talk about the globe? Like, is there a reason you need to fixate on flat earthers all day?
yeah. Anyway,
Like, why don't you just have a channel
yeah.
that's like we
Yeah.
love? Just have a channel that's like we love the globe.
All
We
right.
do. We go on to
Anyway,
Blue
so I
Marble
said to
Science. I think Ruhif. I think if you've been on to Blue Marble Science's hangouts, I don't
yeah, a
think you
couple of
have.
times.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
his
Sometimes.
whole thing is a flat Earth thing. It's all flat Earth related.
Well, no, it's not always. I mean, admittedly, he does go into and analyze it, but he often he has just pure globe stuff. But yes, he does flat Earth as well. But there are places. I mean, for instance, on his server, Blue Marble's Discord server in the chat, we're talking about maths and globe and just sort of complicated bits of science. It's uh, so it's not. but there are places, and yes, I mean, but yeah, I mean, I suppose you're naturally drawn to, when you get confrontation, then that sort of stimulates the areas of discussion, and then we develop. I mean, for instance, if Ruth and I are discussing arctangents, and I'm sure we'll just sort of throw in the odd other sort of useful sort of comment to one another. I mean, I was discussing Haversine functions there with Ruhif, and we're saying, oh yes, it's that, or the other, how you derive it, and so although we might be initiated by some flat Earth discussion, it does lead to a sort of globe loving in the process. And a sort of logic or math loving, because Ruhif's hot, is good on his maths, and I'm reasonably good on maths. So it can stimulate the initial conversation, but generally it does then move towards a globe loving.
Are you happy that it moves to globe loving, Gio?
Well, I'm not sure Gio wants it on this channel, does he? Presumably.
Probably not. Anyway,
you guys can love whatever love whatever you want. I mean, that's up to you.
Anyway, my conversation with Brian this morning.
I love the truth more than I do something that's false, so I wouldn't have a lot of excess interest. False.
But again, when you bring up these long distance observations and I show you that they match the globe, you claim to love the truth.
Yeah, you've never done that. So you saying that is either deception or a delusion.
I demonstrated to you that these match the globe. You presented 3 of them.
Okay, I get that you think you've done that, but you haven't done that.
Okay. Please, I would love to.
Long distance observations do not fit a globe. Long distance observations fit an extended plane. That's why this discussion has raged on for almost a decade.
Which observations are we talking about?
Well, it's another topic. Ruhif was about to bring.
Yeah, I was going to tell you about Brian Leakey. So I said to Brian Leakey, you are standing 100 meters away from a tree, assuming the ground is flat. You measure an elevation angle to the tree of 20 degrees. How tall is the tree? Right? So I'm just getting him to do just a freaking basic trig, right?
Something a 14-year-old should better do, right? Okay, yeah.
Yes, my son can do it. And he goes, really, bro? Don't insult me with your condescending first grade questions, blah, 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 blah. But he gives me the answer, right? 36.39 meters, whatever. And I said, yay, excellent. You did the trig, all right? Then I presume that if you move another 100 meters away, you would do the same trig and you'd get this angle. And if you were 300 meters away, you'd get this angle, right? And then I said, these angles, so 20 degrees, 10.31, and 6.92, that relationship between distance and angle is not linear, right?
One question, Ruhif. Those mathematical angles that you add up, are they visual or strictly mathematical? Can you see what you're adding up?
Yeah. I did a video.
Yeah, you can represent
my last video, I think. My last video was to Brian's logic, showing that I take my just my phone theodolite out, measure some angles to a goalpost on a football field, show how these things interact with between orthographic and perspective view. These are real world measurements, and they're modeled with mathematics. It works.
Yeah, you can visualize them. You can show the angles we're talking about, and you can actually work it out graphically. Yes, I think I remember that video actually. That was another good one.
Disputing the math. We're not necessarily disputing the math, right? We understand how math works, right? What I'm trying to say is that it is possible that the maths that you guys are throwing out and the visuals, when a photo is thrown by a camera or whatever, might not be the same conclusions, right? What you're seeing in the photo, might not be visually what you're adding up.
Can you work out what the angle to a tree was in the example that Ruhif just mentioned? If you have a tree at 30 meters away from you, and it's, I don't know, how high was your tree, Ruhif?
The tree is 100 meters away, and you measure 20 degrees.
Oh, okay. So you got a 20-degree angle to the top of the tree, and it's 100 meters away. How high is the tree? How tall is the tree? Can you do that Matrix?
It would be irrelevant because I'm already giving you the maths.
Not
So you
irrelevant,
can't.
Matrix.
So you can't say it.
Okay, no problem. We're just not listening, so I'm just not going to participate if we're just not listening.
So you
Don't worry
just
about it. Don't worry about it.
Right. So in other words, you've got
no problem, Rumpus. You're a mathematical genius. All hail Rumpus.
We just established you haven't got the mathematical skills.
All hail Rumpus. All
so
hail
you
Rumpus.
haven't got the mathematical skills.
All hail the Rumpus. He is the smartest man in the world. We shall all hail you, Rumpus.
No, I'm not the smartest man in the world. There are lots of people smarter than me. I mean, Ruhev's quite bright for a start. But that was a very simple problem. That's something that a 14-year-old would be expected to work out.
Which is beside what I'm saying, because I'm already giving you the math. So there is no need to ask me for any mathematical problem, because I'm already... One moment. In this specific scenario, there was no need to challenge my math.
That was a discussion.
Because I am already giving you the maths. What I am telling you is, if it's impossible... Again, irrelevant to what I'm saying.
How can the answer 30 meters be wrong?
Not a problem, Rumpus. I will shut up.
Can you really not control yourself and stop talking through Matrix? Can you really not do that? You people do this every time we try to debate an issue with you. Matrix is trying to say his piece, and you just won't.
Yeah, and he said it, and he made his point. Right, so when we get an answer
he has not made his
that's
point.
not
He's been
something.
Complaining about the fact that he hasn't made his point.
Well, if you get the maths right, if you get the height of the tree right, if you get the height of the tree right, then you've finished the story. The story has ended.
Finish his point.
Well, he was changing the subject. Ruhiv and I were talking about Bran Leakey's
he
problem
wasn't changing
and the answer
subject.
of a solution.
So
he's changing the subject. I did. I then asked him if he could work out what Bran Leaker was having a problem with.
You didn't let him. Now you're under the delusion that you
tried to deflect it.
Without interruption, but he didn't.
Ruhif and I were talking about a particular issue, and then he chipped in, and then he chipped in, and tried to change the subject.
Can't you figure out how to behave in a conversation?
Subject, and we weren't having that. We wanted to know whether or not he had the same mathematical skills as Brian, and it turns out that he doesn't have the same skills. He has exactly the same problem as Brian. In fact, actually,
it doesn't matter. So stop interrupting him when he's saying his piece.
Because the subject of the discussion was how poor maths was for flat earthers. And we've established that Matrix has got a worse problem than Brian. That's the subject of the discussion. That is the subject.
You just want to talk in a ramble and air your own opinion and not listen to anyone else talking because you're just so mathematically superior and you went to college and you went to university and you have your occupation with all your technical jargon and you won't let any...
We were having a discussion.
All right, you guys are just talking at the same time, so I muted both of you because that was unlistenable. I guess I can unmute you one at a time. Do you want to actually say something? Rumpus, if you're going to say something, say something.
Well, Ruhif and I were talking, and then this other chap, Gregory, tried to join in. I don't know why, and tried to disrupt the conversation. So Ruhif is trying to give us a story.
I don't know.
Ruhif was trying to give us a story.
I could try to explain what happened. I could try to explain.
Now.
Ruhif was trying to give us a story, and he wasn't able to finish it.
Okay, so when it came to this situation, I only bring out like a point or whatever, and I asked them, is it possible that what they're adding mathematically, I am not questioning or challenging the maths, right? Is it possible that what you guys are adding,
you said that 5 times. You said that 5 times. We understood.
We're interrupting him again.
But he said the same thing 5 times.
So what? I don't care how many times. Just let him finish his thought, and then you can have your time to speak.
Not one time have I been able to finish it, and it's very simple. It is very simple. I am not questioning the goddamn maths, right? So throwing me 20,000 math problems to prove that I am not fucking a mathematical genius is fucking irrelevant. It has nothing to do with what I pointed out. What I said was, is it possible that you are conflating the mathematical facts with the visual proof?
I know, and you've said that 5, 6 times now. We've understood that's the point.
But saying that you understand it, you still give me maths. So you didn't understand what I'm asking you.
I understood perfectly. And then I pointed out to you that if you got a result of 30 meters for the height of a tree, then you've got the final result that should be understandable by everybody. So your point
is it possible that that final result is being confused visually with math? Do you understand what I'm asking?
Do you not understand?
Or you're just gonna give me math again?
Height of a tree.
No problem. You don't understand what I'm asking. I don't.
if the result of the
I don't want to continue with this. You don't understand what I'm asking.
If the result of the discussion is 30 meters, is the result of the discussion. You can visualize 30 meters, can't you? Why do you need any further help? Dearie me. So
That's not really what he was saying, though.
It's exactly what he's saying. He's saying we end up with a result of 30 meters. Then what? Can you visualize that, please? Yes, you can visualize 30 meters. End of story. Oh, so Ruhif. So the conclusion was
Matrix's point.
Oh my
That's
god!
what you don't get though. Oh my god! Yeah,
so
Rumpus.
Ruhif's in the middle of a story, Gregory, and you're interrupting it.
Yeah, you don't get Matrix's point.
I
and
don't
you have the nerve
understand.
to be irritated with us.
Between visualization and the maths, you can. There's no problem understanding 30 meters. That's a perfectly easy thing to understand.
Not the issue. The issue is not imagining 30-meter trees.
It is. He wants it visualized.
No, that's not
30 meters
the
is
issue.
visualized.
No, it's not.
The issue. He thinks that for some reason a result of 30 meters is somehow difficult to understand.
That's not the issue he's raising.
The issue. That's the issue that he raised. Anyway,
you're just going to continue with this red herring fallacy.
You're still interrupting Ruhif's story. So Ruhif, what did Brian Leakey continue?
We're going to just continue with the red herring fallacy.
Ruhif was giving us a story, and I was interested in what his account, and you have
continue letting him with the red herring fallacy. We're not going to mute Rumpus.
How is it a red herring? How is it red herring? Ruhif was giving a story, and you're interrupting it. It's as simple as that. How is that a red herring? Right. Yeah, anyway, so Ruhif has the mic.
Condescendingly talking to everyone else.
His account. Ruhif, please continue with what you were saying about the fact that you didn't understand it was linear.
Yeah, I'm not going to be corrected, Rumpus. I don't want to be corrected. I'm not going to be corrected about my misinterpretation of Matrix's point.
Why are you interrupting Ruhif's
account? Take that red herring fallacy for granted and just swiftly move on. Because I'm above scrutiny.
You're
interrupting and my name is Rumpus.
Account. Ruhif, can you please finish your account of what happened?
Okay, so I showed him clearly that if you move 100 meters away, Gregory, shut up. All right, so I moved 100 meters away at each time, but the angle did not change by the same amount. And I said, that's not linear. And then he goes, it can be mapped or graphed as linear. I'm like, no, it can't.
What is your point with this linear? What is your point?
Okay, let's make the point. All right. On a globe, right, 60 nautical miles, like this, the fact that a star will drop by 1 degree if you move away from it by 60 nautical miles is an empirical fact. Okay? That relationship, 60 nautical miles per degree, is linear. Right? So it's a proportional relationship. All right.
In other words, if you move twice as far, then it's 2 degrees. If you move 4 times as far, it's 4 times as much. That's what it means by being linear.
Yes. All right. On a flat Earth, I got Brian to do the trig. He sees the results. They are not linear. And I'm like, which model does reality match?
Yeah. So there's a contradiction with the flat Earth model, and it confirms the globe model, and it also gives you a radius. But interestingly, though, so are you saying he actually worked out the trigonometry himself? Because that's something that Bev couldn't do when he was subjected to a similar description of how this star moving away would. He thought it would descend in a way, and he didn't understand Toon's trigonometry to saying exactly how what the relationship was between the star moving or the sun moving away and its dipping, and he just didn't understand the trigonometry at all. Because of course, Bev claims to be some sort of geometric.
Rumpus, so you sidestepped Matrix's actual question to just talk shit about people that aren't here?
Well, I'm just highlighting that Bev and Brian. In fact, that Brian is clearly a better understander of this than Bev is. That's the point I was making. But the point is there's a contradiction on as Ruhif was saying, there's a contradiction on the flat Earth model with the way Polaris moving up by 69 miles, and you get a 1 degree change in Polaris. That can only work on a globe with a particular radius. It cannot work on the flat Earth. Therefore, that invalidates a flat Earth and confirms a globe Earth of a particular radius.
You're in here for the truth, right, Gio?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I don't expect you to actually respectfully.
Yeah, it's not the case. It also works with a spherical field of view. On a planar surface.
What the hell is that?
Yep.
Do you want to go through the same process of if you're 100 meters away from a tree and you measure an angle of 20 degrees, how high is the tree?
Sorry, I interrupted Gregory. Sorry, Gregory. What were you going to say?
I was gonna say, I don't expect a respectful and fruitful pedagogical explanation because with what was just said, it was not explained well for me to understand it. But I'm anticipating that asking them to explain further is going to be a waste of time because they would
Ruhif, I'm sure we'd be more than happy to give you the
ridicule
exact
people who
details and
don't
make
agree with
sure
them.
you understand. No, Ruhif will explain it in a way until you understand the scenario he's describing.
Okay, so what is this about calculating distance to Polaris? What is all this?
Right, it's quite simple. When you make an observation of Polaris and you move north by 69 statute miles, the angle to Polaris from the horizontal or from the vertical will change by 1 degree every 69 miles. All the way, however far you go from the equator, all the way up to the North Pole, every time you move by 69 miles, the angle of your angle to Polaris will change by 1 degree. That phenomenon can only occur on a globe of a particular sphere on a particular radius. It cannot work on a flat Earth.
Very doubtful. Very doubtful. You're assuming your distances and your sun sizes and all that shit is correct. Hold on. Hypothetically, on a flat Earth, we would not know these things for you to say it cannot happen.
What distance? The only distance I've assumed is that you can work out when you've travelled 69 miles.
Surely we agree that 60 nautical miles per degree is an empirical fact. Do we agree with that?
Let's say we agree with that. I'll give that as a given. I haven't measured it myself. Let's take that as a given. But with that being said, so far, I can imagine this angle measurement, this act of measuring the angle on a level plane, and the angle from the ground to the star. What is so hard to imagine about that?
It only works on a sphere.
You can't say it can't happen.
It's the way the angle changes as you move north to south. That's the key thing. It's the amount the angle changes per unit movement every 60 nautical miles. In reality, as Ruhif said, empirically, everybody who's observed this, or was chosen to, observes Polaris changing by 1 degree every 60 nautical miles you go north to south. It goes higher in the sky.
Can you see what I posted in the chat?
Okay.
Sorry, my connection is a little spotty right now. I'm running my cell phone through my computer, so if I drop out, that's why.
I can see a diagram.
Are you able to hear me?
Yeah, I can see a diagram.
Yeah, you've posted Walter Bislin's thing, right?
Every time I start speaking, my connection drops. But all right, if you're able to hear me, so I posted that just to show. All right, I posted that just to show that if you have a spherical field of view or hemispherical, that is a sphere. For the moment, let's call that 3959 radius. That is what the star is dropping within, your field of view. You're on a planar surface. It's that sphere that you're measuring. You're not measuring the sphere of the Earth. You're conflating that phenomenon with a sphere with a spherical Earth. It is just the celestial sphere and the field of view at which you're viewing something from.
Field of view has got nothing to do with this. You don't
understand what the point of my original question that you're confusing the physical measurements. You're confusing that with and you're interpreting that. You're interpreting photos and distances, right? Math is empirical. We understand that. But visual, it is not empirical. It is not the same. There are a lot of things you're not accounting for.
Just relax, Matrix. All right.
Yeah. You clearly don't understand what the field of view is. We're talking about just a simple measurement of the angle to Polaris relative to your horizontal. That's all we're doing. It's got nothing. This field of view has got nothing to do with that point. So all we're doing is that every 60 nautical miles you go north or south, the angle from the horizontal changes by 1 degree. That's an empirical fact.
Okay, now, but that does not necessitate a
correction. My comment wasn't specifically for this point. It was in general.
We're talking about this issue.
Let me finish. One moment.
Okay, if you want to bring a new point, that's up to you. But
we're discussing it isn't a new point. It isn't a new point. I think you've taken what I've said and adapted it to a specific thing. I'm talking about photographs in general.
We're not interested. That's not the subject of our current discussion.
Are we talking about distances and photography? Are we talking about that right now?
No, we're not talking about photography. We're just at the moment talking about the angle to Polaris. And if you wish to bring up a new subject, then fine. But you're changing the subject, and we don't wish to change it at the moment. Thank you very much, because Geo, Ruhif is in the process. Explain to Geo the issue.
Let me make a correction before we continue. I am not changing the point. What I asked earlier about confusing the distances with visual applies to every photo in general, right? This one, the next one, the other one. But don't make it a specific thing about this. It's an in general thing that I said. I said it in general.
Okay, fine. We don't care about your general. We don't care about your general point. We're interested in this specific point and the angle to Polaris relative to the horizontal as you move up and down, going north to south. You'll be making another general point. Fine. That's not what we're not talking about. Photographs. We're just talking about measuring the angle using an instrument like a theodolite or something to measure the angle of Polaris above the local horizontal and how that changes as you move north and south. That's the subject of discussion, and Geo has offered a diagram from Walter Bislin, and that doesn't, and that, I presume that diagram was the one that he tried to justify flat Earth and tried to introduce all sorts of strange refraction issues to account for it. But the point is, if you understand the trigonometry, and I know Geo's not very good at maths either, the maths that Ruhif was talking about shows you that you cannot get the effect that we see in the real world on a flat Earth. As you move north to south by 16 nautical miles, you cannot get a uniform 1 degree change in Polaris.
We might not have all the data to properly compute what the quote-unquote flat Earth might be, to even assume to get a correct measurement. So how do you have the layout of this so-called flat Earth for you to say that it will work on? No. Just because hypothetically the plane is flat, we have no idea what's going on with the sky. It doesn't mean the sky needs to be flat. So it doesn't mean that everything is going to work uniformly how you would assume. We're missing information.
The only thing we are assuming in the trigonometry is that this Polaris is a very long way away. That's the only thing we're assuming here. So if you have that, then on a flat Earth, the effect we're talking about, the phenomenon we're talking about, of a 1 degree change in the angle to it relative to your local vertical or local horizontal, that cannot happen on a flat Earth, i.e. on a planar Earth.
Let me say this. Go ahead. This inductive argument doesn't follow. No matter how many times you repeat it, it simply does not necessitate the conclusion, and neither is it a strong inductive argument to substantiate your conclusion.
In which case you don't understand it. It's simple trigonometry.
As I'm in the middle of the sentence.
Sorry, okay, Karen.
The act of measuring angles is possible on a flat Earth, no matter how vehemently you shout that it's not possible.
I didn't say it wasn't possible.
If you wish to do it,
no one said that. You just made that up. I never said you can't measure an angle on the flat Earth. I never said that. You just made that up.
Just listen.
Well, don't make stuff up that I've said that I haven't.
You can measure an elevation angle.
Let him finish.
You can measure an elevation angle on a flat Earth. If you choose to
no one's disputing that.
Stop interrupting him so crazy, Rumpus.
Well, stop bloody just straw-manning me and attributing me things I haven't said.
Still talking.
Yeah, well, don't start lying about me, basically.
Still talking, like moderation.
You just did that to me a minute ago, Rumpus. You said something about my math skills, and you don't know anything about what I know about math. So you just did that to me.
Well, from my experience, your math skills are quite poor.
How would you know that? When have I ever revealed my math skills to you?
Because you've demonstrated in the way you've argued and the way you've talked about the issues to do with trigonometry or angles.
I'm saying, you don't understand them. Just ridicule Geo for his math skills. You see?
Seems like that's all you have. You just have
There's a correlation between understanding math and somehow being some sort of wizard.
Okay, Geo.
Where's the correlation for that?
I will withdraw the charge, and you can demonstrate whether or not we can discuss it later. Whether or not you do. Okay, I'll withdraw the charge.
So as I was saying before, I was so rudely interrupted again by a grown-ass man on the internet who cannot exercise self-control.
But don't lie about me!
If you choose to imagine this act, you can coherently imagine measuring an angle of Polaris above the ground and the ground being flat. But you sit here and say that you can't be done. But you said...
No, we didn't say that! We did not say that! What we said that as you move, the change in the angle is not compatible, and you're claiming that I said that you can't measure an angle of a flat Earth, which is, I mean, lying is going a bit far, but you've either not understood what I've said or you're willfully misrepresenting it.
Of what I said to him, he did not reiterate what I said to him. That's the funny part. He's projecting his fallacy on me. I heard what he said, and he said, "I didn't remember what he said." And he just falsely reiterated what I just said 3 seconds ago.
And I'll have to say it again because you misunderstood what I said. I'm going to repeat it again. You can make a measurement to a star from a flat Earth, but the behavior as you move 60 nautical miles north or south, the angle to Polaris will not change in the correct way that we observe in reality. That is what I said.
Like this change, this angle change as you move every 69 miles, I'll give that to you in principle. If you move forward or backward, north or south, every 69 miles and the angle changes, that is possible on a flat Earth. No matter how many times you shout,
no, it's not. No, it's not. Not by 1 degree and not by over the whole distance of the Earth. Well, okay, we could do it with the trigonometry. I mean, this is where Ruhif, do you want to come back on this, Ruhif? Because it's your story. I mean, Ruhif will now go through this procedure.
I don't see any justification to say it's not possible for that to occur.
Well, that's where because you don't understand it, because you didn't listen to Ruhif. If you'd listened to Ruhif and his explanation, you would understand how it's not possible on a flat Earth. Go ahead, Ruhif.
The problem is
jump on my machine. Going to get on my desktop and actually share screen or something.
That would be a good idea.
It would be only logical for. It would be only logical for you to be able to map out the so-called flat Earth if you already had a map, if you already had coordinates, the limit to the ground, the limit to the sky. You don't have any of that to be saying, oh, it wouldn't happen.
We don't need it.
What do you mean you don't need it? You don't know how the sky is working on a quote-unquote flat Earth. There's a lot of information. Hold on. Rumpus, hold on. There's a lot of information that you are missing to even be saying shit like that.
No, not at all. It's simple trigonometry. It's very simple.
So if I manage to make it work on a flat Earth, forcibly, of course, in a rendering program, what do you have to say about that?
We would be very impressed, and you'd be the first person to do it. We'd be very interested in you being able to do that. It would be a major step forward for flat Earthers.
You do understand that when you're creating rendering, right? You can design anything and you can make it work because that's how it's like drawing. You can draw whatever you want and it's gonna work. Right, rendering would be exactly the same. So for you to say that nobody has been able to do it sounds like a crock of shit. Sounds like a crock. It's like saying
no one has been able to present a flat
let me finish.
Model that conforms
regardless of what I said, let me finish and then you talk. Right. All right, now you can go.
Oh, sorry, I thought you were finished. I thought you were going to go ahead. Yes, no one that we are aware of, any globe is aware of any flat earther that has presented an argument for how this behavior that we observe in the real world. No flat earther has ever presented a mechanism for how this can occur unless they decide that the light is going in all sorts of strange wiggly angles or something, arbitrary ways. No flat earther has ever given an account for this.
To ridicule someone for arbitrarity.
Is it fair to say that whatever predictions and whatever information you guys give us, it was predicated on previous information or somebody else already doing the work, like the globe Earth, whatever the sky is doing, right? This information you didn't gather, it was given to you.
The only.
But you already have a premise. You already have a premise of what supposedly.
I'll tell you what it is.
Hold on, let me finish, and then you continue. You already have a premise of what supposedly you're measuring, what it's supposed to look like, what it's supposed to do, right? And now you want to entertain this thing called flat Earth that you understand that we don't know what it is, right? We have no access. When I'm done, you speak. When I'm done, you speak.
Well, I'll tell you what, if I take the same attitude, then I'll decide when you can speak. No, shut up. No, you don't decide when I can speak. Here we go.
I am not done.
I don't care now. You do not decide.
We're going to talk over each other then.
No, yeah, okay, well, you've had your go. You've had a minute's worth by yourself. Now it's my turn.
Well, I guess you decide when I'm done
Now
speaking.
it's my... I guess you decide. Right, no, I'm having a go now.
So no interest in what I have to say at all, because you can't handle what I'm saying.
The only premise, yes, we do indeed have a premise, and that is...
Of course! It's been given to you!
Yeah, you're interrupting me. Yes, I know. Here we go.
All of it has been given to you.
Here it is. You're frightened of it now, aren't you?
Now, how would you conflate the flat Earth?
You won't let me answer. You won't let me give you the premise.
Oh, you see how you like that? How do you like that?
You're doing it to me. You're doing it to me. I'm not doing it to you. You're not letting me respond. So the only
you know
premise,
what? To show you that I'm better than you, I will shut up. Just so you can feel that somebody has humiliated you.
You're just being a
Go
wanker.
ahead.
So here we go. So the only premise that we've got here is the observed phenomenon of the angle to Polaris changing by 1 degree. That's the only premise we've got, and that is an empirical, observable fact. So your argument is complete tosh, you twat. So let Ruhif go ahead and explain. So he's broadcasting. So.
Shared my screen. Yeah. No one appears to be watching, though.
Hold on, I'm trying to get you. Why are you not?
Quick question for Rumpus. Do you believe anything in the sky is moving?
Yeah, well, yes. I mean, we know that there's an absolute motion of stars. So, for instance, is it Barnard's star is moving across the sky relative to the other stars? I think by one, can't remember how many fractions of a degree it's moving, but it is moving, and the stars are moving. And we know, for instance, the
Are you factoring that in when you do your 1 degree every 60 miles?
Well, we're talking about. Yes, well, it wouldn't vary. You just need a star at the top. No, you don't need to worry about that because it's not moving over the period of you making an observation.
You went from yes to no really fast.
Well, that's because you're asking me for the period. You said, can it change? Yes, over 100 years, yes. Not over the period of a day when you're making an observation. You see, this is something that fighters never can do. You never know when to apply the scale.
60 miles and then observing the 1 degree. That's what I'm talking about.
No, over the period of an observation, it does not move, no.
What is it what is it that doesn't move?
Polaris. It's not moving in absolute space with regard to the other stars.
Measure them every 60 miles.
The position of Polaris does not change. It moves by a tiny, tiny amount, but nothing is so small we don't need to regard it in this conversation.
Anyway, I'm sharing my screen.
You are, and I'm looking at it, Ruhif.
Excellent.
So it's a bit,
okay.
it's a bit grotty. It's not. What resolution are you showing that at?
Hang on. Stream settings. Stream
it looks
quality.
like 720.
Yeah, I'll go 1080. There you go.
It's still a bit.
That's better.
Okay.
All right.
It's better. Yeah. That's better. Yeah, that is better. Yeah.
Okay, I'm only 15 frames a second as well. Anyway, so I like to use the algebra part of GeoGebra. So I've just stuck a star, and I've given it 10,000 units away on the ground and 6,000 units high. I've stuck an observer at the origin, and then all I've done is make some lines and got the angle between them, right? So the angle is 30.9638, right? And I'm 10,000 kilometers or whatever away. Okay, so 10,000. I'm writing these down, by the way. 10,000 and the angle is 30.96. If I move the observer by 1,000 kilometers, right, that angle, I've moved 1,000 kilometers closer, so I'm only 9,000 kilometers away, which I'm writing down, and the angle is 33.69. All right, so that's changed by 2.74.
You shove this in a spreadsheet, Ruhif, and then you can show the graph of the non-linearity.
Yeah, I could, yeah.
Because they're not going to believe you until you show it's non-linear, you see. So
yeah, but it's changed by 2.73. I'll do this in a minute, but I'm writing these numbers down, okay? So I've moved 1,000 kilometers closer, and the angle's gone from 30.96 to 33.69. All right, I'm going to move another 1,000 kilometers closer, so 2,000, and the angle, so at 8,000 kilometers away, the angle is 36.8699. All right, I'm going to move another 1,000 kilometers away, closer. So 3,000. So at 7,000 kilometers away, it's 40.6013. All right, let's open up Excel, and I'll share Excel. 1 second, and share, change window to.
How'd you get that?
Excel.
Is that what you got? The height of the star right there? How do you know that?
Yep. I'm just putting the star somewhere. All right, the actual height doesn't matter.
Let him finish. Let him finish. So whenever he's done explaining this very sophisticated math, we're going to ask him, hey, man, when did you measure Polaris? Which is going to destroy his entire fucking presentation.
So now I'm sharing Excel. Can you guys see Excel? that working?
Yeah. Nice.
Yeah.
And, we did briefly. Yeah, now we got it. Oh, gone away again.
It says,
Really?
yeah, sometimes.
Just sit still
no,
right
it's
here.
fine. No, it's fine.
It keeps on oscillating, Rui.
Distance, angle, 10,000.
Why?
11,000.
Oh, it's changing focus and changing what we're looking at as you change focus.
Really?
Yeah.
Yes.
6, 9, 36.
These fucking zooms are pretty nice.
Hey, that's
That was
amazing.
the silliest thing I've ever seen.
It's changing. As you were editing a field, it was showing us just a field with huge numbers in it, and then
Really?
yeah, it's very weird.
All right. Insert.
And it keeps on showing us the toolbar sometimes, and then not, and then it coming back and going forward anyway.
There's something weird going on, Ruhish. It is
Can you
very
see
odd.
Yeah, because every time you
we can
like,
see your
click
graph.
something, yeah.
We
See
can
the
your
graph. Okay.
Yeah.
Can you see that graph is curved?
Yeah, we can see that.
Excellent. Does everyone agree that it's curved, or do they have to mess with
people
you?
may have. Yeah, they might have to.
Am I supposed to be seeing a curved line right now?
Yes.
Yeah, you
Or
are.
those three
don't see
connected lines.
You better do another point, Ruhi. If that, I don't think another one would do.
I'm not. Maybe I gotta zoom in.
And
Can you draw a straight line over it? That might be. Can you draw? A
trend line.
over
There you go. Yep. 1 sec. Trend line and linear. There you go.
There we go. Brilliant.
Okay.
Cool.
So that dotted line is a straight line.
Yeah.
All right. Can we now agree?
Curved or just 3 lines connected? I can't tell.
Well, they're not
Can you
straight.
see
That's the point. They're not
Can you
straight,
see-
are they?
I can't see a gradient of a curve. I'm sorry.
Well, can you see it's
that
not straight? Can
Yeah,
you see it's not
That's the
straight?
important part, I think.
Can you see it's not straight? Whoever was asking that question. It's gone quiet now. Of course, that's what always happens with
No,
Alexa.
dude, I made my point. You heard my point.
Can you see that it's not straight?
I can't see that it's not curved.
Stop defying me.
Can
My
you
name is
see that
Marcus.
it's not straight? Stop deflecting.
Okay, so it
Be
sounds
honest
like-
and answer the goddamn question.
Concede
said
to
he
it.
can't-
My name is Rumpus.
My statement
He
alone
said he
doesn't
can't
even
see
need
that
a
it's not
question.
curved.
Yeah, but
Doesn't
how about
even-
answering the
doesn't need a
actual question?
bro.
Can you see that it's
Yes.
not
Concede
straight?
to what I'm telling
That doesn't matter. That's not my
Fine.
point.
That's the question on the table. Could you please answer it in an honest manner?
Dude, it could be 3 straight lines. That's my answer.
Right, so this
Jesus
is
Christ.
I can't see a
Yeah, what a
gradient of a
wanker.
curve. Can you
Go
make it
away. You're
bigger?
not interested in having an honest discussion, are you?
Yeah,
Go away.
correct.
Can you make it
Correct.
bigger?
Maybe. It's
It's such a
clearly not
gradual
matching the straight line, right?
I can't tell.
It would really help if the screen would sit still.
Yeah, hold on. I'll try this as well.
And why'd you have to get so upset because I'm being...
Because you're being a wanker. When someone's being dishonest and deflecting and they look on screen, they can see there's a straight line. They say, oh, well, I'm not sure. Or you try and manipulate the words or something. You try and manipulate your vision. You try and override. You're just being
And then you
dishonest,
can
about
claim
seething
with indignant
wanker.
wrath
I'm afraid
Right.
that is
that shut
absolutely
at the top of your lungs on
unacceptable.
the internet.
Like, so
Because
it still
that'll
looks
do
like
something.
straight lines, by the way. I
What
don't
a
see a
git.
gradient curve, so
Can
whatever.
we all agree that those 4 points do not form a straight line?
Yes.
Excellent.
On this
Wow.
image, yes.
Yes. Okay. That is not linear. Do we understand that's not linear?
And
And
Why is the line curving?
what was the question?
Why is the line curving?
Because the relationship between distance and angle is not linear. That is the point. Do we all agree that that's not a linear relationship between distance and angle?
What are you calculating here, Ruhish?
I did a mock-up of a star. Hold on. I'll share that just for you for 1 second. Hold on.
Sorry.
Change window.
I'm catching up.
Calculator suite. Yeah. So this is the star. Can you see the GeoGebra?
Yep.
So I moved the observer, and took
gotcha.
some different elevation angles. Yeah, cool.
Yep. Cool.
All right, let's go back to Excel. All right, back to Excel. All right, so we all agree that this distance to angle relationship, by doing trigonometry, right, on a flat Earth, results in a non-linear relationship between distance and angle.
What do you mean by linear?
Do these 4 points form a straight line? No, they don't. It's not linear.
There isn't. They don't form a straight line. All those lines put
Correct.
together.
No.
What are
Do the
those-
4
what are these?
points? Jesus, Electric. Seriously. Do the
Well,
4
I'm not
points lie on a straight line?
It was Gregory, actually. Really.
Ah, sorry.
It's Gregory was being unbelievably stupid.
Okay. Do the 4 points form a straight line?
Yeah, Jesus yourself. This is boring as fuck. Make your point already.
Well, if you weren't so fucking retarded, I wouldn't have to stoop to this level to explain it.
Well, I asked him to explain, so
dragging this out.
No, I'm not seeing a blue straight line right now.
Excellent.
Okay.
So there is a non-linear relationship between distance and angle on a flat Earth.
I don't understand what that sentence is supposed to mean.
Punchline.
Make your point now.
That's the punchline. Because in the real world, we do see it forms a straight line, which is not compatible with a flat Earth model.
I don't see how the conclusion follows. What is this premise? It's not a linear relationship.
Distance. Angle. Distance. N.
Yeah, how do you know the distance to Polaris? I'm just wondering.
No, we're talking about the relationship, the empirical relationship in the world of the distance from you to the North Pole and having the angle to the star drop by 1 degree each 60 nautical miles.
How do you know the distance to the star, dude?
We don't, right? This is not part of the globe.
Yeah, exactly.
Right?
He said to the North Pole. He said to the North Pole, not to the star.
Yeah. To the North Pole. Every time you move away from the North Pole, Polaris empirically drops 1 degree, right? Regardless of what distance it is, it, empirically drops by 1 degree. Do we all agree that's an empirical fact?
The key point is that whatever Ruhif were to put in as the height to the star, in other words, even if it was infinitely far away, it would not form a straight line. No matter where you put that star, it would not form a straight line. Whereas Ruhif hasn't done it, but if he was to do a globe model now and do an angle to a distant star, which perhaps he might do.
I will do that because I've already done
great.
it. Hold
on. So while you're doing that, I'll also go say, so now he's going to then position the star at infinity and then move along a globe Earth and then see what the relationship is between the distance you move. In other words, for every 60 nautical miles, will he be able to get a 1 degree change in the angle? Oh, there we go.
There we go. I did this. Here's something I whipped up earlier. All right.
Okay,
so
the
I've got
angle line, if I understand correctly so far, the angle line is not straight.
What do you mean? The angle line is yellow line.
The angle line from the ground up to the star. The angle line is not straight.
No, that line is straight. He's showing you a graph.
Hang on, are you talking refraction?
Yeah, he's talking about the actual line. He's trying to claim the line of sight is not straight.
No.
Just let him talk.
The blue line isn't straight. The angle line from the ground to the star.
Are you talking about refraction?
No, I'm talking about describing the line, the blue line on the graph you just showed me. What?
In Excel?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's a graph that shows the relationship between the distance over the ground and the angle that you measure. Okay? The fact that it's not a straight line means that relationship between distance and angle is not linear.
Wait, no, what you just showed me. What you just showed me is that the angle line from the ground to the star is not straight.
What?
So he is claiming. You see, I told you, he's claiming that the line of sight is not a straight line to the star.
No, I'm not talking about the line of sight.
You're talking about the graph?
What is so hard about what I'm talking about? Y'all know more than me.
You're just talking gibberish.
About what
we don't know what you're talking about, Matt. Can you explain it again, please?
You're talking about the graph, right?
I'm talking about what you showed me. That blue line is the angle, correct?
No, this is a plotting. This is a relationship, a graph of the relationship between distance and angle.
We're still looking at your diagram of the globe. I don't know whether you're
you
make it sound as though you make it sound as though you're presenting the graph.
Sorry, go back to where are you? Excel. There we go. Back to Excel. Cool.
Is this what you're talking about, Gregory?
Yes.
This graph, this picture.
So this is a graph of a relationship.
What is this curved line supposed to represent in reality?
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah. Can you see the data up in the top left?
Yes.
You can
Yeah.
put axes. Can you put Ruhif? Can you put names on the axes, because he's not going to get this until you actually put some text on the axes of this graph. He's now asked you that same question about 5 times, and Matrix has also asked it.
It's all right.
It's
It's
just
all right.
incredible.
How do you put?
Just explain it. Don't get mad. He's asking because he wants to live.
Yeah. Okay. So this is a graph, right? Like a y an XY grid that shows the relationship between the distance and the angle, right?
On the bottom.
Yeah, so
the distance you're moving along the bottom.
Yeah.
And then the angle is at the top. So this is not. There's nothing about an angle. There's nothing about the angle of this graph represents the angle to the star. That is given by the left hand, the column and the y-axis saying it's 34 degrees, 36 degrees, and 38. That's where the angle is.
Okay, so what is the blue line supposed to represent in reality?
The fact that it's not a curve, right? Sorry. The fact that it is a curve means that the relationship.
No, you done said it's not a curve. It's too late.
Yeah, thanks, Brian. The fact that it's not straight means that it's not a linear relationship between the distance and the angle.
The blue line is what you observe on a flat Earth. The blue line is what the relationship you will see. Hold on, Brian. The blue line, you didn't quite miss this. The blue line represents what would happen on a flat Earth. The dotted line is what we see in reality.
So a flat Earth has to see. You're trying to hijack reality. For one, you're trying to hijack reality. Okay.
No, we're
for
not.
two, for two, who says that it has to work exactly the way shit locally and up close works with the geometry? I mean, dude, you don't know. It could be a whole nother dimension, like 4-dimensional shit. The heavens above. We don't know what stars are. I gave y'all a simple. Hold on, I give y'all a simple equation.
But let Brian talk.
I give them a simple refraction equation. Just if they want math to make it work. But dude, this shit doesn't start deviating for over 1,000 miles. The angles are almost spot on. It doesn't deviate by 1 full degree until 1,400 miles. So what could be happening over 1,400 miles, dude? Anything, man. Refraction, magnification. It doesn't have to be linear like on paper.
The trigonometry agrees perfectly with the globe and is contradicted by a flat Earth model.
No, it works in the center of a globe. Who's taking measurements?
No, it works for every point on the globe, Brian.
No, it does not.
Made that up. I don't know whether you did that intentionally.
Really?
It works perfectly.
As you talk through him, Rumpus, like this is what we're talking about.
Hold on, they're talking through each other. Everyone, they're talking through each other. Everyone, put your claws away.
Yeah, me and Rumpus. It's good. We're told to slow down right off the bat.
The point is, you just made a claim, Brian, that this relationship doesn't work on a globe, and it does work perfectly, and it agrees with reality for every position you can have on the globe. Matches reality.
Okay. Let me give you an example.
Even under
now,
the surface.
if I got 5 people spaced, if I got 5 people just in random positions, like a mile apart, and they're looking at the sun, okay? Don't they all look like they're looking in different directions? They don't look like they're looking at a common point, do they?
Well, they're talking about Polaris, which is a point source. So that's not quite the same.
See, he's going to brush right over it, guys. The point
is, we're talking about moving along.
You have to bring it down to the center of your Earth.
We're talking about moving along a line of longitude. So they're in a perfect line. So they're in a perfect line. So we're in a perfect line. We're talking about moving along a line of longitude, Brian. So they're not sort of spread out in strange directions. They're in a line, our observer here. We're talking about moving along a line of longitude in a straight line.
Well, my point is in your globe reality, the only point that they're all looking the same place is at the center of your globe. So when you say that, no, not in the center, that's horseshit, dude.
Hang on, let's finish this. Let's finish this point. And then we'll talk to you.
Gibberish, Brian.
Anyway, where am I? Sharing Excel?
You're showing the graph.
Yeah.
You're showing the graph.
Okay.
Then.
All right. So this graph, I'll change the color of that trend line. 1 sec. Color. All right. The red line.
Touch?
Can I go it?
You couldn't make it touch.
Who was asking questions about this before? Hold on 1 second. Who was asking questions about this graph before?
Gregory.
Yeah. Do you understand now, Gregory?
Not quite.
Do you feel like you understand?
Not quite yet. Is the blue line supposed to be the ground?
No.
Oh
No.
my God.
This is a graph. Do you know what a graph is?
Hold on. So is the y-axis the angle?
Yes.
And
Yes,
so Gregory, the points. So there's the points on the graph. So when the star is at 80 degrees or 81 or whatever it is for that first point on the left, the distance across the ground is like what is it? A little bit over 1,000, right? So these different points. These are different points, right? That show that when the star is at angle 80 or 72 or whatever, the distance across the ground is those different values, and it creates a curved relationship between the angle to the star and the distance across the ground.
Okay.
Yeah, that starts
Does that
taking
make
effect
sense?
after. It doesn't start taking effect till, like I said, one full degree, 1,400 miles away from the first measurement. So, like I'm just making a point
That's
that
just
anything.
rubbish, Ron. That's just rubbish.
Well, do the math, Rumpus, because at 23 degrees.
And it's
Well,
on there.
The maths. Hold on. The
How
maths already
is
on
what
screen.
I'm saying rubbish when all you got to do is put a flat baseline in a triangle calculator and see if it matches your circle. It misses by 1 full degree. It's pretty spot on the first few degrees. Then it just gradually starts getting a little bit off, but it doesn't. It's not one full degree off. The point is, it's not 1 full degree of deviance until 24 degrees. Actually, between 23 and 24 degrees, it's only 1 degree off.
Correct. This is
Gregory.
correct.
Yeah.
Gregory, do you understand the graph now?
Okay. Yeah.
Cool.
So
Okay.
what I want to say is, so how, with that being shown and with that being said, what is the connection between the curvature? The Earth is a ball. What is the connection between the premise and the premise?
Very good question. Yes. So the relationship between distance and angle, all right, every 1,000 kilometer or every 1,000 units or whatever I move, right, the angle change isn't constant. Right? It doesn't change. Like if I move 1,000, it doesn't move by 3 degrees every time. It changes by a different amount. All right, that's a non-linear relationship. Okay. In reality, however,
Where'd you get your distance from?
That's
hang
it.
on before we start talking to one another.
That's a big if, though, Ruhiv.
Just
demonstrating
relax.
a point.
Just relax. This is just doing geometry for a flat thing and looking up to another thing with an angle. That's it.
No one.
Right. No other factors. That's right. Just no other factors. Just the math that works locally on small scale that we can prove.
We'll get there, Brian. We'll get there.
Don't need your explanation, Brian. Not yet.
Yeah.
Carry on.
This is showing is that there is a non-linear relationship if I do trigonometry assuming the flat Earth. All right, so that's what we did in GeoGebra, which I'll should I go back to that? Yeah.
Assuming no atmosphere.
Yeah, we'll
get there, Brian.
Great, Brian.
We'll get there.
We'll get there. Just wait.
It's not sharing. Oh, there we go. Yeah, we're back.
There we go.
This is the
Should I
globe
go
model.
back to the?
You're showing the globe model at the moment.
Yeah, but I think I deleted the. I did too.
Oh,
hang on. Let's go back. Did that work? No, it didn't. Anyway. Yeah, let's go to navigation. Anyway. So on a flat Earth with the right angle triangle we did, and we did the trigonometry, we worked out there's a non-linear relationship. Okay. Now what I'm showing now demonstrates that there is a linear relationship between the distance over the ground and the angle we measure to a star. Okay, this is how celestial navigation works.
Right, remember, this distance we're talking about is the distance along the ground. It's not the distance to the star, it's the distance we're travelling along the ground.
So the height don't matter then to the star?
No, it doesn't.
In a globe, correct, yeah.
No, and nothing.
It
doesn't, because at 60 nautical miles per degree is empirical. But before we argue about the model,
on a globe when stars are very far away.
Hold on, man. Before we argue about the model, we know that in reality, bro. Okay,
yes, so we all agree on that, Brian.
Right there. So
no one's disputing
that. Way on a flat Earth, it's that way on a globe.
That's the one
it's that way
premise
on a
that
flat
we're
Earth.
agreed on. That's the only premise that we've got, Brian, is that Polaris changed by 1 degree per 60 nautical miles. We're all that's the only premise that we've got for this whole thing.
Now, what's that come out to on a flat plane? What's the height to Polaris? If over 69 miles or 60 nautical miles, what's the height to Polaris?
Yeah, it doesn't have a linear relationship. We just showed that it doesn't have a linear relationship.
Yeah, but let me just answer that for you. It's 39.59. Boy, what a coincidence.
Let's plug it in then. Let's plug that in.
Yeah, let's put that in. Yeah,
plug it in. Plug it in.
Yeah, we'll plug it in, Bron. We'll plug it in.
Here we go. Here we go.
Brilliant.
So the star is
39. Yeah.
59 miles. All right. How many miles to the equator then? Hold on. 25. So 12,500.
Oh, really? So you're going to assume nothing's happening and just go straight
he's
to the
putting
equator.
in your numbers. He's putting in your numbers, Bron. Stop complaining. He's got the distance.
Because I said 1 degree, bro.
He's got the height of Polaris.
Dude, why are y'all so dishonest, dude?
And he's now put in the distance, which is 12,500. Is it 12,500 miles?
Why are y'all so dishonest, dude?
What he's putting in.
I said 1 degree, bro. I asked you, what is it for over 1 degree? We know there's no refraction straight overhead.
Yeah,
we know there's no refraction straight overhead.
You asked for the height of the star, Brian, at 39.59, and he's put it in.
Hey, Blue.
No, I didn't.
No, not 12,000. You're talking about the distance from the pole to the equator?
Yeah.
I did not ask them that.
I know.
They're just doing their straw man, and I mean, it's unbelievable how dishonest they are.
Are you disputing, Brian, the distance from the pole to the equator that we?
You brushed right past my point. Okay.
No, we haven't.
I did not ask no distance to the equator.
I know you didn't. But we just want, Brian. We want to make this.
The only place we know there's no refraction is right overhead. Right?
Listen,
Brian, you told us what the distance of the star was. You said what the height is. We put that in.
Shush. Rumpus, shush. Brian, can you ask your question very specifically? What do you want Ruhif to do? Let him ask.
Very specifically is okay. Now, what is the height on a flat plane? What is the height to Polaris over 69.12 miles? Okay, with a 1 degree deviation, not to the equator, just one degree change. What's the distance?
So you're asking me what the height to Polaris is on a flat plane?
Yeah, what's that come out to with your trig, your geometry?
So if we have moved, are you asking, can I just clarify what you're asking? So if we have moved so that Polaris has changed 1 degree from the North Pole and we've moved across the ground,
right.
60 nautical miles. Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, that's being directly underneath it. And the reason I ask is because that's the only place we know that we're going to get no refraction is right underneath it and right next to underneath it. Now we'll have the discussion past that after you acknowledge the height to Polaris on a flat plane.
Brian, are you happy with the height that you've claimed, the 39.59 that Ruhif has put in this graph?
I'm not.
You happy
I'm
with
asking you.
You're not happy with that height.
No,
Tell
I'm
us
asking you what is it.
We want you to tell us what height you think Polaris is at, and Ruhif's going to put it in there, and then he's going to show you how it should behave for that scenario you've described. So what?
If you don't want to answer the question, I'll address it.
No, we're trying to model this, Brian, and you seem to have an idea about the height of Polaris, and we want you to tell us that so that we can put it in this graph.
No, I asked a question. If you don't want to answer it, fine.
But you don't want to answer that question.
What's the question, Brian? What's the question?
The question is, on a flat plane with a flat baseline, okay, if I move 69 miles from directly underneath it, and I get a 1 degree deviation, what's the opposite side? What's the height to Polaris? That's all I'm asking is what's that give you?
Yeah, 39.59.
Work that out.
Yeah, roughly 39.59. Yes.
Cool.
Why would it do that?
That's incredible.
Ain't that the radius of the Earth?
Yeah, we've been through this at least twice, Brian. What you're getting confused with is the small angle approximation and the triangle.
So
you know what the small angle approximation is?
So here's my question. Is it more likely that back in the day that there was a guy who you think a guy in freaking robes back Eratosthenes who could mark a measurement exactly at the same time 500 miles away and get an exact distance of 500 miles? Or is it more likely that a guy studying the stars, took a little trip and was measuring the stars and noticed that the star dropped 1 degree.
Brian,
and then
we've
did the math.
discussed this multiple times.
It'd kill him to let me finish, wouldn't it? It'd kill him to let me finish.
All right,
Tell us what's like the stars, Brian.
Say what you're going to say.
You guys got to let him finish.
Speak.
I'm going to moderate this.
You
guys got to let Brian finish. He's making a good point. Go ahead, Brian.
Yeah, I'm just saying, is it more likely that it'd be...
Oh, my God. Brian, fix your microphone. Fix the microphone.
You're roboting, Brian. You're roboting. Start again.
Kill him, dude. Bro, they can't even listen to
Hey,
this.
Brian,
shit.
breaking up,
Brian.
Roboting.
You
Just
started
again.
roboting. As soon as you started answering, you
All
started
right, my bad. I apologize for that. I apologize for that.
over because you roboted.
All right. The point is, I'll make a short version. Okay.
Please say it again.
No way could they have got that measurement worked out. The size of the globe averaging out over 500 miles at the same exact time. It's more likely, and this is my point. It's more likely that somebody studying the stars, okay, measuring them, traveled 69 miles and before he noticed a 1 degree drop, and he mathematically worked that out to 3959, doing trigonometry or Pythagorean theory, geometry, however you want to do it. It's a couple ways to do it, and then applied that to a model. That's how I would have done it.
Have you finished? Excellent. Good. We have discussed.
That's very good, pointing out the reverse engineering. I'd like to hear.
Yeah, what we want is Brian to tell us what height he thinks the star is, and then we can work from there.
So, well, okay,
Brian and I have discussed this multiple times, right? How many times have I mentioned to you what the small angle approximation is, Brian?
We can easily work this out though. Like, does everyone agree how far it is from the North Pole to the equator? This is going to be very easy.
That's not the point of contention. We need to get from Brian what height he thinks Polaris is.
No. Brian is moving 1 degree. Brian is moving 1 degree.
I know, Riff. I know he's doing all this stuff. But the point is, we want him to get the star height, and then we can work from there.
No. He's trying to explain.
I'll give you the star height. Just don't work like there's no other factors, okay? And we'll do the math with the other factors, okay? But I agree with Ruhiv. 3959. That's what it comes out to. That's what the math dictates.
Well, no, it doesn't, Brian. It doesn't dictate that, right?
Well, hold on. Let's just make sure that Brian has said.
Why did you answer 3959 then?
Because I know what you're doing, and I've explained your error multiple times in DMs. You're using the small angle approximation without realizing it.
There's no error in the fucking opposite side.
Okay. Drew, if he's happy, he's happy. If he thinks the star's at 3959, let's stick with that. Brian, are you happy?
No, let's not stick with that, Ruhiv.
Well, what height do you think the star is? Tell us what you think the height of the star is.
Until he agrees that on a flat triangle, that's the opposite side.
Yeah, he agrees. He agrees. Now tell us what the height of the star is.
Well, why is he trying to retract it, Rob?
He's not trying to retract anything. Tell us what height the star is in your model.
I agree with Ruhiv.
What? Are you agreeing it's 3959?
No, I'm not saying
an answer. Stop deflecting, Brian. Tell us the goddamn height you think Polaris is at.
Stop being so damn emotional, bro.
Yeah, but he's not being. He's being dishonest and deflecting. This is the behaviour I cannot stand. He will not. He doesn't want to say what the height of the star is.
I can't say nothing if you don't shut the fuck up.
Right, tell us the height of the star then, Brian.
Oh my god.
I'm not talking until you shut the fuck up.
Tell us the height of the star, you devious little wanker.
Dude, Ruhiv already said the fucking height. And until he agrees, hold on, shut the fuck up.
So do you agree with 3959?
Dude, shut the fuck up.
Do you agree, yes or no?
Dude,
stop deflecting. Stop deflecting. Look, this guy's deflecting.
Dude, he's had to clear the air every time I go to fucking talk.
Well, say yes or no then.
No, you shut the fuck up. I can't talk.
You see, you're deflecting again. You're finding an excuse not to give an answer.
He likes to shout.
Until he shuts up, I'm not going to answer. So if anybody else is muted,
odious little wanker. Odious little wanker. He will not answer the question.
Dude, I can't answer when you're fucking yapping.
Say yes or no then.
My point is this. My point is this. Shut the fuck up. Right there. My point is this, okay? And if Ruhiv agrees that on a flat triangle, not the star, I'll get to that. If he agrees that the opposite side height of 1 degree with a 69-mile baseline, if he agrees that the opposite side height of the opposite side is 3959, then I will agree that I think that is the true height to Polaris. If he agrees with that, then I'll agree with him. And I'll even go as far as saying, yeah, that's what I think the height to Polaris is.
I'm gonna agree with you if Ruhiv doesn't. I'm okay with that.
I know how you get that number, Brian. Okay, I understand how you get that number. It's not a number that I attribute to the height of Polaris on a flat Earth. Okay, the reason you get that number.
I didn't say you don't got to do that.
Okay.
Just as long as you agree with the math, the flat math.
Okay, I'm fine. I'm fine with accepting a height of 3959. If that's what you want, fine.
Yeah, stick with that, Riff. Don't ask him to explain himself. That's the height he's given you, and let's stick with that.
Yes, we have
I gave
a
that
height.
right off the bat too. And here's my point. Okay, now that's the only place with no refraction is right up under it or right next to it. Okay, so now, so 2 degrees. What's the? Let's say we double 69 miles. Okay.
Okay.
Now we keep doing that. We keep going further and further. How many miles away before that measurement is off by 1 full degree?
I don't know.
1,400 miles. You got to be 1,400 miles away for to stop working on a flat plane by 1 full degree.
Okay. How much refraction do you think is at 80 degrees elevation? It's not a degree.
Wouldn't take much.
That's a lot.
Over 1,400 miles, bro. Dude, over 1,400 miles. It's only 1 degree off. It's not. You can't at least agree though.
An elevation angle of 70 degrees will not have 3/4 of a degree of refraction.
No, my point is over 1,400 miles. That's like 2 days in a car, 2 weeks in a boat. Okay, you don't think that 1 degree, just 1 little degree after 1,400 miles is reasonable?
Well,
no, I don't.
What's the error? Can you work out the error between?
Yeah, it's on screen.
What's the difference?
0.78 of a degree. There's not 3/4 of a degree refraction for a 70 degree elevation angle.
So the point is they have their own model, their own version of flat Earth, dude, and it's unreasonable.
There's nothing unreasonable about this. We're just taking the flat Earth plane and then we're saying here's the height of the star. What's the angle to it? There's nothing unreasonable about this.
Dude, you have in your refraction over 20 miles, you have 1/7 of a fucking degree off. Okay, and for my model, 1,400 miles can't be off by 1 degree. That's fucking bullshit, dude.
Depends where you're looking.
Yeah, we're looking horizontally over 20 miles.
Exactly.
You're almost vertically.
Exactly. You get maximum refraction when looking horizontally, Brian. Brian, you get maximum refraction when looking horizontally. So we're looking at 70 degrees here. That means that refraction is effectively 0.
Bro, you're talking about 1,400 miles. I guarantee there's a...
the miles is irrelevant. It's the angle that matters.
How dare me talk?
Well, when you talk about distance, that's irrelevant. If you think you accept that the distance to the equator is whatever it is, 10,000 meters or something, 10,000 kilometers. So the fraction, it's the angle that's important. The distance is irrelevant. It only is a fraction of the distance to the equator is important.
Okay, I'd like to respond without you fucking butting in. Okay, now over 1,400 miles. Okay, you're going to be looking through way more air than 20 miles.
No,
I don't care what the angle is.
You're not.
Wow, dude. You don't know what's happening over 1,400 miles, and if you act like you do, you're fucking.
It's degree dependent, Brian, not distance dependent. And at 80 degrees, you're not looking at anything very much more at all. And what's more, it doesn't matter because on the Earth, if you use a globe model, all this stuff fits exactly.
No, it doesn't fit exactly. A 20-mile observation.
It does fit exactly on the globe. The relationship gives exactly the 69 nautical miles, 60 more nautical miles than 69 statute miles, and that's the result that we predict with the globe. That we get in reality, the two agree exactly over all positions.
Bro, regular observations don't agree with that. Yeah,
yes, they do.
Hold on, you might have explanations. Like you got this standard refraction that's mathematically
excluding
precise.
Refraction.
Okay, you might have but the reason you have all these corrections is because it's off. So don't say it works exactly. That's dishonest.
It's not off, Brian. You're making that up. It agrees exactly.
We can't have 1 degree of refraction over 1,400 miles. It's such horseshit. I don't even know if I want to still talk.
We can't. How much atmosphere like this? You're thinking that 20 miles horizontally, right, is less atmosphere than looking 1,400 miles vertically. I'm telling you, 20 miles horizontally is more than 1,400 miles vertically in refraction terms.
So what?
Say again?
Y'all just refuse that the stars are moving at this point? Is that what's going on?
Oh my God.
Jesus, just mute yourself, Electric.
I mean, what's the point here, guys?
Oh my God. The point is that as you move north and south by 60 nautical miles, the angle to Polaris changes by 1 degree. That's the whole point that we've been discussing for the last half an hour that you seem to have missed.
Is not moving?
Correct. Over that time, if you do it, everybody agrees with this because we know that it doesn't move.
Oh, that's interesting. Polaris doesn't move, guys? Is that...
What does that
in effect, it does not move for the period of an observation, going north to south over the period. You need to see Polaris moving. You need to be talking about centuries.
With the Earth rotating and wobbling, and we don't observe Polaris moving.
Correct, and Polaris is at the North Pole, just about. It's within 0.5 degrees of the North Pole.
And do you even hear what you're saying now?
I am hearing what I'm saying, and I'm telling you that the Polaris is within 0.5 degrees. Is 0.5 degrees.
If someone interrupts with bullshit, I'm just going to mute you, Electric.
Yeah.
I'm talking about your model, dude.
So the upshot is that Polaris is not moving, and this is an established fact. No one with any sense claims otherwise, unless you're talking about centuries. Polaris is not moving, and because it's at the center, the Earth rotating has no difference. The whole point. That's why Polaris is special. It's on the axis, in effect, within 0.5 degrees of the axis. Therefore, as you rotate...
Let's just say that this graph is at a single point in time, right? Single point in time.
I don't agree with y'all's globe model or y'all's flat Earth model. I'm just telling you.
Okay.
But I don't know why y'all won't discuss, and be honest and say, yeah, that's probably how they got the radius, because
it's not, Brian.
Because after a long distance, okay, let me tell you another thing. After a long distance, and it started deviating a little bit, and they needed an explanation, okay? But if it's a linear,
you made that up, Ron. You just made that up,
dude. Let me fucking talk.
You just made something up, didn't you?
I'm giving my opinion. Can I give my opinion, you asshole?
Already.
Give us a citation, right? Give us a citation.
I have no citation, bro. I'm giving you.
There you go. So you're just making it up.
Rumpus is still interrupting.
Listen now. My opinion, if it started deviating,
completely interrupting him.
Yeah, thank you, man. Every time I go to talk, I'm saying this is what I think. Is what I think is if me myself I measured a 1 degree difference over 69 miles, that's a long way to verify. That's a long way pulling chains, okay? But it's possible. Now, as you start getting further and further, it's off by 1 full degree over 1,400 miles. To me, that's a real long way to try and prove. But I believe that's even been done, okay? So now if I'm making a model and I see that it's linear, but as I get further, that it doesn't match up with linear, okay, there could be a few explanations besides refraction, okay? But I'm gonna go ahead and map it like the way I measure it, okay? Whether it's flat and I haven't detected any curve yet, I'm gonna map it. So I'm gonna move the measurement down to the center. That way I can keep it linear because it's going to be possible to model and way easier to model. Not saying that's how they did it, but that's more than likely how they got the radius of the Earth was from a flat plane measurement. That's just my opinion.
Okay. We've been through this multiple times, Brian. The way you got 3959 miles for the height is because you applied what's called the small angle approximation without really knowing it. Should we walk through that again?
Bro, you can use the Pythagorean theorem, or you could use opposite over adjacent. The answer is 3959, bro. I don't care about your bullshit.
Angle, no,
I've got an important point to make.
There you go.
I've got an important point to make. At the top of the Earth, where you're talking about this area is very small, the Earth is very flat at the top. Near the equator, the difference would be much more between the flat Earth model and the spherical model. You're just, as you know, the top of the Earth, the top of a football or basketball, going left to right at the top is very similar to being on a plane. That's why the error is small at the top. Because remember, Polaris is above the axis. As you go nearer and nearer to the equator, the error between the flat Earth model and the globe model becomes bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger, until ultimately at the equator, the angle to Polaris is 90 degrees, and on the flat Earth model, I think it was something like 25 degrees. The error is absolutely massive. So your claims about small error is just irrelevant because the area at the
Dude,
equator is
it's not
huge.
that massive when you talk about the distance. It's smaller than it is at 45 degrees when you apply that much distance. Or
No.
it's about the same, really, about the same. But here's the thing. Here's my point. My point is if trig worked in reality, like y'all claim, like I could see a cloud. Oh my God. I'm talking about over long distances, Rumpus. Let me finish. Okay, we would see a lightning strike. A lightning clouds get up to like 8 miles. Okay, it's like a little over 8. But if we just say like 6 miles, okay, and I should be able to see a lightning strike on the horizon from a couple 100 miles away, bro. But we don't see that, dude. We only see lightning strikes up to about 40 or 50 miles tops, bro. The trig don't work on lightning clouds and shit like that.
Can you believe what he's saying? So let me get this right, Brian.
idea.
You're now claiming that trigonometry only works over short distances. Is that correct?
I'm saying the further you get, the more off it's going to be due to atmosphere.
You said no. Yeah, right. So trigonometry. Okay, so you're saying trigonometry works, but then due to refraction or some other effect, it then introduces other errors. Is that your point? But trigonometry
I'm not
works.
just making it up. Yeah, there's got to be a reason.
Well, whatever phenomenon you were describing is complete bollocks. You're just making stuff.
And I'll give
up
another example. Airplane. If you catch on a clear day, it doesn't happen every day, but on a real clear day with hardly no clouds, you look in the distance at an airplane when it first becomes visible, you won't see the plane, but you'll see the smoke cloud it's leaving first, and it's going straight up. It looks like it's coming from a little bit above the horizon going straight up. I used to think it was space shuttles my entire life because I live about 100 miles north, or about 70 miles north of where they launch. I used to think it was space shuttles every now and then. And I was like, damn, I missed another space shuttle. I'd sit there and watch it like a space shuttle because it was going straight up in the air. But it wasn't. It's an airplane coming right at me. Are you saying over that little distance that it should look like it's going straight up? I mean, it's perspective, man.
No, you don't understand. Anyway, perspective is another issue completely. We're talking about things that are measured angles here, so perspective is irrelevant. We're talking what Ruhif is describing as the angle that you would measure if you had an instrument like a theodolite to measure the angle relative to the horizontal, and that matches exactly what the trigonometry that Ruhif is showing on a globe Earth. It does not match what a flat Earth does.
Okay, then I got another question. If a lightning strike or a lightning cloud is 8 miles high, okay, and I'm looking at it, let's just say a few degrees, 3 degrees above the horizon, just above. How far away is that lightning strike on a flat Earth, and how far is it on a globe?
Well, Ruhif could actually do it, and this, if he go into another document, he could actually.
Yeah, do you got time to do that, Ruhif?
After we finish this, maybe.
Yeah, you're deflecting a bit, Brian. Yeah, we haven't quite finished. We haven't quite finished the graph. Now you've got an actual height of Polaris. You can now come up with some real numbers and then get the difference between that and the globe.
What wasn't real about 1 degree and 69 miles and doing the trig or the geometry? What's unreal about that? There's nothing fake.
No, we agree on that,
Brian.
We agree on that.
Math,
we
right?
all agree that the angle to Polaris changes by 1 degree every 69 every 69 statute miles. That's not in dispute. Why do you keep suggesting it is?
Well, you just said it wasn't real. I'm not saying that's the height of Polaris, but the math is real, right? Ain't the math real?
The math works. The math works.
I don't know what you're talking about, Brian. The maths agrees with the globe model exactly. The observation, the real world, agrees exactly with the globe model.
I was just responding because you said what I claimed wasn't real, or you said the measurements the measurements weren't real. I'm like, dude, I'm using actual, I'm using actual angles.
We must have got confused, Brian. There must have been some communication error because I don't understand. I didn't say that.
Anyway, back to the graph. Now let's go back to 45 degrees. Sorry. So with a star height that Brian has given us, 3959 miles, right? We've stuck ourselves at 45 degrees latitude, right, which is 3,109 miles from the North Pole. If the star is at 3959, then the angle should be 51.854. That should be our elevation angle. All right, if we move 1 degree, if we move one more, if we move 169 miles, move another 69 miles, the angle in reality does change by 1 degree. But on the flat Earth, we don't go 1 degree. It goes from 51.8 to 51.2.
Not on my flat Earth. Okay, you said just 3,100 miles. So just 3,100 miles, no big deal. Just a fucking lifetime of travel. Just
we're going from 3,100
just
miles to
5 days in a car
3,178.
driving 12 hours a day. So
No. Right.
If you act like it's unreasonable that refraction could happen over that distance, man, you're talking extreme distances, bro. You got to be reasonable, man.
You've given us a height to the star, 3959. I'm at 45 degrees latitude, which is 3,109 miles from the North Pole. I'm just going to go 69 more miles.
Well, you got to apply my refraction equation if you're gonna do the math right. It's 90 minus A over A.
What you're saying is there is 0.4 degrees of refraction if you travel 69 miles.
No, I'm saying it's a ratio. It compounds over distance. Okay, just like Earth curve. It's 90 minus A over A times. Listen, it's 90 minus A over A times D times point A. So you apply that. That's going to give you a refracted amount. You subtract that from the triangulated distance on the flat plane, and that'll be your actual distance.
Yeah, and it gets really, really inaccurate when you're away from.
No, it doesn't get that inaccurate. No, it's spot on until you get where it's even inaccurate. Hold on. It's up to 25 degrees. They don't even use sextants under 30 degrees. My shit's at least better than that.
Of course they do, Brian.
Well, that's what I hear. Sextants is sick.
Maybe you heard wrong.
It's 15 degrees, I thought, was the...
This is a seasoned veteran guy said that you can do it, but it's not going to be accurate. You can't prove,
Brian?
The seasoned veteran, man, this captain said that, anything less than 30 degrees, because the stars literally slow down. I mean, I don't know why y'all are denying this. But he said anything under 30 degrees, they
slow down when they get closer to the horizon.
He said,
stop saying we deny things that we don't deny, Brian.
Well, he said the closer you get to the ground past 30 degrees,
the question is the angle, Brian. We accept that stars slow down. The question is what angle does it happen? Well, I believe it's 15 degrees. Bruce says 10. I'm 10 to 15. 10 to 15.
Would you agree on a flat plane? That's what we'd see. We'd see the stars appear to slow down, right?
Well,
as far as setting, right? That's what we'd see on a flat plane, right?
Let's even forget about this. Go with your 30 degrees, Brian. You live 4,100 miles from the North Pole, believe it or not. You're 4,100 miles from the North Pole in Jacksonville, Florida.
There you go.
That's an angle. Yeah.
Can I ask you a question, Brian?
That's an angle of 43.7 degrees. Yep. That's what a sextant would read.
Ruth's showing it now.
Problem is, Brian, your latitude is 30 degrees. You're off by 14 degrees.
Yeah.
Do you think there's 14 degrees of refraction, Brian?
Massive error. Absolutely massive.
14 almost 14 degrees.
And I think on the equator it goes up. The equator it goes up to 26 degrees. The error. So it's 14 insane. Where he is.
Why do I even bother trying to talk, dude? Like anything I go to say is just the rumpus show.
Hold on, Brian. Just answer the question. There's a 14-degree error at your latitude. How do you explain that?
That's wrong.
Refraction.
That's wrong, dude. No,
we've got it on screen. The angle that it gives was 43.3.
He's doing it upside down, man. Wait, let me check it.
My God.
This is the pure geometry. How do you explain the 14-degree error?
Wait a minute. I'm 4,000 miles away, right?
Yep.
4,100, yes.
How long would it take you to get 4,000 miles?
Oh, how long does a snail take to get there? How long does it take to walk? It's irrelevant how long it takes. It's the angle that matters, Brian. Stop bringing in all this speedboat crap.
That's just a walk in the park, bro. You're talking about thousands of miles.
And you're 14 degrees in error at your latitude. How do you explain it? Stop deflecting. Answer the goddamn question.
It's simple, dude. My equation. My equation is a.
So in other words, your equation is the right result,
Rumpus,
and then you're going to separate it.
You ask me a question, and then you fucking start blabbering through me like a bitch.
Let him explain it.
Yeah, no, explain the cause.
This refraction equation is a ratio of refraction over distance. It's very little at first. When you're directly under the star, it's practically non-existent. Okay, it compounds over distance. Okay, and here's the thing. It compounds over distance, and over 4,000 miles, it doesn't take much to change the angles to shit. That's across the entire world. That's literally thousands of miles. So
I have
it's a simple
any
equation.
backing
It's,
to this,
it's
Brian?
just a ratio. That's my point.
Yeah, any backing to it.
When you're ready, Brian, I've got a couple of questions for you.
A quick one for Ruhif. Ruhif, if you could show this thing for naught to the from the pole to the equator and show what the graph is, and then put it against the real one, then what Brian is then going to say is the gap between the two is going to be his equation.
Yeah,
but if you could
he's
show
literally
the two,
just accounted for the error with a random equation with no backing whatsoever.
Exactly. He's just simply subtracted the
That's
error
okay.
he's got.
No, there's no way. Why do I need
that's my
backing?
equation.
Why would I need backing? It's literal measurements, bro. In other words, you triangulate it on a flat plane, you take that triangulated distance, and you apply the ratio, bro. 7/6R when you're talking 7/6R, that's arbitrary bullshit. You just
No,
made
it's
that
not
up.
arbitrary, Brian.
You're not
It's
saying
not
what
arbitrary.
light does, bro. You're not changing what light
Brian,
does. You're changing the
hold on.
size of your globe, bro.
Hear the words that I'm saying, Brian. 7/6R is not arbitrary.
Bro,
Not
7/6R.
arbitrary. It comes. I'm speaking, Brian.
All you're doing
I'm
is
speaking,
changing
Brian.
the size
I'm
of your
speaking,
globe.
Brian. I'm speaking,
Okay,
Brian.
go
I'm
ahead,
speaking,
go ahead.
Brian. 7/6R is not arbitrary. It comes from direct measurements of the atmosphere. The end.
What kind of refraction is that? That's mathematically precise. Here's my point. 7/6R is not changing the light.
Okay.
It's changing the size of your globe, bro. You're
Right, do you
changing literally the
understand
rate.
why we do that, Brian?
Hold on. Brian, what causes refraction?
Change in mediums. Snell's law. That's why I want to hear them apply. I want to hear them apply 7/6R and show me in Snell's law what type of refraction it is.
Hold on. Let me ask.
Can you plot that out? Can you plot that graph out so we can actually see what that height you've got there actually gives us?
So Brian, you've said that Snell's law causes refraction. So that is the light changing speed as it changes.
Change in medium.
Different density, right?
Yeah,
cool.
A change.
Cool.
Change in medium. Different density.
So, is there air that we look through changing density all the time, or is it pretty constant?
I mean, it's air. I don't think there's much of a change, but it's possible there's a small change, but it's air.
Cool.
Air
So
between you and
I
you.
would say, I personally would say that it's changing all the time. Like there's winds, there's weather systems. It's pretty dynamic. It stays around an average, but it fluctuates, right?
Sure, there's turbidity. Yeah, there's turbidity. I agree.
Yeah. So where I'm going with this is that 7/6R is an average. It's not the amount of refraction all the time. It varies day to day. So if what you're saying, and please tell me if I'm not representing this correctly, but the way I've interpreted what you've said is that the amount of refraction that we get as we move across the ground changes the position of the star so that it looks like, as we move across the surface, that we're on a globe, because the globe geometry works pretty well. And, you're saying it's like that all the time.
Yeah, pretty much. You walk outside and you look like you're in a little sphere. I mean, would everybody agree? Whether if you walk outside right now, it looks like the whole world's a small sphere.
Yeah.
Can we all at least agree to that?
Cool. All right. No, that's what I was just trying to get the bottom of. So the amount of refraction that happens in the air is just the perfect amount that it looks like we're on a globe of the size that the globe says it is.
No. No, we don't look like we're on a globe, bro. It looks like we're on a small sphere. Look, that's dishonest. If everybody walks outside tomorrow in the daylight, unless you're in daylight now, you look like
I'm not trying to be dishonest.
Hold on, man. It looks like we're living in a small sphere. Okay, it looks like the roof is curving down to the horizon. It looks like we're all in our little small sphere. That's what we see. That's just being honest. Okay, my refraction's based on a humidity gradient that gradiates down to nothing at about a little above the clouds, a certain height, and it's thickest here at the ground. Okay, that's the medium change. Is in air or humidity, water vapor is less dense than air, and it's a different medium. And so right above the ground where you have the most humidity, you're gonna have light bending upwards. You're gonna have light refracting upwards, making shit in the distance look lower. We don't look like we are on a sphere, so it ain't to match a sphere. What we see in reality is a little small sphere around all of us, if we're being honest.
Well,
right,
what we do see, so the angles to the stars as we move across the ground actually aligns very closely with us being on a sphere. So the way I'm interpreting what you're saying is that the amount of refraction makes it look like we're on a sphere.
The clouds locally do the same thing. So that's just what we see.
Now, Brian, you said we made the globe Earth bigger.
That's what we all see. You know, I don't know.
Brian, you said a minute ago 7/6R. We just make the globe bigger. Do you understand why we do that?
Yes, because you think that because mainly the Al-Biruni. I'll just go straight to the nuts. Al-Biruni test. I've seen the main surveyors. He went out there like 12 or 14 days, and he was consistently off. And even after applying 7/6R, which was an 18% correction to his regular measurements, and he wasn't down in the refraction zone. He was up like a few hundred meters. Okay, and he was still off, and he was still short. It still wasn't enough by a few percent. Even after applying 7/6R, it's a fix. It's nothing more than an error bar for your globe.
Incorrect. Now, would you like to understand why we do 7/6R?
Yeah, because this shit doesn't match.
No, that's not why we do it, Brian. That's not why we do it. Okay? Would you like to understand rather than just saying bullshit?
Ask him if he wants to hear it. Just say it.
Okay.
Whatever, man.
All right. Can you see my screen?
I can't see shit right now, but you can explain it. My phone's crashed.
Fuck.
Yeah, it's no point if you can't see it, Ruhif.
Let's go, cartoon boy. Let's see what you got.
In fact, I keep on forgetting this. Brian never can see anything you're demonstrating, so that's why he spends his entire life.
That's horseshit, dude. I just broke my screen instead of your face because you wasn't here.
So, Brian, do you have a laptop or a computer with a screen on it? Because I was actually going to invite you. I was going to have S3 Montreal over for a hangout, and I was thinking you've made some claims about contradictions in the globe model. I was thinking of inviting you, but if you do not have a screen with which you can see diagrams like the one that Ruhif is showing now, there's no point in having you over into a hangout if you can't see what's being shown to you. So, do you have
2022 and y'all still know what the world is, dude?
Do you have a large computer screen or laptop with a screen, or do you only have
this cartoon right here?
Yeah, well, we'll get that when we.
Do you have a decent size?
Man, dude, after tonight, bro, I'm not interested in hanging out.
Okay, great. That's fine.
I need time to recover from this.
That's fine.
Fair enough.
You're not invited if you don't have a decent sized screen anyway.
Okay. Anyway, on screen, I have modeled the Earth, which is the blue circle, and you'll see it has a radius of 6,371. Like if you see the axes, the x-axis. All right. The green line is the curvature of the light ray. Light doesn't bend very much, okay? And if you want to express that, you can see here where I'm pointing now, the light radius. That radius of curvature for light, 45,500 kilometers.
How does light bend, bro? I got to stop you. How's light bend? You're saying light bends, bro? Literally?
Through the density gradient, it hits more particles below it than it does above. And if you think about the marching band into quicksand analogy. Have you seen that one?
You discussed this 5 minutes ago with Jim Baruni. He explained it to you about the change in density.
Why would I just told you the measurements for your Al-Biruni test and how it still wasn't enough?
Well, hold on. I didn't understand how do you know what Al-Biruni did? There's a suggestion that he did or didn't know about refraction. Somehow you know. Hold on. How do you know what corrections that he made? Because it's not documented.
No, I'm saying that main surveyor said my Al-Biruni test. Okay, that was the headline to his fucking surveys. Was his Al-Biruni test.
You do know that we've got lots and lots.
You do know we can do shit nowadays. We're not dependent on the bullshit.
And we have millions of ways of working out the radius of the Earth.
It still don't work, Rumpus, today. Why doesn't it work today, Rumpus?
We do not rely on an Al-Biruni method. That is
correct. Al-Biruni's method is shit, by the way.
Yeah, it's not good because
why doesn't it line up with reality, Rumpus?
Because of refraction.
Well, you talk about models, all this model bullshit, and then
you have to allow
we go
refraction.
To do a test. A surveyor on your own team, fucking,
you have to allow for refraction.
You guys need to calm down, both of you.
So, for instance,
you're going to have an aneurysm.
The Aristophanes test, for instance, the Aristophanes thing, for instance, is a much better way of working out the radiuses. We've got a million ways of working out the radiuses. We do not rely on Al-Biruni to work out the value of the radius, which you said about half an hour ago. We do not.
I'm good with your radius, but know that it's just a model. It's a fucking projection.
Okay. Anyway, Brian.
And that radius
we don't live on a sphere,
angle,
bro. We don't live on a ball.
Yes, we do. And the angle to Polaris proves this.
You don't know what we live on because nobody knows what the whole world is, bro.
Yes, we do. We've got pictures. We've got video, we've got pictures, and we've got an angle to Polaris that varies in exactly the way that defines the radius that we believe it to be. And we've got a million other ways of measuring it. We've got a million ways of doing it, Brian. We've got a million ways of working out the radius of the Earth, of which this angle to Polaris is a good one.
You have a belief, bro. Be honest and admit it. You didn't
have to believe this.
All right, guys.
Brian, do you believe your name is Brian? Brian, do you believe your name is Brian?
Can we do this? Can we actually do this? Let's do it. Come on.
Here's Rob.
I was interested in what Ruth was saying.
Off these Globers, bro.
Can we actually do this?
Compare me knowing my name to pictures from space and his beliefs.
Brian, would you like to understand?
Finish, man?
Yeah, let's understand why we use a larger radius. Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
So to model it, we use the Earth with an actual radius of 6,371. Right, that's the accepted radius. And we have this green circle, which is how we model the light ray curving. And it has a much larger radius. All right, here I've got 45,000 kilometers. We'll get to where that comes from shortly. Okay, but the way we model it is with the big green line curving a little bit and the Earth having a radius of 6,371. All right, doing geometry with two curves is difficult. Okay, it's a bit tricky to do it. What would be easier is if we could do geometry with one straight line and one circle. Okay? To do that, all right, what we're going to do is we're going to make the light ray straight, but we have to keep the relative curvature between those two curves the same, between the two circles the same. Okay? So as I flatten out this light ray, I'm going to have to make the Earth bigger to compensate, right? And all this is a geometric transformation, okay? So with this slider down here, I'm going to flatten out that light ray, but I'm going to keep the relative curvature between the circles the same.
Yeah, right? But why are you applying your radius to light? I don't get it. Why should the radius have anything to do with light, bro? It's a reach at best. Well, but it's a model. It's a model. I'm good with the model, bro. Okay. It's nothing more than a model. How Jeremy go to Jeremy respond.
The light bends with a radius. That's why it's being shown with a radius. It bends like
light. Don't care about your fucking belief in a radius, Rumpus.
No. Listen, Brian. The light curves. The light curves and
light
has
does
a
not
radius.
Curve, dude. Stop saying light fucking bends and curves.
God.
It changes directions, bro. It doesn't fucking curve.
Jesus Christ.
Brian.
All right, let's address that. Ruhiv, why don't you just finish your thing? Because I'm sharing your thing on the live stream. So why don't you just finish it and then I'll go back, unless you have more to share. But just finish your thing.
Yeah, okay. So I'm going to start flattening out this light ray to make it straight. Right, but I have to keep the relative curvature between the two circles the same so that the geometry still works. All right, so if I flatten out this light ray, I also have to expand the Earth as well. Okay, so now instead of doing geometry with two circles, which is difficult and annoying, I've now got a circle which is bigger, but I've got a straight light ray. Right, so I've got a straight tangent to the horizon, which is much easier geometry to do than with two circles. Okay, so it's simply a geometrical transformation. That's all it is.
Yeah, just a small little 18% correction. I get it.
Yeah,
Did you not follow, Brian? Did you not follow?
Right, this is useful.
Yeah, just a tiny little 18%.
I just want to reiterate why we're doing
you
this.
You applying your radius to the light.
Yeah. And the reason we're doing this, Brian,
in other words, the light is mathematically precise. It bends with mathematical precision. So the water in front of the freaking shut up, Rumpus.
Well, hold on, you interrupted me. I was answering, Ruth, and you interrupted me.
He asked me a question.
No, he didn't. No, right. The point is, I was saying the reason we do this, and you may be thinking it's a bit odd when we're changing the size of the Earth, but if you want to know the relative position, for instance, if you say 3 squares along there, how high is the light ray above the Earth? You can now do that very easily and visually on this diagram to work out where where the light is. With the other diagram, you'd have to work out the distance and then say, oh God, if I want to find out where the light ray is directly above my head, you've got a lot of calculating to do. With this map, this diagram here, you can very easily see that if you are 3 squares along, how much the light ray is going over your head. And that's why this diagram is very useful. That's why we do.
Good. I'm good with the model, bro, but I'm telling you that.
So you understand why 7
please
over
let me
6
respond
R is
without y'all
not...
interrupting, please. Can I please respond?
Now,
my point is this. Here's my point. My point is that the water the water that's supposed to be blocking the oil rig, okay, and then the water behind it, okay. If it was the way light refracts just over that distance, okay, then the water and the oil rig would move up and down a little bit. Now I know Skunk Bay, we see a little bit of deviation, but for the most part, things move up and down. The light don't care what your belief in a radius is, dude. And here's the reason they come up with 7/6 is because your model doesn't match reality, and that puts it a little
that is incorrect, Brian. Incorrect.
Why is it standard, Ruif? Why is it standard?
I will show you that in a minute, okay? But do you understand that we're not physically making the Earth bigger? Do you understand that? Do you understand that it's a geometrical transformation to make the... I haven't finished yet. No, we're not. It's a geometrical transformation to make the geometry easier. Do you understand?
Fucking long to make their damn point, bro. What are you guys doing?
Because you guys are fucking retards. That's why.
There's consequences to your claims, bro. And by you saying 7/6, effectively makes your Earth bigger.
Brian. It means you did not follow that. You did not understand what I just did.
Bro. I did follow that, but do you know what 7/6 is? It ain't got nothing to do with light.
What it is.
You just showed it. So you're literally applying Earth's geometry to light.
Right. Electric just asked, why do I have to do this so slowly? It's because you don't get it, Brian. It's not making the Earth physically bigger.
Okay,
it is a geometrical transformation.
If you want to sit here and lie, through your fucking teeth, now look at the main. Hold on. Look at the main surveyor's results before he applied 7/6R, and they were fucking over 18% off. But after he applied 7/6R, he flattened the Earth out a little bit. So if you want to lie through your fucking teeth like a piece of shit, go ahead, bro.
Refraction is real, Brian. It's a real world effect. You have to allow for it. That's why surveyors have to allow for it. So you're quite why you're amazed he's allowing for it. It amazes me.
No, your model doesn't match reality without that. Then
that's what you don't
your model doesn't match reality without the corrections, right?
The model doesn't allow for reality except for where we include the bit that's in reality that we know about. What are you talking about?
No, you don't know. You're seeing shit, you're measuring shit, okay? But you're measuring everything but curve and applying all this shit saying you know for a fact this is what it is. That's not honest.
No, the model just includes refraction. It is honest. It's not lying.
Yeah, so in other words, your model doesn't match what we see. We have to apply corrections.
Yes, it does match what we see.
The main surveyor.
See it. That's why you need your cartoon.
We can't ignore refraction, Brian. It's a real-world effect. And you claimed earlier... Hold on, Brian. You claimed earlier that light does not bend. And the fact that you said that is a desperate state of affairs. Because you don't want to allow the real-world refraction to be included, you're trying to dismiss it by saying light doesn't bend, which is so obviously stupid.
He literally just did a graph.
If you say things like that, then you're just dismissed.
He literally just did a demonstration applying of how he straightens out the damn light and changes the size of the Earth, basically.
Only so you can work out the relative position, Brian. I explained it.
He did. If you want to contrast, that's exactly what he said.
Brian, do you remember what I said? Why you do that?
Half of what he said.
It's so you can work out the relative positions easily.
Dude, how come the main surveyor's shit would have matched a ball with a radius 18% bigger than the Earth?
Because of refraction, Brian.
In other words, our observations on standard form match a bigger ball, right?
Yes, because of refraction. Oh my God, how many times do you have to say
what we see, you could say because of whatever, but what you all claim the Earth is ain't what we see, and it still comes up short even after
you know about refraction. What you're saying,
like I said, refraction doesn't work like that, bro. We look at Skunk Bay,
it does, and you're denying that. You denied refraction happened at all, Brian. You claimed that there was no bending of light, and if you say things like that, we can dismiss everything you say.
It changes angles. It doesn't bend.
Right, but what's more? But when we look at
what do you think a bend is?
when we look at Polaris, there is much less refraction. All this refraction we're talking about at the moment is caused when you're looking horizontally low to the ground. If you're looking at Polaris, when the angles you're dealing with are sort of 30 degrees or more, the refraction can be ignored. So that's why the Al-Biruni technique is not a good way of measuring it, whereas the Eratosthenes technique is a good way to measure it, and the Polaris technique is a good way to measure it. And surveyors have to allow for refraction. They do, and they get it right.
Right, they have to because it's a model. Like I said, I'm okay with the model, but you're trying to act like you know all this shit in real life, bro. You've made it work, okay? If it was more than that, you just say 4/3
You're
or
a refraction
something.
denier.
You even said we'd see our own ass.
You
to a
said
telescope,
light
bro.
doesn't bend. I mean, if you're going to say
said
things like that, we can
changes angles, bro. You saying it bends is horse shit, bro. It changes angles.
Right, so there you are. So, Brian, we believe light bends, and therefore you have to allow for it. You say light doesn't bend, and therefore we can ignore everything you say.
What way is light bending in the arm and the crane? The crane and the black swan. What way is the light bending in that crane?
Brian.
The crane that's warping a little bit? Which way is light bending, Rumpus? Shut the fuck up. Quit calling my name like a bitch, dude. We ain't having sex.
You're just ranting. Brian, when you say light changes angles,
dude, you're screaming my name like we're having sex, dude. You're not my bitch. Okay, now what's the light in the fucking Doom Tower? What's that bending, Rumpus?
What does that mean?
Just tell me which way it's bending.
Right, the light in the Black Swan situation is
the tower
actually
crane. No, just the tower crane.
Just the tower crane. Well, it can vary.
Which way is it bending?
Well, I think it's still it's non-linear, but it's actually
you don't know. Shut the fuck up. You don't know. You fucking lying sack of shit.
I could go and measure. I can go and measure it. I could go and determine it if you were to give me enough time.
I gotta go, y'all. I'm out.
All right, see you, Brian.
This is the refraction denier. Goes off. Yeah, idiot. I didn't realise he denied refraction. Jesus.
He's quite happy to appeal refraction.
That resort to insults once he leaves. Yeah, y'all are.
It varies. It varies. One moment he's saying light bends, the next moment he isn't. It's just amazing.
No, he's quite happy to account for 14 degrees of refraction, though, isn't he?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, when he wants to include it in his model, yeah, he's absolutely fine to shove it. And then he says light doesn't curve, and then he says it does.
Honestly, y'all wasted like
they were talking about him. They were talking about him the whole time.
Things in 5 minutes, you let him talk. I feel like Brian.
Okay, they were talking about. Honestly, they were talking about him the whole time. They didn't wait for him to leave to talk about him. First of all, second of all,
Brian made way better points than you guys. Sorry, y'all just.
No, he didn't. But you guys are talking over each other so much. It's hard for anybody else to ask a question or make a point or something. But I was going to ask Ruhif. It's almost pointless now, but he was never looking at the pictures. But I was wondering, because I was trying to pay attention. But could you just briefly, verbally, say again how when you have those two curves, how you make that transformation, like how that transformation is made? Yeah.
The actual maths of it, like the maths is on the geometry there on the left, which you can probably see. But this where I go curvature sum here. So the reciprocal of the Earth radius. So the reciprocal of the radius is called the curvature of a circle. So you're basically keeping the difference in the curvatures at a constant. Okay. So if I straighten out, if I straighten out the light ray, that curvature sum stays constant. All right.
I see.
Yeah. That's all it is keeping the relative curvature the same so that the geometry still works.
Okay, and that's is that only valid for a single point, or is that valid like does it keep its accuracy? Because it seems like you would lose accuracy.
I thought
doing that because
I haven't done a mathematical proof of doing like an observer and a horizon thing. I haven't done a mathematical proof. I probably should, but I have tested it for actual distances that we would look at and observer heights, and it matches exactly. So I actually think it is a perfectly accurate thing, like a perfect geometric thing. But it most certainly works for any observation that we're likely to look at. But I would like to.
Okay, and one last thing is, so then that, because I'm just trying to understand everything. So that means that the 7/6R is basically that transformation where the result is the Earth is 7/6R bigger, and there's a straight line. The light's making a straight line path.
100% kosho. 100%. That's exactly what it is. Yeah. So we're not actually making the physical Earth bigger. We're just making the geometry easier. So we have a straight line to the horizon. We just do the geometry on a bigger sphere or bigger circle.
Oh, it's interesting. You need a straight line, huh? Well, isn't that just shocking?
Well, did you not listen to what I said 30 seconds ago? That doing geometry with two curves, is hard. We can make it easier by doing this transformation.
And as I said,
I've always had that problem.
Using this diagram, you can easily see how the distance above the surface of the Earth that light ray is traveling. You can just look on the graph and say, where it was, say 6,000, it's 1.5. That light ray is 1.5 blocks, or is it 2.5, 3,000 miles. You can then say that light ray is going to pass 3,000 miles above the surface of the Earth just by looking at this diagram. You could not do that with the other diagram. It's hard. Yeah, it's hard. Yeah, okay. It's hard.
So now do you understand, Geo? We're making geometry easier. That's all 7/6 REs. Do all the flat earthers understand why we do 7/6 R now? I'll take that as a yes, and we'll never say, "Oh, you just make up 7/6 R."
Yeah, this is a live stream panel. It's not a RUHIF students class. I mean, it's cool that you want to present something. You're free to present something, but to assume that everybody's your students and have to understand something would just be a delusion of your own.
Okay. Well, he'd just like to check whether you've understood what he said. That's a perfectly reasonable thing, and then needs to know whether or not he needs to carry on explaining until you do understand it. That's a perfectly reasonable question he asked.
Anyway, but I don't know if anyone requested that of him, but that's fine. He was doing a presentation. He wants to just. But
and then he wanted to check that the people he was making the presentation to understood what he said.
You still have to imagine the ball, you know? You're just imagining it now.
That's fine.
Yeah, but that's only for the purpose of getting making a correct prediction of what the atmosphere is supposed to be doing, or the light's supposed to be doing to the atmosphere.
You know, all this the next topic to help you imagine a ball better. It's kind of funny.
Right, that's the next topic. This light radius here, 45,507 kilometers, is not pulled out of my ass. Okay, if I post it in the chat, I'll post Cancun. Who loves Cancun?
Riffy, by the way, I think you've got to remember that Brian, in this particular case, did not have a working phone, so he couldn't see anything you were doing.
Yeah.
And of course, I think in general you have to accept that he's always on his phone and therefore can never ever see any diagram.
I strongly disagree. I think Rumpus and Ruhif didn't make a lot of sense over an hour. Brian came in, made a ton of sense, and y'all interrupted him a lot. But it's all good.
Yep. But you didn't understand. Yeah, Electric, you didn't understand a single thing that was said. You didn't understand the graph. You didn't understand the idea of linear.
Do you notice, Electric, that they're all...
You can't summarize your points, bro.
It's like this replay of indoctrination. Like, they're all so focused on what you understand, you know, instead of actually making a point.
Well, we did make a point, and we checked. It's a part of telling someone something to check whether they've understood it. If you don't check whether they've understood it, then you don't know whether you've got to develop an argument to make it clearer or whatever. It's a perfectly reasonable thing to do to see what the understanding of your audience is and then modify your presentation accordingly. Honestly, what the hell are you talking about?
Anyway, I posted a graph in the chat, and it's my favorite one. Can anyone see the graph? Maybe you can share the graph on Livestream as well, Gio.
What I was saying, it's fine to ask if someone understood what you were saying, but what I'm saying is that you guys are, the whole dynamic of what you're presenting is not like that you're just dropping truth and sharing knowledge. It's more like this hyper fixation on what we understand and whether we understand it, and oh, we're stupid if we don't get it, and oh, you're stupid, and do you understand? No. It's just this like indoctrination energy that is bizarre. Like, instead of just presenting what you want to, have a discussion, some people go back and forth. You guys seem to have this hyper focus on whether people understand and whether they're stupid. It seems like
I explained to you exactly why we do that. We want to check whether we've made a good case, and if people do understand it, we can say, yes, I've done my job now. Let's have a discussion. If people don't understand, then we have to explain it further. I mean, this is really basic, simple, pedagogical stuff, and you don't seem to understand it. It's incredible that you're making a pathetic argument. He wants to check whether you've understood what he said. There's nothing unreasonable about that.
And you know that's not what Gio's referring to.
Jesus Christ. To make a complaint about that is just absolutely amazing.
You're not listening to me, but you know full and well that that's not the nature of your presentation. It's not just, hey, this is just the facts. It's not that. It's this aggressive, hyper emphasis, damn near tyrannical enforcement of your doctrine.
Well, you didn't even understand what a graph
talking
is.
about.
You did not
You
even
just
understand what a
nailed it.
graph is. He has to fill in. Ruhif was having to fill
The way
in
Gregory
5
just
years.
worded that was poignant and on
Yeah, because he's a
point.
moron.
Yeah, I liked what he said right there.
5 years of missing education, Ruhif was trying to fill in for you because you didn't understand what a graph is. You're
Thing
not.
is, you
You're in
still
no
past the
position.
point because you know full and well what I just said to you.
You didn't understand what he said because
So now
you
you
don't.
want
You're
to
so
respond with a red
ignorant.
herring talking about my ignorance of the graph.
But you are.
Yeah,
How
I'm
can
the
he
first one to
continues
tell
doing
you.
it, and then he just
You still
continues
doing it.
now berating you for not
Like we just like
But you are ignorant.
internalizing fully
He
his
didn't
demands
understand
of
what a
what
graph was.
he has demanded that you learn on this here day of August in 2022.
Exactly.
You
If we're
defy
showing you a
me. My
graph
name is
and you
Rumpus.
don't
How
know what
dare
a
you
graph
defy my
is,
doctrine?
what have we got to do? We've got to teach
Just
you what
a
a graph
joke.
is. We're filling in the education you missed in your teenage
I think you need to
years.
learn how to not be a sociopath.
Yeah, no, shut
learn
the
how to
fuck
have
up.
a
You're being a condescending.
learn how to have
Dude,
a
you're being a
conversation
condescending
without
dick, dude.
forcing.
How
learn
can
how
I
to,
do?
learn how to have a conversation without forcing your demands of what other people understand
like
onto them.
like what a graph
Hold
is.
on,
Yes.
Rumpus, dude. I'm back. Look, just because we don't agree with something, don't mean we don't understand. He just said a graph.
No,
I
you
didn't need to
didn't
see it to hear
You
him say
didn't
straighten out the
understand.
line to make. Shut the god damn every time I go to talk, dude. That's why I yell because I got to talk over him, y'all.
All right, let's
You didn't understand what Ruhif
everyone
said.
stop yelling. Brian would like to speak. Please don't interrupt him. Go ahead.
Just real quick, man.
Address
it's a
your
model.
question
We
to someone,
understand it's a
Brian.
model, dude. Hats off to your model, bro. Salute. Hats off, man. I applaud your model. Okay, now, but try and act like this. Y'all know for sure this is real life because you've made a model work. You know, because obviously what we see and measure here at the ground doesn't match what we see in the sky by a certain amount. Yeah, maybe it is easier to straighten out the line. I get it. It's easier to straighten out the line so you could just do a smooth geometry with the 7/6R. It's just a way to fix that. Because what we see ain't matching reality. Yeah, there's reasons for that. There's reasons for that, but that's the reality. As when Main Surveyor did Alberoni's test, it didn't match your radius.
With refraction.
I know there's reasons in your model, but it didn't match.
Brian, we use the technique that Ruhif was just describing about allowing for standard refraction to work out the height of Everest from a distance of about 80 miles. So if you allow for refraction, we then ended up with a value of the height of Everest. Then hundreds of years after us using that procedure, allowing for refraction, we then measure it with GPS and find that the thing we did 150 years ago was almost exact. Because we allowed for these real-world effects of refraction.
Who's we, bro? You keep saying we. You didn't do none of this.
The Everest surveyors who measured the height of Everest had to do so from 80 miles. They had to allow for refraction to get the height.
They had to apply R
and
too,
then
bro.
the result they got matches exactly the results we get with GPS. So they did the right thing. They therefore showed that reality matches the refraction
GPS
model.
with R built right into it. Let me say this though. So over a distance. Okay, hold on a second, man. God dang it! I need a minute.
Anyway, I've got to go to bed. It's very late here. So
good night, Rumpus.
Yeah, night, Ruhif. Well, good job, Ruhif. Sorry to interrupt you occasionally.
Late at night before you go to bed. At that.
Rumpus is gone. All right.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to say. Sorry about that, man. I can calm down now. He's gone. I'll try and make it quick. So
address your questions to someone.
I like what you did, and I like your demonstration, bro. But we like physical demonstrations more than we like graphs. The graph's better than nothing. But when we show the lasers curving upward, like I showed 5 or 6 examples of lasers over distance from a partially side-on view, you could see the light bending or changing angles upward. Okay. Now, when y'all say that it's bending downward, well, that's not what we see in reality. And Sky3 has showed several examples, and we've even did it over short distance. What we see in reality is contradictory to what y'all are claiming. So we want demonstrations of real world shit, not just math that makes your model work. But that's better.
All of that can be addressed, right? If you stick around. Cool.
Anyway, what you say light's doing, it's just not doing, and I can show you.
Well, do you acknowledge that it curves in a density gradient?
I made the equation for it and visualized it, made the equation for it. Y'all don't accept it, but y'all accept no demonstrations at all. Why won't you even consider other possibilities? And then when we give you something, you say, that could never work. No way. You accept these wild explanations in your model. Not all of them. Some of them are reasonable, but some of them are a stretch. And
are you just venting right now?
Yeah, it sounds a bit. Yeah.
I talk as long as y'all
do you
listen.
understand?
No, well, Brian, you know why?
Good point. The difference between actual physical things in the world versus sitting behind a computer popping up models.
Right, we'll get there. Anyway, Brian, do you understand that we're not making...
The university graduates and their university education cannot be in vain, and they cannot all be alike, because you know that cuts to the heart if that's the case.
So we are just venting right now.
Anyway, Brian, do you understand that we're not physically...
right now is y'all are sitting behind a computer thinking that you're measuring, your surroundings.
We'll get there, Electric, right? We'll get there. We'll get there. Brian, do you understand that we're not physically making the Earth bigger to account for refraction? Do you understand it's just geometry?
Bro, that is a necessary consequence, though. You can't just make claims and not accept the consequences that come with it. Y'all are really good at that. That's a consequence of that formula.
We'll get there.
It is weird that you're trying to flatten something out to then prove your globe geometry. You're literally using
we'll get there, Geo. We'll get there.
Straight line, and your reason is, because it's just easier if we do it this way. Yeah, I wonder why.
Okay, we'll get there, Geo.
We saw this before. Remember, Geo, with Rumpus? He just won't follow the implications of his paradigm. Like, no, it's your paradigm.
He's literally using R.
It always
requires R 1/16 bigger.
It always requires planar geometry and straight lines.
Yeah,
which is crazy because the entire idea that the Earth is a globe is because the sphere is supposedly the easier thing, the most logical thing.
For fuck's sake. What we are trying to do in this geometry is make a prediction that incorporates refraction. That's why we are modeling it on a computer.
Instead of needing to respond every 5 seconds.
Well, you keep interrupting with irrelevant bullshit that I'm going to get to.
Think about what's being said to you. Like, I would like for you to hear something and not immediately respond like you have your thought ready, Does anything
because you
absorb
say the
into you?
same shit that you don't understand all the time.
Well, because if you don't have the same university curricular education as he does, then what you say has no value.
Doesn't matter. What is there not to understand? Are you fucking kidding me? 7/6 is applying directly. You're literally using your radius and applying 1 1/6 of it and saying it's not making it has nothing to do with the Earth being bigger. Yeah, but it's a direct consequence, bro. If you're using the radius of said Earth, making it 1 1/6 bigger.
Right,
I mean, that's not honest, bro. That's dishonest, bro.
Brian, do you understand we're not physically making the Earth bigger? That I can do it. I can do the math. Okay, so we're good with 7/6R, right? You're not going to tell anyone, that is making
bro. It is a consequence of 7/6R.
A geometric consequence.
In other words, hold on. If we were on a globe, that was 1 1/6 bigger, the light we wouldn't need to change the refraction. If there was no atmosphere and we were on a globe that was bigger radius by 7/6 by 18%, then we wouldn't have to. Then it would work perfect, right?
Yeah, if we had no atmosphere. Yeah.
All right, at least you're honest. So
okay.
in essence, it's making. I'm not saying that your globe is getting bigger because that's horseshit. Who would even say, I'm saying that's a consequence of your claim, bro. That's all.
Some flat earthers do say you're just making your Earth bigger. And I'm like, no, it's simply a geometrical transformation to make the geometry easier.
You're mathematically making it bigger, bro. You just said yes. So I'm good with
geometry, yes. Geometry, but not in reality. In reality, both things are curved. Or in our model, both things are curved, if you like that better.
So is it fair to say that what we see down here, what he's seen 300 meters above the ground, the horizon, and measured it and applied 7/6R. It still wasn't quite enough, but it was close. So it's fair to say that our observations here don't match our the celestial observations, which gave you the radius, right?
What do you mean don't match?
They're off by about 18. They're off literally by about 20%.
Right, assuming
in standard form.
Assuming no atmosphere. Of course,
due to atmosphere. I assume due to atmosphere in your model.
Yeah, incorporating refraction will get us closer to the predicted result. Of course it will. Because we have an atmosphere, right? And
I'm good with the model, man. I got no problem with the model, Bruce.
Good, okay. So we understand why 7/6R exists. Very good. Now, next question was where did I pull that number of 45,000 kilometers for the radius of the curvature, radius of the light ray? Where does that come from? Right, on screen is one of my. Do you like my graphs, Geo? Surely I've done this like 3 or 4 times now. Anyway, on screen is actual weather balloon data. So twice every day, all around the world, from most airports, they let weather balloons up. And as they gain in altitude, they take samples of the atmosphere at every point, every few seconds. All right, so at every point they measure temperature, pressure, humidity. All right, and those are the big determinants of the refractive index of air. So we can measure the refractive index of air all the way up to wherever the weather balloon pops. All right, and because we're measuring, let's say we measure the first point at the surface, and let's say the next measurement is a kilometer up, we can then say this is the average gradient. So the change in the refractive index over that kilometer, that is the gradient.
Who did these measurements, Ruiv?
I think in America, I think it's NOAA in America, in the US. Not too sure who does Canada's ones.
It is, and they work with the Air Force, and also I think every airport in the United States it sends up to every day.
Is this that shit you showed me before when you
Probably.
you DM'd me a while back?
Probably. Anyway, so we can measure empirically the refractive index at points in the atmosphere as it goes up. And when we measure the points as we go up, we can work out what the gradient is as we go up, right? So what this graph shows on the x-axis is the refractive gradient. Okay, so if it's less than 0, that means the density gradient is getting less dense as you go up in altitude, and that's typical, right?
So what would you consider zero? What would you consider zero? Like water vapor? What?
No, it just means no change with respect to elevation. So if the
So
refractive index,
it's all relative then.
it's just the change in two values, right? If I measure a refractive index at the surface and then I go up some and I get the same refractive index, then the gradient or the average gradient is 0.
Well, I never really heard of air. I never heard of air having a different, refractive values. Air has a refractive value. I didn't know that, but maybe I've just never seen it.
Yeah, refractive index changes.
Because air is air, right?
Well, it has.
The only change
pressure.
really is the only change in our atmosphere is the humidity. It goes from thick down to nothing. Ain't that the only real valuable as far as light doing anything?
Nah.
Light doesn't react to air very much. But
Yes,
it does really react to water vapor, and that's the only
pressure
real
and
gradient
temperature.
in our atmosphere, right?
And pressure and temperature. Those three things, for the most part, determine the refractive index: pressure, temperature, humidity.
I thought it was density. What's pressure got to do?
Those things determine the optical density.
Pressure,
Those things determine
change
it.
density. Sorry.
Okay, but so you don't think that a change in medium would do more for refraction, like a change in the amount of water in the air, water vapor?
That is one component. Yes, that is one component.
Yeah, it's way more. There's way more gradient and a change in medium, and that's literally the only change you have is from the amount of water. Like I said, at the ground, it's way thicker, and then it gradiates all the way to nothing.
The pressure is also much thicker at the surface, right? The pressure is by far the biggest determinant of the optical density, by far.
But just air pressure, there's no refraction in air itself hardly, much less just a little change in air pressure.
There is in gradient. There is a gradient of pressure. And
Can you show me a demonstration
of
light doing what you say it's doing and not just shit on a chart?
I can send you the paper. I can send you the papers that measure the refractive index.
I know, but I can show you in reality, bro. I can show you in reality.
One of the things, Brian, when we were talking about making like a model, like a small scale model of the Earth, like let's say 1/100th scale or even more than that, depending on what scale you'd want to do, how large you'd want to make it. But let's say we had one that was like the size of, imagine like one of those huge warehouse stores like Costco or something. Imagine like 10 Costcos, that type of square footage, all linked together, and then have a model of the Earth, a massive model with actual elevation to scale it all down. Then we could do experiments in that environment with, water, pressure, all kinds of different things to see if we can get some of these refractive effects to be repeatable. Then we could actually see what correlates and use dependent and independent variables to actually try to get some of the phenomenon, which still can't perfectly predict what's going to happen out in the world. But we can at least see some of the principles that are going on with it.
What happened to your microphone then?
I don't know.
Your microphone went low. Yeah.
Geo, you can easily demonstrate what happens to light in a density gradient. I'll post it. I'm sure you guys have seen the laser in the sugar water example.
Yep.
It's a pretty good one.
And the laser when you put heat next to it and you put
that
cold
one.
nitrogen gas. Yeah, there's plenty of examples of how a density gradient bends the light. Inferior mirages, like how does a mirage happen if light doesn't bend? Anyway, where were we? We were, oh yes, Brian. So pressure, humidity, and your mic went
Go
really
ahead.
low, Geo.
Geo, did you say something? We didn't hear you.
Your mic's low, Geo. Like 30 seconds ago.
Can you? How about now?
Got you now.
Yeah.
You're still quiet, but have you?
Something happened 30 seconds ago.
Hold on.
Oh, now we talk shit about Geo.
quick, while he's quiet.
No, I just said the light refracts; it doesn't bend.
That's what do you think refraction is?
Yeah, fine with that.
There's not just one thing that refraction is, but in general, the light is redirected.
Okay.
But it travels in straight. It travels in straight lines, but is redirected through the medium.
I'm fine with that as well, right?
Similar
like
in a way,
it hits...
it's not the same thing, but like a fiber optic cable where the light's it's all in straight lines. It's bouncing from one side to the other, from one mirror to the other, boom, boom, boom.
Right.
But the whole thing is
reflection.
actually traveling, let's say maybe in a curved direction, but the actual light is all straight lines just being refracted.
Yeah, but Gio, if you zoom out, right? If you zoom in, right, where light is hitting an atom of whatever, right, and it bends, I agree that's going from one straight path to another straight path, right? But if you then zoom out and take all those interactions and all those changes in direction together, what do you think you get? A curve.
A transduction of light through a medium?
Yeah, you get a curve. A whole bunch of little deviations from straight make a curve. And you're hitting, like the classic analogy for refraction is the marching band going through quicksand, right? You're going to hit more particles below you in a density gradient than you are above you. So overall, like stochastically, you're going to be curving downwards. That's why we model it as a circle. Because if you zoom out, that's what happens. Anyway, where were we? Where does that 45,000 K radius come from? Direct measurements of the temperature, pressure, humidity in the atmosphere. There are then empirically derived formulas that convert that to a refractive index. With those measurements vertically taken by the weather balloons, we can then work out the gradient. And on my screen now is a histogram. Do we all know what a histogram is? It's a graph of the frequency of something, so how often something occurs. Cool. Flatzoid. I like flatzoid. So this graph shows the frequency of when the refractivity gradient is that value on the x-axis. So you'll see the most common refractive gradient is around minus 2.2 or around minus 2.3-ish, whatever. Okay. Have a guess. If I take the reciprocal, I should say first, on the bottom right-hand corner, you'll see that the units for the gradient is 10 to the minus 5. See how it says 1e to the minus 5 there? So what that most common value is actually negative 0.000023. Cool. That's the gradient. If I take the reciprocal of that, I will get the curvature. 2, 3, 4, 2, 3. I'll get a curvature of 43,478 kilometers. That is where the radius of the curvature of light comes from. It's an empirical value from direct measurements of the atmosphere. The end. Everyone's really quiet for that. I was like, holy shit.
Yeah, there you go, man. All right. Well, thanks for sharing. I don't know if anyone else in here wants to debate on that anymore. So we could either change the topic or.
I've got to go soon anyway. So
I had a question for Ruit.
Yeah, go ahead.
Hey, Jimbo, can you mute because you're typing?
For the model you had a while ago with the measuring the star and the angle.
Yeah, I'll put that up.
The realistic model. Could you go back to that?
Yeah, one sec. Where is it? That one. You want that one?
Yeah.
Yep, cool.
So you were saying that because the Earth is curved, you get that straight relationship?
Yeah, the linear relationship. So that distance per degree, if let's say I bring the stars close, so the stars are really close like that, and now I change the elevation angle, that ratio is not a constant. All right, so it's no longer 69 miles per degree because the Earth is close. Oh, sorry, the stars are close. If I push that further away, so it's effectively infinite, then that ratio, so the ratio between the distance and the elevation angle, is a constant. All right, this is how celestial navigation works. This is how you get your distance from the GP. Yeah. You want to link to this?
So you weren't saying that implies it's curved. You're saying it implies that it's far away.
Both. It only works on both. Yeah. It only works if it's curved and if the stars are far away.
Right. So they're assuming that they have to assume the stars are. See how it's two straight lines like that? That's the planar geometry. So they're just assuming the star is far away to reverse engineer the geometry to then assume a sphere. It's the same thing they do with the Eratosthenes little trick.
If it's close, it doesn't work. And it doesn't work on a flat Earth. We've been through this. Like
you have
2
to
hours
move
ago.
that sun. Hold on, that sun, you have to move it horizontally.
What? Say again?
That move it horizontally. Put it above that curved field of view. No, bring it all the way down, right above the observer.
So close, bring the star close?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, yep.
And get it really close. Or, well, no, like there's fine. That's fine for the moment.
Yeah.
And what was that, 7,000, whatever you want. And then you have to move it horizontally. And you would have to factor in the spherical or hemispherical field of view. That works on a planar surface.
It doesn't. You're just did that.
You're reversing the planar geometry by making the star infinite and then quote unquote the light's coming in parallel. That parallelness is where you're using the two planes, one plane above another, to then extract from that and reverse where the sphere is. Instead of being the spherical perspective field of view, you're now just adding a model in which you're reversing those two parallel lines into, because you have to convert it on the other. There has to be a sphere somewhere, and there has to be a plane somewhere, is the bottom line. So you're making the distance to the star infinite to then assume that plane to then say the Earth's a sphere. However, you can also have the Earth as a planar surface with the celestial sphere and the hemispherical field of view. That is your sphere.
We just did this, modeling it on a flat Earth. It doesn't work.
Yeah, sorry, I kind of didn't word the end of it right. I kind of
doesn't work.
But
we just did it on a flat Earth. We don't get that linear relationship.
I wasn't here, man. I joined late, man. I'm going to have to rewatch it.
Yeah.
Dude, I've already made it work. What are you talking about? It doesn't work.
You didn't make it work. You don't get a constant.
Yes, I did make it work. Why are you fucking lying, dude?
Let's let Caterpillar finish his Let's let Caterpillar finish his question.
All I was saying is that I don't think it necessarily implies a linear relationship. I think you might have just been looking at the graph too closely to see the curve. I'm not saying that implies a flat Earth or anything. I just don't think it's linear at close.
It's not linear at close. Right.
Why don't you go by the measurements you take in the spot you took it? Why do you move them down to the center of the Earth to get the angles and combine them?
So I was just
hold on, Ruhif, move that sun horizontally. You keep going up and down. That's not what the sun does. That's what it does on a globe. Go about 7,000. I'm looking at your thing. Go to like 7,000 and move your mouse to the right horizontally along that line.
Sorry.
Just move it. Move the little sun thing horizontally.
No, the sun is determined by its GP. And the distance.
This is a mess. You should have the bottom line be the planar Earth. The blue line would be your actual. See where you labeled the blue line Earth? Now go back to it.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. Your blue thing. what you have here, I mean, I have it shared on the live stream so people can see as well. So where it says origin, that would be your where you're standing on the Earth.
Okay.
The black line on the bottom would be the planar Earth. The line going, the vertical line would of course be, you know, the GP point. The
GP would be over. GP would be here then, right? About 3,000.
Anyways, and then the blue thing, the blue hemisphere would be your field of view. You see how you have it called Earth? See, that's exactly what I'm telling you that you're reversing. The thing you have.
You want to put the sun here, observer here, and then move this, literally physically move the sun as the observer moves? That's not how it works.
Dude, you have everybody look in the same direction on the whole entire sphere and say the body is that same direction for every single person.
Yeah,
and
because it's far away.
And then just spin the ground, bro. So, I mean, you say you work one way. They've made it work. But, dude, all the bodies are rotating in one circle around Polaris. Period.
Right.
So you say it can only work one way is not honest, bro.
Geo wants. Geo wants
just in my fucking room. I just made a quick model on a planet that works. So you don't think they could make one better?
What Geo wants me to do is, as I move the observer away, he wants me to move the star down. Right. That's what you want me to do.
That's what happens with stuff in reality, bro.
Oh, this is reality. This is how you get the angle.
Anything that moves away from you goes down in reality, Ruhif.
Yeah, look at me move this away and look at the angle go down. For fuck's sake, Brian.
Well, that's
okay,
not,
like I said,
not
dude,
the right
I can't see that. I already told you I can't see that. But
go back to your other drawing, Ruhif. Okay, take that one. Now, see where it says origin?
Yeah, what the fuck happened? That was me, sorry.
Okay.
Hang on. You're fucking super loud. Hold on. There we go. Go again.
Go. Okay. Go to the origin. The white dot. Okay, that is you standing on the Earth.
Right.
That's where you are. Okay. The black line at the bottom is the planar Earth.
Right.
That you're standing on. Okay. The other black line going up is obviously directly above you.
Yep.
So, okay. And the thing you have labeled as Earth, the blue thing, that is your field of view. That is how far your eyeball can possibly see as a mammal human being on the Earth with its limited biological capacities. In addition to the way that the environment is allowing you to see, you know, the atmospheric conditions. Obviously, if it's extremely rainy, cloudy rainstorm, you're not going to see very far compared to a really, you know, beautiful, dry, sunny day. So anyways, so the blue line would be your spherical field of view. And then the yellow thing up there, okay,
you want me to bring this down here, right?
Hold on, the yellow thing, the sun up there, that would be, let's say, the sun. So it's above a planar Earth. So that's fine where you have it. Now, when you move that sun thing to the right, when you literally, if you just drag it, take your mouse and drag it to the right, horizontal. Okay, I guess you have it locked in the system, so you can't do that. So you don't have this possible to do it right. So what you need to do is redesign this or whatever you need to do. So let me just finish my thing. So so what you want to reprogram it to do, if you could just do it for me at least, is take the yellow sun, put it at about 7,000 above this little setup you have. Change the words if you want. You know, put observer at the bottom, field of view, etc.
I know what you want to do.
Take that sun over a planar Earth and move it horizontally away to the right. And what you're going to see is that the way that sun intersects with this circle, which is your field of view, you have your limited field of view, then the larger Earth out there that's doing what it's doing. And this is just with the sun going above a planar surface, coplanar. So then as you move that sun to the right horizontally over the planar Earth, now that angle is going to change with where you have it labeled GP. That would actually just be the declination point of the celestial object. That's the declination, meaning the angle of declination from the vertex from the ground. So that declination angle is going to change 1 degree as you move 60 nautical miles in that setup. And that's how it's working.
No, it's not. Okay. What you want me to do is what I thought you wanted me to do, is change the physical location of the sun.
Yeah, right. If we're going to do it over a planar Earth, you have to put it above a planar Earth and have it move horizontally over the Earth.
Which is what I've done here.
No, this is not it.
Physically
because you don't have the spherical field of view and you have the star fixed. The stars are
you're getting confused.
Why didn't you just put my equation in to make it work, bro? You obviously can't model a flat Earth. You have no. You can't model a flat Earth, bro. Your models of flat Earth suck, and it works down to the dot, dude, until 25 degrees. What are you talking about? Almost down within 10 miles.
Well, I mean, that's the end of what my thoughts on it. I just basically laid out from my perspective how it's actually functioning. Rue, if you just want to move away from that screen and ignore it, fine. But all you need to do is take that yellow sun, put it above, move it horizontally. And like I said, that position where you have it labeled GP, that's the actual position that you see it in your field of view. Because in this perspective, we're on a planar surface. We see in a hemispherical limited field of view compared to the larger world, the bigger thing.
He won't do that, bro. He won't do that. He'll just say it don't work. It don't work.
Oh, wait, he's doing it right now. Yeah, he just dragged it over. There you go.
Yeah, I moved the star further away, right?
All right,
so I've gone 16,000. That's 16,000 miles.
We can't see that far, bro.
Yeah, that's too far.
What doesn't matter. Whatever. 16.
It would already be occluded from the.
Let me try and get it a little bit closer. Hold on. So 16,000 miles, and the elevation is.
See, now you have a ratio of your field of view, so now that would be wrong.
Oh.
You have to get the field of view. What do you have it set
Let me
at?
just get an angle.
You have it set at 39.59. Actually, that's good. That's good.
Let me just work out the angle. Hold on.
It's your field of view is the 39.59 radius that you guys reverse engineered into a spherical model of Earth.
Yeah, just make the sun drop. Starting at like 3,000 miles, make the sun drop like 8 inches. Make the sun drop like 8 inches per mile, or like 6 inches per mile squared.
So that's an 18.57 degree angle. Right, this angle that you want to measure, Gio, this angle in here near the origin, that's about 18.57 degrees.
Yeah, well, you got to put the sun. Where do you have the sun right now?
How about we do it? Hold on.
5,500. What are these, kilometers or miles?
That'd be miles in this one. All right, let's go.
Well, Caterpillar, are you still there?
0.
Just model it to work as far as we see, and then come up with the explanations of why it works like that. Because what we see is what we see. Okay, and for whatever reason, if we're on a globe and shit ain't lining up with the globe, then there's reasons. Okay, same thing on a flat Earth. If what we see is what we see, it's what we measure. If it doesn't work two-dimensionally on paper, that's fine. Then there's obviously reasons why we see what we see. You know.
You got totally. That's it, Ruhif. Yeah. See, you're doing it. All right, man. You got the field of view. There you go. All right, sun. But let's bring the sun. Just put it at 4,000 for now. Just put the sun at 4,000.
Hang on.
Yeah, that's where it works. That's 4,000.
All right, sun 7,000 high or 4,000 high?
Like if you just do it like this, the distance from the planar Earth to the sun is that 39.59. Rough it off at 4,000. Is this miles? I assume you're in miles.
Sure.
And then your field of view follows that. However, the 4,000 is what remains for the sun above. I'm not saying this is what the Earth is. I'm just saying do it like this, above the planar surface. So keep it at 4,000 and have a 4,000 mile field of view.
Another way to make it work is to make the sun a focal point, which it very well could be. Make it a focal point, and you could give it an actual height of like 4,000 miles or even 10,000 miles, and put the focal point so it's a certain distance from every viewer. And focal points don't change in size either, like a mirror reflections. So that would explain why. There's multiple ways to do this, man. But I'm glad to see you at least trying.
Well, yeah, I'm trying to show you why your idea is bullshit. Anyway.
Yeah, because you're just trying to compare it to two-dimensional piece of paper with orthogonal view. We're talking about reality here. Shit happens in reality. For one, like I said, it could be it's been modeled a couple ways. Trulon modeled it as a focal point light. F.E. Korb modeled it as a freaking a magnetic point of energy, and so yeah, people have their own view of the sun. And same thing with hot spots over a lake. Like if you see a hot spot in the middle of a lake, you go to the other side of the lake, you can't turn around and see the hot spot. So obviously we have our own view. Everybody's got their own personal view of the sun with a beam of light reflecting off the ocean, whatever, coming right to their feet, not nobody else's feet, their feet. So there's multiple ways to do this. You could use my refraction model. You're just acting like it doesn't work linear with trigonometry, so therefore it doesn't work. That's not an honest stance, bro. It's a cop out.
Yeah. Is this what you wanted modeling?
Yeah, but it would also be interesting. You put the sun down at like 1,000 miles, because then let's see, it would
like height, height of 1,000 miles.
Yeah, do it at 4,000 and do it at 1,000. Okay,
there's. Do this. 4, however your Earth curves, make the light curve at that same rate, and you'll get this same exact thing on a flat plane.
How high is the sun? Is it 3959 or not?
It probably work better if you put it at 33. Like 33 would probably work better. 3,300.
All right, do 3,300.
But all he's got to do is make the light bend the same rate as the Earth curve, and it's going to work exactly the same as the fucking globe.
Hang on, we're gonna do this, right?
Okay, you got. I mean, I'm not claiming a distance to the sun, because that's a whole other topic. However, I do agree that the sun does constellate in our world, and it does correlate with the position on the ground, and it certainly has its emanation of light and electromagnetic energy and the infrared and everything we get from it. So, but I'm not claiming it is a particular distance, and there's no way to verify what distance it is, if it even is a distance at all. Because it actually is possible, like Brian was saying, like some like 5th, 6th dimensional shit, like the sky, we can't ever get there to get a sample. So it's just something we observe, and it functions in its own way. And I think it's more a thing of ether, plasma, light, energy, and frequency rather than anything physical. But it does seem to have some interaction physically with the, if you want to call light physical, with the light that we see activated in the sky.
There we go. Anyway, let's do this.
Yeah, you got something going. Yeah, now move that sun away horizontally and see how it moves through this field of view.
Okay, let's do it. So currently, so you can see the intersection point, we're 3,041 miles away. Okay, 3,041 miles. And the angle is 39.81. Okay, let's move. Should we move another 690? How far away should we move?
Well, you could test sun distances and see where it ends up being 1 degree.
No, it's 69 miles per degree. We all agree on this, right? So this should change.
Yeah, then test the different sun altitudes until you get the elevation that changes by 1 degree.
Gio, there isn't one. There isn't one.
Bro, first off, before you do anything, make the sun.
There isn't one. It's a non-linear
You've got to make the sun
relationship.
set at
move it horizontally.
1,000 miles,
Yeah,
bro.
okay.
Period.
Let's make the sun set by moving it fucking 10 million miles away.
What are you talking about, bro?
Way too far.
Why are you even saying that, bro? Like I told you, he can't think past a piece of paper.
Okay,
and a
how
fucking,
far over the ground? What's the maximum distance over the ground the sun can
just
ever,
bend the light
ever
at
be?
8 inches per mile square, bro.
Oh, just
Or
bend the
you-
light. Just bend the light.
Use the radius of the Earth. Yeah, that's
You got
what
the whole. Yeah, at least move the sun from left to right horizontally at this 3,000, or like Brian said, 3,300 miles, just so we can see. Move it horizontally and let us see it. Let us see it.
We say it's the light angle. You say it's the ground. There's no way to prove either way. You just acting like it can't be done the other way. Just change the light angle the same way you're changing the freaking ground angle.
Just introduce
You're
refraction that cannot work.
Okay, now
What do you mean it cannot work?
how much does it change in this spherical field of view? How much does it change with a 69 mile change? How much does it change?
Okay, let's go 10,069. So currently the elevation angle is 2629. I'm moving 69 miles further away, 18.14. It doesn't change by 1 degree.
Okay, how much did that change by? Just like a point
like 0.12 or something.
Okay, now put the sun at like 1,000 miles above the. No, sorry, at 1,000 miles from the observer. Just change that 10,000 to 1,000.
1,000, but still at 3,300.
Dude, we see light refracting up.
Okay, what is it now? What is it now?
Okay, so currently, we're 1,000 miles and the angle is 73.14.
Yeah.
Let's go 1,069 miles, 72.05.
So,
dude, he's never Geo.
Hold on, is that almost 1 degree? What was the first number?
Yeah, it's almost 1 degree. It's like one.
Only reason he's doing what you're asking, bro.
Okay. Hold on, so we have 1 degree. Okay.
Right.
So this just happened on a planar surface with a spherical field of view. You just saw it, Ruhif, 1 degree. It just worked.
Right.
Okay, so you agree?
I agree that we almost got 1 degree. Yes.
Okay.
Do you know why?
Hold on, let's repeat this. Hold on, Brian. I know I'm just sticking on this. Sorry, but just real quick. So we have a planar surface, a spherical field of view, the sun at 3,300 miles, And just to confirm, at this 1,000-mile distance, Ruhif agrees we just got 1 degree per 69.
Almost
miles.
1 degree. Yeah, almost 1 degree. Yes.
Okay,
1.09. Yes.
Okay, let's just stop there. For all the time globe earthers have said it only works on a sphere, it doesn't work on a plane, is now till the end of time reversed and known to be not the case because we just did it on a planetary surface with a spherical
Incorrect. As soon as I move another 69,
I like this stuff.
As soon as I move another, so that was 1.09 degrees. As soon as I move to 1138, oops, 7205.
That's another degree. Did it again.
No, it's 97. It's 1.08 degrees. It's different.
Well, as you keep going further away, it's going to lessen. So
let's go from 1,000.
So that's why the
1,000,
first one
right?
you did it, what was that, 10,000 miles or something? You did it where it was only like 0.1. So that's nowhere near 1.
Exactly. That's the whole point, Gio. That's the whole point. That's the whole point.
Dude, we know that the math it ain't linear as far as a flat ground. We say the light is changing angles, not the ground.
Right.
You
So
say the
tell
ground
Gio
is changing
that.
angles. We say light changing angles. But instead of you modeling it honestly with the light changing angles, you fucking basically mocking us is all you're doing, bro. Saying it could never work.
Does that, Ruhif? It starts to get to 0.1 at a distance like that's beyond what we can even see the sun. So it's really not relevant. You have to use it.
10,000 miles away.
When you have here 1,000 miles, that's a common for like a sextant or even 2,000 miles. But I mean, that's a common. So when you're talking about this 1 degree per 69 miles, it's always in this range. It's not.
No, it's not.
It's not tens of thousands of miles away because you can't see the sun that far away.
No, common sextant sites are 30 to 40 degrees.
No.
Like 3,000 miles and do it there.
Well, let's go to 4,000, right? So we're 4,000. 4,000 miles, sorry, and the elevation angle 39.52. Let's go 690 miles.
All he's got to do is put in my equation, and the shit will work up to 25 degrees, spot on.
Right. So we just moved.
He won't do it though.
We just moved 690 miles, which should equate to 10 degrees. It only equates to 4.5 degrees. So, Brian, you explained to Gio that you understand.
I told you you're wasting. I told Gio he's wasting his time. You're only doing that to try and mock somebody, bro. Just because you have no fucking concept of things working other possible ways, all you gotta do is add my equation for navigation, bro, and it works. Fucking,
I've done your equation,
fucking over 4,000 miles, bro. You're not being honest. Or
I've done your equation, Brian.
The light the same way you're bending the ground. It's that simple, dude. Change the angle of light the same way you're changing over the ground with a viewable hemisphere. But you won't do that. You won't do that because that will work. You'd rather say it just doesn't work. It can't work on a flat plane. I've told you other models that do work, bro. But if your head's in a box, like it's locked in this model, and anything else to you is impossible just because it doesn't work two-dimensionally on a piece of paper.
All right. Can you explain to Gio this linear relationship? Hang on. Can you explain to Gio that this linear relationship doesn't work unless you bend the light in, well, I will say crazy ways?
It doesn't work because technically, if you think about it, I'll simplify this. If the sun is above your head in two-dimensional space on paper, it would never set, ever. It'd get a gajillion miles, you know. But here's the point. Point is a flat plane does. A flat plane matches a sphere. It's only off by 1 full degree. It's on with the literal triangulation. It doesn't be off by 1 full degree until 1,400 miles. Now they say that's not. There's no way. I say over 1,400 miles for light to change angle 1 degree. This is without even my equation or anything. This is just flat math. And that, to me, that's unreasonable. So we don't know what's going on in the atmosphere over freaking 1,000 miles. That's ridiculous.
Well,
dude.
what I would like to see now, Ruhif, is somebody to do a very good read to get an elevation of this size and the GP of the sun at that distance. Because kind of what you're getting here when you got to 4,000, when we were up at 1,000 miles, it was totally 1 degree per 69 miles. Now, once you're at about 4,000 miles, that looked like you did 690. I don't know why, but you said it was 4.5. So that probably would have been what, like 0.7 degree instead of
0.4, 0.4 of a degree, 0.45 of a degree.
You barely got to change the angle.
It was around around 0.5 or 0.6, 0.7 in that range. Okay, so that's at 4,000 miles. Now on like an AE map, let's say, where you have a 24,901 circumference, 4,000 miles to your left, 4,000 miles to your right is about 8,000 miles. So it's roughly a third of that. And of course, you're not going to see that far on the ground, all of that, but you would be able to see much further. If you had a 3959 field of view, then you would be able to see technically 3959 into whatever's above you because there's not as much occlusion. But down at the ground level, obviously, you're not going to see anywhere near 4,000 miles. Maybe a couple hundred at most, unless you get up at high altitude. So you have to realize that by the time you're getting to this 4,000 mile level, the sun would already be setting in your field of view. So that's what Brian was saying. If you brought this thing, infinitely, you can go all the way down, tens of millions of miles away in the angles, point, whatever. But that's beyond the occlusion point where the sun would be visible in your field of view. It would have set.
Brian, do you accept that you need upwardly bending light?
So basically, from this 0 to 4,000 mile range, it is pretty much roughly 1 degree within each of those steps, and you just showed that. On a planar surface, up to 4,000 miles with a hemispherical field of view, you just showed that it is roughly 1 degree. It changes a little bit. Like at the earlier parts, it would be like 1.2 degree. At about 1,000 miles, it was 1.1. At probably 2,000 miles, it's probably 0.9. At 3,000, it's probably 0.8 or 7. And then once you get to beyond where the sun is set, at that point, it's only 0.6. But we're not even taking measurements beyond 15 degrees. So all of that.
This is 35 degrees. This is 35 degrees, Gio. 35 degrees. We are absolutely.
Here's my take on it.
Absolutely seeing stars at 35 degrees.
If the sun's physical, then yeah. If it's physical, then yeah, it would need some refraction that starts mainly over 1,000 miles. Not too much at the beginning, hardly any at all, until you start getting good distances. But it'd be progressive. That's if it's physical, man. But if I modeled it to make it work for navigation. I don't see why you act like I didn't. Okay, and also but it could be a focal point. Like it's been modeled, bro. There's 2 existing models that I know of that work perfect, dude. I mean, maybe not perfect, but damn near. Just because you don't accept them, just because he doesn't accept them, doesn't mean that all the information isn't there, and it just involves different sun location for different viewers. But that's obvious, easily proven. Like I said, with the sun ray coming to your feet, he just doesn't accept the perimeters of it. But it's been modeled over a flat plane a couple different ways, and my way is the third way. And that's just considering the sun being physical, man. It works for navigation up to 25 degrees, which is good enough, man.
Okay. The question was, do you require upwardly bending light for your refraction adjustment?
Yeah, like what I can demonstrate in reality, like on a warehouse floor or with a laser. All this shit you're showing us is nothing but theory on paper.
Well, we'll get to that in a second. But you accept that you need upwardly bending light, and do you accept then that the gradient to give you upwardly bending light must be less dense at lower altitudes and more dense at higher altitudes? That's the way to get
medium, yeah. So the medium, and it's dominated by humidity. It's humidity, bro.
So wait, Brian, your thought is that the light is curving through the air. So when you look at
it's changing angles. No, it's changing angles. Like the way light refracts over long distances. It'd be over such long distances, it'd have to be fairly consistent. Like I said, it's not even 1 degree until 1,400 miles. But yeah, it's refracting upward according to the humidity gradient.
Yeah, but humidity is not the only factor, Brian. Pressure.
Humidity is the dominating factor.
No, it's not, Brian.
Yes, it is, bro. It's easily demonstrable, bro. Bro, you talk this shit, but you just can't show us. Now,
yes, I can,
bro. Shut.
Yes,
I
can.
Can't show them. You're gonna show me what they've measured. I'm telling you what we've done, what we show you in real life, bro. Not fucking I believe shit.
No, the empirical measurements in a lab.
What light was, but you are wrong.
The empirical measurements in a lab of the refractive index of
air. I'm not talking about in a lab. I'm talking about in the atmosphere we're discussing over long distances.
How accurately have you measured the humidity gradient?
Does it do what you say it does?
Yes, it does.
No, the fuck it doesn't, bro. I've showed it fucking over and over to you, bro. It's not doing what you say it's doing. Accept it and move on. You're fooling yourself, bro, for fuck's sake.
Brian.
Even if there's a ball, light is not doing what you say it's fucking doing, bro.
Well, hold on, Brian. Let me just understand one thing, Brian. All right, you're saying light is bending. Now, Ruhif, just real quick, like that 0 to 4,000 mile range, you agree that if you move that sun horizontally in this field of view, it is roughly 1 degree per 69 miles. You agree with that now?
No. We just showed that it was 0.4.
Put it back at any of these levels, 1,000 miles, 2,000 miles, 3,000, and do the 69 miles. You'll see it's roughly a degree. Now, Brian, hold on. If that's roughly a degree and it's already happening just in this little basic geometry of a planar surface with a spherical field of view and the sun moving horizontally, why are you then bringing in bending light, Brian? What's needed?
No, I'm saying over past 1,000 miles to make the math work, to make it match Google Earth. It takes barely any angle changing at all. You know, you're talking about extreme long distances. They make it sound like it's a lot. It's really not, bro. Bloom come in and made it sound like this certain amount of degrees over that distance. That's a fucking measly little amount of light gradiating. You know,
you're 14 degrees off at your house, Brian.
Yeah, but over 4,000 miles,
degrees off.
Over 4,000 miles. That's minuscule.
14 degrees, Brian.
Bro, 4,000 miles.
You aren't even in the same state anymore.
Bro, that's less than the Black Swan, bro. That's less than the Black Swan. Do the math. It's way less than the Black Swan. Your reality is way worse if you break it down and scale it.
Oh gosh, Brian.
Dude, you've got 18% over fucking 9 miles, bro. Over 9. Wait, I'm talking about 18%. It's way more than fucking 18%.
All right, hold on, Brian. So, Ruhib, let me just say this real quick. Since you made all this, it'd be cool. Like, can you make it into like a little animation
to show the ratio? I can do the math for it.
Because what this shows now, every time that these guys bring it up, I would be able to show them this directly since you made it. I mean, Bacon made one that was pretty
laughed at, Gio.
But this, as you move the sun, imagining the sun's GP is directly under that, you have 0 miles, 1,000, 2,000, 3,000. Of course, it's just a graph, so I mean, it's not reality, but it is still the model. And as you move that sun from directly above at 69 miles, you're getting a 1 degree change in this spherical field of view. So it shows that it does indeed work. Now, all you guys have done is reverse it.
It didn't show that.
You just reversed it. You took the sphere, you made the sun thing infinitely far away, and then you made another parallel line of the parallel light ray, and you just revert. Let's see how there's two coplanar things. You have the plane of the Earth and the plane of the sun. You took the plane of the Earth and the plane of the sun geometrically, made it parallel because the stars are quote unquote so far away, and then made your spherical field of view say that the Earth, the physical rock of the Earth, of the rocks of the Earth, are now a sphere.
Hey, Blue, I've got to go.
That's directly the reverse engineering of the geometry.
The derivative of tan x is 1 over cos squared x. Can you find the x distance where that would equal 1, basically?
Say that again.
So just a complete non sequitur.
No, there will always be a single point, a single elevation angle where that ratio will be exactly 1 degree, right? There will always be that point. All right.
Yeah.
You got to look at it as distance, not a point.
Hey? I'll do it this afternoon, but I've got to go in the car in a minute. So I don't know whether Blue's done calculus or not, but I assume he has.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, 1 over cos squared x, isn't it? I think for tan.
I guess that's just we won't.
Wait, is it 1 over cos squared x or 10 over cos? You say that again.
There we go. The derivative of tan x is 1 over cos squared x. There you go. Cool. So we can work out exactly the distance, right? Exactly the distance you want, Geo, for that ratio for a 69 mile change to be exactly 1 degree. There will be a point somewhere where that is exactly 1 degree. Anyway, I've got to go. Actually, I might join in the car. I'll jump in the car and join by voice.
Well, it's just a simple thing. 1 degree per 69 miles. You guys continually will try to claim it only works on a sphere. And I just want to be clear that we just did it on a planar geometry and it worked.
And it failed.
It works for 1 point. 1 point.
It
works for 1
It worked all the way from that corridor from zero up to 4,000 miles. It did.
Gee, I sat
it
here and
doesn't.
watched it. It just doesn't
It
work.
doesn't work. We showed you it went from 1.09 to 1.08, and then we went to 4,000 miles, and it was like 0.4 or something.
Yeah, but if the atmosphere is a
It
lens,
doesn't work.
if the atmosphere acts like a lens over thousands of miles, that's not a stretch. Then there's your setting sun over. I mean, what?
It is a
Why
stretch.
can't you
Anyway,
at least
I'll be back in a
entertain
minute.
this shit? All right, man.
Yeah, it definitely works as a lens. Yeah. I mean, it's moving above you horizontally, and as it moves away, yeah, there's definitely lensing effects, magnification.
What is a spherical point of view?
No, it's like our eyeballs are round, and everything else is a plane. Some people say, instead of we seeing like a plane and the Earth being round, our eyeballs are round. I've heard people say that.
Brian, can you take an angle to Polaris from your house and apply your correction to it and find your latitude?
It's rainy right at the minute, man. But I wanted to say something, man. If you just apply like 1 inch or 1.5 inches per mile squared, that's too much, Blue. That'll overshoot the refraction necessary. So it's not like some ungodly amount.
Refraction makes very little difference. Even at low angles, and if you look at the grand scheme of things.
Understand your point.
And dip angle in the dip angle correction, for instance, even from an eye height of 150 feet, without refraction, the correction is 13 arc minutes. With refraction, it's 11.9 arc minutes.
I understand that, man. I applaud the model,
refraction. Bro. That's all.
I understand what you're saying, and I applaud the model, man. Okay, but
and that's at the point where it's the worst. You're looking down level over the horizon,
bro. I'm not
a whole different table that you use for refraction for celestial objects.
Yeah, I mean, if I can come up with a little equation to make the numbers work, up, down as low to 20, really about 23 degrees, then I mean, I'm pretty sure y'all could do better. There's different ways to do it. I'm not saying that you have to be on board with it, but acting like it's impossible is not an honest stance. You just have to, have different ways of making it work. Focal point. You could do light refraction over distance, magnification. You could do a whole nother dimensional sun. Give it fucking give it space-time bending. I mean, dude, you could make it 4-dimensional. There's multiple ways of doing this. I'm not saying that any one of them are right, but it's just a model, man. It's just like, to me, that's what the globe is. It's the best model maybe out right now, but to me, that doesn't prove reality. It might be. Maybe it is, but it sure doesn't seem like it, Blue.
Yeah, not what Earth is. That's for sure.
I know I could take a theodolite out here on, and that's something that, because I don't have a horizon that I can look at, so I'd have to do it with an astrolabe or a theodolite. But I can measure an angle to Polaris, and I can come within literally hundreds of feet of my latitude. I can.
Yeah, guess what, Blue? That's how they map latitudes. That's how they made the map. I mean, why wouldn't that match?
It's just equal lines on the ground compared to the sky. Yeah.
Can you take your formula and do the same thing?
Dude, I can, like I said, it's been done a few different ways. My way was like the third way.
I've seen it on paper. I've not seen anybody.
Blue, that's empirical. Blue, this is before the argument starts. 60 nautical miles per degree is reality. This is before the argument starts, bro. Okay,
I know that.
So that's just reality, and that's the way it's mapped, like on an AE map,
but
on a globe.
Okay, I want you to.
Verified that all the way through the whole spectrum.
Huh?
I mean, that's just how it's mapped, though.
Have you guys ever seen any demonstration of the 1 degree per 60 nautical miles precisely going from, let's say, like the GP of an object all the way until it sets in the full spectrum, not just
It's been done for thousands of years, Gio.
I'm asking if anyone in this room has ever seen or done a demonstration. If the answer is no, then no one in here has seen or done it. It's just a belief, right? That's all I'm asking.
Look up Al Mamoon, the caliph of fucking, when was he, 950 AD or something?
I don't even know where the equator is in the whole world.
For example,
yeah, I have not myself measured that. Have you? Has anyone in this room? The answer is no, right? All the way through the spectrum.
If celestial navigation works, then yes, I've done it, and yes, it works. 50 nautical miles per
Celestial
degree.
navigation uses angles. That's right. That's different.
But it only works if there is 60 nautical miles per degree. And I've done celestial navigation. So
that's horseshit. That's horseshit. If it's 60 nautical miles per degree within a couple thousand miles, it'll work, because you're not going to know the exact distance you're going once you get outside that range. I mean, I see what Joe's saying. I mean, yeah, roughly it does work, but to prove it, to change that distance, yeah, that's a whole nother matter. But I know
I'm not just like to see. I'm not requesting anyone else has to do this or anything, but I personally would like to see somebody actually either demonstrating or perhaps do it myself to actually see if it really is 1 degree at every degree, going all the way from when something rises to sets, the whole spectrum, because I have never seen that done.
How about me and Wally? So I'm in Sydney, Wally's in Brisbane, and I would think that we're probably 1,000
He's not talking
Ks.
about angles, bro. It's mapped due to angles. He's talking about distances.
Yeah,
He's not.
You can't do it. You can't do it. You can't verify this from just assuming distances you're given. I'm talking about verifying the distance and verifying the 1 degree to actually validate this.
Right. I'm not going to walk a trundle wheel for 69 miles, Gio. Okay.
Right. So, for example, at certain degrees, is it really only 0.8? At some, is it 0.5? At some, is it 1.2, etc. I would like to see that actually done.
And here's the point: up
close,
a flat plane matches a globe. So within a few hundred miles, it matches. It's almost identical. No. I mean, until it starts getting a big distance. So, but you're talking about some long range. When people say 500 miles, it sounds like nothing. That's a long fucking way, dude, to be pulling chains or. You could do an odometer, but it's only off by 1 full degree. It's only off by 1 full degree at 1,400 miles.
We quit pulling chain in the 1960s.
Yeah, because to answer what I'm saying, to actually validate this means that we'd be actually validating the distances on Earth, and at that point, we'd be actually making our own map and not just going off of these coordinate systems given to us by governments and militaries.
Yeah, I meant that as a figure of speech too. That's just a figure of speech.
Like
I didn't mean literally change.
I'm not going to drive 500 miles on a wiggly path.
Well, it sounds like Blue's in, so he can be our manager.
Yeah, but 500 miles is not going to distinguish a flat plane from a globe. Like I said, to get a 1 degree deviation, you got to go 1,400 miles. That's where you get a 1 degree noticeable difference.
500 miles, you'll get like 7 or 8 degrees, right?
Yeah.
No. It's off by. It goes from 23 to 24. The flat plane laps over 1 full degree. It deviates from a sphere at 1,400 miles. That's between 23 and 24 degrees. That's where it laps a full degree.
Do we all agree?
Surprising, ain't it?
Polaris drops. Okay?
And if you're off a full degree, how far off are you in your navigation?
I'm just saying, man. 60 miles over 1,000 miles.
60
so
miles.
You don't think you can hide 60 miles over 1,400 miles? Just saying, Blue. Not saying they're doing it.
Right. That would do it. That's what they would need to be doing. Yeah. Some fudging at those larger quote unquote geodetic type readings.
We don't fudge anything, Gio.
Well, or calculate.
I got one. Hey, Blue, why is your road so windy then? I'm just kidding.
We take a sextant reading, and from that only, just that reading, we can pinpoint our location.
Yeah, on the map. That's how you made the map, dude. We're not arguing that. We understand that that's how we map shit, and if that doesn't match, then that's a real problem. On any model, we can't even rely on anything if that doesn't match.
And we can't do that on a flat map. The angles will not work.
Dude, it's the ground. No matter what's going on over our head, we know it matches the ground. However, it's working out there.
The angles will not match, Brian.
Oh, my God, bro. Hey, dude, all you have to do, okay, is apply the light changing angles at a certain rate, whether it's conventional to your standards or not.
We don't do that.
Work. I understand it doesn't work on paper two-dimensionally.
We don't do it. In reality, we do not do that, Brian. You don't understand what I'm saying. In reality, we take the sextant reading and we don't apply any goofy-ass formula.
I'm just telling you how a flat plane would exactly match a globe. If the measurements
then
was like,
show it to us.
There's multiple
do the measurements
ways to do
and
it.
show it. We
Bro,
can show you
I've
the
already
sextant
done the
measurements.
math.
I don't care about the fucking math. Do the measurements and show us how this works.
You're gonna have to measurements are empirical. You're gonna have to give us a little bit more time, Blue, but we'll get it done. We'll get it done for sure.
Dude, the measurements are the measurements. Okay, Google Earth is Google Earth, whatever. Okay.
No, I'm not talking
Brian, the angle, Brian, what he's saying, and I kind of agree with him. The angles to the stars with the distances on the map that they are given for the globe would not fit a planar Earth.
Oh, we got to go to the deep in the southern hemisphere. Okay,
yeah,
they've already claimed their shit's shaped like a pear. The U.S. military did a film saying that the Earth is shaped like a pear. Now that we got satellites up, we can see that the Earth is shaped like a pear. They showed the Earth, and it literally looked like a pear. This is the U.S. military. Then you got Neil deGrasse Tyson saying it looks like a pear. And then they when we talk these anti-flat earthers.
I hear what you're saying, but that's a slightly different topic. That's like the oblateness and the oblateness of the sphere. That's a little bit of a different thing. Because
he's talking about the geoid being off by like 100 meters out of 6,000
all they have to do is take
kilometers.
the coordinate system. There's a way to map certain angles within certain areas, like especially civilian areas. Like if you live in, New York or in some like westernized type, populated area, they're giving you certain data, but that doesn't mean that actually matches with all of the physical land across the earth. So you're being given the reason that the angles that you guys think it matches to a sphere is because there are ways to map certain regions with angles to map them to a sphere. But in order to verify that, you would actually have to do it all around the earth in all different locations, not just, my friend in New York and my friend in Miami, not anything like that. You would have to actually map it on the earth point by point by point to verify the actual shape of the surface, because they can fudge certain angles to stars on a coordinate system that you're given, but you haven't fully verified the whole thing, especially like in the Southern Ocean, etc. So
that's the only way. That's the only way that would prove it.
They're mapping the sky. The last thing I'll say. They're mapping the sky over the spherical model, but that doesn't mean that actual spherical model is what the actual rocks in the Earth are doing.
They don't give us the angles.
Brian, when you're talking about the Earth being pear-shaped, are you referring to that highly exaggerated red and blue geoid model?
Now I'm talking about the U.S. military when they first got like 5 years after they got satellites in the sky. Showed a picture of the Earth. It's in one of my videos. It's 3 minutes long, and literally show the Earth shaped like a pear. They're not talking about no 21-degree bulge. No, it's visibly. They said we can see. Now that we've got satellites up, we can see the Earth is pear-shaped. And they show the Earth, and it's literally shaped like a pear. When we deal with anti-flat Earthers, they say it's flatter than a cue ball, because 21 miles puts it rounder than a cue ball. So who's lying?
No, are you referring to that highly exaggerated geoid model, right, where it looks like a fucking pear or a crumpled piece of paper, right, but the actual deviations from a sphere are no more than 100 meters? Is that what you're referring to?
That means a perfect sphere, Ruhif. That doesn't mean pear-shaped. What I'm referring to is what the U.S. Navy showed me. It's in my video. I'll post it. Hold on. And also, Neil deGrasse Tyson said pear-shaped. You don't call something pear-shaped if it's rounder than a freaking cue ball. So who's lying?
Nobody's lying, Brian. It's just a way to explain things to people. Give somebody a visual. That's all.
No, if it's rounder than a cue ball, Blue, then you show a cue ball.
I know it is. It certainly is.
You don't show a pear on screen.
It is slightly pear-shaped. It actually is, Brian. That's a way for anybody to be able to visualize what we're trying to say.
No, that's a way for you to make an excuse.
It's a little bit larger,
just like
Sir Isaac Newton theorized. It's a little bit larger at the equator because the damn thing spins. And it's a little bit larger.
There's really no way to prove that shit, dude. The only way we're going to figure this out, y'all. The only way we're going to figure it out is if we go south of the 60th parallel. The only way we know for sure is if we explore down south of 60 south.
It's already been figured out. What video? Where's the video that you're talking about, Brian? What's the name of it?
Please post this.
It just so happens that's exactly where we can't fucking go. I mean, it's crazy.
Where's this video?
I'm gonna post it real quick.
Yeah.
Well, are you guys talking about the oblateness of this proposed sphere?
The deviations in the geoid.
Yeah, because I mean the WGS84 already shows that oblateness, and then later they modified it to claim that it's a little bit more weightier in the south than the north, but that wasn't really the case originally. So they've continually changed that. I will say that is odd considering, like, if you had a spinning sphere, okay, I guess if you want to involve some kind of centripetal forces that would be pushing the Earth out, but if that's the case, we would be flying off this thing.
No,
why
you
would it?
wouldn't.
No,
we
why
wouldn't.
Would it be a tiny bit? Why would it just be a tiny bit? That makes no sense.
Because
we
the
have gravity
centrifugal
keeping us
force
towards
is tiny
Earth.
compared to the gravity. That's why.
So just the rocks of the Earth at the equator are bulging, but none of us are aware of any bulge or any type of that movement. Just happens to be doing that. That's
no, it's a smooth transition all the way from pole to pole.
They don't know because the whole equator is almost water. I just was reading up on this. They don't even have the whole equator mapped out as far as the ground goes because it's mostly water.
Brian, can you post an image of the pear-shaped thing?
I just posted a video. It's a short video, bro.
I'm driving, so I can't watch a 3-minute video while I'm driving, please.
Yeah, I mean, they have claimed that. It is a bit odd, to say the least, as well, that they added that pear thing later because, of course, on like an AE map, you would have the south is much larger than the north, sort of like a dartboard. If you have a dartboard, obviously that's why you get more points for the ones in the middle because they're smaller, you know, and then the bullseye, you get the most points. And as you go out, you get less and less points on a dartboard. So in that same way, if you have the Earth as like a planar surface with the continents all coming out from the center, like and so on, then you would have that southern region, of course, would be much, much larger. So it's interesting that they've kind of used this pear thing, trying to say, oh, well, the globe is actually fatter at the bottom like a pear, when the AE map, of course, would require a much larger,
that's not what it says,
expansive land and latitude and longitude coordinates in that range. So by them saying that, they're basically, it's a little bit of pre-damage control as to how to explain part of that off.
We're not talking about area. Right? It's elevation.
Yeah, it's bulge on
we're talking about pear shape. When you say pear shape, bro, you understand? Do you have enough comprehension to know what pear shape means?
It's a pear, dude. It's fatter and there's more land in the south than the north.
There's only one thing pear shape, bro, besides the Earth, and that's a pear.
Higher and lower elevation.
There's more skin on more skin on the pear. There's more skin area on the skin of the pear in the southern part, the lower part of the pear than on the upper part.
Really, Brian, you really had the nerve to show that.
That's the U.S. military, Blue.
You showed me a cartoon.
No, the U.S. military showed you a cartoon. Okay, they said. So since we put up satellites, hold on. Since we put up satellites, we learned that the Earth is pear-shaped. Then I got Neil deGrasse Tyson saying the Earth is pear-shaped.
Actually, the other guy. Actually, Brian, the other guy is the one that said it was pear-shaped. Neil deGrasse Tyson just agreed with him and said, "Okay, that's a good way to explain it."
Yeah, a good
Neil
point.
deGrasse Tyson
also agreed with the
other
U.S.
guy.
military.
Now stop lying about it, Brian.
So did the U.S. military, right?
The U.S. military showed you a cartoon, not a picture,
and said it's pear-shaped and showed an animation. Yes, that's all we ever get is cartoons, Blue. What's so different about this cartoon of the Earth than all the others, Blue?
Brian, do you want to actually understand this? Do you want to understand it? Yes or no?
Understand what, bro? Just because we don't agree with something doesn't mean we don't understand it. What our problem is you don't understand what we're telling you, unless you're just being willfully ignorant, bro. You seem like a decently smart guy. Why can't you understand any of these concepts, bro? Is it like fucking? Is it ingrained in your head that it can only be one way, or? I just don't get it, bro.
It seems like, I'm not trying to call you out, Ruhif, but it does seem like kind of just selective listening. Like when I've said things, I feel like you just go off on something else and don't respond. That's fine. I'm not like criticizing you for it, but it doesn't really seem like he's wanting to actually discuss what other people are saying. He just wants to keep fixatingly trying to teach you whatever he thinks he wants you to know or whatever.
Yeah. When they say pear-shaped, right, they don't mean a bigger area. They mean the deviations in elevation between the ellipsoid and the geoid, right? So pear-shaped.
I know what a pear is shaped like, bro. Okay, apparently you don't.
Right. So what is the?
I've got a pear tree, Ruth. I've got a pear tree in my front yard.
right? Can you quantify the deviations? How big are the deviations from the ellipsoid
Bro,
to the
I
geoid?
don't think anybody knows what the whole fucking Earth is, bro. I'm just
They
telling you what
do,
the
because they
military
sent a
said.
fucking satellite up there, Brian. That's the point, is they sent the satellite up to measure them. And the magnitude of these deviations...
No, they sent the satellite up to take pictures, bro. And they said apparently, and we learned that the Earth is pear-shaped. That's what they said, not me. Don't put it off on me like I said it.
I knew it was just a matter of time. I knew. Hold on. I will say, you guys are talking. You're filling the air so intensely. Keep in mind that like it's really hard for anyone else to even get in. If you guys could let the combo breathe a little.
Yeah, I'll back off a little bit, man.
Well, you don't have to like stop. I'm just saying it is intense because I was just trying to get one thing in, and now I kind of forget. Oh, I was just saying I was wondering how long it would take until we get to satellite until we get to satellites.
But that's what the satellite did, was measure these tiny deviations from between the ellipsoid and the spheroid, and the magnitude of them is no more than 100 meters. Right? So 100 meters in relation to 6,000 kilometers is nothing.
There are anomalies up and down every coast in the southern hemisphere. There's the South Pacific anomaly, and I just found out about the new African anomaly off the coast of Africa, and we all know about the South Pacific anomaly. Why in the South is around all the continents, the satellites suffer from anomalies and have to link to other computers. They have to link to other computers. I'll put this video up where they say how they link to other computers to get past all these anomalies in the South. I mean, is that just coincidence, y'all? Do you have an excuse for that? What they say the Van Allen belts dip down in the South. Do you fucking believe that? Did the Van Allen belts dip down in the southern hemisphere to fuck with all the satellites? No, they had to start handing off control to normal citizens, and they're asking questions like, "How's it showing this in the South?" You know, oh, that's an anomaly. Yeah, of course it's a fucking anomaly with your pair.
Yeah, and as I've just explained, the deviations are no more than 100 meters between the ellipsoid and the geoid. So when they show you a pair, they are showing you a highly exaggerated computer model.
Bro, they don't even survey from the coast of Carolina to Bermuda. They don't even survey from Florida to Key West of island hopping. Okay, all these continents have their own surveys, dude, and any little island has its own surveys. Bro, I understand you got a model, bro. Okay, but it's a great model, bro. Like I said, I applaud you, man. But it ain't like we don't understand it. I think you're the one who doesn't fully understand the implications of some of it, though, man. I'm just saying, man.
Okay. As long as we're clear that the deviations from the ellipsoid are no more than 100 meters, and they still call that slightly pear-shaped.
Yeah, well, they still show on Google Earth or some of the trackers ships in the middle of fucking land in Antarctica sometimes and shit. You know, so there's still anomalies going on, bro. With your, so your model ain't perfect. It's constantly updating. So they're refining it more and more. You know, Google Earth is even updated and shit. So they're getting their model closer and closer, man. But it's a model, bro. Just don't forget that it's a model.
All right, hold on.
Or it's a pair. I'm just kidding.
Well, here's what that government thing that you claim was the military. Here's what they actually said. Yeah, I don't think I picked it up.
I didn't hear it, but yeah, I know what they said. I know what they showed.
And let me see if I can get this working again. Probably so.
Would,
if were a sphere with uniform mass distribution. But instead, Earth has various bulges and unequal concentrations of mass.
Blue, your mic's hot. You get your
Oh, he's playing the video, I think.
No, that was me laughing in the background because they showed a literal pear-shaped Earth on screen, an animation. You know how they show us animations of
An
Earth?
animation,
They literally showed a pear-shaped animation
You
of Earth
showed
on
us a
screen.
cartoon and tried to represent it as pictures from space. Now, don't try to
You
lie.
flipped all over
So
it.
you didn't. That's what you did.
I said it's an animation, bro. Why is that a
No,
lie?
you didn't.
I said it's an animation.
You said they showed us pictures from space, Brian.
No, I said that's
Then
what
you
satellites claim. Satellites
you
claim
gave
to
me-
show us pictures from space, but what we get is animation. That's my claim.
I'll go back and play the tape and see.
All right, I've arrived.
I'm not claiming that picture's most certainly an animation. That's why I laugh.
See you. Bye. Love you, Brian. Bye bye.
All right, take it easy, bro. Blue will dive into shit though, man. Anything you have to offer him, he'll take a look at it, and he'll damn well explain it. Whether you buy it or not, that's up to you. But he ain't hiding from nothing. I give him that. It's got to get exhausting though, fucking sometimes, man. I'm just saying, especially dealing with people like me, man.
You're not bad, Brian. I think I'm worse than you sometimes.
Oh well, thank you, man. Thank you. I'm definitely worse. Like when God, like some people just bring it out of me, man. Like Sean Hawkins, Peyton Shield, Rumpus. That's top 3. They bring it out of me, man, every time. No matter what I try and tell myself, deep breaths. They bring it out of me, dude.
Well, I mean, I feel like we should actually start moderating more for this like energy that people have where they come in and just like they demand that you need to learn something, and then they'll use whatever like ridicule, condescending insults to try to like corner you in that you are to submit to them to learn, quote unquote, whatever they think they're teaching you. But like in a real teacher-student relationship, the student agrees to be the student. It's like giving consent. Like you're actually consenting to being taught. You're like, oh, I'd like to learn from you, and then that would occur. But these guys, some people seem to like assume that they're the teacher and that they have to teach you something, and that's really not what. Like that's not like this isn't like a school for them to be doing that. Like it's a live stream. So I just feel like we should moderate more for that and not let that just run wild, because when the conversation goes that way, it's not even a real live productive conversation anymore. It's just them continually pushing their thing. Now it's fine if they want to present something or share something to the audience. That's understandable. But at the same time, like
that's how I do when I start firing back. Like you don't understand. That's not my normal way of talking. That's me being defensive when they act like we don't understand shit. I fire back like that. But like when it gets condescending, like dude, different people have different understandings of the world. And I'm gonna tell you right now, I knew a dude, I ain't gonna say he's my buddy, who couldn't even read and was one of the smartest motherfuckers I've ever met, bro. He could read you like a book. You know, he could fucking fix any fucking thing, dude. He just understood the world, dude. You know, and some people have a mathematical understanding of things. Some people have there's multiple different understandings people have, but just because you don't agree with something doesn't necessarily mean you don't understand it, man. It's a cheap shot.
You don't get to deny facts, though. That's your problem, Brian.
Well, I thought all that was awesome. Right in the beginning, I wanted to make the point that, maybe it's the stars moving or the air moving and not the planet. And I asked Rumpus right away, do you think the stars are moving? And then he said, yes. Well, no. And then I was like, oh. And then for the next, all that amount of time, they wanted to assert that the Earth was moving and not the stars.
Yeah. I think that anything we can measure is reality. Anything we can empirically measure is reality, and the argument starts there. No one model gets to hog reality. Reality's reality, and any model is going to have different explanations for that reality, how it works on their model, you know. But ultimately, I'm not sure anybody knows exactly what the whole world is, because once again, it is a model, and that's where I think the understanding needs to start from, is the fact we're comparing models and different aspects of the Earth and shit like that. I just like I said, I applaud their model, or, you know, not knocking that, but reality's reality. It is what it is.
Yeah, it'll take a couple more years to really get all the resources and teams and energies together we need to have more definitive physical measurements of the Earth. It's already definitely like not a globe, for many people are aware of that, and was just in terms of the actual creation of this realm. But so many people believe it, and yeah, it is a model, and a model that people really haven't verified, but has been kind of propagandized and sold to them, along with a space, you know, Hollywood kind of production. So yeah, they're believing it, but we just need the actual physical validation, the physical measurement.
Snellius did it 400 years ago.
If you do those measurements,
You guys, something?
the globe, would you believe it?
If we did those measurements and there is a curvature, then that would mean the surface is definitely curving. That wouldn't necessarily mean there's a globe right off the bat, but it would definitely mean that there is curvature and that it's not of a planar geometry. Yeah.
Well, it was done 400 years ago, Gio.
And you can replicate that. I mean, go out and take some measurements and see what you get, if you're willing.
I've done that, bro. I've done that. I didn't get that. I didn't go that far. I didn't go even over 1.5 miles, but I didn't get any curvature. They said I was changing angles and didn't know it. Maybe I was, but I certainly didn't measure curvature with my equipment. I've been using it my whole life.
Snellius did.
Was that was someone else? Someone else was trying to get in. Your mic was a little bit hard to hear. Whoever that is, that trouble about?
Yeah, I'll see if I can turn it up. Sorry.
Oh, actually, no, it's good now. No, it's actually good now. It was just kind of choppy before.
Yeah, I think I was talking at the same time as someone else. Sorry. I just want to know what you guys think of the southern stars, because I live in Australia and I'm a flat earther, and I started filming the skies, and our stars don't go around Polaris. So I'm just wondering.
No, it's another rotation. You know, you can see the deviation at the equator. It's in Stellarium. You know, it's mapped. It's even in Wikipedia will tell you there's 3 different directions the stars deviate south.
Stellarium, the globe model.
It's very slight, and it happens at the horizon, but it's there, and so there's definitely another rotation. But as far as mapping everything out, you know, they're all doing a corresponding circle, and that's what the ephemeris will show, is everything doing a circle in accordance to each other, you know. So who's off by a little bit, you know. But to me, you know, I don't know, man. To me, we're just shitting on the globe as much as possible, question our reality. And but as far as knowing the whole entire Earth, man, that's a big place, man, and they don't survey in between continents and shit like that. So I mean, I don't know, man. I could go either way, but there's different ideas out there. But yeah, there's a rotation that seems to a little different, you know, but it's still, the stars apparently go circle, right?
As far as the Southern Cross, I hear it's visible from Florida. Have you guys heard anything from that?
Southern Cross is way above the horizon. You can see it from Florida during certain times of the year. That's correct.
I never even looked for the Southern Cross.
You have to be in the Keys. You just can't see it from the mainland.
So how are we supposed to put 2 spiral discs?
Well, it's also nowhere near Sigma Octantis either.
Trouble about I wanted to respond, real quick to what you were saying. So I just posted 3 images in the chat. One of them shows kind of just a structure, kind of an AE type map, planar surface, and then it has sort of these 3 focal points of rotation. So that would show with 3 points. The next one just shows kind of the idea of kind of 4 star fields. And then the last one shows a map layout that has that kind of square dynamic to it. And it shows the latitude and longitude lines, how they get smaller in the south. Even though this is on a planar surface, they're getting smaller in the south. So if you were to like cut out the southern oceans and wrap that around a ball, you would get that same kind of southern movement. Whereas on this is obviously just a planar surface. So what I think is going on is that there are 4 polar regions in the south. They all have the same visual stars, and they're all rotating in their opposite. Well, it's the same actual rotation, but it's a different direction depending on which way you're looking at it. It's all east to west, but yeah, they're making, the clockwise and counterclockwise. Counterclockwise.
In other words, wherever you're at, you'll see that piece of rotation.
Yeah, wherever you're at, in like 4 quadrants of the Earth or 4 corners of the Earth. So whatever quadrant you're in, whichever corner you're in, there's 4 of them. So whichever one you're in.
If you're on the edge of both of 2 of these quadrants, you'd see both of them then.
Well, that's an interesting question. What it would look like in the southern areas. That would be very interesting to see.
That's why I want to go in between the continents and look at shit, man, because that would narrow it down a little bit. I want to go out in the middle of the ocean before I die.
Hey, Gio, can I ask you a question? Can you give me I guess there's a role I need to be able to post images in the chat?
Sure. Yep.
Thanks, man. Hey, but
yeah. So
I know you guys.
Yeah. So trouble about. Have you ever heard that idea? Essentially, it's like a quadrupole system. It's a quadrupole magnet. Like quadrupole magnets basically have 4 poles, and then there's the one in the center, and then you get all of the flux lines between those dynamics. So have you ever?
I just haven't seen any evidence for it. That's all. Everything I've seen is just like one pole in the south, same as there is in the north. I don't see any evidence of anything else.
You understand, Gio,
they're ideas and they're good ideas, but I don't see any evidence for them. That's all.
Gio.
Well, we see that southern rotation in the southern region. So if there's 4 poles or 4 corners, wouldn't we see that in every region? So we would see that same phenomenon.
Yeah, and from the north, like if you can see the Southern Cross, then you'd see 4 of them as you look, as they 4 things passed around the sky, because you've got a wider view of the south than we do. From the distance.
No, you'd only be able to see like one of them at any one time, because I don't.
Where's the footage of this conversion and diversion zones? There isn't any. We've been looking for years for it. I just don't see any. That's all.
Of
get
what?
The ideas
of stars in the southern oceans in the south.
Sorry, what was that?
Well, there's a couple ways it could work. Like if you have 4 poles like that and you have those rotations, then you could have stars that are moving horizontal in that southern region, meaning they would go from that rotation, and as you would go, they'd be going horizontal. So you'd kind of be looking like the edge of a dome, basically. And then another conception would be that there are 2 rotational fields, and if you went to the southern oceans and actually looked at the stars, you would see that divergence, convergence, kind of like we do at the equator. And I haven't ever seen good footage of stars at like 60-degree parallel or further that would fully be mapping out that southern region. And I'm not sure of anyone who has. Like, have you ever seen that before? Because I would love to see what the stars actually look like in those southern regions in between the poles. Because the places we always are on the continents, or maybe just off the continents, that southern, southern Pacific, southern Atlantic is not traveled, and I've never seen star footage from there.
I'm on mute.
Far enough in the sky that we'd be able to see the edge of these things. Same as I can see the edge of the northern one. Someone would see the edges of it. There's just nothing.
Well, if the southern ocean's like on an AE map, like, do you think the Earth is something like the AE map? Because in that case, like South America and Africa, if there's poles at each of those locations, that's a huge distance between them. So it'd be really challenging to ever know what the stars even are in those middle regions, and between them.
But we'd have stars just going all different directions in the middle of places where they shouldn't be.
Well,
we don't have that. Okay, why doesn't it happen in the north?
What about what I said about the Southern Cross? Like, a person from Florida is in the northern hemisphere, and they can see a southern hemisphere. Pretty much, it's almost the same location that Polaris would be,
No.
at the opposite pole.
No, incorrect. The Southern Cross is
Why,
about the
why, why are you a globe defender, dude? Why do you come to the rescue of this obviously fucked up part of your map or your
because
globe,
it works.
dude?
Because it works, man. It's not at the southern pole.
Hey,
Look on
why do you
Stellarium.
try to
Look
justify
on
it?
look on Stellarium, and you can obviously see that the Southern Cross is nowhere near the. It's like about the same as the Big Dipper. It's quite a ways away from the north. You can definitely
Why do
see
you
it
try
from
to
Florida
justify?
during April.
Why do you try to justify when I said Florida and you said, "Oh, it's the Florida"? You have to look from the
Keys.
Florida
You have to look from the
Keys.
Keys. That's
Yeah,
correct.
so I
Keys on the Keys.
just posted an image that just kind of shows an AE map, and then it has kind of 4 little compass things at each. That wouldn't be exactly lined up. It's a little bit off kilter where the actual southern poles are. But if you had that, see that red circle? It's kind of like the equator line. Like they're all connected through the centers through that little red circle. Well, that would be obviously on the borderline between the north and the south. Now, I think you'd be way too far away from to be able to see any 2 souths at any one time, but you'd be able to see one of them. So if you're in Florida or something like that, or in some area that you're, or with Polaris, same thing. You can see it from south of the equator at times as well. You're just in that overlap zone between the northern region of rotation and the southern region of rotation.
Or what if I call Occam's razor and just say what we see is what's happening? The south has one rotation. Deal with it. I'm sorry it doesn't fit.
The Florida Keys are nowhere near the equator. Let's just be clear on that.
God, how high is the Southern Cross in the sky?
Depends where you are.
Okay, so if I was south of the equator,
how far from the pole is the Southern Cross?
Would you expect me to see Polaris from the southern?
From where?
From the south of the equator.
Yes, you can see it north of the equator too.
I was going to respond to one thing.
Isn't their globe curve getting in the way?
Nope.
Isn't
not during certain seasons of the year when you're looking south. You can't see.
I'm just below
and they'll bring
Tropic of Capricorn.
From 2 to 3
I'm just below the Tropic of Capricorn, and I can't see Polaris.
Yeah, I mean they can bring in refraction if they want to as well.
No, it doesn't. There's nothing about refraction.
My stars aren't refracting. They're things that are there, same as yours. They're lights in the sky. They're not a reflection of anything. They're not a light. They're not a beam of light. Like they're a source of light.
So you were saying there's one rotation. If it was 4 rotations that are all like mirrors, kind of like 4 corners of a room where they all look the same. If it was like that, if they all look the same, would there be any way to decipher? Other than going in this, like between them, like you said, in that deep Southern Ocean, is there any way that we'd be able to know whether it was one rotation or whether it's 4 separate if they all look the same?
No, and neither could you tell the difference if the North Pole was at the center. So, you guys claiming that you're Polaris, everything goes around it. Where's your proof of that? Our stars don't do that. So I could easily put the South Pole at the center and do what you guys are doing and have the same claims with no proof. You have no proof.
No, the difference is
that's all I'm saying.
We can all see Polaris in the north. We can all look at it. So we're definitely that's at the center, whereas in the south. Oh, I see what you're saying. I think actually I see what you're saying.
I have a celestial center. Your Polaris is not right at the center. It goes around in a tiny circle. So you have a black spot right at the very center. We have a black spot right at the very center. Just because you have a star a little bit closer to it than we do, and you can't really see it moving around in a circle with the naked eye, doesn't mean that you don't have a nothingness at the center of your thing. You do. You have nothingness. Same as we do.
Right.
But you keep dismissing the south as if it doesn't exist. And the north does. You're just like the Globers. Like I'm hanging upside down with them, or I have a sky that doesn't exist.
Who said that? Whoever said what you just said? Was that a complete just out of the blue? No one ever said that. No one ever said the south.
It's inferred. It's inferred.
No,
my sky. I have four star spirals in the sky that I can't see. Then my skies aren't real.
So they're real. It's the 4 corners. In my viewpoint, it's the 4 corners of the Earth. So there's a very real rotation of stars in the south that is viewed.
Well, that could be happening in the north, though. They could say that about the north.
I just posted
You
the
just don't like that idea.
I just posted the
What
southern
do you?
hemisphere.
Hold on. What do you mean? There is a rotation in the north that the land in the north can all see. What do you mean? How would that be four corners?
What do you mean land in all the north you can see? How can you not see all the land? What are you talking about?
Well, like people in China, people in Europe, people in America, all in the north, we can all see Polaris.
People in
Yeah,
southern
and people
Africa,
on the southern
people in
hemisphere can all
Australia.
see friggin' the
No
center of
fucking
Sigma
flat earther,
Octantis.
dude. She ain't no fucking flat earther, dude. You
I
ain't,
am,
you never
but
will
I
be.
live
No,
in the
you're
southern
not. No, you're
hemisphere,
not.
and it
No,
doesn't
you're
work. No, I'm
not.
not anymore.
You're
I'm
fucking bringing
neither.
contention for no reason. I said that there's. I started off by answering you that there's obviously more than one rotation. And you're coming with false contention. Quit acting like a flat earther. Poser.
Joe, do you know that the map you give was a Pierce projection? It's a global projection.
Well, I kind of see what Trouble About is saying. I mean, the idea that everybody is okay. So let me just ask you this, Trouble About. If you've ever, I don't know what you currently think of the Earth, but if you've ever thought that it isn't a globe and that it's a planar surface, how do you explain the southern stars then for yourself?
I can't. I'm stuck. I don't know what to do.
She had a good answer. It is what it is. But then bringing contention for no reason. Like, who does
To
that?
me, it means it's more. It's obviously more than flat and
Why are
round.
you
Neither of them
who
work.
said that there's no rotation down there? Who said there's no rotation down there? Nobody.
You understand they go in the opposite direction of the northern stars, right?
Sorry, do they go from east to west?
Yes.
Paid, you're such an idiot.
Otherwise, they go around in a circle.
But it goes counterclockwise or anti-clockwise?
Yeah, like the ephemeris shows everything going on in one circle, though, right? Don't the ephemeris show everything going in one circle, Paid, right?
Not the ephemeris. It's actually a globe.
No, I'm the
Well,
ephemeris. The show we navigate by shows everything going around in one circle, right, Paid?
Yep. Thank you. Welcome to the
All
globe.
right, then shut the fuck up, man. Stay out of this, man.
Well, hold on. Let me ask Trouble about something really quick. Okay, do you see this one? I'm just hold on, Mike.
How do we get more than one rotation on a flat Earth? I still don't
Oh
see
gosh,
that.
that's not sunlight rays, is it? And you're going to compare fixed lights of stars with sun rays, are you?
I know. How does stars separate on a globe, Paid?
I had a delay in my internet for a second. No, I was just posting. I posted it before, but in the idea on a planar Earth surface that we have stars that are moving in certain pathways and they have certain focal points. If like fans of a blade, like a ceiling fan. If you had like two ceiling fans, they're both from above. They'd both be moving clockwise, let's say, but where the blades would intersect, there would be a counter and a clockwise and a counterclockwise if you looked at it from two angles. So anyways, the idea that the stars are like fan blades and they have focal points, like the central point, and they're just above a planar surface, like that one I just posted, it has sort of three, nodes. I actually think there's 5 total. There's the 4 outer, like 4 corners of the Earth, and then there's the one in the center. So it's like the north, south, east, west, and all the continents are all stretching.
Where's your proof that Polaris is at the center and that it's not Sigma Octantis? Where's that proof? Instead of just wishful thinking.
Well, there could be other centers, like for example, the southern region, Sigma Octantis, that could be the center for you guys and other people that are on the other side of it, if there is more land out there. Because in the north, we can all see, like people in China, Europe, United States, etc. We can all see Polaris, so it's clearly a central.
But there is no other side of it on a flat Earth. On the other side, it goes out into nothingness, into the dome wall. There is no other side on that version.
Well, there could be more land, and like your southern stars could be the pole star for you and the other land that perhaps would be circling that whole region. If we were able to go to Antarctica in the south, I'm just saying it's an idea. I'm not saying it's what it is. I'm just saying that
how you can see the rotation of your stars in the north. I can see the same thing in the south, and you're not listening.
What
you're
he's
not
saying,
hearing
Gio, yeah, what he's saying is that we can have an AE map with the South Pole at the center, and you guys are looking in 4 different directions.
Yes. But yes. So where's your proof? You don't have it, and I can flip it just as easily, and you guys need to understand that. We flat earthers need to understand that. Otherwise, we're making idiots out of ourselves, and we're encouraging other people to do the same thing. And you guys don't live in the South.
I don't think there's anyone that's an idiot that's involved in these discussions ever. So we're all intelligent people having conversations about possibilities of things. If you're talking about proof of like what's in the southern region, like beyond the southern stars, like on the other side of that southern pole star, yeah, it's a huge question. I mean, the governments don't allow us to freely go there, so that's a whole nother question. And
I
it's
can
cold.
see what's in the sky on the other side of that pole star. I don't know what's on the land underneath it, but I can see what's in the sky.
Right, so if I look up at
Same
the
as you can
stars,
see all the way around Polaris. You're claiming you can see all the way around Polaris. Guess what? I can see all the way around Sigma Octantis.
right,
All the way around.
Yep. So that there could be more land there. We would just have to explore it to verify that or not. But like, for example, like if you heard of puddle theory, it's kind of like an idea where you would have, let's say like our little region of continents. Let's say you have one of them. Well, now let's say you have 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and there's multiple star systems. So it's kind of like the idea, like each one is like a puddle in a sense. So if that's the case, that's what I was trying to say. Like there's the Polaris one, that the land that we all can look at it. Okay, that seems to be central. The sun goes around it, etc. Because like in the 24-hour sun in the Arctic up in the north, you can literally just watch the sun circle Polaris. So clearly that's happening. Now in the south, I hear what you're saying. Like, of course, on a globe model, they're saying it's the southern part because all the, it's just one pole of the globe or whatever. What I'm suggesting is that there's actually 4 of them in 4 corners. And I hear what you're saying. They all look the same. So how would we know exactly just from that information alone which one it is? And I also hear what you're saying, that if there was land beyond Antarctica on the other side of that southern pole, then yeah, that could be a central point for more land. That's what I was saying.
Yeah. That's all. Sorry, I didn't mean to stir up shit.
No, it's a good discussion. I don't think we have full verification of the southern region to be able to know that for sure. But I mean, if there's no curvature...
What do you mean full verification of the southern region? There's heaps of people living down in the south. There has been for hundreds of years.
Yeah, there's
we
no
know
full
what's going on
verification
down here. It's not unknown. It's not a mystery.
Well, for example, has anyone been directly below Sigma Octantis or beyond that to be able to see Sigma Octantis from the other side?
Not since I've started taking an interest. No, I haven't.
Sorry, has anyone or one of us?
I don't know if anyone has. I haven't actually
been to the South Pole, so yes.
I've had my brother-in-law has been to the South Pole. He's deceased now, so I can't ask him about it. Did he see? I don't know. The stars above his head. Did he pay attention? I wasn't a flat earther then. I wasn't into that stuff. So I don't know.
Well, I mean, I guess the bottom line with the southern stars is that if they're electromagnetic, if they're moving in their pathways, like the little tracks, like little race cars in a track, they're moving above the Earth. The Earth can still be it can just be a planar surface with those stars moving in their tracks. You don't need a sphere to explain them.
Well, no. And they don't need to be at the outside either. They could be in the middle in that case. Which suits me better, would make my world look easier.
What's up, Ron?
Then the Antarctica could still be an island, and the ice wall. We don't need an ice wall. We've got a dome. Go around the ocean, around the north.
Well, Antarctica as a ring of ice appears to make sense because the sun circles over but doesn't quite circle out to that perimeter. So Antarctica would most likely be an Antarctic wall of ice as opposed to an island at that point.
Yeah, yes, because Antarctica does have an ice shelf, which to us is an ice wall. So, but you can just flip it either way. I just don't see. I'm not convinced of either. That's like, and I think it's a huge problem. Well, it bothers me anyway. It doesn't bother anyone else.
We also have like voyages of Captain Cook and Captain Ross that appear to catalog 3 years of travel in impassable ice where they couldn't get through. So as far as we can tell, the evidence is pointing toward an Antarctic ice wall that is impassable, not an island per se.
When was that trip done?
Have you seen the ships? Have you seen those sailing ships? I've seen yachts.
Yachts around then, something like that.
Yeah,
I've seen trawlers bigger than the sailing ships that they took around the world. They are tiny little vessels.
Like, so we need to deal with why they're talking about what appears to be impassable reaches of ice. It could be them trying to go from one end of the island to the other, or because there's a wall of Antarctic ice, like an ice wall toward the outer perimeter, or something
It could be
else.
either. Yeah, it could be either. I don't know.
Well, it's not. It's not
You
like a
you
little
get what's
island.
called pack ice too. Like it's you need an icebreaker to get through it. If you just go down there,
what's up, Ron?
Yeah, specialized
see,
ships. I
Captain
don't know
Cook
if you can hear me.
Sorry.
No, I didn't know if you guys could hear me. If my mic's not working.
Hey, Ron.
Hey, Lemon. Yeah, what's his
Okay.
name was giving you a hard time, man. I don't like that. When fucking Lou is all drunk and shit.
It is what it is. I know people kind of hate that Bible thing. I get it. And I'm trying to not become a religious zealot myself. But it was kind of like, I didn't mention a vacuum. Why are we talking about that? And I didn't mention anything outside the dome. Why are we talking about that? And it was like my frustration was starting to mount. It was just, ooh.
He
But I'll
was
try to be
putting
cooler
words in
next
your
time.
mouth, dude. I didn't like that.
It was just getting on my nerves. It's kind of like you said, like the moment I mentioned firmament with its biblical implications, it was like no go at that point. It was just, I'll try to be cooler next time and use dinner plate dome or some other term or something.
No, dude. Eric Dubay uses it, and if he uses it, he taught every single one in this room. Learn from him. And if he says it and he's not using it in a religious context, because he's a Buddhist, right? So he even uses it.
Yeah, firmament.
Well, I heard
means,
one definition could be like firm means solid and ment means mind. Same as government means control the mind.
Or it could be just a one word,
If it's a
right?
solid mind, then it's something we. How do you describe the mind of God? Or the Creator?
Well, the word firmament also comes from like the vast expanse.
There's another.
It always has a sense of something solid that's beaten out like metal or glass. And
they used rakia too. Rakia was used in a different. What was it? Greek, maybe? Is it Greek?
That's actually more. Yeah, I was more referring to the rakia, which has to do with the expanse. The firmament is the actual, like the medium of the field above us.
The Rakia Hamashiach was Hebrew, which was translated as stereoma in the Greek, which still has the implication of solidity or the implied, meaning of something solid. Firmamentum in the Latin, meaning something firm, solid, hard. These translations always had the sense of something solid. And so it looks like there's some sort of dome covering of some sort up there in that regard, not just an expanse of sky in that sense.
Not only that, but if you trust the encyclopedias from 1958, there was an encyclopedia that literally said there is a dome over Antarctica, and it gave specific 13,000 feet elevation, 80 degrees south latitude. It's like, whoa, it's giving you specifics. It's not just, vague terminology. It's literally saying a dome. So if it is a dome, the edges of the dome are lower than the center. The center over the north would be the highest point, and then down toward Antarctica, it would get lower and lower. And we've heard accounts, I don't know if they're true, of airplanes crashing into an invisible barrier. They thought the Germans had invented a force field. And when I saw Star Wars or one of these movies where like, turn on the force field, I'm like, what a stupid concept. Who would even think of an invisible shield? That's so stupid. And that's where they got the idea, from the firmament.
This info comes from the actual companies that we don't trust. From NASA. Like, who's the guy that went to the bloody South Pole that did all that? I forgot his name.
Well, Admiral Byrd. I'm not saying I trust Admiral Byrd.
Are we not sus on him? That. Seriously?
No, the encyclopedia, he didn't write that. He didn't write that. Pre-19...
Yeah, sorry, let me address the encyclopedia one. I think they are talking about an ice mountain there. Which has
they counter by saying...
Like, it's like just an icy mountain and has nothing to do with a dome in Antarctica.
They do counter that it's some sort of geographic formation. I have heard that counter. The encyclopedia entry says that there is a dome, quote unquote, about 15,000, at 15,000 feet. So it could be sky covering at 15,000 feet, or as the Globers counter, some sort of geographic formation of some sort, like a mound of land.
It's interesting, like firmament and rakia, they're both like Lemon, you were saying they're connected to the solidity. That is true, but it's also connected to the word expanse. So it's like an expanse, meaning it's expanded out from where we are, but it also has that solid, like this says here, from the Latin firmamentum, meaning sky or expanse, is mentioned 17 times in the King James Version of the Bible and refers to the expanse of the heavens above the earth. So it's not an expanse like an infinite light year thing, the way the globe is, but it is still quite expanse above. It's like, the separating the waters from the waters. You have that.
You know what, Theo? Yeah. It calls it a vault as well, a vault. And we know what a vaulted ceiling is, right? So a vault would be a dome. It describes it as a tent. So, I mean, there's a lot. They do describe it as a dome as well.
Yep. Yeah, it's sort of like if you're in a huge building with a huge tall ceiling like that, it is like, it feels expansive. You're like, oh wow, it's a big ceiling, but it also is solid and it's there. Yeah.
And we, to have gas pressure, you need some sort of container. We could use the, biblically charged, I guess, in the West language of firmament, or I guess something a bit more secularized, container, or something like that.
When you get out of the city and you go, like here, if you go out bush, the stars come all the way down to the ground. Wouldn't you see these lines? If it wasn't curved, if it was like had domes, like straight lines, edges to this dome, like
we'd see things that would help us infer the dome's existence at the very least.
Stars would jump.
So we see whirls and concentric circles in the sky, and that could come from a circular solid covering because, as we know, when light passes through a certain shaped object, the light can be curved and warped by dint of the shape of the object itself. So the light is going through a curved glass dome. That's why we're seeing concentric circles in the sky, because it is a curved covering of some sort that the light is passing through.
Which could easily be the north as well as the south. Could be either end.
We appear to see a northern lights that appear to be going counterclockwise, southern lights that appear to be going the opposite. Somebody shows the same phenomenon, more or less, with a hemispheric sky glass dome placed over concentric circles on paper. It looks like you're getting a whirl and a counter whirl, a node and a counter node, depending on where you look through the glass. And so the northern node would be having stars going in one direction, and the opposite node toward the south would appear to be the opposite due to refraction through solid atmosphere, firmament, whatever.
Or could it be a bigger dome, like over these other lands that everyone talks about?
I'd need to see them. I'm only worrying about this place right here. Why am I speculating about other places when I don't even have it down here? I need to see multiple, domes or something like that, or at least one.
There's also the idea that if it's a much, much larger structure than just the land we know about, that beyond Antarctica, there would be, like, there's even these ancient maps and things that show two suns. So there's two suns on like an outer ring. So this would be like beyond Antarctica, there would be a whole outer ring of who knows how many continents. And of course, there'd be so much more land. So it would be literally probably twice as much as we have here. And then there's an idea that there's actually two suns, and both of those suns are 180 degrees from each other. And they're both rotating on, they're both 180 degrees from each other. So it's making a day and night cycle for everyone out there on those lands. And it's actually, warm and sunny.
Yeah, so that's the one where, like, the land keeps growing in the north and it gets pushed slowly out to the south.
That's a possibility. I mean, the sun would be the main thing, because otherwise, anywhere away from the sun, you'd have frigid, cold, and dark. Now, as a theist Christian religitard, I tend to go with the Bible. And the Bible only mentions the sun, one, the moon and the stars, one sun, one moon, several stars. So unless the Bible mentions several suns, I can't believe in anything outside of our particular realm being anything but frigid, cold, and dark, unless there's some sort of light other than the sun that's giving them warmth and, life. It's a possibility, but I don't find it worth exploring currently.
Okay. Okay, well, thanks for that. Sorry, that's good.
I've seen some people bring up something like this, where there's a there's Antarctica, and then there's a second ring of ice. Now, I think this is plausible because have you ever seen a double rainbow? Let's say we have one containment dome over the central part, and then a second containment over the outer one.
Yeah,
I
and
have a
that's
question.
why.
Could I know the verse or book that talks about Rakia or whatever that was?
Yeah, Genesis, right in Genesis talks about the firm Genesis 1:6 and
Do you know
1:7.
the verse or the book number?
Yeah, it started Genesis 1.
Oh, okay.
I'll see if I
right
can get a verse talking about.
Is there
Genesis.
a certain version of the Bible? I feel like I've read that before and didn't see the word Rakia.
No,
Look
it's called the firmament.
look at Genesis 1:6-8.
Thanks.
And the Hebrew word for it would be Rakia HaMashiach. You go to Bible Hub, pull up the Hebrew reading of the text with the Hebrew words in the original Hebrew, and the word for firmament will translate back to Rakia, something like that. And you can go from there.
I just posted the one.
Thanks a lot.
Yeah, I just posted this one. And God said, "Let there be an expanse in the midst of the waters, and let it separate the waters from the waters." And God made the expanse and separated the waters that were under the expanse from the waters that were above the expanse. And it was so. And God called an expanse heaven, and there was evening and there was morning the second day. And then
I'll see if I can go to Bible Hub. What were you saying?
No, I think that was it. No, I've just seen there's other translations of it too. Yeah, I'll post. I think I just posted that one.
I'm in Genesis 1:6. Let me go to the Hebrew. I'm probably going to butcher the Hebrew. I'm sorry, but it says, and God said, "Let there be a firmament in the width of the waters, and let it divide between them the waters and the waters." That's basically what Bible Hub says. And in Hebrew, it's like, "Wayomer Elohim Yehi Rakia Betok Hamayim Wihi Mabdil Ben Mayim Lamayim." But Rakia is the word that they have here for firmament.
Doesn't Hebrew doesn't it have like where you can go look up words, like the meaning of words from their text or something?
If you click in Bible Hub on the word, it'll take you to the concordance. And when you look up all the derivations, you got Birakia, Harakia, Larakia, Uta, and all these other stuff. And then you click on the meaning, and it'll give you a bit more of a definition. This is Strong's Hebrew 7549. It says Rakia, an extended surface, expanse.
Extended surface.
Expanse of heaven, as if beaten out, compare with Job 37:18, absolute construct, firmamentum, compare Syriac.
So even they're having trouble describing it.
But they're given the sense that it's something solid, beaten out like metal.
Yeah.
The vault of heaven, regarded by Hebrews as solid and supporting waters above it.
Ooh, that one's a bit more.
Visible arch of the
detailed.
sky, firmament, probably an expanse, i.e. the firmament, or apparently visible arch of the sky, firmament. What else did they say?
At some stages they're saying, look, we can see it, but we don't know what it is.
I'm posting this one. Yeah, this has a bunch of that Genesis 1:14, 1:15, 1:17, 1:20, all relating to this. Yeah, the expanse of the heavens, and the birds that fly. Yeah. Anyways, I'm just kind of reading parts of these.
Also, during the flood, the windows of heaven opened and closed and let down torrential water. And the vision of one of those dudes, Jacob or something, they said they went up to heaven, and below them it was like a sea of glass or something like that, or like crystal. So the
And
verses
opening the
appear to be
windows of
going towards
heaven
something
doesn't.
like that.
Opening the windows of heaven doesn't really sound like just rain, does it?
Yeah, it's like opening a window and letting down the water and then closing
Like
it
a
up. And
downpour,
like a shower.
yeah.
Yeah, have you heard of the idea that what people call the Milky Way actually used to be referred to as the Great Rift, and essentially it's a huge, essentially opening that where waters come pouring in at times when there's great floods.
It's stunning, the Milky Way. I don't know if you guys could see it.
I mean, it does kind of look like a big like focal point there. The way that it does look like an opening could be.
And also,
and that's why
you're saying.
That's why I find the reflection. I don't think the sky is as a reflection of the north. It's just too different and complex.
There's a guy who did a video that appears to be showing what's happening based off of refraction through atmosphere and glass. The Spanish dude, he put a hemispheric sky dome over concentric circles on paper, and he got what appeared to be a northern and southern star trail. So it looks like the general pattern is concentric circles centered in the north, yes, but it is locally deformed based off of atmosphere and refraction through atmosphere and or a solid sky surface.
So what do you reckon creates the Milky Way? If that was true, what would create the Milky Way from the reflection in the north? Like, is that
it
everything?
It wouldn't be a reflection
everything
per se. It would be like refraction. It's not like a mirror image, but it's more like a warp, like a warping of the image, essentially.
You have to think of it like this. Like if you're inside of a pool of water and you're looking up at everything that's above the pool, it's not going to be in its precise position. And you're within like 7 different layers of mediums. So you're looking up through 7 different layers of mediums. You're not going to see things where they actually are.
No, but I can see the movement of them. I can gather that.
Of course. Yeah, of course. And if those movements are consistent and predictable, then they're useful.
Yeah.
But it doesn't mean that you're seeing the real position. And by the way, I just want to say that the rift, the Great Rift, it appears to be some kind of gash, maybe like an opening. And, if you did jump in that pool, in a pool, for example, right when you land in the pool, you see a bunch of like bubbles and waves and all that stuff. It appears that that's the kind of activity that's happening around the rift, that at some point that was open and it left all this material there that is fluorescing in the, electrically, like everything else in the sky.
But you got to remember, but how is that possible if that rift doesn't exist? Because if you put us around the outside of a dinner plate, then there is no rift. It's either 4 different ones or it's a reflection of something. It doesn't exist.
Wait. If you put yourself at why has anyone been outside of the rift? What are you talking about?
Well, if you put a dome over the flat Earth and you put north at the center, put south around the outside. So you've got to turn our spiral, including the Milky Way, into.
I don't have to do anything.
Outside, like 4 different versions of it or whatever, which means that our sky is a reflection of something of the north.
I put it in the chat.
Fraction.
Basically, it's that video that I put in the chat right there with the Spanish dude. It shows how you're getting a warp due to refraction through solid sky and or glass. You're getting a whirl and a counter whirl because they're toward the outer perimeter. While everything whirls overhead, you're getting a local light show that is warped and distorted based off of your local rules of perspective and your local warping refraction, essentially.
It's kind of like
so what we're seeing in the sky is not.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry.
I was gonna say it's like the stars' ways of telling you where you are.
Pretty much. Either you're close to the northern center or you're further out toward the outer perimeter where the sky appears to warp and reverse.
There was a video I put in, it was Eric Dubé's video, and it shows the same thing, like with the glass, this glass dome over the flat Earth map, how things in the southern regions would illuminate. If we had a light outside the dome, it would look like you see here with this pen light and the glass dome. And that explains the winter time in the southern. It sounds like you're from Australia and you're caught up on the way you see the stars down there.
Yeah. So I'm new to Discord. I'm struggling to get back to where the pictures are.
See, the thing that distorts it, it explains that distortion that you're seeing down there. Do you know what a planetarium is?
Yes.
Okay. Every single planetarium has a dome ceiling. They don't project it onto a flat ceiling. It has a dome. And that's the only way they could accurately depict the motion of the stars is to use a dome ceiling. Otherwise, they would just have a flat ceiling and maybe the walls, right? The square walls, and everything would look legit, but it doesn't. You have to dome it. And that's because literally we're looking at a dome sky. Whether you're in the southern region or the north of the equator. Everything south
Yeah,
of
so
the
my spiral isn't real. The spiral that I see in the sky, it's
No, the
refracting, it's
reason
doing
you're
something weird. Well, it
the
can't be because it's got to
reason
be going around the outside of this, and it doesn't. It goes around in its
it
own circle.
explains why that
So it's
happens.
refracting and spending, in some weird way. So what I'm seeing is not really what's happening up
I'm
there.
not saying that. There's an
Sure.
explanation as to why it does that. There's an explanation, and if you would watch the video, it would explain it. I can't explain it to you. You have to watch it.
I understand it, but it's not proof of anything. It can flip it to the north in the middle, south in the middle.
But the stars don't prove that the Earth is flat. That's just explaining why the sky is doing what it's doing. It doesn't prove flatness.
The
It doesn't
land is
explain why
flat,
the
but the
sky is
sky
doing
appears
what
to be
it's
warped
doing.
and distorted, while the land is flat and motionless beneath. And this appears to explain it with some sort of refraction through atmosphere, dome, or something else.
So when you see a boat supposedly refracting above the horizon, and they say it's not really there, that's what you're saying to me, that my stars are just refracting and they're not really there, but you won't admit that.
The stars are there, but the image that you see is going to be refracted and presented to you differently. They're real stars, but your
So they're not doing
presentation is
what I
different
film
than
them
the
doing.
presentation of somebody else. That's all.
So they're not doing what I film them doing.
Correct. You're not
there is
looking at
so there is
actual
no
objects.
Milky Way. It's a refraction of God knows what, because you haven't found the real source that it's refracting from.
Well, you can see that when you look up, you're not looking at actual positions of actual objects.
Now I'm looking at lights.
Hey, that thing
You're
that
looking
Doofus
at a
just
local
posted.
light.
I'm looking at the movement of lights. That's all.
That thing that Doofus posted is super cool. Yeah, check that out.
I mean, just listen to what I said. Are you conceding that when you look up, you're looking at apparent positions of light something?
Yes.
Okay,
But so are you.
that's all you need to know, right? Because if you're looking at apparent position, you can't make physical claims of certainty.
Yeah, but do you see how on that picture you've just shown, at the top and the bottom, they're not doing circles. They're kind of doing really odd shapes. That's not what we see.
Well, the thing is, we already see a projected
And
image when we go out to reality, because when we look down at the railroad tracks, they appear to be ramping up to the level of the eyes. But are they physically doing that? No, that is a projected image, if you will, due to perspective and the way that our eye perceives light. Is it really there? Yes, but it's not actually ramping up. It is a presentation of an image for the eye to digest what, if anything, is going on. The sun,
Yes, exactly. And there's no proof that Polaris is in the middle.
and appear to whirl this way, that way, or whatever. It's just a projected image to the eye based off of the rules of perspective, refraction, whatever.
Yes, and I want to see a proof that Polaris is at the middle and my stars are around the outside. Go for it. You have no proof of that.
You know what? I would agree with that.
We already have evidence of that.
Why do you keep presenting it that way? As if you
We
do
already
have
have evidence of that because we have the midnight sun in the north showing that the sun never goes above or below anything. It always stays above ground for 24 hours going in a circle. We have the Polaris in the middle of that circular trick, and the only geometry that we know of that matches both sets of data, Polaris being in the center and the sun rotating around the center, is if Polaris is in the center. None of the southern stars match that geometry, so the only way that we can encapsulate all of these observations with the sun, the stars, and other stuff is with Polaris in the true center, the sun and all the other stars going in concentric circles around toward the outer perimeter. If you have another way to encapsulate that geometry in a way that makes sense, please present it. Otherwise, it is a dinner plate flat surface centered at Polaris with concentric circles of stars going further and further out toward the perimeter where you appear to be as an Australian, with a local deformed warped light show due to atmosphere, glass, dome, whatever.
So your proof is lack of proof from the south of a 24-hour sun from the South Pole. That's your proof.
Yeah. Your 24-hour sun is faked or off, or at best coffee cup caustic, while the sun is far away over the tropics. So our evidence is properly integrated data with a model conception, whatever the hell you want to call it, that accounts for the observations as consistently as possible.
Okay. So can you
All right.
explain how the planets are not warped like the stars? Because, I have all of the planets in my part of the solar system except for 2, or 1 and 1 occasionally. So,
Are you assuming that the
you're going to tell
planets
me now that there's a difference
where the
between
stars
that
are?
and the other layer. One layer is really in perspective, but the other layer is twisted and made up. But when the planets come in, they don't get twisted and thrown out into this warped.
A multi-layer
Are you
firmament would
assuming
be.
that the planets are where the stars are?
Well, there's a band kind of in the center where you have the equator, Tropic of Cancer, and the Tropic of Capricorn, which are both 23 degrees from the equator. That's where the sun. That's where the sun, the moon, Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, etc. All of these lights, these luminaries, are traveling just in that band. So they're not in the deep south.
And the sun never goes 24 degrees either side, yet you're saying it rotates around the sun for 6 months of the year, constantly seen every day. How's that possible on a flat Earth when it doesn't go any further than 23.5 degrees from the equator? And it doesn't happen in the north.
I'm sorry, I didn't fully catch that. Maybe could you say that one more time? I just didn't quite catch the concept of it. I mean, what I'm saying is that in our actual sky, like there is the equator, the Tropic of Capricorn, the Tropic of Cancer. We can see it every night. So I'm just saying that all of those, what are referred to as planets, I would call them luminaries. Those are all only in that band. So you'll see the ones, if you can see whatever you can see of that band, like if Mercury is all the way at the Tropic of Capricorn, you'll definitely be able to see it, of course. And if it's
so why isn't it distorted like the stars? Because my stars are distorted, so why aren't the planets distorted when they come into the southern hemisphere?
Well, they could be in a different layer.
They
could be lower down. I mean, some of this distortion appears to be based off of the thickness of the medium you're looking through. So the planets could be lower down in a medium of less thickness, of different quality. We'd have to explore this further. You're assuming that everything would have a universal presentation or a universal effect. That may be a bad assumption, depending on how far above the surface they are, what medium they're in, all of that other stuff, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, I mean, in a way, I think the sky ultimately is like a rainbow. It's like this holographic in a sense. It is still correlating to the physical Earth, so I'm not saying that it's all just some kind of projection in that way. But at the same time, the way that the moon appears and the way that rainbows are formed within the environment definitely are correlated to how the sky is functioning. My understanding.
The conclusion that I would reach is that the stars are higher up than the planets, the wandering stars, which are lower down and wandering. That's why they appear to dance in and out of the stars in the background. So I would just say that they're lower and in a different, less thick medium, and they're having different effects. Either that or they're sentient and they're just choosing their own path and just going whichever way they choose to. But that's a bit more fantastical.
Well, the way that they move between the tropics, like for the way that the sun, for example, when it's at the Tropic of Cancer versus Tropic of Capricorn, we get our seasons. Well, in the same way, Mercury, Venus, they're all doing that similar cycle. So they're all staying in that same, so they're doing the same trip, which is what they call an orbit in the heliocentric model. So like it takes the sun, 365 days, to make its whole to make that whole journey. But all of the other, like the wandering stars, are doing that as well. And they seem to all be doing it with a very specific frequency. Like they don't just randomly go places. Like they're very set at these particular frequency, like gear ratios. And that's why, Mercury is 88 days and,
Can I say too about that video that you posted with the magnifying glass around the Earth going under or looking up? I mean, that magnifying glass doesn't cover the whole sky. That's just a small patch. Can you do a model of the whole sky and have the outside of it going around in a circle? Because it's very convenient to make a little local patch
Well,
the whole sky. So that's very disingenuous, don't you think?
It's pretty ingenious
that
because
is proof of anything? Because you're missing the whole sky. You've only got a portion of it.
So, because you're a local observer who doesn't see the whole sky at any one time anyway. In this model, you would see a local portion of the sky that would revolve over you and give you a local light show. Unless you're saying that you're seeing the whole sky at one time, which is a huge assumption since you're a puny observer on what appears to be a
No,
huge
but I'm seeing a lot more than
and
that.
stuff like that.
I see a
So
lot more
how
than
much are
that.
you seeing? How much of the sky are you seeing at one time? You would need to present how much of the sky that you're seeing, and then from that, we could try to get some scale model of how much of the sky you're seeing under this refractive glass
Half
or
of the
whatever.
sky.
Well, if you were laying on your back with your head on the North Pole, we'd think that you'd see all the way to this between the tropics at the equator, if you want to call it that, right? You'd see the sun doing a circuit around you on the equator. So if you were on the North Pole, you'd see it at least that much of the sky, right?
Yeah, on the globe model, an observer in the night in perfect conditions, like really a vast expanse and no obstruction of buildings, can see, like the model dictates, half of the sky, right?
I'm just saying
And
in
stars,
reality,
and
right?
yeah,
I'm saying in
right,
reality, if you're laying down on your back at the North Pole, looking straight up at the Polaris directly above you, you know, if you want to tilt your head and look around you, you can see all the way to the middle point between the two tropics
right.
in all directions.
Just notice that those GPs are approximately 10,000 kilometers away. So yeah,
So I guess your visual, you know, your perspective dome of any portion of the sky should at least be that much at any
right,
moment, that same amount of like area space.
right. And just from this viewpoint of the sky stems the entire radius, the values, the globe model. You know, because imagine on the globe, if you stand at the North Pole, or maybe that's a bad example, but imagine you are at the equator on the globe and you look to Polaris. It will be right at the horizon, you know, which is, like they say, from the arc of the surface.
Is that true though? What do you think? If you stand on the equator, is Polaris on the horizon, the north
It's
horizon?
invisible. The Polaris disappears at the equator. That's because the perspective, as you get further away, it appears to converge at the horizon. That's where your vanishing point is.
No, but how long do I have to walk from the equator northward in order to see Polaris?
I've never been to the equator, so I can't tell you. Probably 1 degree. You get 1 degree and you'd see it right at the horizon.
That sounds fair, perhaps, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, look at it that way, because from the co-altitude angle we can obtain the latitude. So if you stand directly under Polaris and measure a zenith angle of 90 degrees, subtract that from 90, you get 0, you know?
Zero's the equator, yeah. So everything,
Yeah.
like I'm at 42-ish, and that's exactly where it is. It's 42 degrees from the horizon is the North Star. It works out perfect. Now, people that want to just keep going south of the equator, well, what about me in Australia? Well, I can't talk about that because I live here, right? I don't know what you see. I can't confirm it, but I'm not going to assume you're lying to me. And the reason you see the stars move this way, there's reasons for that. If there is a dome structure, it would distort the movement of the southern stars. They would move different than they do in this region.
Have you heard of the claims that certain naval admirals or whatever have documented seeing Polaris from like I think up to 20 degrees south of the
13,
equator?
13, yeah.
13, yeah. That's interesting. Sure.
I don't know. Then that would throw off everything.
It sure would. Yeah, that's what I'm working with here. I might be able to find it, by tomorrow and post
How
it.
would you know your latitude if you're going to navigate off the North Star? How would you know it if you're 13 degrees south of the equator and you could still see it? Something ain't right. I don't believe that claim. I'd have to see more evidence.
Well,
'Cause
I'd expect you not to believe that claim, and I'm skeptical myself because it's just a hearsay, just some
the
words
the
written on
reason that I
paper,
go with
right?
the part that I
But if
go
it's
with is
true,
because it works with my latitude. It's like, okay, this is my latitude and this is the angle that I actually observe it at, and then people in Florida observe it at a 35-degree angle from the horizon, and it just works. So, I mean,
yeah,
I haven't been to
here's
the equator to test, like, okay, can I see it at 1 degree or a half degree? I'm not
there's
sure.
some
I don't know if
there's
the
something
equator is what they tell us
there's
it is.
something a, there's something a little simple-minded about this approach of saying that Polaris is invisible or is unable to be seen at the equator because
But we don't know if
flat
that's the
globe.
equator, right?
Hold on, please. Hold on, please. We can say that for later. I just want to finish my point, please. Uh, if you take into account the altitude a person is at, and the more sky being revealed, the higher you are, or also the oblateness of the hypothetical sphere, then that would blend to the ability to see Polaris, to
Well,
a
we're
higher degree
assuming
above the
sea level.
equator.
We're assuming sea level because he was a captain on a ship, not a captain on an airplane. So we're
Well,
assuming it's at sea level.
you're also assuming sea level on a perfect sphere, which they tell you it isn't, especially on
We're
the
not.
sea,
We're not
especially
assuming a sphere. No,
oh, you're not? Oh, I thought you were.
no. I'm going off a flat plane, and that's how everything would work off a flat planar surface
Oh, why do you say that?
because it works. It works like the water is level, and then the angles that we can measure the altitude and the angle of Polaris, it will give you an exact latitude reading. And there's a lot of ships, like naval ships, that still use it as a redundancy. They have a double and triple redundancy. They have their GPS, right? And then they have a sextant that they make sure that they're on their right heading. They don't just assume their electronics are working correct. They also back it up with the sextant.
So what do they do in the southern hemisphere when they can't see Polaris? How do they
I'm
navigate
not
from
sure.
one?
You'd have to ask them. I don't know how they navigate down there. And I heard a lot of ships would get out of reckoning when they went around the Horn. You know what the Horn
Yeah.
is? They say when
Horn
they,
of Africa?
yeah. Well, there's also the South American one too. Before there was a Panama Canal, the ships that would go around South America would get out of reckoning. They're like they would travel for days and days past what they expect to. Like the distances they would travel were vast because the circle is a circle, right? The further you get from the center, which is the North Pole, the further south you go, the bigger that circle gets. So
So they
whereas
haven't
like
mapped the land correctly, basically. You're
well,
getting
let's
lost. It's
say,
taking
have you
longer.
seen a flat map, like a Gleason's map of what Australia looks like? Are you from Australia?
Yeah, is that the one where we're all pulled out sideways, stretched?
It's elongated, right? And there's a
It's
railway.
not right.
There's a southern railway, right? And it goes all the way across Australia, and it's longer than 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 Australia is said to be, right? They show you the chubby little Australia where it's abbreviated and it's
Because it
chubby.
goes up and down hills. You know, when you go up and down hills, you actually travel further than what you do on a flat plane.
No, no, no. This is thousands of miles longer than the length of the continent. So it's like you would be into the ocean. So something's not jiving. Like Australia is much longer than they're telling you. If and most people will never leave
But
the
it's not.
city.
I've had friends drive trucks down across there, and it takes them a certain amount of days. And I've travelled up, and it only takes a day less. So it's not. It's
You've
not
went
this.
the width of Australia. You've traveled across the entire width.
My stepdad has. He's a truck driver. Yes, he's been across to Western Australia many times. Whole life. So I know how
It's
long
not
he
that
was
hard to
gone
go
and how
across
long he'd come
Australia.
back.
Well, did you know Australia is one of the flattest continents in the world? They have
Yes.
a place called the Cumberland Plains that are a dead flat plain. So how do you explain that on a globe?
I don't. I'm not a glober.
Oh, okay, cool.
I think Earth is more than flat all round. So that's all.
It's
more special than that.
in relation to sea level, not flat.
I want to suggest a crazy idea to you guys that I realized about 2 weeks ago that one of these ways that if the Earth were flat, but in every single measurable way it appeared to be a globe, there's a way that I figured out like it can like be that way. And all you got to utilize is like time and space dilation. So it's not something I know how to describe. Like I can't paint a picture too well. But basically, if your experience of time slowed down and taking one step along the outside was somehow a longer distance than taking one step at the equator, then they sort of pinch off in this crazy, weird, dilated way, where it would work in a similar way to like a 360-degree projector. You know what I mean? Like you know how like the closer the screen is to a projector, the smaller the image gets.
Yeah,
And so the picture, it's very similar to how like you got a laser pointer, and if you like just turn your wrist 20 degrees and the wall that you're shining it on is close to you, it only moves like 10 feet. But if you shine it on the wall really far away, it moves like
square,
a mile.
The inverse square law of light. So like the projector thing you said, if the screen is close to the projector lens, it's small, and then it gets bigger. It inverses the square of the distance. That's why, like, if you get too far away from the projector, it'll be too. You won't be able to see like the old movie projectors, the household ones. If you tried to move back 100 yards and project it at a drive-in movie, it would just diffuse into nothing. You wouldn't see the image.
Right, and that might be the answer when addressing, is there a dome or is it in an infinite expanse? And it's like, well, it is an infinite expanse, but there's also a sort of limit to the resolution where the projection can be made out in any sort of sense, recognizable.
I wouldn't say it's infinite because there is boundaries. There's it's contained. The air has to be contained. It can't be infinite.
Well, this place it's really amazing because it's like even the base, like we have this baseline of everything that we work from, but even that doesn't exist. Like weight, I weigh a certain amount. No, I don't. It depends on what medium I'm in, or even how high I am in that medium. Apparently,
but we're all in the same medium. We're all in the air. Right?
Yes. But
well, we all gotta
really
make sure we keep thinking outside of the box of what we've been indoctrinated by. So I agree with you. We probably agree on most of our understanding of physics and all that jazz. But sometimes I try to have fun and abandon literally the things that I hold most true to myself. Kill my darlings and see what happens as a result. I don't know, I'm just trying to think outside the box.
I don't trust anything. I don't trust. Does the United States look like they say it does? I don't believe any of that shit. Like it could look totally different than they depict. This is what the United States looks like. This is what China looks like. This is North and South America looks like. How the fuck do I really know? Honestly, they've lied about this. But why should I believe them about
make sense
that?
when you even travel in your car.
Right, but see, they can be mapping your local regions with a particular coordinate system, but when it gets to linking the continents together and the big stretches of land, that's the stuff that people are not actually verifying. So just because you can drive a couple miles in your city and that's accurate, doesn't mean that actually
You can drive cross country. There's roads everywhere.
That the larger distances are actually accurate.
But yeah,
But don't
like
we use different
Mexico.
maps for roads and different maps for the ocean? It's like, hang on.
Look how big
Like,
Mexico is. It's not very big on a globe, but Mexico's really fucking long. They depict it as this little small thing. It's 2,000 miles long.
yeah, and Greenland's tiny, but it's huge. It's tiny. I don't know. It's the wrong size on their map too.
Yeah, they did that to Africa as well. They changed the size of Africa.
Africa's
Yeah, and apparently
huge.
the whole southern hemisphere is wrong, and places aren't in the
It
right
is.
place. That's like,
Yeah, it's a mess.
It is, dude.
Yeah.
You know what else? You know what else too? The time zones have been compressed. If you look at South America, it's actually compressed. It's narrower. It looks pointy and skinny at the tip, but it's much wider than that. They've just chopped out time zones. Okay, we're gonna chop. They're moving fucking time zones to distort the map.
Yeah, there's
Well, I
definitely
know-
there's definitely a time zone deception in this whole thing. I would agree.
They're
There's
snipping
an
it out
island-
of Australia. Australia has
There's
an intermediate time zone. They snipped out whole sections of land.
No, it's because it goes from capital city to capital city, and the one in Perth, Western Australia in Perth, is right on the left-hand side, and then the one in Adelaide is dead smack in the middle of that state. So there's a huge gap between them, and so the time zones go from the capital cities, and
They
everybody
have
in
to
the.
explain it away. Okay, they haven't. They have their official
But the
narrative.
sun does move across. You can't have the same time zone on this because otherwise, because it gets darker here before
No.
it does in Western Australia. I
You
could bring
have
them
to-
up. You know,
Do you
it's
know
6
what
or 7
noon
o'clock
is?
at night, and I'm in darkness, and they're still in daylight.
Noon is when you observe the sun at its highest point. High noon. Okay, so that's where you mark your time. It should be the same. If your time zone is correct, it should be high noon on your watch, the same time the sun is at its highest point overhead. That's what,
Well,
if your watch is not
time
reading
zones
that.
every hour. If that was the case, if you wanted to be accurate, every time zone would have changed by the hour, and you'd have it
That's
all
what
the
I
way.
mean.
So
Okay,
Australia
let's
should
have-
have like 15 time zones, really, or something. No,
not that many, because the time zones
No.
are wider. You just have a wider, like 15 degrees as I go south in Australia is wider than 15 degrees in Canada or in
I think if I was on the border of one of these states, I would probably go with whichever capital city was closer. I'd go like, fuck their hours.
Did you ever run track? You have the inside lane and track. It's shorter,
Yeah.
and then the outside lane is wider. So you have different starting points. So it's the same thing.
Yes.
If you're
Yes.
going in a circle, the guy on the outer circle has to go a bigger lap than the guy on the inside.
Yes.
So that's all I'm saying is like, okay, 15 degrees, it's relative to how close you are to the center of the circle.
Yeah, but what I was saying though, which would address like light times and all of that. I'm not saying it holds up under scrutiny. I'm just giving you food for thought that that even though on that like AE map, right, we use a scale on that map, but we act as if that scale, like 1 inch on this map equals 100 miles or something like that, right? What
Not
if
on this one. That one is not like that. It doesn't have that kind of scale.
Well, I'm just saying, what if there is no one size fits all scale to an AE map, and that like there's some sort of like
That is not though. It doesn't have a scale. That is only depicts where you would see the sun. It's not like that. Like 1 inch equals 100 miles. It's not like that at all. It's kind of complex in how it reads. It basically reads the position of the sun over the landmass, and that's what it
Well, that's-
uses to determine
yeah,
the
that's
shape
kinda
of
what
the
I'm
land.
getting towards. That's why I brought the projector, like space could be expanded the further south you go and more compressed the further north you go. Now, it doesn't seem very obvious because I don't know, I've traveled north and south within North America, but of course I'm working with what they tell me. I don't know, not a pilot, not a world traveler. I'm just saying, maybe space isn't as consistent of a thing as we think it is, even here on Earth. Because they tell us, there's like time dilation and Lorentz contractions in their model when they go out, further from Earth, right? But maybe the same thing applies in a sense when you go further south. Maybe,
Dude, you know what? I have a
what they
cousin
say
who's an
about-
airline.
Go ahead.
He's an airline pilot, and I think he's been a pilot for about 10 years now, and he's just now applying to get his permission to fly to Hawaii. He just flies over the United States now, right? He's still really busy, but you have to get a special permission to fly south to like the South Pacific, Hawaii, and stuff. I think anything that's probably south of the equator. Now I haven't talked to him, but if I mean I would like to talk to him about flat Earth. He's my dad's sister's son, and I don't see him because he lives in another state. I very rarely see him, and I'd like to talk to him about flat Earth. I did ask a question. I texted it to his mom. I'm like, ask him, does he adjust the the tip of the airplane, right? It's actually 4 degrees up. That's how they fly. They don't fly level flight. Something
right.
You know how a boat hydroplanes? If you ever drive across water, you see a
No, I get
hydroplane.
it.
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
the airplane is doing the same. It's kind of hydroplaning on the air.
Right.
It's the nose is lifted slightly to give it to fly level, 4 degrees.
Yeah, it's got to direct the air underneath it to give it.
But
give
if
that
the ground beneath
stability.
it was curving down, think about what that would mean. Even if you were flying level, you would be in outer space. If the ground is curving down, you'd be gaining altitude just flying
Well,
level.
I don't think that would happen. I think what would happen is that the plane would attempt to start like flying perpendicular, like the nose would more and more start pointing up as it tries to go horizontal, and it would end up just doing its messed up thing. But of course, that doesn't happen, of course, because it's flying in the atmosphere. It is the airplane flying through the atmosphere. But on a globe, I would imagine that the plane would start rotating. You know what I mean? It'd be kind of strange. It's something hard to imagine because it never happens. But I can tell you something. I don't know if anyone can relate, but if you take a yardstick and you throw a yardstick with a spin on it, like a football spiral, it'll go straight until a point where it actually goes plumb, right? If you try to throw a yardstick like a football and try to throw like a javelin with a spiral, it'll go straight for a while, but then it loses its spin, and then eventually it'll go up and down orientation, sort of horizontal. That's sort of the same motion I think a plane would do on a globe.
Thinking about that time dilation, and so the south would move slower. And I was thinking, well, that means I would have to talk faster to be able to interact with you guys. And I thought, well, that's right, we do talk a lot faster in the south than you do in the north.
Did you ever wonder how you're talking to us at faster than the speed of light? Like how there's no delay between Australia and here. Like it's instantaneous.
It seems that way.
Yes.
And this is a free setup, you know what I mean? This is as cheap as it gets, and you could talk to us in real time. It sounds like you're in the room with me, and you're literally
Well, do they
across the world.
do they really understand radios and all that? We know how they work, but do they? Like they say
I
they
don't know how they
understand
work.
them, but
I really don't know how they work, man. I don't know how it's transmitting so quick. To be honest,
well, it's still all going.
Hmm.
Yeah, you're right.
I can hear your voice as if you're just right here in front of me. It is truly incredible.
And the thing is, how do you trust anything these people tell us? Like, they could say, oh, it operates like this and this and this. And yeah, the Earth is actually a globe. So how do you trust them about anything that they're telling us? Like, they don't want us to know certain technologies. They might tell you how to repair a radio, like back in the days where you could repair a fucking radio. But nowadays, none of this stuff is repairable. Your cell phone, it's not repairable. I mean, you could change the battery, but the circuit
they make
board,
it a closed unit. Yeah.
Yeah, everything is like surface mount.
It could be repairable, but they've built it so it's you can't get into it. You have to break it to get into it.
It gets repairable, but the technology you need to repair it is out of line. That's correct.
It's surface mount. If you ever tried,
you
if
can't
you
do
ever
it
seen
at
how
home.
tiny it is, I can use through hole connectors, and I can repair things and solder them. And even that's difficult because my eyes are not as good as they used to be. But this shit is surface mounted.
Yeah, you need some specialized tools. It's possible to
Heat
repair. It's
guns.
not
You need
practical.
special heat guns and shit. But like
Yeah.
cell phones, it gets
Yeah.
so tiny that human hands are not good enough. Like
Yeah. Yeah, they do that on purpose, trying to cram more shit into a smaller bag, if you will.
that's what makes it disposable. Like you go buy a new fucking phone for $1,000. Like back in the day, you would take it to a repairman and he would fix your radio.
Yeah, well, back in the day, you didn't have cell phones either.
No, or this shit. That's what I mean. I'm talking.
He had
we're
the big
talking
bricks,
real
though.
time.
Yeah.
We're in a group call with Australia and all Geo's in California. I'm in Michigan. We're all in different places and it's real time. There's not a millisecond. It's fucking the second I say it, you hear me.
Well,
Yeah.
no, there is some
delay.
time lag. If you heard echoes in here, an echo is the time lag you're hearing.
It's a very slight time lag,
Yeah,
but
it's not
it's
very.
not
It's a
what you
second or
would
two.
expect. If you take the measured speed of light, what they tell us, right? If they say
Take the measured
okay,
speed of light from here to Australia and back. It's
and
about right.
back and back. Not only that, he has to hear and then reply.
Right.
Okay, his brain doesn't think instantaneous. You ever watch a drag race when someone red lights the drag race? Before the light turns on, you red light they're trying to jump the light. So your brain works so fast.
It's not just light it's sound is traveling faster than light.
That's what I'm
Because you can hear
saying.
my voice.
Something is not jiving with their official narrative. I think it travels through the ether and it travels instantaneous.
Sound travels instantaneously?
No. Whatever they're transmitting this over, whatever network.
Oh no, that's not No. Do you have a laser measure? You know, a laser ruler. Do you have one of those?
No, I don't have a laser.
Have you ever seen one? You ever seen one? Oh, they had some at Home Depot, pretty cheap. You know what they are?
Oh, you mean like a laser level? I've seen.
No, not like a laser level. Just a laser ruler.
I've never seen one. No.
Oh, come on! They've been out for years now.
I use the measuring tape. I'm a carpenter. I don't use a laser level. Or a laser measuring tape. I use.
Well, if you know about you should know about this. They sell them at Home Depot. They're like.
I don't use them. I just told you. I use.
Okay,
I use a mechanical tape measure my whole life.
Anyway, they have these things called laser measurers, and they work because light doesn't travel instantaneously.
I didn't say it did. I'm saying what we're talking is faster than the speed of light. That's what I'm saying.
No, it's definitely speed of light.
No, it's faster.
Why is it faster?
Because it's going there, and he's replying instantaneous. There's no delay.
There is a delay, actually. You can hear the delay.
Okay. The delay is.
You heard someone echo?
Talking about the echoes when someone's using their laptop speakers to hear people, and also using their laptop mic to talk back into to hear that echo.
That's a backfeed. Yeah, that's a backfeed.
Yeah, that's the echo. That's the time delay.
But that echo might be some sort of first of all, if there is some sort of delay, that doesn't mean the information through the Ethernet or whatever you want to call it, right, has any delay. The delay could be contained all within due to just the processing within the whatever device you're using.
No,
the reason this is we're traveling. Our voices are actually going faster than the speed of sound because our voice is being put into data packets. That data package is being sent with light. The light is getting there much quicker, and then once the data gets to you, it then is converted into a sound through your speakers or headphones to sound like my voice. Because otherwise, yeah.
Oh, sorry.
There's a discussion out there who hears the baseball bat crack first. The people at home or the people in the outfield. The people in the cheap seats. And the answer is the people at home hear it first because it's faster.
Yeah, it's a wave that dissipates out, but it would never be able to travel. Like something just as low volume as our voices would never be able to travel thousands of miles like it does.
Right.
Pretty awesome.
How do you package sound flight? I know it's happening, obviously, because we're doing it, but
it's put into data. It's put into ones and zeros. It's put into data packets.
It's a digital waveform. Have you ever used it? There's software programs you could edit sound. I think one's called Audacity, and you speak into it, and your voice gets digitized in a wave. You could see like the peaks and troughs of your voice. It just makes like a graph.
Okay.
So it does that.
Yeah.
It digitally, it goes from analog to digital, and then it sends that digital signal, and then it converts it. It's really amazing how fast all that's done.
So is it my real voice, or is it just a very close replica?
I haven't heard you in real life, but
It'd be a
Definitely
it's
Well,
it's a replica.
depends on the
Yeah,
microphone too.
yeah. It's
you know what sucks too? Like every time I hear my voice, I'm like, oh, does my voice really sound that bad? It's like it sounds different than it does in my head. So it's like,
Well, it doesn't.
That's because you're hearing yourself through the bones in your ears. You're hearing your voice through the bones in your head to your ears, so it sounds different. Yeah, few people like their voice when they first hear it.
it sounds
Well,
much worse. Yeah.
I'll tell you what though, man. I'll tell you what. You know, you record yourself even on the best of microphones, and then you play the recording of your voice that you record on the best microphone ever through your phone speaker. You're still gonna feel that way, but I promise you, you're gonna like your voice a lot more played on a really nice surround sound system. It's gonna sound
Right,
way
with
more
a really
like
good
you think it will.
like radio quality microphone. Yeah.
I
Yeah,
bought a good mic.
and also nice speakers.
Yeah.
No one's ever gonna like hearing their voice spoken through like a phone speaker or headphones or anything like that. It
Oh
just
no,
can't do
headphones
it
are
justice.
good. If you got good headphones, those are some of the best sound you can get.
No, it isn't, man. There's a reason people go to concerts. Okay, the reason people go to concerts is to hear those large ass speakers,
Oh, I get
make
it.
sounds
Yeah,
that
and it's
vibrate
live.
their chest and their whole body,
Yes.
and that's what your voice does to yourself when you speak. Like if you pay close attention, you can feel your voice throughout your entire body, shaking your lungs and your bones and your legs. You can feel all that. And a concert, it kind of replicates that feeling. Like large speakers do that for you. So you'll always feel like not
I
quite
don't
at
I
home.
don't have a stack of amplifiers, but I do have a set of headphones, and it's like the headphones do have better sound than some of my speakers. Just saying.
Well, yeah. Not a lot of people have like speakers that can give you the same feeling uh, delivered. That your voice just listening to yourself as you speak gives. But it will approach being more and more similar.
I know
The
this
better
because I
system you
was
have.
trying to make a song. I did actually record some songs. I bought the Blue Yeti microphone. I got some good headphones so I could hear it. I got this Audacity program. It's a free app that you could edit your voice. You could edit things and change things. And it's like, you know what? My voice is not up to the task of singing. Not everyone could be a singer. It's very difficult. Like, and you know what? Like, I don't like my own voice. I'm like, they say you're your own worst critic, but I think I'm just honest. I'm like, dude, I shouldn't be singing. Fucking, it doesn't sound good.
Depends what kind of thing you're singing. There's a genre for everybody.
Well, just singing, just normally singing, just singing any kind of genre. It could be classic rock. It could be like
No, not
R&B.
any genre. Now, there's definitely a way that the whole world could enjoy listening to you sing. Maybe you shouldn't be singing Adele songs. I'll give you that, okay? Maybe you just don't have the chops to, cover Adele. But
I'm
I'm
singing
sure.
men's songs, like men's voices, like
Well, there's all
like
sorts of
the
different varieties
CCR
of even
song.
that.
What's that guy's John Fogerty? Like sing a John Fogerty song like that.
I'm just saying, bro. A lot of people, a lot of singers need to stay within their particular style in order for people to enjoy listening to them sing. If they tried singing another type of genre or type of performance,
I get
no
you,
one would
bro.
really like hearing it.
It's
So you
like a
just
bass guitar, right? You can't play lead guitar on a bass. It just
right.
it's a bass has a different tone. You might have a soprano, a baritone. There's different voices.
hmm I mean, you have a perfectly clear speaking voice, and I'm sure your voice isn't just based on what I've heard you say. It isn't
It's
trash or
nasally.
anything.
It comes
You
off
know,
nasally. I'm like, man, I sound
hey,
nasally as fuck.
hey, that can attract a certain demographic, bro.
I don't know. I made some good Flat Earth songs, and I didn't want them to come off as like shitty, like difficult to listen to. I'm good at writing, but not so much at singing.
Well, maybe try picking up screamo.
Somewhat.
Screamo.
I actually was looking for someone to sing them. You know, I have Helioskeptic, but he's not like very reliable. And I'm like, I need someone that knows how to sing. I need a good
Hey,
singer.
I'll sing your songs, man, but I'm not sure how I have the right microphone for it, or the right closet full of padding or whatever.
Oh, the sound deadening, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. It's pretty hard to find someone who has that right sort of padding on the walls to record something for you.
I actually know someone who's a really good singer, but it's my cousin's wife. She's like an excellent singer, but I think she might get triggered about the whole flat Earth thing. Like I
Mhm.
don't know that she would sing a flat Earth song, but she has like
Do you,
great
do
singing
you have
voice.
the instrumentals ready to go? You just need the
Oh no,
vocals?
I wrote my song as a parody using the another arrangement, using someone's pre-recorded music and just changing out the lyrics, kind of like a
Uh-huh.
Weird Al version. You know how
Right.
he would use the song, he would use the melody and put his own words to it. That's what I did.
Hey, I'll give it a shot, man. Send me the lyrics.
Oh, I got the lyrics, man. Let me see. I've got multiple songs. I've got about 10 of them I worked on. And the thing is, some of
I'll
them it's
give you.
match up the lyrics exact because you're changing. You only have so much room in the song, and your syllable count has to be perfect. You have to make it rhyme, and sometimes it's like like a half syllable almost. It's just like a Frank Sinatra one I was working on. It's just a little bit off. You know how he's singing "Fly Me to the Moon," like that song. I'm like, dude, that's
Uh-huh.
fucking propaganda. "Fly Me to the Moon." That motherfucker, he was singing spells. He had a really good voice, but he was preaching propaganda through his spells. Like he had everyone in a trance. "Fly me to the moon," and dude, that was brainwashing. Whether you even think it is or not, it was. It was pre-programming.
Is that the
They
song
probably
where he
got
always
paid.
says? Go ahead.
We reckon that they pay them, X amount of money if they put in certain words in their songs and themes in their books, and
Not even. What if
if
you
you use the
what if
word gravity 3 times in your song, we'll promote it for you extra.
Right.
Eminem said something about gravity? Like, boom, there goes
But
gravity in one
Because
of his
it's just
oh
songs.
yeah,
if you notice that a theme does come out in songs in eras, they're like all talking about this thing or that thing, is introducing new things, and
What
yeah.
did he say? "Fly me to the moon. Let me play amongst the stars. Let me know what life is like on Jupiter and Mars." So all that shit is
Yeah,
propaganda. Like, where did they
yeah.
go? To the moon and then to Mars.
Reprogramming.
They never went to Jupiter, but like the whole thing was pre-programming. It was propaganda,
hey,
and
hey, man, you might be a little jaded. You might be a little jaded because I believe that is the song that after every sentence he says, "In other words." Isn't that the song where he says, "In other
in other
words"?
words, yeah, he does say "in other words," but I don't know if he says it like after
Right?
every.
So
He
so
does say
he's
it.
so he's admitting that everything he says is unrealistic. He's only just painting like metaphors that are unrealistic. So you might got it all backwards. He might be actually revealing that these are all just fantasies he's painting that are really unrealistic. Because what
No,
does he
but
really mean by "fly
saying
me to the
such
moon"?
things, even saying such things, it's called a subliminal message. But that's not even subliminal. It's right in your face. Like if I flash a little thing, eat popcorn in a movie, you're gonna say, "Man, I want some popcorn." Like his is more direct. It's not even subliminal.
He says, "Fly me to the moon. Let me play amongst the stars. Let me see what spring is like on Jupiter and Mars. In other words, hold
Hold
my
my hand.
hand.
In other words,
In
hold my
other
hand.
words, Baby Kiss Me.
Okay.
So, I mean, I get where you're coming from, but you know, he says, "Fill my heart with song and let me sing forevermore." So, I mean, what is he really trying to say there? I get that he's using those trigger words or whatever, but I don't know if
That
I pulled it.
that was the
I don't
spell
know if I want
portion,
to hold
and
it against him.
the other part is just the throwaway line. The part you're talking about is the throwaway line. He fed the propaganda line. That was the spell, and then he threw some disguise in there and tried to make it about some romance. So that's the he's got the decoy. He's got the message and he's got the decoy.
Yeah, maybe.
I'm just saying, when I heard that, I was like, I used to like Frank, and I'm like, this is propaganda. This is fucking propaganda, man. And I actually spoofed his song. I made a spoof of it.
Well, isn't he saying that, oh, someone flew to the moon? Oh, you just think that's so great, don't you? Oh, you're just so impressed by that. Oh, NASA gave you a big old smooch. NASA
Oh,
held
you
your
want to
hand
hear it?
and kissed
You
you.
you want to hear my spoof of his song?
Yeah, go ahead, man.
Okay. This is to the Fly Me to the Moon by Frank Sinatra. They never landed on the moon. Tesla never sent the car. This is fake, and Devon Island is actually Mars. In other words, you're in a trance, and when the spell is broke, they'll shit their pants. Fill my heart with truth. Let me red pill all the goys. God is real and righteous, and he's going to destroy the wicked ones who spread their lies. Robert Simmons said, it's CGI. They're worshiping the sun and the spinning water ball. In Hebrew, NASA means deceive, and they have no proof at all of curvature or gravity. It's photoshopped because it has to be. So that was my Frank Sinatra spoof.
That's pretty good.
Oh, that's funny, man. That's funny.
That was great, man.
Thank you.
That was epic.
Do you think, like God does Judgment Day? Do you think we're in the Judgment Days now? Because everything's getting revealed. It's pretty hard to keep a secret.
I think prejudgment. I think we're in the beginning stages, and it says I think we're in the Iron Age. There was the Golden Age, was Tartary, and then there's the Silver and Bronze Age. We're in the Iron Age where people's lives are short. Like if you believe that Noah lived 900 years, I don't know if that's true or not, but I see how people don't live long at all, dude. Like my dad died in his 50s. Like people, they don't live very long. These are
Yeah,
very short lifespans, and they
my
don't give us
grandma's
time to learn.
99, bro. My grandma's 99. My
That's not
grandpa's
even
96.
that long, dude. 99 is not that long. If Noah lived 900 years, that's
Okay.
she would be like 10. You know
Why
what I
would
mean?
you want to live that long? That would be like torture, don't you
But
think? And
what
how
if
many
things were
children
not
would you?
bad? What if
How
things
many
were not
children
bad?
would you have in that time? Would you have like 500 kids, and then
No,
they
you
have
don't need
500
to.
kids?
But you could learn so much. Like all this accumulated, we're just now accumulating some knowledge. It takes you a long time because everything's hidden. I just think that there's not enough time to put everything together and to figure this shit out. Like we don't have
Yo,
enough
bro.
years.
There'd never be enough time, honestly, in my opinion.
I don't know. Like I learned a lot in the last 10 years. I learned almost everything that I know in the last 10 years.
I mean,
And
maybe
and
that's how
also,
they acquired all this stuff, because they lived to 600 years, and now they're descendants of, because they lived so long, they own everything.
I think they do. Like the people like Rothschilds and shit, I think they do live longer. They have some different, they're doing something to extend their lives.
Oh, they say
And
in 10 years we'll all be extending our lives, so that's I think why there's a population cull. Because I really don't think you could give extended life while people still are able to give birth. I mean, women now have 10 children. Imagine if they're living to be 500 years old.
how
They're
many
going to have
have?
50
Almost
kids.
no one has 10 kids. Almost no one has 10 children. I mean, very, very few women will have that many children.
Only because they're too expensive.
Well, just they don't. In reality, very few do. I don't know any.
Because they're expensive.
Well, not only that, but it's like it's it's labor intensive. There's things coming out the other end. It's not always the easiest process. Birthing that many children is a lot of work. You know what I mean? Like a lot of women can't handle that much wear and tear.
Well, the less we do it, the more they'll get machines to do it for us.
Nah, you can't. That's one that
you can. They've already
have.
got fake wombs now.
Yeah,
where
well,
you
that
can-
it's not an actual. That's something else, dude. Test tube baby in an artificial womb. I don't want to go to that realm, dude.
I think that's what my kids think. They just think, oh well, if the vaccines have made us sterile, and we either just won't have kids, or we'll just order a designer baby. God, what reality do you guys live in? Okay.
Well, that's actually a pretty freaky possible thing, is that they could do that and start to only be bringing new humans into the world that are like their cloned versions.
Yeah. And you got to have
That's
a
why
license to have a kid, it would be approved. Oh, sorry, you're sterile. Now you can only, if we want you to have kids, we'll deliver one to you like the stork.
it's probably good that we don't live that long. You know what I mean? To live in this existing shithole that we, you know what I mean? Like they've made everything like a living hell. There's very little joy, and almost everything fucking sucks.
There's this quote in a movie where someone turns to the passenger sitting beside them in a plane, and he says, "What's keeping this plane flying through the air?" The guy tries to answer, and he gives him a pretty scientific answer, the Bernoulli principle or whatever, the drag, the lift, the propulsion. And he says, "Yeah, I hear you, but imagine this. Since neither of us really know, could you entertain an idea that is actually the belief of every passenger on this plane that's actually keeping this plane flying right now?" And even though that's a silly thing to say, it does point towards a deeper concept that maybe things only happen because people are expecting them to happen. Like the mind leads the body, right? And so,
Well, it was a belief of the pilot. If he didn't believe he could fly it, that plane wasn't going anywhere on its own.
well, I get the practical way of taking it, and I don't actually want to stick to being practical about it. I want to try to address something like a little bit more metaphysical, where it's like, if they can convince you the future, if there's some sort of force out there trying to convince you the world, all of us, that the world is going to be a certain way, it doesn't mean that they actually have the capability of pulling it off on their own. We
have to help them. Yes.
Yeah, exactly. See, that's what I'm saying. And so the more time we spend entertaining that the future is going to be the way that they tell us is going to be, the more likely it will turn out that way. So we kind of need to be aware of those possibilities and aware of their plans, the trajectory they're aiming us towards, but also, hold in our mind that things won't be that way, and envision and keep in our heart of hearts the thing that we actually want to happen. And what do you want to happen? Right? That's the question we all need to ask ourselves.
Like, we're creators. We have the ability to create what we think, feel, and believe. So we have to be careful what we choose to believe in.
Well, let me ask you a question
we can
that
make that
people don't
come
ask
real.
each other very often. What would you like to happen? Just say it out loud. Any of you guys, just say it out loud.
What all the
what would you
corruption to
guys
be
like to
exposed.
happen?
I'd like for all the corruption to be exposed.
To what
We're
end?
obviously very corruptible beings, and we need a bit of something to keep us in line. And I just would like everyone to just be able to live a normal human life. They seem to think that we all want to
rule the world or something. We don't. Most people just want to have kids, have a family, earn some money, go on holidays, just live life. And I guess that's not enough for the ruling elite. They seem to think we want more, but we just want to experience what Earth has.
Well, those are some pretty good archetypes. Does anyone have anything like you might actually feel selfish by saying it out loud, but I want you to resist that hindrance that your psychology is going to tell you, like, oh, I don't deserve to speak my wishes out loud to other people, but just go ahead and do it anyways.
Myself is I want the powers that shouldn't be to have no power. Like, I want the people that have their own destiny in their hands and for the truth to be revealed. That's what I want. I want to live in truth. I want us to get these people off of our back, these people that are making the world a shithole. I want them out of power. That's what I want.
And I don't necessarily want to be super rich, but I would
result?
like to not be on struggle street. So I don't know how you put that. I would like to be comfortable.
To what result though? Okay, so tomorrow everyone learns the truth. Now what? Right? Let's just say everyone gets a download of truth into their minds.
We
say,
turn
okay,
everything back into what it's supposed to be. We fix up all the institutions that we've created. We clean them out and we
but
just.
Enough of the generalities, right? Enough of the generalities, because all we've said so far is I want things to be better. They're wrong, and I want them to be good. But you got to actually put into words and say it out loud every once in a while. How would you describe any particular thing of things not being bad and being good in particular? Like,
well, that's why they were saying uprooting the corruption. Yeah, I mean, if
that's only the transition. That's only the transition. That isn't the world you want to live in.
It's like the old thing of the wolf in the hen house. Like, if the hens didn't have the wolf, they'd all just be chilling and enjoying their life, But the wolf's there eating them and killing them. So it's like right now, if we have evil, corrupt energies that are at a lot of the sort of control centers, if you will, like controlling a lot of things on many levels, like media and big pharma and big oil and energy and basically governments, money, banks, all of it. And if they have, in any way, like a dark or malevolent, malevolent, I can't say that right now.
Malevolent.
There we go. Yeah. If they're malevolent in that way, then our lives are all now being weakened or affected negatively just because they are the ones in power. So if that corruption was brought out, perhaps the world could become a much better place for everyone here.
And I would like to not be the one that makes the decisions, because if everything's a cycle, if you have everything good for too long, you don't learn anything. So your next generation lost skills. So yeah, the fine line.
It's not even that, but purposely making life difficult, like shutting down the world economy for a certain illness, right, or perceived illness. Like doing that shit, dude. That was so fucking evil and unnecessary.
Yeah. Well, we have to hide the financial crash, though.
We're still don't understand the question I was asking you to answer, though. I was asking you for any particular specific. Be selfish. Don't just say the world's bad and I wish for the bad to be defeated. I wish for the evil ones to be conquered.
I'll take care of myself.
I wish for the uprootedness of all oppressing systems. I don't care about what the transition is. Well, hold on. I'm not asking you for a description of how bad the world is or of what transition you wish to happen. I'm asking you for a particular that you could speak out loud about the world you want to be. Just a part. You don't have to describe the entire good world you want. Just one part of it. Like, I'll give you an example, okay?
I want ships that fly in the sky. So you're taking a cruise liner, but it's moving as slow as a balloon, and it's flying like an airplane.
And
they're just like luxury. They're just like luxury floats up in the sky.
I want my own social media with free speech. That's what I want.
Oh God!
I would
Yeah,
like
we could all hang out. See, how cool would that be to hang out up there? Have like concerts and parties on the airships.
blimps.
That's awesome.
Yeah,
Airship,
I want
airship parties.
I want giant feasts that everyone in every city gathers together, and there's no scarcity of food, that everyone just comes with a giant buffet and camaraderie and amazing parties once a month, every full moon, where everyone dances and sings together and eats all the most delicious flavors of foods and has a great time and smiles all around. Just everywhere you look, everyone is just hugging, kissing, dancing, smiling, and feasting on delicious things. And I want them to have an easy time getting there and have plenty of time off to meditate and spend time with others, and connections between neighbors to be so close that you're just having bonfires with people down the street from you all the time, because there's nothing to do besides do the simple work that is necessary of you, but then have all the time to do and do the things that make life enjoyable, like a feast, like a dance, like a party.
Do you know we could have that?
Good conversations.
Yes.
And
Without
theaters,
without
and
the
plays
parasite.
and theaters and shows and acting and putting on performances for each other and just splendor, And
We
and
would
like you
have
said,
that. Have you seen the old world?
giant airships where hundreds of people are flying on a blimp, and they look out the windows and they see the vast flat plains, stretching in every direction they look at, with beautiful sights of giant trees and clean rivers where they go down and they drink straight out of the river, like cupping their hands into the water and sucking in that good pranamana energy.
They had that stuff, bro. Have you seen the airships back in the day? You see the Empire State Building with that needle on the top. That's a mounting rig for a blimp. That's where they would moor the ship, and they would unload the passengers. Like all that shit. And then they had the Hindenburg hoax, and nobody went on a blimp anymore. They just got rid of blimps.
Right.
No more blimps.
Yeah, that isn't talked about enough. That whole Hindenburg hoax. Yeah, exactly. That was such a media event. That was so fake. Well, it wasn't like
no one
totally
died.
fake,
I
but the way it was portrayed was totally dramatized.
It was fear porn. It was fear porn. No one went on a blimp after that.
Yeah. They basically just pulled one over on everyone, and just, I guess they got their way.
Same with their nuclear weapons, dude. Their whole nuclear weapons fear porn. Oh, and they created the enemies. Oh, the Rosenbergs gave it to the Russians, and now they have it. It's like all this fear porn.
And then they just give us as airplanes with tiny little windows.
I mean, why not have them both? Why not have a blimp and an airplane? Why limit ourselves to one or the other? But like an airplane is much faster than a blimp, but a blimp would be silent, and it'd be pretty badass.
Yeah, and if it was a really good setup, like the way like cruise ships are, where they have a lot of like entertainment and food, and if it was that kind of thing, then it might be worth staying for like 24 hours or 12 hours, or you know what I'm saying? Like just doing a cruise like that.
You have more room to stretch out. You don't have to sit in this tight cylinder. You got like a football field area.
Exactly. And you'd have like a private room with your own like bathroom, shower, all that stuff, like in that type arranyment. And then there'd be public areas with just like games and music. Dancing, like anything you could think of. Yeah.
That would be fun. Yeah, like a cruise ship in the sky. Giant cruise ship.
Do you think it'd be possible to have a pool in the sky, a swimming pool?
It might be a little too heavy, man, having all that water. Just saying.
Wow. That's hard. I know. That's very interesting.
Think about it.
The way they used to fuel these was with hydrogen.
Helium. Well, that was the hoax. The hydrogen one they did to burn it up, right? The Hindenburg they filled with the hydrogen. Oh, because there is no shortage of helium, dude. They're telling us it's a scarce thing. It's not scarce, dude. They just don't want us to have it, and they want it to be expensive so that we don't have our own airships, or we don't launch weather balloons with cameras. It became very expensive, and I noticed that because I weld, and I have to occasionally buy helium, and the helium gas price went way, way up. right around the time flat Earth became popular, when people were launching these balloons. And I noticed because I actually bought a balloon for my nephew for his birthday. I'm like, the balloon was $10. I'm like, dude, $10? What? They used to be like $1. These little Mylar balloons. Now it was like $10. Well, the price of helium's up. And that was so that people don't launch no more balloons. It'll cost you $3,000 to launch a fucking weather balloon. Not just the helium, but the camera and such. But the helium is very expensive.
Wait, did you say what year that was?
This is before I was a flat earther even. This is I can't even remember what year it was. Let me see, he was probably about 3, he's 10. This is about 7 years ago. I only got into it in about 2016, 2015, 2016, right around that time. I think it was when Trump was running for president and he was announcing it, and I was looking up stuff about him, but I was already looking into things of I was already skeptical. I kind of knew about 9/11. I didn't know the whole story. I knew it wasn't airplanes, but I didn't know. I thought it was explosives, but I found out afterwards, after more digging, that it wasn't even explosives. It was something more high tech, and that was another rabbit hole. That was probably even, I would put that up there with like discovering the flat Earth. That was even like another mind fuck. Like, oh my god, they have weapons like this. Holy shit, this is not. This is fuck. They have the controllers have such high technology. They could create droughts. They could create floods. They could create hurricanes, tornadoes. They have technology, and they play God like the Truman Show. They literally play God. We're going to create a storm, and we're going to sink his ship. We can make a drought. We can make a storm.
Well, I think they can try to influence things, but Mother Nature still wins at the end of the day.
Right, but Gio, they can. What do you think? The drought in Europe. There's floods.
Yeah,
They
it has been
have
pretty
they can
scarred up.
create
Yeah.
floods, dude. Like, do you think
Yeah.
Hurricane Harvey? You don't think that was weather manipulation? Hurricane Katrina. The storm goes out, it comes back in. You never see that in a natural hurricane. It would always go inland, fizzle out. It never goes back into the Gulf, recharges, and hits again. What the fuck? They're just putting it in our face.
And all that desert in Africa, I don't think that used to be desert at all. So yeah, there's been some major stripping of the earth in huge areas, and yeah, there's a lot of things that cause that. I mean, it's even happening now.
In California, they keep the rain off. They get the jet stream. They were moving it when they were creating those fires. They literally pushed the jet stream, dude. They pushed it. So there was no rain at all. It was bone ass dry. They pushed it up into Canada. All that entire moisture stream, they created a high pressure zone. It just went right around.
Oh yeah, I've seen it happen around Northern California for sure. Oh dude, they have messed with the weather severely in Northern California, like during those quote unquote wildfire times, which obviously you and I know what those things really were, but that the weather was being altered in multiple ways. And I saw some of the craziest shit in the sky I've ever seen in my life. Like nothing else I've ever seen any other time in my life. You know what I mean? Like huge vortex channels from like deep in the sky from far north, this huge vortex of like clouds and colors that was all coming from the north to the south. It was unbelievable.
What? Dude, did you film it?
It was I don't know if I did. I may have taken a shot or two, but
dude, that sounds amazing. I wish you had the camera footage, or like you could share it.
Yeah,
I know you're a stargazer. You like looking at the stars and such. But I would think someone like you'd have some good camera equipment.
Well, when they seem to fire up these devices, it changes the weather. Yeah, it like sucks out pressure in certain areas, and yeah, it's
the
really
high pressure will be dry. The high pressure will keep. You need the low pressure for the rain, so they'll just keep the high pressure over your region, and they'll steer the moisture from the jet stream, the moisture over the ocean, the Pacific. That jet stream, they'll take all that moisture and they'll dump it up in Canada. They pushed it around you. So you had no precipitation. They just kept that bubble of dryness, and then they fucking roasted the land. Oh, it's just dry, man. It's global warming. No more gasoline cars.
Yeah.
Someone like Jay Leno has to speak out. He's got a lot of fucking cars, but you see the people like Jay Leno, he'll have his fucking cars, right? Everyone else will be fucked. He'll have lots of cars.
Well, I think it all comes down to the money at the end of the day. I think they have the control right now because they have a control of the money. For example, let's just say Jay Leno, since you mentioned him. If they wanted to, they could leave him with nothing, you know, meaning they could fire him, they could blackball him, they could shut off his bank account, they could do whatever. So I'm not saying anything negative about him, but my only point is that like someone like him, somebody like even if he did know some truth or even if he was going to speak out, that's what he would be risking, you know, just basically. So it's like when they have the control over his money, and of course they have like the police and whatever too, they have that kind of, you know, although that is like somewhat fair, although we know that, yeah, the CIA and shit, you know, they go around it all the time, I'm sure. But that's my point is that like the money, it's really the money and the police and military control. Because if they didn't have that, then we wouldn't even have to like answer to them. You know what I'm saying? Like we wouldn't be using their currency or dealing with anything that involves something they can control, and we would just be free on the land.
Did that happen to somebody? The fuck was his name? Tate something. Tatum or Tate. He got canceled for speaking about COVID. I forget the dude's name. Fuck.
Channing
He
Tatum
was like,
or something?
Not Channing Tatum. He's a kickboxer. He's a kickboxer, and he was he was talking about being canceled. He's like, they kicked me off of all social media, Instagram, Facebook, YouTube.
Eddie, you're talking about Eddie Bravo?
No, not Eddie Bravo. His name was like Tate, something Tate.
Okay.
What's his name? I can't remember the dude's name.
Eddie's
Anyway.
on there. Eddie's on Joe Rogan's show quite a lot. His friend.
That's not Eddie Bravo. I know Eddie Bravo.
Okay.
It was another guy, and he's like, dude, when they cancel you, it happens hard and it happens fast. He goes, all my social media accounts were shut down. Like
unless
everything.
Dave Chappelle.
No, not that one.
No,
it happened really quick. They rug pulled him, dude, and he lost everything. Like just for speaking, he's talking about maybe a little bit about COVID and stuff, and he got slammed hard. So,
yeah, see, that's what they were gonna start doing to Dave Chappelle, which is why Dave Chappelle just got out of there. He just split.
He's hitting them harder than. I mean,
it seems like honestly, what happened with Dave Chappelle is somebody sat him down and was like, "Hey, this is how it's gonna go if you want to move forward," and he was like, "Fuck that." And then I think he saw like it's got some threats and things. It seemed like it.
Do you ever see like Steve Harvey? They said that they killed Steve Harvey, and then they put a clone of him or something. Like he was speaking out. He was going to speak out about the pedophilia and all this stuff that he found repulsive, and they just got rid of him, and they made a clone of him or something. I don't necessarily think that all the cloning shit is real. It's like, how do you say the guy's 50 years old? How do you get a brand new clone and have it 50 years old overnight? Like, how do you? I don't understand the technology. Maybe they can do it. I just don't. It just sounds strange to me.
They did say that about. Oh, holy smokes! Paul McCartney.
Steve Harvey.
Paul McCartney. They said he's been replaced with a doppelganger of some kind. He just got older and looked different. I mean, like
you know what?
It was interesting to, you know.
You're talking about Paul is dead? Oh yeah, he was absolutely replaced. Paul McCartney.
Really?
100%. Absolutely.
What about?
It's called Paul. People refer to it as the Paul is dead.
It's
often
it's the most well known. It's the most well known of those sort of ideas. He was replaced, but
yeah,
I never followed him much.
With their guy, they replaced him with their guy. The one who's playing the role of Paul McCartney now. He's a Freemason, Jesuit. He's linked all into those royal families.
So what? Paul wasn't playing ball anymore, and they replaced him. Is that what happened?
But what
changed? They put their guy in right before Sgt. Pepper's was released. They put their guy in, and then boom, it was a totally different.
Way back then. Okay. I
Yep.
thought recently.
Actually, it was 9/11 60. Well, yeah. See, there's actually a 9/11 of when the original Paul was either killed or disappeared. Is on 9/11, and then it was that last concert that the Beatles had played, and they were just huge at the time. Like they were selling out arenas just of like, it was out of control at that time. And so yeah, and then they took like a year off right after that, and that seems like that's when the replacement happened.
Dude, do you want to know something funny about the Beatles?
1966, I believe.
Does anyone know the original name of the Beatles before they were called the Beatles?
Well, then there's ideas too that they were Tavistock in the
I
first
forgot
place.
what it was. I knew it, but I've forgotten.
I'll tell you the name. I'll tell you the name because I actually had their record, and it's one of the rarest records in the world. And I had it in my hands, and I didn't know it at the time. It was called Tony Sheridan and the Beat Brothers. Tony Sheridan was the original singer, and the Beat Brothers became the Beatles. That was a generic name for a band, the Beat Brothers, right? And I'm like, the Beat Brothers. I didn't know. And that record was worth $15,000. I had it in my fucking hand, and I didn't know it. I was at a garage sale, and they had a bunch of like 45 records from a record store.
Nice.
There was three of those fucking records. And I think the last I've seen of one, it was 15,000. This had the staple in the paper. It had never been played. It had like a paper sleeve, and it was stapled, and you could even see a little bit of rust. I'm like, oh my God. Dude, that would have changed my whole life. There was three of those fucking records. It was so rare.
There was a painful. I was sick as a child, and I was in hospital. My dad brought me a bin bag full of comic books, and there were all sorts of stuff in there. Mostly it was Marvel stuff. So it was Thor, it was Fantastic Four, and it was Captain America and stuff like that. And I had issue 1, 2, 3, and 5 of Thor or Hulk. 1, 2, 3, up to 10, I think, of Spider-Man, and then a bunch of others. I didn't know what I had, of course. They were just comic books. But now they're first issues of all these comic books. Where did he
get all these rare comics?
I don't know. He's passed away since then, so I don't even know where he got them, what happened to them. I've asked both my brothers.
You're a child, and he gives you like these invaluable rare comics, and you're just thumbing through with your greasy fingerprints.
Yep.
It's like, you got $100,000 comic book.
I literally had $100,000 worth of comics in my hand and didn't know.
Oh my
God. You got Cheeto fingers as you're dipping through it.
He's licking his finger to turn the page.
I tore one of the pages. No, I'll just tear the whole thing out.
Wait, none of them survived, right? They're all gone.
No idea where they are. No idea what happened to them. I asked my brothers, and they don't know either. And what happened to those comics? And I'm like, what comics?
Are you sure they were the ones you think? Are they rare? Maybe they were reproductions.
I remember, yeah, because there was like 5 different comics, right? Series. So it was. I remember distinctly. It was Fantastic Four, and I remember it because it had, Reed Richards had that his side of his hair was grey, like my dad, and I remembered that, and I liked Sue Storm because she was invisible and stuff like that. And then, so I remember that very, very clearly. I remember the Spider-Mans very, very clearly, and I remember being upset because I didn't have the first. None of them. I had the whole series, right from 1 to whatever it was. All of them were missing one of the comics in the series, and of course, it's telling a story. And so I remember being sort of like peeved a little bit, and oh no, I'm missing comic number 4. I remember that distinctly. On most of them, it was a sequence from 1 to whatever it was, and I was missing numbers in the sequence, and that was kind of disappointing as a child. I'm missing half the story. Well, I wonder what happens, So yeah.
Speaking of missing a part of a story, maybe that's the time for me to then say this. Ron, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, my connection just looked like it was going off for a second. Dude, it's kind of a different topic change, but I wanted to ask you this. How do you think the Titanic was actually sunk, and who did it?
Well, I don't know, to be honest. I mean, an iceberg, that story sounds kind of fishy. I know I've seen I've seen like some video of what they claim is the Titanic, but I don't know if that's legit. You know what I mean? It could be their own Hollywood little sunken, you know what I mean? Their sunken replica of what they want us to think the Titanic is. I don't know, man. To be honest, I mean, I heard about the Federal Reserve that there was people on that ship when they sunk it before they created the Federal Reserve, and people that were in opposition, they sank it to get rid of them. But if they were that wealthy, they would have been on the lifeboats. You know what I mean? Like billionaires don't die in sinking ships. They're like the first ones on the life raft. So I don't know.
Yeah. Unless some crazy shit went down and they had like assassins to kill all of those guys, and then those assassins got on the lifeboats. Because who really knows what really actually would have been going down, you know? Although if that was the case, the people would have been hearing gunshots. At least if they did it with guns, but there's other ways to do it.
Well, they could have strangled.
I'm just saying, if that was all going, right? Yeah, they could just kill them, in some way.
Yeah, there's like if they had hitmen, it's like, here, let's break his neck or whatever. Let's put use the wire or stab him or whatever.
Wait. Why not just lock their rooms? This isn't that hard, guys. Just lock the rooms.
Well, there's many ways.
There's
many ways.
Out of their rooms, it's kind of done.
Yeah, but they want to ensure that they're gone. They're gonna, do it that way.
It does look like the sister ship was sunk, though. It does look like the sister ship was sunk instead of the Titanic. That story doesn't. It seems to hold water. That's when you talk to the drunken Irish guys from the port and how none of them went on the journey and the lack of fanfare of one versus the other. It seems almost cut and dry.
Those are very expensive projects, making ships like that. To sink it just to kill a few people, it seems like wasteful and unnecessary.
No, that's not the point. Also, they had a damaged sister ship that they couldn't insure, and it wouldn't go straight. It had a bent keel. So they just basically switched the names on it, sunk the other ship.
Yeah, I know they had a second ship just like it, a sister ship.
The Olympic.
Yeah, I guess it's an old trick, right? Just like burning down your business and saying, "Oh, it was a fire."
Well, was the guy that owned the ship, was his name Lucky Larry?
I don't know.
Lucky Larry bought both of the Twin Towers, and he got he claimed two claims of insurance, like terrorism insurance.
Yeah,
he insured them.
Exactly. Yeah, Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to jump in, but yeah, that's my understanding of what they did. Yeah, they replaced. I just posted the image that shows the Titanic and the Olympic, and yeah, it seemed like they did an insurance scam, just like they did with 9/11, like you were saying. Yeah, they basically did like it does seem like that as well. Dan, I agree. Like what I've looked into on it, because like at least the claimed, pictures and the differences in the windows and the layout. And then the Olympic was the older one, and it also already has some issues. And actually, JP Morgan was the owner of the company who built all three of those ships. So it was literally JP Morgan, so of all people. And he was going to be on that Titanic ship, but the morning of, he canceled. So, yeah, and it does look like they switched him to have an insurance, like to do, I think they do it to like dip the banking system. They do a huge insurance pull, and it causes a throw in the system, and then they use that to try to gain an advantage.
But the guy that screwed up was the guy that was the Carpathia or whatever, the sleeping captain that ignored the flares, that was supposed to run over there and pick everyone up. That was the mistake. Is they had it, or was it the California? The Carpathia? I can't remember. There's two ships involved. But the pickup ship didn't go on cue. And that's how people ended up passing, because they expected there to be all kinds of time to offboard people. What was expected.
Hey, what do you think about people that are treasure hunters and they find a sunken ship? There was someone who did this, and it was a Spanish ship, and he hauled all the shit out of the ocean. He found it, and then the Spanish government came and confiscated it and say, no, this is ours. We had an insurance claim, and this is our property. After the dude recovered it all, I think he's entitled to his recovery fee. Whatever it is, and he could draw whatever number he seems fit. You know what, Mia, it's $100 million to recover the treasure. You can have it back, but just pay me $100 million. That's my fee.
Do you know
he should be?
there's another side of that where the insurance is paid and they're allowed to take it home because it's already been paid for. There's another side of that where once the insurance paid out, they don't even have an interest in the item anymore.
Well, this stuff was, I don't know if it was insured or not, but they were claiming it was their lost treasure, and they owe it back to them. It's like, no, that's our property. We can say it's ours because this is our ship, and here's the logbook and whatever, and you have to return our property.
With finders keepers, there's generally a probationary period of 90 days, right? Like that's.
No, I don't know about finders keepers for shipwrecks. I don't know. They took it. The Spanish government took it from them.
You know, there could be maritime law about that, you know, because generally if you took a wallet or some money to the cops and it wasn't claimed in 90 days, you could take it back.
Yeah, it's different law of the sea. I'm not sure all the shit, but they stole it from this treasure hunter. It fucking sucks to be him. Because he's put a lot of work into finding it and diving and pulling that shit up. He put a lot of money and time into it.
Yeah,
not just him, but his crew, all the fuel, all the hours of hard work.
Yeah, I guess anything important, you got to have a diversion, keep people from watching what you're doing. That's why.
When you go to sell the shit, oh, this is from the sunken Spaniard ship. Oh, no, you don't. That's ours, buddy.
Yeah, so it seems like if we hear the story, it's already scripted. The real stuff we never hear about. You know, if we get the story, it's basically the press release. And that's what's sad. You know, it's like there isn't really news agencies and there really isn't news. You know, they're entertainment companies.
Oh, it's fake news. If I was to find that, I would be wearing the King's bling. I'd be wearing the big fat gold chain and the rings, and I wouldn't tell nobody. I'd just be blinging it.
Somebody will figure it out.
Well, I'm just saying I wouldn't go around flashing all my bling, but I would just enjoy it and maybe try and sell it off very subtle, very low key. I don't know some of that stuff. Where the hell did you get this?
Have you seen the story?
1600s.
The story of the multi-million-dollar lottery winners and how quickly they fucked it up. Like, it's really common for people to get millions of dollars and not last 2 years.
I don't even need that. I just need a little bit to keep me afloat. I don't want to be a very wealthy person. That's not me. I'm not someone that would say I need 100 million or whatever. I just want enough to just get by without being broke all the time.
That old adage about if you love what you do, you'll never work a day in your life. Like artists that suddenly get paid for their art. Or
yeah, I wish I could do that. I used to love what I do. I do carpentry, metal fabrication, but it becomes, the more injuries you get, the more it becomes a job and less joyful. You know what I mean? Like you start getting, like I got back injuries, and it's difficult to do that kind of work now, and it's not as enjoyable as it was. But I do like working with my hands. I do like building things.
That's tough. I guess when you get older like that, you got to teach so you can still be involved. Or that's technically how it should go, right? The young should learn from you. I mean, think about it.
I should be teaching. I should.
I couldn't do anything. I couldn't make a miter joint. I couldn't do anything. You know what I mean? I would have to relearn everything I knew if I was.
Oh, I know how to do all that stuff. It's just a matter of doing. It becomes, instead of being something enjoyable, it's like grunt work now. It's like, you know what I mean? It's not the joy has left.
Yeah, but you know, framers love framing. Even drywallers love drywalling. You know, it's funny.
I don't know. Drywall sucks, dude.
Some guys love what they do, though. They love it. You know, we just all need to find what we like, and I guess it's hard to change. And that's
it is.
Go ahead.
I could see artists, they get to do what they love. If you love painting, or if you love sculpting, or if you love things like that, making music. If you're a musician, you like singing, then that is just joy. It's like I like doing this right here, hanging out with you guys, but there's no money involved. There's no way to make a living doing something like this.
Radio personalities do.
Right, but who owns the radio networks? That's what I'm saying. I would like, the guy asked earlier, I would like my own social media. Like if I could have something like Discord and YouTube combined, like have Discord, but I would like to have something like this, but where it's also a video sharing network like YouTube. I'd like that, like the combination of this and YouTube. If I could combine the two,
Yeah.
so we have an entire video library, and we can just interact like this as well. Have everything here censorship free for everybody.
It's nice to come around here and see friendlies. Even Hugh, he's not normally this nice right now. He's being all sweet. All sweet. Everyone's all sweet and nice. Yeah, I think
No, if we're not arguing, we could, like, certain people, if we're not disagreeing about maybe the globe and flat Earth, like, we can get along just fine.
I mean, nobody realizes the truth that flat Earth isn't about flat Earth. It has, we're not into the geography or topography of anything. It's so not about flat Earth. It's weird.
Well, it is about flat Earth, because the thing is, if you can't see the truth, right? We're never gonna. If you think you live on a ball, and we could present all the evidence that it's not a ball, and you just refuse to accept the evidence, then we just spin our wheels and we waste time, because it's always the same people we argue with.
Right.
And at a certain point, it's like beating your head against the wall. How often do you want to beat your head against the wall? I'm over it. I don't want to beat my head against the wall.
So Dan, were you kind of saying like that in terms of that dynamic you were saying where it's not necessarily about what the Earth is, because I mean geometry is just it's X, Y, Z, horizontals, verticals. I mean like it's cool and the Earth is cool, but is that what you're saying, like that's not actually what the larger kind of process that's unfolding is actually even focused on? Like it's not the actual physical geometry. Is that what? And then what do you mean further on that? I'm interested.
I have a dumb little paragraph that I put on Facebook last month. I think I'm going to read it to you. It's because I'm having to respond to people all the time. So I said, please note, many people are not aware that the flat Earth movement, which I put in parentheses, or in quotations, the flat Earth movement, and our obsession with understanding our home is not about the geography and topography of Earth. The term flat Earth itself is a catchphrase for knowing we're not on a spinning globe. It's not a belief, which would be faith-based and not scientific at all. Flat Earthers do not claim to know any more than the fact that we are recovering heliocentrists. None of us have explored the outer regions of this realm, much less proven its physical reality. Flat Earth is about being alert and having a sense of self amongst a sea of followers in a corrupt society with a culture of money and war. Sadly, Flat Earth has no community, no school, no church, no center, no curriculum, no leaders, no political affiliations, and I do not know any Flat Earthers that follow the Flat Earth Society. It's not easy being different. And that was my way of delivering it to strangers. Because I found that we are popular and interesting, but not because of Flat Earth. They want to know how somebody can think and go against the grain. They're fascinated. Even that little cult of ballers that hangs out with us for all these years, they're obsessed with trying to figure out how we think. Trust me, because they don't know how to.
I don't know if it's that, dude. I mean, no one could be that devoted of a troll. Some of these guys, I have to wonder, like, why are they here every damn day? Like, the same bullshit, the same couple guys. It's like, don't you have anything better to do, man?
No, and it's wild, because if it were a globe, they wouldn't need to defend it. That would be the
truth fears no investigation, and it doesn't need defending. Like, the official narrative doesn't need someone defending it 24/7. These guys are like 24/7 defending propaganda. It's like
it'll fall without them. That's the thing.
Like they're gonna change our mind. They have to know by now that they're spitting bullshit, right? They have to know by looking at all the amount of evidence that we presented over all this time. Nobody could be that dense, right? No one is that fucking dense where they can't.
No, they are. They are that dense. They're closed. This is a closed system, as Bill Nye said. They're in a closed system. It's
I
just like
find it hard to believe, dude. I find it hard to believe. I mean, like, I haven't, like I said, I have two brothers and one of them's a Baltard. I haven't spent enough time on the Baltard one. I just kind of, well, I don't see him very often. So we talk about other things. But I mean, if I did talk to him for a good hour, you know, and just lay things out step by step by step, I'm sure you would see it, right? It would be a difficult process because it's always difficult coming to grips with it. And it's very, very unsettling. When I found out, I'm like, oh my God. Back when I found out, like I said, it was like 2015, 2016-ish. And there was nobody to talk to. There wasn't this huge support group we have now. It was very isolating. I'm like, man, who do I tell? I know this, but who do I tell? They're going to think I'm fucking crazy. I can't tell anybody. Like, you know something, but you can't tell anybody. And it was fucking horrible.
I just posted something in the chat. It's like a 2-minute video, I think, and it's this dude talking about the difference between science and academia and how it's fallen off of its tracks. And the dude makes so much sense. So it bugs me because let's say you're right about everything and we put you in charge. People are just still just fucking truly not ready to achieve any form of growth. Like, we just haven't grown up. Humans just are in their adolescence, obviously. If you came here every 10,000 years, you built a pyramid a few thousand, 30,000 years ago to mark the territory, and you're watching tectonic plates going around, and you kept coming back, and you look at your wife, and you go, honey, let's go check on the Earthlings. And you go, oh, yeah, I almost forgot. It's that time again. It's 10,000 years later, and you fly over here, and you look, and we're still fighting amongst ourselves. Could you imagine the disappointment? Could you imagine just waiting for us to come around? Imagine going, take me to your leader. And we just can't even do that yet. We can't take them to our leader. That's sad.
Why do we need a leader? Why can't we just be our own people? Why do we need someone to grab us by the balls and tell us what to fucking do?
It's just the outside influence would ask for a representative. So, yeah.
Well, that's the psyop. Like they tell us that some alien from another world will come here, take me to your leader. Like as if we're supposed to have a fucking leader. That's the problem we're in. We do have leaders, and they're fucking us over. They lead this world, and they're leading us down a shitty life. You know what I mean?
You're right, because the psychology to begin with makes the suggestion. So you're right, and I think Flat Earth needs to get smarter in terms of psychology, because people do think a certain way, and they're pretty lame, and most of us are still churning with fears from when we were 7 years old, because we're just not processing our data well. We remember smells, we remember our first car, music from high school. We really remember early shit, because there was a lot of room in our head. We really don't know how to file it back like RAM and put it back and use it again. It's like, we're really lame. Fucked up. We are. I mean, the pressures of society don't help. The distractions don't help. The fake diseases don't help. World wars don't help. But we still bicker amongst ourselves, pretty much.
When there's no globetards to argue with, we argue with ourselves, yeah.
Pretty much. It's like, you're a Republican. You're a Democrat. It's like,
I'm not either one, dude.
Yeah, I don't even know what they mean. I mean, I've never associated them as anything.
I would say I am more conservative, but both parties are they're two sides of the same coin. They're both bought and paid for.
But psychologically, they've satisfied people with the illusion of choice. In other words, all you and I ask for is choice. That's all.
And you know what? They occasionally throw one of them out to make you think that there's a process. Like, oh, see, it works. They got rid of Liz Cheney. She was the Rhino Republican. See, you got to go out and vote. You got to go do your thing. That's the psyop. They want to keep you in their false game where you can never fix things. You're never going to vote yourself out of this prison. Like, say we're in a prison right now. The prisoners can't vote themselves out of prison. Hey, sir, where's the warden? I'd like to have the prisoners vote. We voted to let ourselves out of the prison. It's like, that ain't going to happen, dude. They run the prison.
Yeah, look at all this Titanic stuff in chat. When you see the Irish dock workers talking about it, though, you can see that you could see they were pretty serious about it. Like, I wouldn't get on the motherfucker. You know, it's pretty good. They're like, they all came to work on the Titanic and found their stuff had been switched. Like their locker stuff in their lockers and their tools wasn't exactly the same. They all knew it.
Isn't one of these ships still around, right?
That's a good question. I don't know. I never thought of it.
And it is the Titanic that still survived. They sunk the Olympic, right? So maybe we can go check this out.
Yeah, I don't know. When we saw stuff from James Cameron, I thought it was proven, that they saw the bow tag and everything and what was underneath it, and so I don't know. Now I know we never hear anything true. So what it tells me, especially in terms of flat Earth, is that things have to be cleared first. And I think that the people who had information, the national security in this country, have been wrapping it up on a ball from the beginning. Just any info gets wrapped up any way they want to wrap it up. I don't think we've had any open information about who we are, what we are, where we live, why these wars have taken place. And really,
it's the same group of people that own everything, but like, let's look at Lucky Larry, right? From 9/11, Larry Silverstein. He fucked over all these insurance companies, and the same types of people own the insurance companies.
They have to be in on it. You're right. They have to be in.
Yeah, right.
Once I was hospitalized and I paid $10 for a pair of Tylenol, knowing that for $1 I could buy the whole bottle. And all they said to me was, well, you don't get charged for sheets and stuff like that. But I mean, the insurance company was paying $10 for a dose of aspirin.
Yeah, at the hospital, yeah, you get robbed. You know what they do? Once you get in the hospital, they rob your ass. And like, I would say it's okay. Like, say you're in a car accident and they need to patch you up. They're good at doing that stuff. But if you go in there and they say, oh, you've got COVID, you're probably not getting out of there, dude. They're going to fucking kill your ass on a respirator.
As a matter of fact, that's how we knew something was up. The first thing we heard is that General Motors was making those things. Then we heard
it's got 100 horsepower. It's going to hook to your lungs.
Then we heard the hospital. What you didn't hear, which is what I love about being a flat earther, what you didn't hear was the hospital people saying, don't bring those fuckers here. We're not paying for them. And the response was, don't worry. If you put somebody on a respirator, you could bill $26,000. So buying them for 10 grand wasn't a big deal. Making them for 5 grand was no big deal. Everyone's making money along the way. Now the insurance companies can bill. And the only reason we knew the dollar value had to be because insurance settled on what amount. Otherwise, we never would have heard the dollar value of what a hospital gets for putting somebody on a machine. We never would have heard it, But it gave the administrators a target amount. They go, okay, well, we'll cover the cost of the machine if we put them on it, and we'll cover. These machines will get covered.
They put a bounty on people. There's a bounty. Your ass is worth 30,000 dead, and you're not getting out of here alive. That's what the bounty. Pretty much what happens.
Real sad stuff, man. Real life is trippy. It is hard to talk to anyone, and it's hard to manage them afterwards. And even
why? People don't believe that they could be that evil because, like, well, I got in a car accident and they patched me up, or my dad had a heart attack and they fixed him and he's okay now. Yeah, not every hospital is that devious, but there are some that euthanize patients. They'll put them. Let's say there's a patient in there and he doesn't have any family looking over, so they put an IV drip in their arm and you die of whatever, morphine overdose or whatever they want to just have you go away. And that's what usually happens. They just drift off and they never wake up.
In general, though, they got us more isolated now, less sure of ourselves, slightly masked for a while. We're weakened, we're diminished, and now it's this, like, authoritarian society. Like, you used to be able to go, hey, what's the big deal, man? It's a public park, I'm allowed to be here. And now it'd be like, yeah, well, you registered to be here from 4 to 6, and it's 6:30. You got to get the fuck out. It's changed so much just to be in public. It's like you got to register to be there now.
My mom was telling me, like I said, I have 2 brothers. One's older and one's younger. Well, my younger brother, right? when my mom was telling me this later afterwards, she's like, yeah, when I went to the hospital for my checkup, the nurse tried to get her to have an abortion. Like, oh, you already have 2 children. Like, what do you don't need a third one or something. Like, my mom was like devastated. Like, oh my God, I can't believe she said that. Like, she was telling me like afterwards, after the fact, like what the nurse had said like years ago. And I'm like, oh my God, what a fucking cunt.
So, if well, I shouldn't talk about it, vaccinations and stuff, but they already hit babies. So I don't know why they even made a big deal about if there was anything to do with it. They just would have made it things you do with kids, so it's funny because everyone forgot they already had this weird, we guess what flu is every year, so it's like their campaign really worked well, and I thought that would prove to people that there is such things as conspiracies, not conspiracy theories. And I thought we were there. I thought Flat Earth, man, when COVID hit, I thought we were just riding the top of that surfer wave of truth right then. And it just like flattened out. It was just one swell, and there's never been that wave since. Everyone just got in line. I thought everyone would jump the velvet rope at that point, and instead everyone just got in line. So
Well, I wouldn't say everyone. A lot of us gave them as much resistance as we could. But what do you do when the whole fucking world shuts down? We can't restart it. They own all the apparatus. They own the airlines, the trucking companies. They own all that shit. Like, if the airline says you got to do this, this, and this, it's like, what do you do? Like, they own all that shit.
Speaking of that, imagine the hit airline people took. Imagine the hit car manufacturers took. I mean, talk about everyone being in on it. Those are huge hits.
They don't care if the workers suffer, dude. Half of their workforce didn't show up because they wanted them to take the jab. They didn't take the vax, and they said, "Fuck you, I'm not coming to work." And Jose was saying, yeah, like half the worker staff wasn't even there. He had to fly somewhere. Yeah, like the baggage handlers and all that stuff. They wanted them to get the vax or whatever. I mean, my cousin's a pilot. I'm sure he had to take all that shit. I wish he didn't, dude. I wish I could have talked to him, but I rarely ever see him.
If there was really a deadly disease going down back then, we would have heard about certain neighborhoods or certain supermarkets that were riddled with it. The fact that they left the markets open, opened up the buses, and left the airports open shows you it was all. They had no intention of even trying to control.
No. Well, see, that was the first step, and I think that was the first step in collapsing the entire world economy. Now, if you look at China is in trouble now with the Evergrande, and in China, people would invest in housing as an investment. It was like a rock solid investment. So people would put like 10 years, 20 years of their life savings into this real estate property. Anyway, millions of people got fucked. They shut off, they didn't even finish the project. So now it's like, wait, the construction company took my money. I don't even have a finished house I could live in. So what they're doing in China right now, there's a mortgage revolt. Like hundreds of millions of people have stopped paying their mortgage. They're like, fuck you. Until you start building, I'm not paying. And like a huge amount of Chinese people just said, fuck you. And they're not normally like that. So now what do? You can't force them to pay. And they have every right not to pay because they don't have their fucking house being built. They got robbed. They took the fucking deposit, the money, and they don't even have anything, right? This is like they took their life savings. They got nowhere to live. It's like they can't sell it. They can't live there. So they finally, this might be and here's the thing. It might be a domino that knocks over because a lot of American companies are invested over there too. So the whole financial system could be like a bunch of dominoes. It's going to get worse. And you know what? It's all fiat currency. If you take out a mortgage, yeah, you should have to pay your mortgage. Like, the student loan shit. I think the better alternative would be the students get to default they get to default, not have to pay back the college. We as the taxpayer shouldn't pick up the bill, but they should be allowed to default on their diploma that's a worthless diploma.
Yeah,
You
that's
have
a part of the whole sham that they got going. Yeah, the whole cost of college. It's like you have to pay to be indoctrinated to get a job that they control.
yes.
And they give
They
you money.
should
They
be
give you money to
defaulting.
take. They don't ask you to take relevant courses to our current needs in society. So people are getting bachelor theater of arts crap and basket weaving.
You get your diploma in gender studies or some worthless topic. It's like, what am I going to do with this? And you owe us $200,000. Harvard has a $50 billion endowment fund, $50 billion with a B. Like they can afford a few defaults. And like these colleges, they're handing out garbage. I would say allow the students a one-time default, and that would serve them right for brainwashing the students. You guys take it, you get your write-off, take your tax deduction write-off, and quit ripping off students with bullshit degrees that mean nothing.
What they've done is they've managed to mortgage those individuals without property. They put those individuals into mortgage to begin with at the beginning.
You become a debt slave. You go to college and become a debt slave. It's the most toxic debt you could have. You can't even get rid of it in bankruptcy. So you go for a bullshit degree, like I said, gender studies or whatever. You can't get a job. You want to go work at Microsoft? Well, I got a degree in gender studies. Sorry, we need an engineer. Like, I mean, what good is that degree? And now you have to pay it back with interest. How are you ever going to pay that back? You can't. So they become slaves. And these people become operatives of the government. They make them teachers and things like that. Here, we'll find a job for you. Come work for the government. And those people are desperate.
You're right, but that wouldn't be bad if everything else wasn't corrupt. In other words, we'd expect that in a perfect world, that someone would find us our little job and we'd work for the government. That's not bad. It's when there's a secret government running behind the scenes, using corporate names and secret agendas is different, you know? If the government
Well, it's done on purpose, dude. It's useful. They need useful idiots on their team, so they rope them in. They enslave them with this college debt.
Yep, and just indoctrined entirely.
Yeah, that's what Antifa is. It's a bunch of NPC drones. These people have no brain. They're indoctrinated, brainwashed, no critical thinking.
You can't afford it. In other words, here's what happens. I spoke to some electrical guy I almost hired, and I was talking to him, and he said that he was doing something with JPL or something. You know, he was going to get involved in satellites and such. And what happened is he had gotten a grant of some kind. I think it was a small one, $15,000 or something like this for school. And they gave him a small internship during school. He had not gotten out yet, and they required him to go to other schools, like to children, and speak on behalf of space. So he got them as in being indebted to do their dirty work. So you only need 4 or 5 of those running around the country doing that stuff, and so you throw out a few grants and a few of these scholarships, and in return they get you to do the propaganda to the young, so they don't have to even be out in the trenches.
How much do you think Richard Hoagland got paid for talking about faces on Mars?
Gosh, he did seem so interesting for a moment, and then he seems silly now, and I'm somewhere in between personally on it. I don't know how badly he was debunked, but I do know that the updated pictures don't show the crater behavior that we saw in the original. So whatever they've done to muddy up those pictures does lean towards him seeing something there, because they've muddied up the newer pictures to the point you can't see even the large 3 craters on the forehead or any of the craters around. So it's mud. The new stuff is mud. It really is garbage. The newer stuff. Was he proven to be a fool at some point, Hoagland?
Yeah, and that other guy, that other Dr. Greer, talking about little alien skeletons.
You're right.
Fucking hell.
Another guy I thought had his shit together. You're right. It seemed like he did.
But those were the type of conspiracy theorists that we were into before Flat Earth, yeah? Because we've always been critically minded, you know, we've always had that critical thought. And it just didn't make sense until the Flat Earth came along.
It was nice to place the aliens left and right across the ice. It was pretty easy to not have to change your position on extraterrestrials. It actually made more sense.
I was even interested in looking at what's that, David Wilcock's information as well, and then now I find out he's just he's just so full of shit, eh?
There was room for it, you know, as the ancient aliens came about. There was room for. Actually, let me go backwards. Zachariah Sitchin looked like a hero as well. Do you remember? Sitchin. Yeah. He looked like a hero. He looked like the man for a while. He really did. He looked like he had it all, and now nobody talks about him. I don't know if.
And then what about David Icke? Some of the stuff that he says, I can sort of see where he's coming from, but you know, he's still a ball tard.
Okay, here's the way I see it today. Let's say half of what let's say Flat Earth, half of it's mistaken crap. Then the other half is made up embellishment. In other words, I'm happy with 25% of what we say being okay. I don't give a shit. As they chip down my math, and they chip down everything, and they refract this, and they call it that. I'd be happy with 10% of what we think being correct, because it creates the reasonable doubt, and the reasonable doubt will get you, will throw any court out. It's all it needs in court is to say, yes, this is run amok. We need to start over. The Constitution's great. Get rid of all the garbage lobbying and the things that are done by lawyers to get around things. And let's realize that this country, unfortunately, is a big excuse to do business outside of the King of England. And it doesn't have the freedoms and even the intent as written, as we know now. But I swear the Constitution is a brilliant document and worth fighting for. I mean, I say we don't need a resolution. We need participation. We should participate in government instead of allowing this politician game that we allowed to take over government, which is supposed to be by the people. We're all supposed to put in our 2 years or whatever, just like,
I think that the battery technology is amazing technology, don't get me wrong, but you can just see that totalitarian, as David Icke says, tiptoe, where if you've got an electric vehicle or even a hybrid, they're going to just part of their global agenda to have a one world system, one world control. I mean, that's what the carbon credits are about. That's why you're paying for cows' farts.
What does a teaspoon of a cow's fart weigh if you took it to a neutron star?
Oh, we're all made of stardust, aren't we?
I think so, yeah. I'm pretty sure we're hybrid, mixed with whatever animals were here. It seems like we're a bit spirit and a bit animal. I would guess that we're genetically part that the missing link would be to alien lust, basically, or the gods, or what was written in what we call the gods.
Wolfgang and Geo as well. I reckon you three should start a show and have the occasional like-minded thinker coming on. Just do a show, the trio.
We could call it Criminal Minds for thinking for thinking or thinking alike, right? It's a gang activity, cult activity.
Yeah, because like from the message that you guys are saying and the way that you guys think, I mean, if I can't pick any holes, there's no sort of assumptions or what's that word when you have a bias in the beginning, what's that, fallacious sort of thinking. It's all and it's all honest, you know, what you guys are talking about. So yeah, I really appreciate your talk today. Haven't heard from Wolfgang in a long time as well, so that's a refreshing sort of a voice.
I'm used to
Carry on.
I've been fighting ballers all week, for about 2 weeks straight. I've been going and playing Discord. So much trouble. Communicating with people is very difficult.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes it has been quiet lately on this channel. Sometimes the odd dry patch, and then you just want to have, you know, you want to listen to talk back. You don't want to go to mainstream radio station talk back. You want to hear from the alternative community, and you go to the only other option channel, and they're just talking just obscene, crude nonsense most of the time, with no real substance. You know, it's so disappointing. But that's just a reflection of their paradigm, really, and the result of it. Yeah.
Yes. And it's also interesting, the over preponderance of males is interesting. You know, that we tend to bicker and enjoy it more than women do. They bicker in a different way, actually.
Well, I think women like to get together in person because they're touchy-feely, emotional, sort of, and they need to have the body language as well. Whereas males just have their male club, their male sort of a den, you know, and we can talk over the airwaves, and you know, that's, you know, and when you finish, I'll see you tomorrow, mate, and it's kind of like a brotherhood, no matter which side of the argument you're on, you know.
Interestingly enough, I think I heard that women choose people for friends that they like to talk to, and men tend to choose people that we share activity. We'll like this or the ball game, something like this. We share activities, which is why you see them huddled around the car, the garage, and the auto, and things like this. Um, we
It's been
do.
good to listen to you guys. I got to take off. Have a good night. Just go and take my daughter for her birthday dinner. So yeah, have a good one.
Happy birthday.
Well, yeah, that's interesting, Dan. That what you were just sharing, that dynamic. Yeah, the difference between men and women. So it made me think of Venus and Mars and how those archetypes tend to fit that masculine and feminine. But
It's there's some huge differences. I'm going to put something hugely sexist in the chat. It's like a meme I made a long time. It's not very fair.
Yeah, you know what?
like in the way that. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Ron.
I was just gonna say, there's not a lot of flat Earth women. There's maybe 5% of the community is women.
No, there's a lot more. They just don't come around and talk about it. You know,
Well, I'm saying like on Discord, it's 95% men. There's
yeah,
maybe
but we
women.
95% fight. We're not. It's not like we're talking about how to decorate the next AE map. You know.
No, that's not my point. My point is like, I mean, now it's not as now. There's more women getting into it. These younger girls on TikTok in their 20s and stuff, they're talking about flat Earth. It's becoming more mainstream.
Yeah, and the thing that's in really low numbers, like the lowest of all, because there's people who either have questioned the globe, have come to the conclusion that it's not a globe, etc. Like there's a whole spectrum. So there's definitely a lot of women in the world that have come to that conclusion. But there's a couple things I've noticed. Like women, they don't tend to defend the globe much at all. Like there are women who will assert for a flat Earth, but a stationary Earth in that sense, but not for a globe. Like me, so.
Oh wow, yeah.
Yeah.
Just Channel Q was about the only one I know to do it regularly.
Yeah, the ones that actually like assert a globe or will debate, because there's one thing just to like either know it or talk about it, etc. But there's another to like really like be on the the defense for it or like asserting.
That's a great point. There really isn't.
Because they can't find them. Like these people that get paid to talk about, like all these shills that defend the globe, they're just shills, dude. Nobody has time to do this 24/7 unless they're getting a check. Let me defend the official narrative. The official narrative doesn't need defense. You don't need to be 24/7 unless someone's paying you some fucking money to defend something that the rest of the world believes. That's just it just doesn't happen, man. In real life, nobody does that.
That's because you're logical. I don't know what world you're in today. You're too logical to live in today's world. You don't fit anymore. You don't fit anymore. There's no place for us.
No, once you see the lies, dude, there's lies everywhere. And then in the movies, there's pure mockery. They put in the movies all these little clues, like like the Truman Show, all these movies where they have metaphors for reality. Like, oh look, he's in a flat Earth realm. His whole life is being monitored. Like all that shit. I mean, we are being monitored. We kind of know it. Like everything we do is monitored. The fucking NSA monitors all this shit. Not just them, it's all these other intelligence agencies. Facebook is literally Project Lifelog. It's the CIA's fucking Project Lifelog. I mean, what do you think this is? This is some other spying to fucking whatever. We're programming some artificial intelligence or whatever. But I don't really give a fuck because they monitor us anyway. They monitor you when you're at home. Like every appliance in your house is fucking monitoring you. There's no way to get around it.
You know what I'm finding though? I'm having a good time right now. When you realize that every time they speak, the ballers, NASA, everything, they're just handing us data. They're just handing us so much. So I think I wanted to say something several minutes ago is that, like, flat Earth is the billboard. It's not the problem. It's the billboard that says, hey, you guys got to look what's going on. You guys got to look at your world. Look at your world.
It's the first piece. It's once you get this one piece, it's like a decoding ring, right? You start decoding all these other lies with it. So it's necessary to get the decoder ring because otherwise you don't see what the fuck's going on. Like everything else, you're oblivious to it. I mean, there are people that get some of it, like they get some of the picture, but you don't see the full scope. You can't see the full scope unless you get this one piece. It's impossible. And I was that guy. Like I saw a lot of other things that people would call conspiracy, but they allow us, like an Alex Jones will tell you about the Federal Reserve. He'll tell you about false flags. He'll tell you about fluoride in the drinking water. He'll tell you about mercury and formaldehyde in the vaccines. He'll talk about that shit. But he's allowed to. Right? He's a controlled opposition. Anything beyond that, he won't talk about. Like, the Sandy Hook thing, he had to swallow his nuts. No, okay, yeah, it was real. Okay. Like, he can't be trusted to give you the truth. And for obvious reasons.
So do you think that whole trial is just so basically putting him up on the chopping block?
Nah. He was already on their team. It's a charade.
He looks stressed, though. He looks stressed. Like when I see that shit come up, I only look for the emotion. I don't even listen to what they're talking about. I could just see he looks stressed out. Like
but a lot of it, it's all theater. Like you see the war in Ukraine, they even call it the theater of war. Why they call it a theater of war? It's all show. It's a fucking theater. And like even these other like lesser things like Alec Baldwin, he shot someone on a movie set, and then he shot the director. It's like, come on, dude. Like, the movie guns don't even fire real ammunition. It's not going to have the same chamber size. It's not going to have the same barrel. It's a prop gun. Like it would never fucking happen.
Yeah, I have to agree with you on that. And again, you're too logical. You just don't. There's no place for us anymore. As with like, you see what's not there. They're going to tell you the story. They're going to tell you the cover story, the cover up, the excuse, the debunking. They'll never talk about what's not there. And it's what's not there is what we see as flat earth. We always see what's missing. And they don't even know what the fuck we're talking about. They really don't. I appreciate you, because you obviously think, okay, this is what they present. Then you go to yourself, well, this is what it means. No, these people are just going, well, this is what they said. And they're done. And you're going, really? That's good enough for you? That's fucking good enough for you? So.
You know what it is, too? There's so many layers of distractions and side stories and all this stuff that it's hard to ever get your mind wrapped around one subject long enough to figure out something like this. And they keep introducing new ones all the time, like new little dramas and shit, and not like celebrity gossip or like all these other events. It's just constant drip, drip, drip. Unless you have a mindset to like want to discover this, you'll never discover this shit. It takes a curious mind, and that's less than 1% of the people have that attribute.
You have to be available too. If you're raising kids and at the wrong kind of job,
that too, right?
You don't have the opportunity.
They keep you chasing that nut, man. You're chasing the carrot on a string.
But you got to have the time. You got to have the opportunity. You have to be self-employed. That's the other thing. You have to be.
Yeah, you're right.
So it eliminates.
Not necessarily. Helioskeptic gets up every fucking day, and dude, he's got a real hard life. He was telling me he has to have his mom drive him because he doesn't have a license, and she's old, and she drives a half hour each way. So she drives him there, half hour, and then a half hour home, and then she picks him up. So that's 2 hours of driving every day, and all the cost of the fuel. That's rough, man. For 10 years he's been doing that. That has to suck. See, I work for myself, so I can, if I want to go to work, I'll go to work. I'll take the jobs I want to take. Someone calls me to do something. Hey, can you fix my roof? I'd rather not. You know what I mean? Like certain things I don't want to do. But luckily, I got a lot of skills. I can do a lot of different trades, so I could pick which ones I want to do.
Good. That helps.
Yeah, and just like the other day, I installed a hot water tank for my friend. It took me a couple hours, but it's not the most fun thing to do. But I don't mind doing it. It's not too bad. It's not like a filthy job. It's not too bad.
I'm sending you a message, like friend request shit, and
Oh, you're sending one to me? All right.
Send like links to all the shit.
Let me check.
So, Ron, do you think they did a big reset right before they started rolling out the globe, like before World War I?
Dude, the World War I, World War II. Oh, fuck yeah, dude. They did 2 resets.
Yeah, seems like it.
Why two back-to-back world wars? They wiped out all the elders. The people that knew what the hell was going on, they wiped them out.
They're doing it now.
Yeah, I agree. Dude, how long do you think we're going to be here? We like every year. I'd lost a lot of friends in the last few years. Like last 3 or 4 years. A lot of people that I was friends with are just gone.
Yeah, well, all of a sudden, like boom, boom, boom. You're right. That's true. Plus, we were talking about voting before and how they really push to make kids vote because they can sway their vote. They can do commercials on TV or whatever they
Do you think it matters though? Really?
It
Man.
matters that they get involved in what they think is their freedom of choice. Yeah.
I mean,
They
right,
gotta get
here-
mine. They gotta get
here's
somewhere.
here's the thing we vote for. Okay, it's like we're in the prison and we get to vote for the warden. Which warden do you want? They're all pre-approved wardens. You're still going to be in jail, and you're still going to eat the same shitty food and have the same rules. So it's like we really have no choice. You can, and then even then they cheat on the vote to get their crony. When in reality, both sides are going to fuck you over. There's no one that's going. You're not going to vote yourself out of this thing. Like
it's about the feeling. They want to give you the feeling that you have choices.
Exactly, because
that's what keeps playing the game.
It's psychology, not government, right? They're actually working us at a psychological level, more than anything, more than we realize. You know?
Well, enough people would opt out of the system and say, I'm not playing this fucking game. It's a rigged game. You're going to fuck us over either way, whoever wins. And if enough people, like a critical mass of people, that's the thing with the flat earth community. When you reach a critical mass, people will just dissolve the government and say, you know what? We'd rather not fucking have you fucking us over, and we'll decide how we run things. Because you guys have fucked us over far too long.
That's not
what happens. What happens after that? What happens after? Let's say
then we live in peace, man.
No,
we live in
have
peace.
to participate in government, not leave it to the criminal.
No. Once you purge it, it has to be purged. The government has to be dissolved.
Not dissolved.
I think so. It has to be dissolved. The whole system has to be dissolved.
Don't you guys think that every war has always more or less wanted the same outcomes? Some sort of eternal peace. Does it usually last?
It used to be about territory war. It used to be about.
Regardless, does this peace that people are seeking, does it usually last? Doesn't the same corruptions just form exactly the same, just under different names? The lawyers, the judges, authority being crooked. It doesn't matter how peaceful, how revolution. It seems to end the same way, and it seems to be the people's fault. I don't see a way to program the people not to be lazy.
Let's look at it this way: in a jungle, for instance, or with wild animals, if they were fed, would they get along? And I'm pretty sure people, even well fed, automatically start to introduce things like greed or even the disaster of bureaucracy. But it seems like in a perfect environment, everyone's well fed, so they're not hunting one another. Everyone's having sex with one another. There's none of the reasons to combat in a healthy society. I think people aren't grown up enough that we would still. I think you and I would, as neighbors, would still fight over the color. I do, and I'm saddened by that part of it. But I do still think it would only take one healthy future generation and one paradigm shift to make a different humanity. I still have hope for humanity. I do.
Like this eternal peace kind of thing, like some sort of like paradise on earth.
No.
This kind of idea.
No, but accountability, not paradise, but accountability and functionality. You know, like the prison system is a good opportunity to find out what those people do well. You know, it is, and put them to work. You don't put them back in the street useless. You know, if the guy likes to kill stuff, go give him a good job at the butcher. You know, let him kill cows for a living or whatever the hell. You know, we need to really delve into where people's skill sets are, so people don't feel like they're working. They get to achieve.
So let's say we figure out. Let's say over the years we figure out a perfect manuscript of how humanity is supposed to interact from the moment that they're born to the moment that they die. We set up a plan and preparation, and we've decided as a collective that this is the best. Let's say we call it the Bible. What happens when people oppose that or just don't believe what we've come up with? What then? What happens to that people?
That's an excellent. Obviously, I don't have the answer. That's an excellent point.
It isn't like revolution hasn't been thought of over the years, right? It seems to be a recurring pattern in history that in some moment in time, people, not organically, because that's also something I've noticed. It's never organic. There's always some charismatic, very mysterious Greek character behind the movement, always. Sponsored by you know who, right? It's never the people, and the people never really do shit. The people just kind of take it.
I can't help but think that there would be different experiments similar to this human experience we're having. It's I'd be
I
surprised.
think it is an experiment. Everything, all of it, the forms of government, it is all. I think there was a colonel or general one time that said to the U.S. citizens, "Thank you for participating in this experiment." In those words.
Well, if you could create anything, would you create this entire realm as it is?
Oh, I have an even deeper question. If you were to sell this realm, like in the form of paradise, how would you sell it to people? Would you sell it? Would you tell them you can create whatever you want in this place? This is a paradise. It will be whatever you want, and then when you get here, you realize that it might not be what they promised.
The paradise of anarchy, you mean? I've never thought of the two in the same thing, because we don't want anarchy. You want freedom without anarchy, and you don't want revolution. You want
Anarchy mean?
What does it mean?
It means no rulers, right? That's all it means.
I don't know when it comes to policing it or not. I don't know.
That's what it actually means. It doesn't mean chaos. See, they redefine words. Like, they redefined the word inflation. Inflation always meant an increase in the money supply. Now they redefined it. It means increasing prices. It's never meant that. The word woke never meant some purple-haired libtard NPC. It never meant that. It meant someone who was awake and wasn't asleep. They could see the truth. So they took a very effective word and they subverted it. They subverted the word gay. They keep doing this to any word that's effective. They even the word adaptation, right? And evolution, they've combined them. So an adaptation is like certain rabbits turn white in the wintertime, right? It's a natural adaptation that they do every single year. Somehow they've equated that to evolution, to where you gain new abilities. Like the rabbit.
Oh, I get what you're saying. You say, for example, like if I'm copper color, my skin is dark. If I go to a place like Alaska, because of the cold, my skin would get a little lighter. But it has nothing to do with evolution, simply because it's adapting to this environment.
Yeah, not at all. Now they've combined them to mean the same thing, to where they're almost equal. It's like, wait, that ain't what it's never meant that. Adapting is like, for me, I've got more fair skin, but I work on a hot roof and I get a tan. I'm adapting to my skin is getting more pigmented and my hair turns more blonde in the sun. It's just, the things are adapting to the environment. It's not evolving. In other words,
that's exactly what they did. That's the trick right there. That's literally what they're calling evolution.
They subverted the word. They subverted it, just like they did to the word inflation. They'll subvert it and change it. So now people get confused. Well, wait, I thought that was a natural thing. Like, what they're saying is like evolution. Let's say I wanted to swim underwater indefinitely. I would grow a set of gills. I never had a set of gills. I'm not going to just grow gills out the side of my neck and be able to stay underwater indefinitely. None of that shit ever happened. Like, rabbits do turn white in the wintertime. It's not like they're growing wings or gaining new abilities. They've subverted the word. So now that's what we're up against. We're up against these kind of people. They just recently did it with the word inflation. We don't like what it means. We're going to change the meaning. What? It's not what it ever meant. They're trying to do it to the word level. They're trying to redefine it and subvert it.
They're changing orbit right now. They're letting the balloon satellites flip the word orbit in now.
They're changing orbit to mean what?
They're allowing balloons to have an orbit.
Balloon?
The satellite balloons.
You mean like Saturloons?
Yeah, I guess that's what you call them.
Well, an orbit, a circuit. I guess you could. It would be the same
They're
thing. A circuit.
They're slipping it in. Yeah. So orbit can mean non-spherical shit.
Yeah. So you're orbiting a racetrack. The NASCAR, they're orbiting the track instead of circling the track. They're orbiting. Yeah, they're bending and shaping things.
And they're good at it, and it's easy. It's easy work, actually. Conspiracy theory. That's what they did. They added the word theory to it. Yet they cling to all theories. It's our biggest bitch, is that they have only theories, and then they call it a scientific theory to claim it's a fact. When if they wanted a fact, they call it a law. So they're out of their mind because they know the difference. They just don't use the word fact when it comes to science. It's funny as hell. It's
The
like,
globe fits the definition for a conspiracy theory. It is a giant conspiracy because they are conspiring to push a hoax on everyone.
but they don't allow us to have a conspiracy. They want it to be a conspiracy theory.
Oh, it is a conspiracy. They do conspire
right, but
to
they
do
throw
this.
the word theory up our ass. And then
You know what I figured out? I figured out that anything that isn't promoted by the mainstream media is a conspiracy theory. If you don't agree with these people, you are deemed a conspiracy theorist, regardless of what the belief is. If it doesn't agree with the leaders, you're a nut job. You're a tinfoil hat wearing conspiracy theorist.
You know what conspiracy theory is? It's another word for truth. That's all it is. You get too close to the truth, that's what you get labeled.
It's just people conspiring. That's it. It isn't the theory at the end. It is what makes it seem like people are nut jobs, but it's just people conspiring. Right now, we're literally conspiring, not necessarily to do evil, but we're just a bunch of people talking shit.
But it's the word attachment, the word manipulation, like you were saying, that they did, that they threw that up our ass. So we're not allowed to have conspiracies, only conspiracy theories. And they've twisted that word against us in this case and against us in the other case when they use it as a matter of a fact, but we're only use it to be diminished. It's wild.
Yep. And also notice when they're talking about somebody that they don't like the opposition. Let's say like they're talking about Trump, they would add a word like degenerate or something. Like they would add a word before or after the name to signify to their followers that this person is not a good person. You understand what I'm saying? Like they would label the person, and they would repeatedly call the person the label to get it to the audience that this person is what we label him, and you therefore should think about him in this way.
You remember Panamanian strongman Noriega, right? Strongman. like that's right? I'm a strong man. Yeah, the title that they attach to it, he's like Hitler, he kills his own kind. They attach a phrase and a bit of soundbite to it, and they say that all they got to do is get Americans to start waving the flag and they can go bomb whatever. They just got to get us to go, yeah, go get them, go get them. They just have to get us worked up. Unfortunately, they don't do it much, but privately they sure do. They sure do, and that's another language thing, Wolfgang. That's when they call these contractors in other countries, but really they're mercenaries. We know them as mercenaries, and they're soldiers, and they're stolen off of our military and paid higher salaries than the military. After the military trains them, they steal the good guys and make mercenaries out of them. And they get to sell them and use them in other places. And I heard in the Iraq War, imagine if your job was to supply something 100 miles away, or 2 or 3 of them. And each day you traveled out to a certain area to take supplies once a week. And you pay off the locals. You got 10 Hummers, 10 trucks. And you pay off the locals and you slip them some radios and TV, whatever they want, And as you go a week or 2 later, your trucks start to break down in the sand. And you start to cannibalize the worst one. and eventually you got one truck just for parts, until it's completely a piece of shit, worthless. They tie it to the back of the convoy. They fill it full of stuff for the locals. It gets ambushed, quote unquote, ambushed. Insurance pays for it. They never needed to go get requisitioning any parts, and the locals let business be done.
So win-win, a win-win for everybody.
For everyone, exactly.
You know what I think? You know what I think they might be doing?
What?
Like I this is just hypothetical, right? So let's just say we're in war, right? And instead of the locals attacking, how hard would it be for private sector contractors to dress in the local clothes and just start shooting, you know, boom, 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 just pretending, and you know, and then having the fucking army shooting at them. Next thing you know, in the news, oh, fucking local Iraqis attacked, and it was really, you know, the fucking private military doing it.
In areas where they have mercenary war like that, they all go to sleep at night at 5 o'clock, just like you go home from your business. They all pack up. They go to fight the next day, and they pack up at night because it is a stage. It is a staged, often, not all the time. But when you're using mercenary armies, they don't want to fight at night. You need a whole other crew, right? You need 2 other ships if you were going to do that. Fuck that. These guys know they're hired. They fight during the day. They're not really trying to kill each other. They're trying to maintain the fight. That's the other thing. You know, warfare's changed a great deal. If you're only trying to destabilize, you don't need to kill people. You just need to make it look like there's a war. Really. Sad. Sad that war is a way of life. People keep saying, oh, why would they fake everything? Why would they fake everything? I don't know. War? You know, these are the people that killed the president of this country, you know, because he thought he was president. And instead, the military took over, essentially. And the military is just business, just like the mafia would tell you, just business, kid. You know, it is just business, and it's the business of created by these loopholes of the lawyers and getting around the way things were written in the Constitution, for instance. So it seems really it's all kind of a foolish game to do business outside of the King of England. And we really haven't realized, you know, what it means to be Americans and to live by our Constitution. We've let it just get infiltrated, and we've never really been big participants in our own government the way people see the United States as leaders and progressive. You know, we used to be pretty progressive. We're not really there anymore.
I wouldn't say, right? I don't think this is just an idea. Like, I don't think that these people infiltrate. I think that these are the people that I think that they set up the movements in order to make you believe that it's infiltrated. While it is, the whole movement is corrupted from its inception. Because how is it that in the war is supposedly liberating the slaves? How is it that the losing party all of a sudden contracted with fucking the king for guns? Wasn't they fighting them in the first place? How is it that you're gonna leave your oppressors and then contract back with the oppressor? That storyline doesn't make any goddamn sense to me.
Are we just warlike, or is that an external manipulation? Would be a good question.
And the insane story that we was liberating the slaves. I mean, really, it's a noble idea. But I'm pretty sure a million kids are getting raped and killed right now by some sort of warmonger, and nobody's saving them. You know what I'm saying? Like, how come these people specifically pick the fucking emergency that they want to fucking stick their fucking claws in?
Yeah, I think the NASA money, the $58 million a day, essentially is $1 million a day distributed through the UN to shut up. I think they literally hand that straight over to those 50-some countries and say, go with the program.
Right, don't forget most of the money that we give to Israel. We literally give them most of our money. We give these people billions of dollars.
Speaking of Israel, and words, meanings, you know the term delicatessen? You ever been to a delicatessen?
No. Never heard of that word before.
All right, then it won't apply. It's probably a Jewish thing then, probably an Israeli thing. But its German translation is delicate eating. It's basically spiced meats. So I thought that was interesting to note that delicatessen just meant delicate eating. It's a type of restaurant, like coffee shop. Delicatessen is a type of sandwich shop.
You mean like kosher kind of thing?
Exactly. We call it a deli, and there's usually a meat counter. And it turns out that the butcher does the butchering, and the farmer does the farming, and the rancher does the ranching. But the person that works with the meat, with spices and aging and smoking, was pretty cool job. That's a cool job. So that's who that was. The people makes your corned beef, your pastrami, types of salamis, types of spiced meats. Delicate eating. But another language thing, though, I only mentioned it because of language. We are inundated with language. We don't always know what it means, and the bummer stuff is this maritime language, like Jordan Maxwell and those other guys talk about.
Oh yeah. I'm aware. Definitely interesting stuff.
That stuff's tough.
And how supposedly the language puts us in different jurisdictions. That's mind blowing to me.
You know what else too? It's all double talk. Like these things, words that we use commonly, in the blacks in a black's law would they have different meanings than we assign them, right? In just our common language.
Actually, you know what I think it is? I don't think it's words that we use. I think it's words that they take from the legal world. They somehow construct a colloquial meaning, and they start spreading it in the news and the radio. They start using it a lot, so the local people will start using those words, and that's how they get us to say these things that compromise us without us knowing.
They do it from school though, and they own the education system, which is really just brainwashing from day one. And what do they call the children? They call them kids, baby goats. So even then, people calling their own children kids. Yeah, I got my kids. So they're brainwashing you through what they normalize a word like that.
Kids and also child is also, I heard, is a made up word.
Well, offspring, your offspring. I don't know. I mean, I'd rather use that than kid, baby goat. But I mean, like words like a person is considered a corporate entity, right? You call yourself a person. You're either a man or you're a woman. And now they're even trying to blur those lines. Non-binary. What the fuck is that? You're either XY or XX, right? I mean, there is people that fall in between. There's like hermaphrodite people, but they're either an XY or an XX chromosome. You can't fudge that. It's either one or the other.
I dated a hermaphrodite. It was a nightmare for me.
Oh, too much information, dude. Don't go there.
No, I mean they were never comfortable with anyone ever in their life. You know what I mean? They were never normal. They never.
That's such a rare occurrence. It's like not.
They were never going to be okay about anything.
Yeah, that's no man's land. It's pretty. It's a pretty rough life.
It's no woman's land too.
No man's land, no woman's land. But see, they got they don't need to make a specific bathroom just for them. They have you go to the gas station. Sometimes they just have one bathroom, and it's a unisex, right? One person at a time. Go do your thing and get the fuck out. One at a time. It doesn't matter male, female. Here's the toilet. Flush it when you're done. It's like, that's it. There's no need for a specific men's and women's. It's just single-use bathrooms, one person at a time.
Poop has no gender.
Those are very expensive, man. Adding bathrooms, I do that shit. I don't do it for companies, but I remodel bathrooms, and they're very expensive. All the plumbing fixtures and stuff. It's expensive to do a bathroom. You got to do tile and plumbing, and that stuff adds up quick. I mean, for the people, not the materials are not so expensive really, but the labor cost is a lot.
So many restaurants have to modify, keep up with laws, and during this past couple of COVID years, they're constantly trying to kill off the small business. You know, the small business has to keep up with these ever-changing rules. You could be inside, you could be outside. Go outside. You know, well, we have tables and chairs outside, so they spent money on that. And next thing you know, it's plastic here and plastic there. It must have been almost impossible for a lot of small businesses to keep up with. And I feel sorry for anyone that's trying to be in the restaurant business anyway. You know, it's hard.
Oh, it's hard, yeah. For a small company, for a small business, if you had just a small takeout restaurant, that's the only way you could survive. Usually the takeout ones, they kind of made it through the COVID mess because people were ordering takeout food a lot.
Yeah,
I'm just glad that that episode is over, but they're trying to revive it. They're trying to bring it back again. It's like, no. I think I hope the people have enough fortitude to not fall for it again. Just say we're not dealing with this bullshit again. You can
now
just.
you're dreaming. Now you're dreaming. They already did.
I don't know, man. I think people are fed up.
When the first 4th of July got essentially canceled, I was like, no way, they're getting away with this? They're canceling 4th of July? I was blown away that they didn't.
Yeah, but do you see how fast it went away? As soon as they had a new crisis, the war in the Ukraine, everything just went away. Like it never happened.
But you know what changed this year? Is your dollar is now, it takes $1.50 to buy what you were buying with your dollar before.
Oh, yeah, dude.
It's now, everything is definitely 30-40% up across the board. So they didn't need to change the money or anything. It's just the shit was not worth what it was immediately one day.
The inflation, like what we always call inflation, inflation is the increase of the money supply, but the prices went up and the quantity went down. If you look at the packaging for the food, everything, they shrunk the packaging size to the amount that you get, right? So they downsized it and they raised the price. So they gotta squeeze you from both ends. Less product and a higher price. They can't just raise the price too much because you get the price shock. People are like, oh my God, the price is doubled. So here, let's give them 30% less and we'll raise the price 20%. And that way they could still buy the product, right? It'll be slightly more expensive. It will give them less.
I'm going to give an example of something that would piss you and I off, flat earthers, that's not done anymore because they fixed it. And it was a can of Coke. And a can of Coke used to be, or still is, 12 ounces often. But a 12-ounce can of Coke had the stuff on the side where you read the calories and everything. What do you call that? Where you read all the properties of it?
Yeah.
And if you read close enough, it would mention that was based on an 8-ounce serving. Like a cup of water. They tell you to do, 8 cups a day of 8
So
ounces.
it's 1.5 serving can.
Fucking motherfuckers, exactly. And it's like, so make up your mind. Either serve me a serving or mark it as it is. But to mix the two, to me, is deliberate. It's a deliberate deception. And they have fixed it since. But that's the kind of minor deception that makes it hard for our logic to function.
Who drinks a half a can and puts it down, right? It's like one serving is 1 can, right? That's 1 unit.
You'd
So it's
certainly assume so. If you're reading the side and getting your calories right and all that, you just.
it said 160 per serving, and there's 1.5 servings in that can. So you're like, oh fuck, I just had 300 calories or whatever, dude. I thought it's 8-ounce serving.
Yeah, the 12-ounce can. So it's like fangs.
Okay, yeah.
So that kind of stuff doesn't bother a regular person. They don't give a fuck. They're going with
I don't
whatever
give
it
a
is
fuck
anyway.
either. I drink water. So.
Well, yeah, but I'm just saying that kind of inconsistency where you got to cipher through something is really tough on me. Where you got to fight your way through it. I'm just like so used to it that it doesn't bother me anymore. Having to fight to find out what people really mean or what they're really saying. And I think that's how we got to be flat, is we're used to looking past the norm and looking over.
Well, you need to look a little deeper, my friend, because if you look back at all the wars, did you see that picture I dropped with Churchill and Stalin and Roosevelt? They're all Freemasons. Like all these wars, even Hitler, all of them are predetermined, and they're all working on the same team. Like all the outcome of the war is already decided before it actually happens. Who's going to win? So, like this whole thing, Ukraine, Russia, both sides, the governments are benefiting from the high oil price. We don't know necessarily what's actually going on there. I suspect there's a lot of bullshit, and maybe there's some real carnage too. But both sides are on the same team, guaranteed.
It looks like they staged a couple of battles, right? That's the way it
And
felt, right? That's the way it felt.
then they can use it as an excuse why we're paying $5 a gallon for gas and we're getting fucked because the shipping costs are up because the fuel price is high, and we can't get fertilizer, so the food cost is high because of this. So they needed an excuse to rape us on the high prices. That's what they needed. And then people will accept it. Well, if it wasn't for that damn war, we wouldn't be paying $5. Oh, it's all Putin's fault. It's his fault.
Hey, did I make this up? When they started fracking, didn't they say that the release of natural gas would make it more abundant? And
natural gas, it was actually cheap I'd say about 5 years ago, because I had a bunch of forklifts I would repair, and I was getting my forklift tanks filled at Tractor Supply, really cheap, the propane tanks, and it was like $10 to fill a 40-pound tank. I think it was 40 or 60 pounds. It was a big aluminum tank that they use on the forklifts. I had about 10 of those things, and I would just go fill them all up at the Tractor Supply because it was much cheaper than buying it from the forklift store where they would rape your ass. You know what I mean? They would charge you $100. I'd get them filled for like $15. I'd get all that propane.
Where I live, there's natural gas in every house. So when they talk about fuel as an infrastructure, they've already piped it to everyone's house. Like when they talk about, well, it'd be difficult to do hydrogen because we'd have to convert all the gas stations, and thinking, gosh, here they've already piped natural gas, which cars could run on.
The infrastructure's there, yeah. Some people don't have the infrastructure. If you live in the boonies, you got a big old propane tank. You don't have natural gas piped in.
Right. But I'm just trying to gather the logic there, why it's impossible to do. And you know what do you remember Stanley Meyer, his hydrogen car?
Yes, I do remember that.
Okay, and so the British guy's interviewing him, and he says, so this thing runs on water, right? And Stan Meyer looks at him and goes, well, this one's a hybrid. And of course, Stan Meyer turned up dead, right? And the word hybrid they've been using against us since. And they made sure there was going to be gas cars for the next 10 or 15 years by contract. Everyone, up until the Tesla, had to include a gas engine as well.
I wish they could, man. I wish he did have his invention out to the public. If he didn't try to go through the patent office or whatever, I mean, we could go read his patents. They're all on file. But he should have just put it out there for everybody and not try to benefit from it. Just, you know what? Here's the plan. Go make it.
Well, it was revolutionary, and I think it works easily if you make it yourself. Like, it works in like a little mason jar. You can just if you apply electricity to water, you get hydrogen.
Well, that's a HHO. That's HHO generator. That's different than Stan Meyer.
No, that's
Stan
exactly
Meyer's
what he
different.
did. HHO
Well,
was exactly what he did.
it was different because you put in more electric than you get out. In a normal HHO, it doesn't. It's not self-sustaining like that.
Well, it was definitely HHO because that was what the torch was about, and the way it sweat water and was a cold tip.
It was implosion. Yeah, it was implosive flame. HHO flame, you could run your finger through it without getting burned.
What a trip.
It's weird, and it gets really hot when you apply it to something like what you need to melt. Like if you want to melt a piece of steel, you apply it. It gets hot really fast, but you run your finger through it, and it won't burn you. You do that with an acetylene torch, your hands get wrecked.
So that's the ballers were trying to convince me about, you know, they say there's no temperature in space, so the satellites are fine, even though they're of materials that can't stand that temperature. They say, well, you know, it's the air so thin the temperature doesn't get through the sun.
There's no air. You know what I mean? There's no fucking air in a vacuum.
So they're saying that heat doesn't transfer, and I'm going, well, fuck you. I can feel it when I go outside and stick my hand up. And they're going,
well, you know what? How do you cool the internal mechanism of the ship if the heat doesn't transfer? Let's say you have a radiator. How would a radiator work in a vacuum? It wouldn't. You need the air to dissipate the heat into. You can't dump heat into a vacuum.
But they're saying that the sun's heat isn't affecting anything in space.
Because there's nothing in space. I know. And they're partially right. There's nothing in space.
So what they convinced me, though, here's what I'm trying to say, is what they convinced me of, or tried to, is that the radiation gets through, and it converts to heat when it hits the planet, then gets trapped in the atmosphere. Now, I hear the story. I don't buy it because I can feel the sun. So I feel it's radiating from the sun, not off of the atmosphere. So I disagree with them. But that must be similar to what's happening with the torch. It's a different kind of heat. It's a different kind of energy that hasn't been converted to heat yet.
Well, if you've seen someone light the explode the gas, it's an implosion, meaning it doesn't explode. This guy made some bubbles in some dish soap, and he put it in this lady's hand, and then he lit the bubbles, which had the gas in it, the hydrogen gas, the HHO, whatever the fuck gas it was. I'm not sure which one, if it was straight hydrogen or HHO. And it made a very loud sound. It sounded like an explosion, but it was an implosion. It didn't burn her hands. It didn't break her skin, but it was very loud and violent.
Do you remember?
But it was implosion.
Do you remember blowing bubbles when you were a kid?
Yeah.
Because he called. He's out of jail. He was looking for your number.
This was foam.
Did you catch that one?
What did you say? I'm half asleep, actually. It's like 2:30 here. I don't know.
A joke.
You made a joke? I didn't catch it.
All right, it's not that funny then.
It's like 2:30 here, and I'm trying to track this Bitcoin chart, so I'm watching the cryptos.
All right, I'm gonna go then too. I'll let you go. I'm gonna make some dinner. It's still early. I'm on the other coast. That was one of the questions I was asking.
I'm on the east. I'm not on the East Coast, but I'm on Eastern time.
Cool. All right. Well, I sent you some links to some stuff, and
all right, thanks, man. I'm gonna get off of here too. It's too late.
I'm gonna start hanging here more though. So I look forward to seeing you. I know Gio sits here a lot, quiet. You know, a lot. He's here alone, and I go, oh, there's no one there. But now I know, you know, it's worth hanging. It's worth talking to some people that aren't just here to fight.
Yeah.
I like to fight. Don't get me wrong. I like to sort through stuff, and I've been using the ballers a lot lately to get them to produce their ridiculous stuff. You know, they really produce a lot of ridiculous stuff, but I've been tricking them lately by giving them links that I'm researching and making them try and debunk me first, so they end up finishing my research. It's really cool.
All right, my man. I'm half asleep. I'm gonna call it a night. Good talking to you. All right, bye.
Geo, you still there? All right, I'm out.
I'm back. You can start talking now.
Hey, so is Ruhif ready to chop it up or what?
Sure.
One second, man.
Hang on. You're roboting a bit. Osho's in the house. Motherfucker. Fuck it. That was a lucky bluff, that one. A good flop. Yeah, that'd be good, Harry. Hmm. What's up? Should we go all in here? I reckon all in. But someone's got a boat. We will see. All in. Go on, jack me off. You're going to fold.
You are gonna fold because you would have called by now if you had a boat. No, I didn't know full house. You have to use 2 cards and only 2 cards in your hand. Three pairs, look at that. Omaha's great, Koto. Just had a super late lunch. It was magnificent. Yeah, sure. What should I do? What should I do? Fine. Hey, look at that. 10 queen will have me, but let's put it out there. 10 queen will call. He hasn't got 10 queens, so he won't call. Too easy. I have no idea how to play craps. Oh, got 3 again. Well, there we go. Now I've got a boat. Come on. Bet enemy jack me off. Do it again. I fucking dare you. Do I raise him? Put 1 in the chat if I should raise. 2 if I call. I think just call. All right, now he might have a flush. I'll raise him here. Did he call me? I think he called me. That was beautifully played, I have to say. Got full value out of that one. How come everyone's on mute? Fucking Queen Jack. Queen Jack Rainbow. Fair enough. Straight on the board. Let's go. From what I know of it, it's a not a game of skill. Is that correct? What the fuck do I do here? Got 4 cards to a straight and a pair of aces. I don't have a pair of hearts though. The fuck? Fucking hell, what do I do? Yeah, the straight. Okay, fair enough. Shane St. Pierre. That rings a bell.
So does Ruhif. What's up, dude? Holy shit.
Had a debate with MC Toon, was it, the other day?
Yeah, not the other day, a long time ago. But what, dude? You're the sextant guy, man, right?
Am I the sextant guy? Fuck. That's high praise. High praise. I did debate refracted curvature, yes.
Oh.
Yeah.
Ruhif. Right. Gotcha. Yeah. So I watched your Python drawn circles, man. I was like, oh, I can
Nice.
do that.
Yeah. Nice. Oh, I should have fucking had that. Kosho, you're the man. Come on. Kosho is fucking clever.
Who's Glover? Am I in the wrong room? I'm just kidding.
No, you're right, but Kosho goes, that's fucked up. Ruhif gets all the accolades.
Who's you guys muted Numa, poor little guy?
Numa call. Is he muted?
Yeah, he's a new Glover I was just chatting with.
All right. I don't know if he's doesn't have the roles or something. I don't know. I don't think Gio's here.
Oh yeah, I don't know nothing about roles. Do I have a fucking role? No.
Well, you must have because you're.
Oh crap! So yeah, man. I forget who's or whose percent I remember. Electric, I remember.
So, given that you've seen my presentation, does that mean you're a Glober now?
Oh, come on, bro. You know better than that.
I do.
I remember I watched that presentation and I was like, oh, let me look at the flat earth portion. And no, fuck. That was a shitload of help. Okay.
Yeah, that was a bit embarrassing for him, I gotta say.
I wouldn't have hung out that long if I had nothing to show you. You know what I mean? What the fuck?
I wouldn't agree to a debate about celestial navigation if I couldn't do it. So anyway.
I'm rocking to rock that shit out, dude. Did a couple of practice sessions, a couple of live streams. Got my other buddy doing a whole bunch of regular stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, I know nothing about it before, but I'm pretty sure I'll be able to handle it.
Yeah, you're welcome to try.
Oh, I know.
Come on, fuck.
I mean, I know at the end it'll be disqualified for using something, but since no one fucking even got.
I have a royal flush draw, by the way. Royal flush draw. Do I raise him here? Probably should, shouldn't I? Royal flush draw, wrap straight as well.
Dude, live dangerously and fold. All right, be a man.
No, come on. gonna white pose, and there we go. Come on, call me, dickhead. Call me. Yeah, he did. I got the straightest other flush. Sorry, I mean. All right.
Your thing was way before my thing, though. I think, right?
Could be. Raise all in. What are you doing, jack me off? What do you think I've got? Gee, 3 of a kind. That was quite a nice hand. Quite a nice hand. Smoked him. He's shitty now, isn't he?
So wait, no one can speak in here?
Well, we got Riding on Eggshells is in East Timor, aren't you, Harry? I think he's in East Timor, so he's got shit internet. Travis is here. Why can't you talk, Travis? Kosho's taking a piss or a shit or something.
Electric. No one. You're forgetting the rules, dude.
I'm driving right now. I don't have my headphones in.
All right.
Fair enough. Poor Numa was in 24/7 Discord with the flat earthers, and he got fucking railed on. And I was just like, "Hey, you want to come talk to me instead of these assholes, so we can maybe get some shit conveyed?" Like, poor guy got muted, booted, and banned.
Yeah.
And then,
everyone does apparently. So
yeah, they're a bunch of dickheads, to be honest.
Agreed.
Power hungry, dick swinging, ego driven douchebags. How's that?
Yeah.
I know I was having.
Kosho, you missed my massive win a minute ago.
Am I supposed to be watching you? Or you're streaming? My bad.
Oh, you saw it. Very good. Yeah.
Fuck that shit. I'll stream Final Fantasy then.
I don't know. I bought in for 1 milli Bitcoin, and I'm now 4.6, which is nice.
Noise.
Nice.
I like Mitchell from Australia's refutation of that, man, or at least some of his sexton stuff I was using.
Oh, I'm sure you like it. I'm sure you like it.
What does that mean?
Oh,
it was pretty.
He gets
You're right.
everything wrong.
I did like it. Yeah, but I mean, no one has done any sort of test yet. What it is how to use the tool, right? That's pretty much what it was.
It's not really like I've got a theodolite, right, which is a better replacement for a sextant.
Yep.
So I've been through both taking the angles and giving the angles to someone else. Fuck, what do I do? Ace 9. Oh, I think he might have a 4 if he's raising.
Why don't you teach me
the sextant stuff?
Yeah.
Sure. All right. How about I close out the poker? Do that next hand. I'll raise this. Raise this guy there.
Now. I just meant, whenever you could. Figured it'd be a good resource, dude.
Yeah, but you watched the presentation.
I did.
Yeah. Let's hang on. I'll just finish this hand.
So I mean,
hello.
Do you know the hang-ups that would hinder flat Earth particularly?
Yes.
Perfect.
As in why it doesn't work on a flat Earth. Yes. Yeah.
Well, yeah. Well, you just pick an imaginary horizon.
Hang on. Yeah, 2K. What am I doing here?
I actually did a live stream. I did a live stream today to try with my buddy working it out, but I didn't know that he thought there was a South Pole.
Great.
So we had to disagree.
Boom. All right, there we go. That's a very good session. 4.77 milli Bitcoin to AUD is $147. That's nice. Cool.
Nice.
Nice. All right. Let's get out of there. Boom. All right. Let's fight.
Dude, well, I mean, you already knew my name. Does that mean because you knew I was an asshole or what?
No, I saw a bit of the interaction with MC2 and it was all right. Maybe it devolved later into it. I don't know. But I saw a bit of it.
I don't know which one you saw. I think the first one was with Cracker. It was Jarky in here.
I remember. Yeah. I didn't think when your name popped up, I didn't think, oh, this guy's a cunt. So that's good, right?
How big is that list, dude?
Travis, you still there, champ? All right. Fuck, what do we do? Fuck, I don't know. Where do you want to start? With celestial navigation?
I'm actually all baked right now, man.
Yeah. Probably helps.
Well, I mean,
do you subscribe to like the Oakley? You can't get an elevation angle from a globe kind of thing, or you can only get it from
I think those two are the biggest cunts that ever walked the earth. So I don't know what that means.
Oakley? Yeah, I agree. Yeah. South Pole. What do you want, Harry? Start from the pole.
Whitsett I respect a lot. I like that guy.
Whitsett. I can see how people would think Witzett's a good debater. I can see
I don't
that.
really care about debating though. Like I'm caring about like knowledge, right? Because when we by ourselves and talk, communicating, we can transfer ideas. That's what I'm basing it on. Debate was kind of like the opening for me, right?
Yeah.
I met all you
Yeah.
guys before I met all them.
Like Witzett knows more than me about electricity and magnetism and a whole bunch of sort of esoteric stuff. He's
Knowledge.
Yeah, but I mean, it's cool having knowledge, but in this arena, like in a debate about flat Earth, he's not very good. So he's not across most of the arguments.
Who do you think's better than him?
Really? Kosho, you wouldn't say?
Because honestly, I haven't seen someone better.
I just want to hear what Kosho.
Unless
Yeah, Harry, riding on eggshells, and I agree that he's one of the better debaters, but I think his strategy is to bring the conversation to some topic that he knows more about, but has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. That's my experience of him, at least.
All of the debates have nothing to do with the shape of the Earth, really.
Yeah.
To be honest.
That's fair. Yeah.
But who's better than Witzett?
Who's a better debater?
Yeah. Because I haven't seen anyone even good. But him, I was like, dude, nice. I mean,
yeah, I'd say he's up there. Yeah, but not necessarily.
You just don't want to say flat earthers are good at stuff, dude.
No. Like he's not good at the actual flat Earth debate stuff. He's good at fucking electromagnetism, all this obscure stuff. Well, not necessarily obscure, but shit that I don't know.
Right.
Right. So if he brings the topic around to something that I don't know, then he'll do his showmanship of like, oh, you're fucking stupid, or like he won't say that, but he'll
he will.
Maybe. But he will he will say that you don't know this and therefore I'm right, kind of thing. And so he's good. He's a good strategist debater, but not that good on the actual topic of flat Earth. Like Harry says, hi, I do roll my eyes at the rehearsed rap style filibusters. Yes. I think yesterday I actually said to Witzett, can you please slow the fuck down? It was just a fucking brrr, and I was like, holy shit, dude. I heard about 3 words in that.
To be honest, the way he says it without missing a beat or mispronouncing a word, even if he was saying fucking nonsense, I'd be impressed.
Oh yeah, but I mean that's what Oakley does as well, right? Oakley just says a whole bunch of random shit, and all the Globers are sitting there going, what the fuck are you talking about? None of this makes any sense. He's just strung together a whole bunch of words that are topic related. Yeah.
I mean, Kiwi's like his little daddy. To me, they're like one unit. One doesn't act out the other. One actually uses his authority. I don't think he'd say anything without Kiwi, right?
No, I think they're fairly equal. There's a bit of deference, I'd say, in the server. Like when QE comes into a room, the mods have to bow down to him. It was pretty embarrassing once when I saw it. I'm not going to say who the mod was, but
I just got here, and the first thing I did was call them a cunt. So I don't know if I'm in trouble or like bow down. I did not. I don't know.
Oh no, but the mods are talking about moderating the way they think it should be moderated, and then not being able to apply that to QE, because QE just calls people cunts and you're fucked and you're stupid and blah blah and the inconsistent moderation style, which they have to do because they have to give deference to QE, which is fairly pathetic. But I mean, he is one of the bosses of the server.
He needs to be muted. Okay. Well,
he banned me. He banned me about 3 or 4 weeks ago.
And
that's it. Like
is this his server that I'm in right now?
No, this is Geo. So Geo's muted and probably in bed, I would say.
So his is just the flat Earth debate one with Oakley, right?
Yeah, but it's not actually Nathan's or QE's server. So Betty Van Velsen owns it.
Yep.
And she's pretty good friends with QE. I don't really know what she thinks of Nathan. But I get the feeling Betty is a little embarrassed by how QE behaves in the server.
Yep, I caught a little
But
bit of that.
yeah, I don't think she wants to kick him out because then the server dies if Nathan and QE aren't there.
That's probably it, right? I didn't think of that.
Yeah, because they've got targets on their heads.
What? So you think they're the top debaters then? Those two?
No, I just think they're cunts and people want to bring them down a peg.
Yeah, I think they're constant. I don't give a shit what they do. I don't want nothing to do with it.
Yeah. Oh, it'd be nice. Like the debate that I had with Refracted Curvature was kind of a proxy debate with the whole panel, right? He was the only one that would actually debate. Like 10th man, runs away every time I talk to him, and Brian's Logic and who else have I got here?
Brian's Logic.
Yeah, the Irish guy.
Oh, maybe I'm thinking of a different one.
Who else have I
Sounds
got?
familiar.
Brian's Logic, Adam Meakin.
Yeah, he's good. I've heard about him.
Well, I don't know. It's hard to say. Like when someone says they're good, I go, but they're a flat earther. Sorry.
Right. No, I get it.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't apply the same thing to you guys, but it's cool.
Yeah. Flatzoid. I'm keen to get into Discord with him when he's around.
Yeah, honestly, to convince people of stuff, you don't want an open debate. A nice little chat will do it. I mean, if you want to make it entertainment and a clusterfuck, as Craig likes it, then confrontational and yelling and screaming. But maybe the little bit you saw that's not my thing. I don't fuck with that shit, dude.
Yeah, I don't like the way Craig debates either. Interrupts a lot. Yeah, I'd rather he not do that. I think it takes away from his actual points.
I almost never attack people, man. I don't think there's any need because I'm attacking your argument, right? Why would I attack you? Like,
yeah,
you can attack me. That's sure. I don't give a shit. That fight the Flat Earth did. It was pretty funny.
I think MC Toon's a good debater.
Yeah, I think he's the most knowledgeable opponent I think I've ever seen. He's also
come on,
dude.
Me, I'm the most knowledgeable for sure.
You've never been an opponent yet. Plus, what's up?
I was pretty pumped after that debate. Like, I want to do another one.
Yeah,
but like you go.
No one else is gonna be able to do the second. No one's looking into it. No one gives a shit. So, I mean, I'm doing that and some other stuff. But just because no one that I know on the fucking Flat Earth side can do it, and then you guys say you guys can't even do math. I'm like, fuck that. No, I can do math. Come on. Let's be real. Someone fucking do something.
Yeah, I agree. And that's you've got a panel of people pretending to be experts on the topic of navigation, and claiming that it can only be done on a flat Earth, and none of them have done it. Like it just,
yeah, that's a
blows
big
my
red
mind.
flag. But also, they didn't claim that. He claimed it only works on a flat horizon, right? That's what he claimed.
Their claim is that you can only get an angle. You can only measure an angle if the Earth is flat.
Because of the sextant, which is the bottom of the flat horizon, right? Which you solved by doing the projected horizon. So
no, the horizon you point the sextant at is the refracted one, right? But Harry's here.
Yeah, I'm just curious
Hello.
to hear this. If you were to draw a diagram, Shane, where the horizon is point A, then point B is where you hold the sextant, and point C is the star. What's that line AB? Where is it?
Who knows,
is it the
man?
ground?
For your
hear me?
yeah.
Your internet is connected. Boom.
For what? So what are you guys picking, like your celestial, your geodal, your sensible, your apparent? What are we doing here?
The actual
we have
visible
one, right?
horizon.
You say refracted, so that's the visible horizon. Okay, cool.
So yeah, you're looking at the horizon. If the horizon's point A, and you're trying to measure this angle ABC, right? And if you say the horizon's point A, then it goes back to point B, which is the apex of this angle, and then it goes up to point C, which is the star. What is the line AB?
I don't know.
Just a line between
Where
the
is the
sextant.
line AB? Yeah, it's a line between the sextant and the horizon, isn't it? So it's not
Hmm.
curved, is it? Because it's not
Well,
going. It's not going. If it's going across a curved surface, you would be saying that line AB comes to your feet. But we
yeah.
don't hold the sextant on our feet, do we?
The line AB is actually curved, though, by refraction.
Right, but I mean, for the purposes of
Yeah.
taking a measurement, you treat it as straight and then take away an angle to make up for the curve.
Yeah.
But the point about how can you get it from the curved
Oh,
baseline is just silly, because you're not measuring it from the curved baseline unless line AB is going from the horizon is A, and then
I mean,
B is your
obviously, like I watched
where it
Rohit get
touches the earth.
right. He got the results and he produced the he did the math and I saw what he did. So obviously, the fact that if there was the horizon, you wouldn't be able to do that. So obviously, it was solved in the first step, man. Right? I know it's possible on a globe. Yeah, I know how you guys can definitely clearly do it. Right? I was just joking, man.
Right. Because I mean, if it requires the horizon and you can't have a curve, you can't take an angle from a curved horizon, that throws out the black swan.
Yeah. Right.
Because the black swan presumes a globe Earth and affirms that it is not correct. So it's not able to do step one to
Well,
prove that it is incorrect.
that was when it was so bad that we had to refract the whole horizon, right?
Say again?
That the black swan was the leading cause to having to refract the whole horizon. That was the example where no, it's debunked because the whole horizon is refracted, right? Bending over the curve. It's actually not there. No, it's over the curve, but you can see it because the light's bending around the ball, the whole horizon. That's how that was explained, right?
But I'm not sure what that means. I'm just trying to go on this simple point of, can you use the horizon? If the answer is yes, then you keep your black swan and your long distance observations, but you cannot use this. How do you use the horizon? Because all of those we see too far measurements are assuming a ball and disproving the ball. If you cannot take a measurement, then how can you assume ball and take a measurement from a ball if taking a measurement from a ball is impossible? Does that make sense?
No.
So what's your major objection then to using a sextant?
I don't have any. I asked her if to show me how.
Oh, okay. Well, he's just bailed.
Oh.
What bits do you understand about it?
I did a couple 3-hour live streams, bringing it with the friends, going through the one, watching the debate, making the basic observations. But we didn't even know what map to use yet, right? So we didn't we didn't even get to the angling measurement point yet. We didn't even look at the math.
Right. So the first one, the simplest one that you can sort of use any day of your life is Sigma Octantis in the southern hemisphere or Polaris in the northern hemisphere.
See, I wouldn't even know what.
Right, but I mean, I'm giving you how the latitude and longitude system are derived, because they're all sextant, like they're based on the celestial sphere. The height that Polaris is in the sky, that angle will equal your latitude wherever you are, within a couple of degree or so, because of Polaris isn't bang on the center, and there's a little bit of.
So what do you do with the star? You said Sigma, whatever that one is. If that's the star, what do you do with that when you're measuring Polaris? How does that factor?
You don't. It's just that you can't
Oh.
see Polaris from the southern hemisphere. The moment you cross the equator, you can't see it anymore. So you have a different pole star around which everything else is circling, right?
Right.
So that one of the simple first steps is to go that, and therefore that line of latitude. Let's say you're at 40 degrees south, 30 degrees south, close to my hometown. Everywhere around that line of latitude will be a line of equal altitude. So that circle, anywhere you're on it, that's where Sigma Octantis will be at that elevation in the sky. With me so far?
Yeah, I am, but I was just thinking about time, right? So if you're measuring a star, then you have to know when it's going to be there, no?
Yes, exactly right. Yeah, you know, when I've heard people from Flat Earth say that the sky is both a map and a clock. Exactly right. It is a map, and if you know where you are, then by looking at the sky, you will know when it is. And if you can look at the sky and know when it is, you can know where you are. So you need to, with the exception of Cygnus, Octantis, and Polaris, because if you treat them as top dead center, they don't move. They do a tiny little circle, but if they just behave as
Right.
if their declination is 0, then yeah, they stay exactly where they are.
So
So the general gist is you can figure out your location based on, well, your latitude for starters. Longitude is always the difficult one. You can figure out your latitude just based on looking at that one star in the sky and seeing its elevation. If it's at 90 degrees, you're standing on one of the poles, and for every degree down from there is going to give you the latitude.
okay. So what measurement am I missing? What do I have to calculate?
So that's the simplest bit of it. Then the bit that you need to calculate is if you take a star site, you say, let's say you shoot, I don't know, Sirius, any old star, and you go bang, I know exactly when I took this down to the second, and I know the elevation that was at. And that elevation, let's say it's at like 60 degrees in the sky, is going to draw a fairly giant circle on the Earth. Right, so you're going to, if you had a globe, you would just get a pin, put it in the middle of that point. And I believe actually early navigators did do it this way. Get a pin, put it in the middle of that point, measure out a bit of string to scale, and then draw a circle. And you're somewhere on that circle.
Okay.
And that's going to be its elevation in the sky. But you need to know where to put the pin. Where is that current star's current ground position, GP?
So that's, yeah, so I was gonna say that's a GP, and then you get in your triangulation circle, right? So
No, trilateration, slightly similar but slightly different.
why is it different?
So triangulation is when you've got 3 points and you know angles but not distances. So you draw lines, and where those lines intersect is that's triangulation. Trilateration is where you don't have an angle but you do have a distance, and that's trilateration. You draw 3 circles and see where they intersect.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah, I thought that was a quite cool one I learned recently.
All right.
So you get, usually only for navigation, people quite often only do 2, because the circles you're talking about are so large. Like they'll sometimes go all the way from Australia to South America. Like you can use a few apps to find them, and they are huge. Obviously, the lower in the sky it is, the bigger the circle. But because they're so huge, you can go, well, I haven't sailed 40,000 nautical miles overnight, so I'm not at that point on the map, so I'm definitely at this point. So you would only use the 3rd circle to confirm which, like, you get 2 circles, they're going to have 2 intersection points, and your 3rd circle should intersect one of those intersection points. So you would only take your 3rd one to confirm. So generally, yeah, you get your GP, draw that line of equal altitude on a map, and then get another star site, and do the same thing and see where they intersect. And if one's in the middle of the desert and the other one's 40 miles from your last known position, you go, I'm probably at the one that's 40 miles from my last known position.
Right. When you have to reference the almanac for whatever you need from that, or whatever the.
So that's what you need to know the GP of the star.
Oh.
That will give you a GP of all of the 53, I think it is, navigational stars at every point during the day. So it's where a lot of people, like if I was a flat earther, that's the bit where I would say, well, that's where the dodginess hides. But it would be a fairly easy thing to check because they should be moving at 15 degrees per hour around the longitude lines steadily. So if you pick any point at any time, it should be a second or a minute ahead or behind. That should be going constantly. Because a lot of people think, oh, yeah, well, they've got it right for some parts of the globe, but they don't for others. And some of the things to note is those GPs will be fastest at the equator, and then the same 15 degrees per hour will equal a smaller, shorter distance as you head either north or south from there. And that's one
Makes
reason
sense.
you're confident you're living in a globe. Because if the stars should be traveling faster and faster, but for some reason they start traveling slower, the GPS tracks that.
Hmm.
It's like if you think of pole stars stationary, it's not moving.
Mm-hmm.
And then at the equator, I forget, it's like 900 miles an hour or something like that. They're scooting along the surface.
Oh,
And
right.
so there's a steady line, a linear relationship. Not speed at the equator, but speed at the pole.
Man, I wasn't factoring time at all when I was thinking about how to do it mentally, right?
Yeah, it's a bit. That's why I start with latitude, because you can start with a star that stays still. So it doesn't matter that the rest is spinning. If you sight that star, that will tell you your latitude. And I believe actually some people do it that way. They get a fix from one star, or even you can do it from the sun. Get a fix from the sun to get one circle, line of equal altitude on the map, and just then cross that with their you wouldn't be doing this as sun actually, because you'd have to wait till night time, sight one star, and then just cross that with the latitude, which would be your other line of equal altitude, which works for Polaris, but similar to navigational star.
What happened there? Wait, so you said use the sun? Why would you use the sun?
The sun has a GP as well, so you can use it as a navigational thing as well. You can use the moon as well, but for all of the methods, treat the celestial body as infinitely far away. So you'd say any line, any direction that I'm looking at the sun, anybody else on the Earth that was able to see the sun at the same time, and they were looking at our sight lines would be parallel. And you do that for the sun and all of the stars, but you don't for the moon because it's significantly closer. So you actually have to apply a calculation. I haven't looked at that at all. I just generally, the moment I saw that, I was like, I'm just going to ignore that. No, I don't.
Fuck it. In other words, got it.
But yeah, navigation is almost exclusively done using sun sights or star sights.
So in the old school time, what was the ship's clock for then? Do they need to record the time before they left to see when it would be in the sky, where it would be when they would knew where it was when they left?
Yeah, so you're trying to keep, the closer you could keep your clock to your starting location, and you know, then yeah, you're closest to accurate. So instead of, you would know, like if the clock says noon, and you go, oh well, it's at its high point in the sky before when it would be. I mean, there's a few other things that make it tricky, but essentially, if I know that noon's going to be bang on 12 o'clock at home, which isn't always interesting, but it's my clock here is showing 11 o'clock, then I can reliably assume I've traveled 15 degrees to the east.
Can you get a longitude from the sun if it's directly over you, and only when it's directly over you or something?
Can you get a longitude from the sun? Probably
Only.
good. I mean, you still get a line of position, line of equal altitude. So you would, yeah, from that you are kind of getting a latitude. It's going to have a top and a bottom to the circle.
Right.
But you wouldn't know it. Like the reason I start with Polaris and Sigmodox is the number that is just is your line, is your latitude, because latitudes are lines of position, or lines of equal altitude, whereas your longitude, they're not. It's like rotating around our poles, so we've got to do the lines this way. We've got to focus on the poles.
You could though. You could use the sun. Like if you had the almanac, the almanac tells you where the GP of the sun, should be. So, if it was directly south of you, like, and you knew exactly what time it was, technically you could find your position by doing that. If you had precise enough measurements, just determine the angle of the sun. That'll tell you how far away you are from the equator, or from where it is south of you. But when it's perfectly noon, yeah, they, like I said, you can just time that because it'll be in the almanac.
Like, so say you had to derive a new longitude, you could only do it when it was right over you, right? Then you would know.
Well, not right over you, but directly. And actually, you could do. It'd be more complicated, but you could do it really any time of the day. But I'm not going to get into that. But yeah, directly if it's south of you, if you're in the northern hemisphere, then you know that it's the local solar noon, and you can just look at the almanac and see what time. See what time it's at the local solar noon, or what position it's at when it's at the local solar noon.
Sweet. That makes sort of sense.
But yeah, I mean the way I'm most familiar with is the one that Eggshells brought up about using 3 stars, and then just doing trilateration.
Yeah. Right. So I have to do some trigonometry.
Not really.
No, it's no trig. This is another mistake that QA and a bunch of people make. If you had triangles, you could do trig, but you don't need to. Like I said, to know the radius of any line of position. So you just get the GP from the star from the almanac, and then you figure out the line of position based on the radius.
Right.
You just apply a linear calculation. You just get distance. You go angle times 60 nautical miles. If you were doing that same kind of thing with a triangle, you would have to use a cosine, sine, or a tangent. I forget which one, but you'd have to use that sine wave calculation to do it.
Oh. Because I have the angle from sextant. Got it.
Yeah.
So.
And that only fits on one shape as well, which is like if you think about any device that measures angles or produces angles, it will always be a circle or a section of a circle. And that's because that's the only shape in which you can map angles to come out as a linear distance. Like if you think about a protractor, that's usually half a circle. It is degrees, which are usually about a millimeter apart, because if it was triangular, those would be bunched up in some sections and spread apart in others.
Yeah, I'm looking at the visual aid of Mitchell from Australia's measurement. So they're definitely looking at triangles. Going, oh yeah, I need to do triangles, but that's not what we were doing.
If it was a flat Earth, it would be triangles because you've got a flat base, and you could still get that. It's just you would have to treat the stars as a finite distance away, and that would mean then every time you're taking a star sight, you're not just finding your position, you're finding the distance of the star, because you make a ABC triangle, right? So if you want to know that distance from A being horizon to see the star, you could solve that using trig. And the problem is if you tried to do that, so if you tried to sort of reverse engineer it, what you would find is that the size of the star changes drastically depending on same time for two different observers. It's a couple of 100 meters above the surface of the planet.
That makes sense.
10,000.
Yeah, we can't use the sun.
There's a good visual proof for what he's saying about the linear distances or linear relationship between the distances and angles is a clock. So if you look at like the outside perimeter of a clock, all the hour numbers like 1 through 12, if you were to travel the outside of that clock, it would be the same distance between every number.
Right.
Traveling if you were traveling around the clock, and obviously they're all the same angle as well. It's like 36 degrees for each number. So for every 36 degrees, it's going to move the same distance. Only if you're on the outside of that circular shape, round shape.
Does anybody have Bacon's? If you're interested in this stuff, and there's a guy called Bacon does pretty cool programming and puts these things up. I'm just forgetting his GitHub address, but he did one that shows both. And you can do this as well without even taking star sights. If you just
trust that what's it called again? Stellarium or any really star thing
Right.
that will give you a star's current position or historical position or anything like that. You just take the elevation of the star and you plug 3 in, and it will draw the circles and do all the maths and have its own formulas and crap that you don't want to do. Then just see if you can have assigned formulas and stuff.
So that'll like double check my answer because obviously I'm not going to learn nothing doing that, right?
Say again?
Well, would I use that to double check my answer? Because that seems like it cut out all the work I'd have to do.
No.
Well, it just cuts out the having to get a sextant and measure stars.
Oh, you mean I can simulate it like from my couch? Perfect.
Well, no, you can use
Damn.
you can use any of those websites or program to see what the angles to those stars are, and then you still have to do all the calculations to figure out your position. But
Right.
you just don't have to make that physical measurement of the angle. It's arbitrary. It makes no difference. You know what I mean?
There's a few ways that it is a bit of a death blow to FE. One of them is the lines of latitude, as I said before. You can measure them getting shorter. You can just do it like from where you stand. If you happen to stand in the southern hemisphere, you'll see it. Those lines are getting smaller, but we've got a celestial pattern. Like a few other things as well, such as you need a map. You must, in order for it to work, north or south, you must have a map because you've got to be able to draw that line.
So how? I mean, if I can't use the Gleason map because the longitude lines come from the Rose Society globe, then I don't know any other alternative, right?
Exactly. So there must exist a map that naval navigators use to find their position. But it's got to be something that any navigator for any merchant navy in the world can get their hands on, but they keep from the general public.
If the coordinates I was looking for were in the inner from the equator, I think it'd be fine. But if they're outside the equator, I think I'm fucked. Right? Because they're equal.
Well, I mean, it would still be a problem. The relationship is still. You have to get a bit more mathsy with it, but the relationship is still present in the northern hemisphere. That you can see that the angle is changing, the angle to Polaris changing at a linear relationship. So the distance between any line of latitude, so say 20 degrees and 10 degrees, is the same as the distance from 60 degrees to 70 degrees. So 60 degrees to 70 degrees should be on a triangle much shorter distance, and 10 to 20 should be a much longer distance. But on our Earth, those lines of elevation of Polaris are a reliable 600 nautical miles apart. So reliable that, all this talk about the Earth being an oblate spheroid with lumpiness and it's not quite spherical, that does fuck up celestial navigation somewhat. Like, it's treated as a sphere even though it's not a sphere. So there are like small error bars within it to make up for the non-spherical, not to make up for that you can't make up for because it's not spherical. But they're there.
But if the Gleason's map uses the longitude lines from the globe, how does that? I mean, then.
Right, the Gleason's map is made by a glober to show distances from a pole. It's not made by somebody who thinks the Earth is flat.
How you going, Harry?
G'day, Bandy. Good mate, how are you?
Yeah, long time no talk, mate. Long time no
Yeah.
talk. Come in here and you're still pushing cell nav. The same old tracks. Try the same old tricks.
My girlfriend stormed out because we just had a bit of a blow from the customs, who were like, we've been emailing up these people for days, being like, you sure you're going to release our bikes? We'll come back. So we went out to this island to do some diving, and we're like, we'll come back early if it'll mean we get our bloody bikes back. And they just weren't checking their emails, so we came back today, did everything except the last step of the process, and we go back to do the last step, and they're like, yeah, it's Friday, the customs guy hasn't come in today, so so we're not really doing
Not
that.
happy.
Yeah.
Not happy, Jan.
Yeah, very much not happy.
Sorry to hear that, mate.
That's all right.
So have you pulled out your little sextant, mate, to work out where you're diving?
I didn't bring it on the trip, no.
Oh, didn't you? Well, get yourself.
It's too,
Go
it's
to
too
the
big,
local.
mate.
Go to the local $2 shop. Buy yourself a protractor. Get a string and a rock, and away you go.
Yeah.
Or get a coconut. Get a coconut. You're always banging on about coconuts.
Yeah, well, I mean, measuring that, you certainly do see the Southern Cross is sort of much lower in the sky for me here than it was in Sydney.
That's probably because you've moved a little bit.
Yeah, it moved away from it.
There you go. Or you moved away from it. One of the two.
Yeah, well, that's what I think happened. Moved around a curved surface, so it seemed to get lower in the sky at a linear rate, depending upon my latitude.
Well, it definitely did move away from you on the plane. Most definitely.
In a linear fashion.
Definitely moved away from you. Yeah. Soon you won't be able to see it because you're so far away from it.
Right. So is that what you think? Do you really reckon that though, Vandy, that the stars once they're below the horizon are just too far away?
Well, 100%. 100%.
Okay.
Like, can I see you? Can I see you now riding? No. Why is that? Because you're way too far away. Yeah.
Hang on, let me find something. As it was. This one. Somebody's just continued the star trails. Do you reckon that? Don't you think that's like? What about the ones that just barely wink under the mountain before they appear again?
What about
Those ones go too far away. I could stay standing there and they suddenly go too far away and then they suddenly come back close again. Or do they look like something that's obscured behind a mountain or a tree or something?
I don't know. I like something a little bit more conclusive, like when I measure something, everything seems to be pretty damn consistent and level.
Here we go.
All
I found the Sorry, Andy.
No, you're right, mate.
Found the
You're right.
found the app I was talking about before.
Oh, sweet.
And so this one's trilateration, where you can that does the maths, but it shows you the maths that it's doing. So Bacon, who's in this debate and loves this stuff, did it where you pick 3 stars. It starts off with them in there, so just copy that. Whatchamacallit? Format, if you get what I mean.
Rocket.
So I just usually when I've used it in the past, get the degrees, minutes, seconds out of Stellarium or whatever, and plug it in there. But it also shows it on the map on the side. It shows it on these different maps. And if you see like the Mercator's map, they're like not quite right. They're sort of not circular. And the AE map, if they get the most funky.
Get the most what?
The circles get non-circular. And a circle's simple, right? Because all you need to make a circle is a center point and your distance. Right? Where is its center and what is its radius, and then I can draw it. If we live on an AE shaped map, what that says is you've got circles that particularly if you pick a star down south,
Right.
they turn into these like weird wibbly waves because they're like, got to go over Sydney, but also the line might go through South America or something. Let me try and show you actually.
That's actually an interesting point that you've put up there, writing the funny shaped circles there on that flat. They're kind of like ovals more than circles. But if you and that top one, is that the AE map? Top one that you put there? Is that the AE map? Whichever one it is.
Top one's that's Mercator.
Mercator. Okay then. So now then, if you were then right to project those circles onto a globe, okay, they end up like teardrops. They're not circles. So you got the same. You kind of got the same problem. Like you've highlighted the problem of funny shaped ovals on that bottom map. The United Nations map or whatever it's called. Okay. I don't know what the name of it. But if you do the circles on the Mercator map and then you then project it onto a globe, they end up like teardrops. They're not circles.
Yeah, because any flat map of a sphere is going to require distortion. And so, so the only shape on which you can draw these circles and get proper circles is a sphere.
You can't get proper circles on a sphere because you don't use it. That's not what you use. You don't use a sphere not to navigate by. You don't know. You use a flat.
In modern times, no.
Map. No, well, you use a flat map projection, don't you?
No, so at least my understanding of it is historically they would have a globe and they would put a pin in it and use a bit of twine, like string or wool or something, to draw the lines of equal altitude. They only were able to do it when somebody worked out the Haversine formula. Were they able to start using flat maps?
Yeah, but if you're using maths to work out your position through trigonometry and using cosines and all these other bits and bobs, which
I don't think Haversine uses trig. Maybe it does. I don't know.
well, I don't know. Look, it ain't my topic, Harry. You know that. Right? This is your baby, not mine. But everything needs consistency in the mathematics, so it can be consistent and be accurate every single time that you use it. So if you're using it on a flat map projection, which is flat, right? Then when you wrap that around the globe, right, where you think you are isn't actually where you are. It's somewhere else on the projection, because now the circles aren't circles, they're kind of like teardrop signs. How does that translate? How can you use?
I think the confusion is you're saying it like you start off and you get the circles and then you put them on a globe. You wouldn't do that. Like my understanding is when navigators were first doing it, as I said, they use a globe and then transpose these to a flat map for a local chart of the area. But you don't, like if you've got them on a flat map, you've got no reason to put them back on a globe. It's just that they are only circular. These lines of equal altitude are only circular on a globe shape. You can go through all of his different maps. He's got the equirectangular, which gives a very funky result. Comes up with like a sine wave at the bottom. Or all of these other ones, it doesn't work. Another one he's got, actually, if you go to 3D view, there you go. He's got a 3D view button there. Suddenly then you go, oh yeah, they're circles.
This is really helpful, dude.
Are you saying back in the day, writing, they literally used to take a globe on their on their ship and put a
Understanding.
pin
I might
in
have
it.
it wrong, but that was my understanding.
I'd like to see some evidence of Captain Cook holding a globe and using it as a voodoo doll, sticking pins in it all over the place. And
Dude, I can't tell if you guys are on the same side or fucking with each other.
They're not on the same side.
Okay. All right. So genuine.
Am I wrong
Thank
about what I'm saying, Joshua?
No, I mean that's possible. I don't know anything about when they first started that, but I do know that now that they can do it, properly, they use this special. So you get a sheet of paper, and you have to line them up. You have to line the longitudes correctly. So you have to line up the correct relationship between the longitudes and latitudes. Estimate them. So you're basically like doing a projection yourself.
Yeah.
Huh.
I'm trying to find it now. Hang on. But yeah, that was my understanding. That those like the smaller circles, you would just use those things that are like a compass, but both sides are pointy. I think.
a
Oh no, that was
protractor.
finding distance, wasn't it? Yeah.
Protractor.
Protractor. That's what I mean. No, compass. Compass is
No,
what I
yeah.
mean. Because you.
Oh yeah, some people actually call it a protractor writing, which kind of does my head in too.
Ah.
So,
It seems like it should be called a protractor. Protractor almost seems like a wrong word for what it is.
Yeah.
Protractor's a cheap bit of plastic with some numbers printed on
Well,
it.
yeah, exactly. But you wouldn't think of that. You wouldn't think that would be called a protractor. Just, but yeah, sorry.
Can I change these angles, or is this just the model?
Yeah. No,
Oh.
you can change the angle. So you go back to the first one and see where it's got 48 degrees, 44,
Yeah, I can just
0.6 minutes.
Oh,
So yeah, just
word.
change
Got
those
it.
and it'll move the dot.
Excellent. That's cool.
And sorry, it won't move the dot. The dot will only change with time. The size of the circle will change with the angle because the size of the circle, size of the circle change with angle because your angle is your distance to the GP.
I got a sine wave and an opticon. Cool. All right, nailed it.
Wait, is that Bacon's?
Yeah.
Will you send it to me real quick too?
Sure.
Okay.
Because I made one too, but it was it's not nearly as robust as his.
Do you know if he has like an options
Yeah,
table? It's like free form. Like if it says refraction standard, I don't know the other options that I can change that to, right? I can just type it in if I knew it, but I don't know what the option.
He does have a. Where is it? I thought he did have a page because I said to him, I don't know. I have to wait till he gets back on. I've tagged his name, but he does somewhere have a thing where he tells you which stars you can use because he doesn't have every single known star in there, right? I think he's just
I
got
saw that. Yeah.
whatever navigation stars. But yeah, you can change your observer height and your time zone to do local time or geometers.
Oh, sweet. Look at that.
This is why my dad kept all of his watches in GMT because he used to calculate locally what the time was by looking at his watch and doing it in his head. He used to do Dexter navigation.
Gal Peters. What the?
Yeah, Bacon did a lot better than mine. Mine's just simple. Mine only works on Discord. I just put it in so you can put in the 3 stars, and it'll show you on a globe the position that they intersect. But his you can change the projection. That's cool.
Did you build like an add-on for it yourself?
Well, I built it into a bot.
Still pretty sweet, man. This makes way more sense. This is very helpful, dude. Thank you, guys.
So yeah, you can see that exactly the problem. that you're pointing out, Bandsaw, is like, how could you, like, with the wobbliness of those circles, they would have a uneven radius because they're not a circle. They would also have to give you an orientation of a circle. So it'd have to be some really complex formula that says, oh, it's a sort of loopy shaped thing that has a lump over here and is in this orientation. You know, this is which way is up for it. Which obviously takes more than just a position and a number.
So this is quite a big overlay. You gotta like you could be anywhere in Central America. Great.
For which
Here we
one?
go. I've got a
For let's see, this one.
I've got a really interesting article here. Put it in the chat.
Oh yeah.
For you guys. Where are we?
No, for this. Sorry, go ahead, Benzo. For this one, you can only be in those two positions.
It's either one. It's not the overlap.
Well, it overlaps in two places. Like it's not that whole gap in the middle. It's just
gotcha.
Yeah.
Oh, sweet. Thank you. I'm like, wait a second. Do I got to do that?
I've just started reading that that article writing.
Which article?
It started talking about the Polynesian voyages and whatnot, which kind of caught my attention. Because I was looking for something in there in regards to coconuts and stuff. But yeah, it's actually it's actually pretty interesting, like how they kind of break down how they used to navigate. And one of the ways they used to navigate was observing the sea itself, the waves, the actual waves, and how they reflect and refract islands.
That's interesting.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Because one of the things, I think this is true of them. I haven't read the article either because I'm sort of editing at the same time, but it might mention something about this. Is like you need, well, the only known way to get your latitude, your longitude, sorry, is with your accurate timepiece. So I think they would have navigated the same way that Brits and everybody did before longitude, which is you just use latitude and you need to be like bang on with the longitude. But you essentially get like north south, you get to the correct latitude, you know the island you're aiming for is that, and then you shoot directly east or west for it. So you like have to be really clear on what due east and due west is and shoot straight for it. So you get like, sort of, I know how far to go down, but I don't know how far across it is. Which I think is kind of interesting. Calling you, Bandy. Oh, I see. Yeah, the wave patterns are different when they come past an ocean, come past an island. you're still here, Bandy, sounds like your phone went. How do you explain figure 8.5?
Hey Harry, I don't understand your figure 8.5. What are you asking? Hey Harry, can you hear me?
Was that somebody for me?
Yeah, Harry.
That was so strange. I was like editing the video, so it was like me and my girlfriend talking, and I'm like, did I have a radio on then or something? Anyway, yeah, go ahead, mate.
No, what's your question with that photo?
It was just the article that Andy posted said flat. It was talking about how Polynesians did wayfinding, and it said flat atolls do not have peaks. So one of the ways they would find land. Sorry, I need to back up a bit. One of the ways they would find land is that clouds would form over land if they have high peaks. So you would look for those clouds. The other thing is it would say flat atolls do not have peaks that can be seen from afar. However, navigators can see a reflection of the island in the clouds. This picture is of Kure Atoll, northwestern Hawaiian Islands. And I was just asking how, if it's a question of distance, can we still see the clouds, which presumably are bang above the island, which is the point of what they're saying, if the distance is the reason we can't see the atoll? Same, they're equidistant from us. Arguably, the clouds are slightly further if they're dead over top, but also high up.
So it's part of the article that he posted.
Yeah.
Okay.
So if I just send my mic sliding.
What, you kill the chat, did you, Kosho?
Not me, no.
Not you? How you been, buddy? Haven't seen you around here so much.
No, I've been fucking around with AI. I have all these different AI models.
Ah, have you tried to reprogram your AI back into a Glober, have you?
We know
Yeah.
there's all these new AI models that can generate pictures from text, and
Okay, yeah.
a lot of people are using them to make a flat Earth. I'll show you some of the pictures.
Okay. Actually, talking about generating pictures, my daughter sent me a clip of this person that draws pictures, right? And it kind of sounds a little bit boring. Oh, person drawing pictures. But what they have, Kosho, is like a big glass dining room table, and they have four pieces of paper on top of the on top of the dining room table, and they have four pieces of paper underneath the dining room table, and in both their left hand and their right hand, and in their left foot and their right foot, they have. It looks like the pictures look like they're charcoal pictures, so they might be charcoal pencils, perhaps. And simultaneously, they draw pictures, and they're all different pictures, and they go from one piece of paper. So not one hand, not two hands are on one piece of paper at once. So
No,
or either their feet. So everything's been done individually, but they constantly change. It's like a dance. It's like watching this dance. Actually, they're just swapping from page to page, and it's like a time lapse little video. So I don't know how long it takes them to do it. And then all of a sudden, um, they've got 8 pictures, but two of the pictures on top of the coffee table are upside down, and two of the pictures are the right way up, and same with the ones that are on the floor. And then they place them all together, and they make one big giant picture. Absolutely incredible, amazing.
sounds like this guy works pretty hard.
Oh, well, it's definitely a skill he's developed. That is for sure. Been bloody frustrating,
I'll
but
break your heart.
never. I personally can't see the. Well, I can't see why you'd want to learn to draw with your feet, but maybe it's just in case something
Well,
happens.
it's a novel things he can show to people. So sounds like he was raised by monkeys. But
Well,
regardless,
I know some of you guys think that we came from monkeys.
apes. But regardless,
Well,
uh,
same.
yeah, not really, but it doesn't matter.
Close enough.
Kind of close. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, right. I don't mean to get morbid because it's gonna sound morbid, but when I show you what this AI can do, that guy's gonna probably end up killing himself for
Oh,
fucking. Yeah.
don't you dare send him a link, Kosho.
Yeah, I hope best. I hope he lives a very long time. But
Yeah.
what I'm about to show you is gonna put all artists out of the job.
Well, what's the fun in that? Like,
What's the
that's
fun in that?
sad. That's
That's not.
actually sad.
That's not sad. You're sad.
No, you're sadder.
Yeah, listen, dude. Can you draw? Are you a good drawer?
I'm good at drawing stick figures. Yeah.
Sure. Well, I'm sure you have an avid or a huge imagination, wild
Yes.
imagination, but
Oh,
you don't
yeah.
have the hand skill with a pen to draw it. Okay. However, now all you have to do is ask an AI to make the picture, whatever you want, and the AIs can make anything that
You
you
know,
want.
I'm going to get your AI right? And I'm going to plug it in to 50,000 volts and fry its bloody microchip. I'm going to put it
Well,
out
it's in the
of
cloud, buddy.
Well, I'll send a lightning bolt up there.
Okay, well, good luck with that.
I can't believe you're gonna.
Yeah,
So
but
AI did that cat.
oh yeah, yeah. Wait
See,
till you see some of these pictures, dude.
see, that's such a gay picture. A cat in a knight's armor.
Light
Only
Wonders
AI.
is pretty good.
Only AI could come up with that.
Well, no, somebody came up with it, and the AI made it. But I'll show you some stuff that's not gay. Okay, check this out.
Okay, cool. Thank you. Nice light water.
Get ready, because
You're gonna blow me away, are you?
something like that.
You and blowing worries me. Kosho.
Look at that hot woman.
Oh, okay. I can see a place
Yeah,
for AI in the world.
lots of appeal. Really, you can ask it to make anything, and this is just one model. There's so many models now. Some better than others. I like this one. Actually,
So, okay then. So, if I get your AI or the things AI that did that particular picture that you drew there, what do you tell the AI to draw that picture? Like, what commands do you have to put in to
I'll
get
tell
it
you right
to
now.
produce? Yeah, thank you.
That exact picture. Hold on. Hold on. One second. Damn it. Give me a second. Okay, that's it.
As a female smoke.
You see it, Bandsaw?
Yeah, I'm reading it now. Yeah. Okay then. So basically you just put in what you want to see in it, and um,
Yeah, you can put as much detail as you want. You can put as little detail as you want.
yeah, like which is interesting because like one of the commands there you've got a fighting pose. Okay, now that to me probably isn't a fighting pose, right? But it's interesting how it has interpreted that particular command, a fighting pose, to come out with the results that it has, which is which is a cool picture. Don't get me wrong, Kosho, like it's cool, but how
Well,
it has interpreted. Now, so does it scour the web? Does it, and does it look at all pictures of people have taken that have the heading fighting pose, and they've tried to get something from all those pictures that their little feelers have gone out and got? Is that how it works?
I don't know. It's already been trained on, billions and billions of pictures and text as well. And so it's just trying its best to create what it thinks you want it to create based on what it already knows.
Okay, yeah, but when you say trained, like you put in the command and it goes out into the web and gets its catalog, builds up its library of all these different poses.
No, that's
Okay,
already been done.
that's already
Like,
been done.
yeah,
Okay,
the AI has to be trained way before this
okay.
on different data inputs, and it's trained, and basically what it's attempting to do is it's easier to explain a text-based one, because like if it's just text, like remember like I was having it write me scripts, stuff like
Oh
that.
yeah. The story. Yep.
Yeah, so basically it's been trained on the entire internet, and all it's trying to do is predict what the next words are meant to be. So I start out the words, like I tell it what to do, or I give it an example of what I want it to do, and it will use its training to complete that text. You see what I mean?
Okay. Yep.
So
So it's not really thinking for itself. It is just finding the best possible fit for the next step.
you could call it what you want, but uh, when that Google guy was talking to um, Limba, the AI, he was asking it, does it understand stuff? And it was saying, well, I mean, I understand the words you're using, and I'm using the words you're using to construct the words I'm using, but that's the same thing everybody does. So, you just use all your experience and knowledge to construct the words you're going to use, right? You know what I mean? Like, I don't know if that makes any sense, but to construct the words you're going to use, you have to know the words that I'm using and base your response on all your collection of past experience and knowledge of language and ideas and this kind of thing.
Interesting.
So the short answer is it's not. I don't think it's that different from what we do.
Oh, I think it's a long way off. We do personally. Can you teach AI to have ego?
An ego?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean you could, but you can train it so that it appears to have an ego.
Exactly. It appears to have an ego, but it doesn't necessarily have an ego.
Well, I mean, if it's
What's the
trained,
difference? How would we determine the difference between a human that appears to have an ego and one that actually has an ego? Or like even simpler, fear. Because I was thinking about this heaps before when they were making those, like, you know how Boston Dynamics makes those little robotic dog things that are now consumer available? It's like if you had the sensor array on those and they get sufficiently advanced, and you suddenly like set off a loud noise behind it, it would probably jump and spin its sensors, like its head, to face that noise, right? It would increase the distance to the noise and focus on the noise to see what it was. How could you see it? Like, that would just be good sense to program it to do that. How could you tell it wasn't, like, how could you see that and not go, oh, it got scared or surprised by the noise? If it is or appears to be that thing, it is that thing.
Yeah, that was my point.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like you can give this AI the illusion that it does certain things, but yeah, actually having it and having that ego or that emotion actually affecting your thought process or your reactions or the way you think is something entirely different.
Well, what's the difference? How are those two things different?
Just like
That's the.
okay, writing. I jumped on top of you, mate.
No, that's. I was just agreeing with Kosho. That's the difference. If we say, oh, this thing really does experience love, but that thing just appears to, how could we tell from a human who really is experiencing love versus appears to?
Well, I think from a human point of view, writing, right, you know yourself that you can give the appearance that you like someone or that you even love someone, but you actually know within yourself whether you actually do like someone or love someone.
Right.
Okay, so
Yeah.
you know, and the only one that knows that is you yourself, because now you are projecting that on the outside in the material world. You're projecting those feelings to give that appearance, but within yourself, you actually do know these things.
Right. But to follow that logic, I could only ask the AI. So if the
hmm
AI said I do have feelings, then the
Yeah,
AI would be the only judge of that. If the only judge
yeah.
of my feelings is me.
Oh, yeah, yeah. No, I do have the. I see in what I just said there, definitely writing.
That's
The
fascinating.
AI.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. hmm I do like water. I do. But yeah, no, I don't think it's. I still don't think that you can literally program in, an ego or a soul into AI. You are programming it, and I actually do think that if you actually could literally do those things, then that's the time at which we've crossed the line. That's the scary time.
What's scary about that?
Well, you can totally lose control of it, can't you? Then.
Yeah, well, definitely. I mean, it's like a lot of people say, oh, but what if you programmed it to be benevolent? Like, look at even the animals we really like endangered orangutans and stuff.
hmm
Do you think they would describe, like, do you think they would, if given their choice, submit to the kind of behavior we do, where we like shoot them out of the trees with dart guns and tag them and cage
yeah,
them up and force them into breeding? They're like, no, we love you. We're trying to do this for your sake. It's like, if you did that
exactly.
to
Well,
humans, you'd be like, oh, fucking thank you.
yeah, yeah. There'd be a mass revolt of orangutans, wouldn't there?
Hmm.
Get their own back.
So, yeah, if you had a powerful enough AI, you could like make it take over. It would try to do things for our sake, but quite likely it would try to do things that immediately we would hate. Like, could you imagine it was like it said, like, let's say global warming was a thing, just assume it is a thing for a moment. First thing to do is like, well, right, you either need to drastically reduce your population or everybody's only allowed to produce X amount of carbon per day. So none of you can work. Starving to death is preferable. Like
Okay.
no driving your cars. You'll be shot on sight if you're seen driving a car. Like what?
I know.
No watching TV. Just really submit to us.
Here's an interesting question. How do you feel about clones?
As in, do I think they exist or do I think they're a good idea?
Well, how do you feel about them? So, do you think they're a good idea? Obviously, we know that they have made clones of things like Dolly the sheep now. Whether or not they have or have not progressed that into the human world, I've got no idea. There's definitely plenty of, I don't know, theories about that sort of thing. But what do you think about man pursuing uh, clones and making clones?
I don't know. I don't think I don't like it as an idea just because I don't get the point.
Mm,
Like, I mean, I'm sure if I spoke to a scientist in the matter, he might say, "Oh, here's the incredible value we might gain from cloning." But to me, what I am excited by a bit is the idea is similar, which is genetic enhancement, like choosing babies, like being able to select or not select for a baby that has the genetic deficiency, which like two of my close friends had something pretty horrific, where that would have been a huge help, or like deliberately choosing a baby that's going to have a higher IQ or more empathy or being more immune to disease. That appeals to me, but just cloning an existing person, I just don't get why. To a
I think
baby that's genetically identical to a current adult.
This is an interesting. This is an interesting conversation, Harry. This what you've just brought up just there, and I definitely see like where you're coming from. You know, when it comes to genetic deficiencies, you know, some horrific disease or and whatnot. Like you know, who wants that for someone else? And you know, which obviously then leads into you know choosing you know blue eyes, blonde hair, you know 6'2", you know strapping, intelligent, you know these sorts of things, you know making a superhuman, and then everyone from now on is going to be a superhuman. Oh,
You know, you didn't choose me for me to be. Mum, why didn't you make me a superhuman? Why do I have? Why am I
yeah,
short-sighted? Nobody in my whole school has glasses.
exactly, and like that is very dangerous territory as far as I'm concerned. You know, playing God with
Yeah.
these things. You know, it is very very dangerous. You know, territory because now all of a sudden now you know we have a Hitler type of society. You know, the perfect race.
yeah.
Um, and yeah, I think that's a line that we definitely should not be crossing.
Why?
I just don't think we should be. You know, I hear what Harry is saying in regards to
Oh no, I agree with you. I think it
um,
is high
yeah,
risk to start that kind of stuff because it's like the whole. Is it Gattaca, the movie? Um, Sort of deals with it as an idea. But yeah,
yeah,
just it will make a
yeah,
subclass of human. There's
Yeah.
also no reason to think that it actually couldn't open us to susceptibility, like that you end up, if you ran that for a few generations, that you end up with a really shallow genetic pool that doesn't have a whole lot of variability in it because everybody wanted to be 6'2" and you know, and now that there's a tall person disease. Or...
yeah. You know, but yeah, it's yeah, but you know, breeding out these deficiencies and whatnot. I think it's just ground that they definitely are looking into. Um, you know, you know, they do similar things now, Harry. Like you know, if you're pregnant, you can have the Downs test, which the test in itself is you know very invasive and can lead to some tragic results. But then once you've got that test result, um, you know why are you getting that that test done? You know, because now if you find out that your child is going to have Downs, does that give you a free pass then to go? You know what, we can now terminate this child, and it clears our conscience because you know they were quote unquote going to have a hard life.
Well,
Yeah,
yeah, that's actually similar to the thing that my friends faced, where they had the standard Downs scan, and it was something very similar to Downs, but far worse, where they
yeah,
said this child is going to be born, and it's only a probability thing, so we can't say guaranteed, but it was like they were putting it up in the high 90s probability. This
yeah.
child is going to be born with, and if it ever reached adulthood, it would never reach a mental age of more than like 3 or 4.
Uh-huh.
It would also be severely physically deformed and handicapped, so probably wouldn't walk and
Yep.
probably have immediately require surgery and have respiratory issues because I think something to do with like its sort of upper palate doesn't form properly, so it like might have a sort of sunken in face and poor
Yep.
breathing. And they said the probability it will reach adolescence is very low. But if it
Mm-hmm.
does reach adolescence, the thing you've got to watch for then is because it will be so developmentally delayed, it will probably have frontal lobe issues, which might mean that it could be violent.
Mm-hmm.
So, oh great, they were forced with like that, and so they decided to, they didn't.
Yeah. Said it. Me myself, I'm a pro-lifer, Harry.
I hate life.
Yeah, well, that's because you've got a sad life. And yeah, look, and you see many a tragic thing around the world with affliction. Some people do have. Yeah, you can get joy out of it too. You can get a lot of joy. It comes with a lot of hardship, definitely, and a lot of sadness, but you definitely can get a lot of joy out of it as well.
Yeah, I'd want some like I mean, I don't know. I'm not that keen on having kids myself at this stage, anyway.
Well,
But I'd, if I did have a kid, it wouldn't be that I wanted joy from the kid. It would be I want it to experience joy ideally, and sorry, like my bare minimum is that it experiences joy, and hopefully that it causes others to experience joy. I
yeah,
think with like a kid that suffocates to death in its first 5 minutes of life, or is confused and in pain and going through surgical procedures, but lasts for 3 years and then dies. I just don't see it doing either of those things.
look, it's definitely a very emotional subject.
Mm. Yeah, and I don't think there is a clear answer to it.
No, not at all, Harry. I have a clear answer within myself. My partner and I, we have clear answers within ourselves. What is right for us as
Yeah.
individuals, right? But what is right for me or for my wife, Harry, I wouldn't force those standards on anyone else. They are for us to live.
Yeah, and I think that's the way to be. Like, it's fantastic to have standards, but keep yourself to them. Not keep them to yourself, but yeah, keep.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Look, I definitely share my standards.
Yeah.
But I'm definitely not going to turn around to you, Harry, and say, this is the standard that you must live by, um, um, because it's not my place, not my right to tell anyone how they should live their life. It's their own path.
Hello, man. Is that Globus?
Yes.
Oh. But if I'm successful, I mean, this is the truth. I'll have my kids, and I want one of them to be a clone.
Of course you do.
Yeah. I mean, I think if you have a lot of, I think
And
if you
that is
have kids,
it's very flattering that you'd want your child to be a clone of me. For sure. It's very
no, not of you. But if you have more than 10 kids, you want to make like little like alternate copies of you, like it's like you but a little bit different. But if you like, okay, you're because you're gonna unfortunately pass on one day, hundreds of years from now, but you want somebody to to continue your legacy. Your children can do that, but if you have a clone, it's almost like you doing it. So I think that's cool.
Don't you worry. I've made sure that my bloodline's going to survive eons.
Well, you might want to think about a clone.
I'm going to haunt you for eternity. That's my goal.
I'm trying to make this picture. This AI make this fucking picture. You fuck around with AI, Riff? No, not really.
Make a picture. Make a do a picture of a hold. Do a picture of. Hold on. No, we got to scroll back. I want to see what it looks like. How long does it take to do the picture?
It depends on the quality, but it could be real quick.
Okay, I want a bandsaw in a Mortal Kombat.
A bandsaw in what?
Yeah, in a Mortal Kombat position.
You want the bandsaw to be in a Mortal Kombat position?
Yep.
All right.
All right. With smoke and flames. Very highly detailed. Diamond tip blades. And realistic. Ready for battle.
All right. Hold on.
I want to see what it comes up. It'll be bizarre. If it's good enough, I'll use it as my avatar.
Yeah, the Mortal Kombat position is gonna throw the whole thing off, dude.
Oh, come on, it's AI. Come on.
Yeah, we're gonna end up making something stupid, dude.
Well, you will. Your AI will.
Hold on.
I want it in 5K high def.
Is 5K a thing?
No.
I don't think so.
No, I don't think so either.
All right, hold on. We both fucking had King 90, cunt. Hold on. Fuck this guy. Telomerase, Reckoner.
What's going on, guys?
Hey, Kosho, is that program available to anyone?
Actually, it's funny that you asked that because I have a paid subscription to this one, and they have a bot that you can use, and I've brought it to Jem's, so it's in Jem's server. If you go to the bot room in his server, anybody can use it up to 25 times.
So you got to use it through Gem server.
Yeah. Unfortunately, you have to go to Jem's server.
Yeah, no. I was asking because if it was open to anyone, I was going to send it to my boys. They're right into it.
It is. I mean, I could send it here. I'm not a mod. You could send it here. Well, no, I'd have to be a mod. I could send it here. Hold on.
Kosho.
Yeah, what's going on?
What's going on, man? Have you been working on the Flat Earth card game?
Actually, I was thinking about it the other day, but
Could be a big game, man. Don't let this idea get past you.
yeah, well, I was talking about the other day, but it's that'd be a huge project. I used to waste my time on stuff like that.
Dude, it's all about wasting time on stupid shit. That's what life is, man. It's about spending time. Don't say wasting. Spending time on just crazy shit.
I'd definitely be developing it and then taking it to Shark Tank.
I mean, it beats masturbating on Sunday morning.
How?
How exactly? If you can defend masturbation, bro, I don't know what to say.
Masturbation. I'm just comparing the two things because basically what you're describing is masturbation.
Dude, like you have a gravity card that gives you +3 power. You have hang on. You have a flat Earth laser test, 20 miles. That's +3 power. The biggest power wins the round, and more rounds wins the game, bro. It's just fun. You like Jeranism card. You got Eric DeBay. You know, even though you make a co-show, monologuing special ability. Just crazy shit. Like fun, bro.
How's the picture going, Kosho? You got it yet?
It's coming along.
What's taking it so long?
That's the thing is, I can send in one prompt, and it's already made a picture. But if I don't like it and I want it to do, I'll just retype it and have it make a different picture. Because there's so many different inputs or so many different things you can type in. The goal is to try to make it look exactly like what you're thinking of.
Okay. Yep.
Goal is to pass it off. That it passes, kind of like the NASA stuff. It passes the smell test.
NASA hires an official sniffer. Like he smells everything before it goes up to space.
Mm-hmm.
No shit, I'm not even kidding.
Yeah.
Dude, there's this movie, Push, where they have to call sniffers. They sniff like toothbrushes and shit, and they track people down.
Check this out.
Yeah, blush, motherfucker. Fair enough.
I like showing ridiculous shit to flat earthers.
Oh.
You offended, Benny?
I'm very easily offended.
Hold on.
Can't wait till summer. God.
Holy shit, you're being serious. Holy shit.
Yeah, I know. That is no way. Oh.
Oh, fuck. I was just sitting there going, yeah, Kosho's spinning shit.
Fact is stranger than fiction. That is just, oh my lord.
That is fantastic.
I reckon his nose has been genetically modified with that of a Labrador or something.
This is him. Look. What I'm trying to see. What did eggshells?
Just ignore it.
Okay. I see what he said. Okay, I'll get you to make one.
Just ignore.
No. I'll give him to make one.
I want to watch that video now.
Yeah. I mean, he just smells stuff to, I guess, to make sure that it's gonna be okay for the the astronauts gonna be comfortable if they send it up there. Like, are they gonna be like annoyed with the smell? So I don't know. I don't think it's a very useful job.
I think I was in year 10 when I smelled pH buffer. That was an error.
Imagine getting contracted just to smell stuff.
Oh, do I call this? Do I call that? I probably do. Probably
Raise it.
do.
Raise it. Raise it.
Fuck, I got raised with the other guy. Min raise as well, which is usually not a good sign.
Just go all in.
Can't, it's pot limit.
Oh, pussy.
Check, dude, check. Give me a free card. Free
What are you
card.
playing? You're playing Omaha?
Yes.
Omaha is such a girl's game.
Oh, jeez.
It's on him. See, I don't like the images it made.
Really? You didn't put in the right commands.
Maybe. Let me see.
What do you got planned for the weekend, Rui? Anything exciting? Any big flash parties to go to? No, nothing.
He fucking hates you, bandsaw.
He's cracked the shits because he just lost his poker. He's a sore loser.
Wait, hold on.
God, you must be close. Come on.
I can show you one that it's made so far.
No, I don't
Yeah,
want to see
post
any.
it. Post it.
I don't want to see any gay images. Right. That you very well done. I want to see the final product, and it want to be.
I'll show you one. I'll show you one so far. I got a couple coming.
It'll want to be as good as that first one you posted.
Yeah, but you asked for something so stupid, dude.
I did. I asked for something very practical, right? Fairly straightforward. So don't be saying it's stupid.
That's the first one so far.
Oh, okay. It doesn't.
I got one you'll like.
Okay, there we go.
Hold on. It's actually a series of pictures. Hold on. Where is it? God damn it, where is it? Oh, here we go.
Get a good one and all.
This is funny.
What?
There's a bunch of clowns dancing around the flat Earth. There's a couple globes in there. But some of these pictures are so I don't know. These bandsaws are looking worse and worse.
Sounds like you're getting frustrated.
Yeah, I am a little bit. These are some shit bandsaws. I don't like them. Half of them don't even look like bandsaws. Whatever.
Type in industrial bandsaw.
Okay, that's not bad. Yeah.
It might help. Might not either. There's an idea.
Okay, it's coming through.
Coming through.
Oh, this looks fucking retarded. It's not good. Oh, don't worry, we're almost there.
Do you actually watch it being in the process of the drawing, or do you just get the end result?
No, yeah, you watch it. It looks stupid at first. You get 4 of them, and then you can, you have the bad quality, and then you can upgrade those ones. And these are weird looking, dude. Is this even a bandsaw? I don't even.
Lightwater's got idea.
I don't even know if these are bandsaws, dude. They're not really worth showing you, so.
Okay. If it ain't worth it.
I've now just joined the Mid-Journey Discord. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Maradona, the footballer, it's struggling here. Maradona, the footballer, with a belt in one hand, kicking a goal while Naples burns. How complex are they getting with these commands? Jason Statham rides a lion in the savannah, photorealistic. So what commands would I use to make it a logo? I want to make a logo.
You can try that. I can show you I'll show you a link to some good tips.
Watermelon.
Watermelon, watermelon. I love you, love watermelon. Great big bites. Catch all the pips.
Is this a real song? Or are you making
Yeah,
it
it's
up?
100%, Mr. Wiggles.
yeah.
God, I can't believe I know that.
The Wiggles. Do you know
Wiggles, come on, Gojo.
I've been to 2 Wiggles concerts.
Are you for real? Holy fuck.
My little brother. Yeah.
That doesn't surprise me.
Yeah. They're all right.
Oh, fuck. Hunt.
Of course, eggshells wouldn't know about them. You have to have kids, I'm sure, or hang out with kids.
Oh, phew. Holy shit.
Yeah, shit's getting awkward up in here.
Did you see that hand?
What'd you have?
No one's watching. No one's, oh, no. I decided to fold Pocket Kings before the flop because it got 4-bet. And I thought, oh, shit. And then a king came on the flop, but an ace also came on the flop. And the guy who 4-bet, the guy who 4-bet had pocket aces. So I was, phew. And that would be a flop straight, which I didn't call because it was rainbow. No, not a flop straight, a turn straight.
Some of these images I don't think were made on I don't think these were made on what's it called? Midjourney. I'm on the Discord right now too. Some of them are too good.
Mm-hmm.
Term and V, 1, 2, 3, 4 buttons.
4 buttons. What do you mean? Some of these I don't think were made. I think they could have been made on Midjourney and then edited, or maybe they were made somewhere. I don't know. Their beta is out. They have like a new model. I'm just not sure if I'm using it or not. Like I think you have to use special prompts to use it. So let me see.
Give me an 8. An 8. Oh, yeah. Boom. Call it, fuckwit. All in. It's all mine. Got the nuts. I got the nuts. So we both got the nuts, fucker.
You wish you had nuts.
Yeah. Nine. Yeah.
God damn it.
Come on, Kosho. God.
Nah, I'm done with the band song thing, dude.
Oh man, so that was the best you got. That one that you
Asked
posted.
me to make dumb stuff, and I
Dumb
can't.
stuff. It's AI. Right? It's AI. You were bragging about this AI, what it could do.
Well, don't ask it to make stupid stuff.
I cannot believe you gave up as easy as what you did.
You want to see what it made? Okay, here.
You are a defeatist, Kosho. Right? You're a
Yeah, check
defeatist.
this out.
You accept defeat so easily.
What do you think about this picture? Looks fucking stupid, huh?
That's stupid.
Yeah, that's what I said, dude. It doesn't want to make it doesn't want to make fucking.
Your AI is stupid. I'm just telling you this right now. It is stupid.
It says I don't have access to that link. Eggshells.
Strawberries. Strawberries. I love you. Strawberries. Check. Hey, 2 bets. Pineapple.
I hate you.
Pineapple.
I hate you. Shut up. I'm gonna mute you. You keep it up.
I've got a
Oh, you see
video
that?
actually of my daughter singing it years ago. So good.
You've got that bloody song stuck in my head now.
Check it as well. 2 bets.
Fireman Sam and Postman Pat with 2 back in the day.
Hey. Postman Pat with his black and white hat.
Yeah. The poor video recorder and the video back in the day was,
We had I put them all onto a media player and streamed them to iPads.
Oh, you're a bit
living
younger.
in the 21st century.
You're a bit younger than me.
Yeah.
We didn't have.
Not by much, right? You're like 60, aren't you?
6. No wonder you've got no nuts.
55?
He's 70.
No, I am not 55. No.
You're about 60 though, right?
No, I'm nowhere near 60.
What are you?
I'm in my early 50s.
Early 50s, okay.
Yeah,
so you're not that much older than me. I turned 44 in a couple of weeks.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, but still. Yeah, that's still a 7-year difference, though. Like I said, we didn't have access to media players. We're still in
True.
the VHS. Well,
Back
it was
in your day.
VHS. Yeah, back in my day. Back in the day.
Yeah.
Yeah, the VHS. But then you had there was a push for the Beta.
Yeah, Betamax.
Yeah, and they apparently were better than the VHS, but they just didn't get the traction.
Yeah. Nut flush draw here, ladies. Nut flush draw. Oh, hello, fucking nut flush. Come at me, bro. Come at me. I think I just call this, don't I? Surely. He's got the king high flush for sure. Bet it again, buddy. Come on. Bet it again. Oh, it's fucking 6.
Are you playing high low or just
No, just
straight
high.
up?
Yeah. Call me. Thank you, buddy. What have you got? Yeah, he didn't show. But thanks, bro.
Have you seen that new that new craze? Where guys and girls, they just stand opposite each other and just slap the fuck out of each other.
With a tortilla?
Yes. No,
Yeah.
just it's like
No,
slapping competition.
It's like, really?
yeah,
Oh, like an
you've
actual
seen it.
competition. Yeah, yeah.
Sometimes.
Yeah.
Oh, I've got the nut
No,
flush
no.
again. Nut flush again. Come on.
It is, yeah, it's an actual competition. It is full on.
Yeah. No, I've seen that. Yeah. This guy, I've got both ace and queen, so he might have a jack high flush, maybe. Oh, don't have a fucking pair of 10s, you cunt. What do I do here?
The first time I saw that, Harry, I just go, "What the hell, really?"
Yeah, it's crazy.
And I think I think the tournament I watched was either Russian or Ukraine, somewhere over there anyway. But some of the, they were big boys and big girls and standing there bracing themselves and
Calls. Boom. Oh, come on. Give me another flush. That'd be magnificent.
Benson, I think we got something good coming.
Oh, we do. Oh man, you didn't give up.
I rarely give up, yeah.
Yeah, it was gonna nag you, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Here we go.
The top left one's pretty good for Harry.
Shut up.
What?
Well,
Even the top left one from the second one has a slight penis shape in it, although a really down penis. They keep having really. Look, a bunch of them have really like penis shapes. Look at of the second ones I posted. Looks like a dick in a ball sack. And both of the bottom ones look like a dick in a ball sack.
I don't know, man. It could be something.
What's the website?
Well, there's a.
It's a command thing in a Discord called Midjourney.
Oh, okay. Yep.
Hang on, I'll pop the
Oh no, it's all right. Don't worry.
right thing in the chat.
Mid Journey. All right.
Because
Put it in the chat.
I got the bot in gems too, but because on their server, they've moved by so quickly, it's hard to stay with your picture sometimes.
Yeah.
But like I said, in gem server in the bot room, you can also use it in there. And eggshells, you can pick one of those 4 pictures, to get better quality.
Eggy motorbikes riding over the earth. That's what I'm going for.
Play this. All right. Wifey's dinner is here. I'll be back in a minute after I play this hand.
Right,
I got a flush. Should I bet the flush? Yeah, why not? Let me fold straight away. All right, back in a minute.
Hey, again, what you were saying, I can pick one of those images.
You can pick any of them. It's gonna use because you only get 25. So if you do this, it's gonna take up more of your pictures. But you can, if you click U, like U1, U2, U3, U4, it'll make the one you pick more better quality, bigger, that kind of stuff.
Right, so wait till I've got one I want. So it doesn't just keep AIing it from that one. I pick that one and then it upscales the image.
Yeah, that's right.
25. So I just got to keep creating new Discord usernames.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I paid for a $30 subscription. You get unlimited. I've used a lot of them. Let's see how many I've made so far. Hold on. How many have I made? Hold on.
This one looks sexual too. Every time I try to draw something, the whole user thing is like, don't do things that might upset people. And then
Which channel's it in? Oh, fuck, hang on. Wifey wants a bowl now. Hold on.
when you
A
join, I'll put
bowl.
you in newbies.
Hang on. I'll be back again.
Keep making sexual things.
Yeah, I've made 3,000. I've made 3,000 pictures.
How have you done it? By creating more Discord usernames, or are you paying?
Yeah, I paid $30 for the unlimited subscription. Oh wow! What are you putting for your prompts? Did you see the?
That was Eggy motorbikes riding across the earth.
But do you see the Because there's a lot of tips. I sent a link for like tips, like for
Did you? I missed that.
Yeah, so there's different things you can, like if you put comma and then you put logo.
Yeah.
That'll probably get you closer to what you're looking for. But it looks like some of them you did put logo because they look like logos.
Yeah, the first ones I did logos. I've got to get back to editing, and then I'll come back to this later. Those are awesome, the ones Lauren's posted.
All right. What channel do you go into?
He sent. Oh, which channel?
Yeah.
And that's
So it'll take you. Yeah, it'll put you in one called newbies, and then from there you do /imagine, and then the prompts come up, and then you just type the prompts in.
Hang on.
like I said, in Gem server, it's a little bit easier in the bot room because in this server there's so many people, the feed moves so quickly. It's hard to keep up with your picture.
So hang on, go into newbies and then
Type
do you message something?
Yeah, type slash, and then
Yeah.
imagine will pop up in the
Yep.
text bar, and just press
Okay.
that, and then in that prompt, type in your prompt. Yeah.
So what's an example that I put in?
Anything you I don't know, a golden watch. I mean, anything you want, and whatever you want to make a picture of.
So boom. Waiting to start. All right. Pair sevens, no.
I got in trouble because I made so many naked girls because you're not supposed to make naked girls. Like it has
Okay.
things that doesn't let you do certain words, but you know I just got around it. You know.
We've already done that writing. Convince the AI to speak the truth.
Really cool. That's very cool. I like it a lot.
It is like looking at the future, isn't it?
Yeah.
Like you had, I mean, I would have, if you'd have asked me a couple of years ago, I would have gone, oh, we are years away from AI designing, you know, we're decades away from AI designing a usable logo. Whereas I seriously think with this, if I figured out the right terms to put in, possibly could get something I would use. Like, oh, there's no attribution I could give. The creator is a computer.
That's fantastic. Jack 17, check. We bet that, don't I? Didn't you bet that? Shit house flop. Three or a diamond, not going to do it that way. Very cool. Oh, it's time. 7:18. 7:18. That's a good flop. Open-ended rainbow. Let's do it. Ooh, been raised. Interesting. What's buddy? Is a great flop for me. Let's go, fucko. Fuckity fuck. Why are you doing that?
What do you think about? What do you think about capital punishment, Rui?
Capital. I'm against capital punishment.
You're against it?
Yes.
Okay. Because of why? It goes against your moral. Potentially, you could
People,
execute an innocent person.
yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So, what happens if that person themselves stood up and admitted to absolutely everything? All
Yeah,
right.
fine. If they want to die,
No,
fine.
no, no, no. But are you still against it though?
No, if they want to die, or if they admit, and that is the punishment, knowing that it's hang on one sec. If they admit to a crime, knowing that the punishment is death, then by admitting it, they clearly want to die. They don't want to die in prison.
Perhaps. I wouldn't say that they want to die, but
Well, they're giving up hope of being found innocent at some point later.
or getting off scot free because the system somehow can get them off something they did do.
Yeah, something. It's, got a royal flush draw here, Bandy. Just hit a straight. Let's what happens.
Wasn't there controversy over our last execution that we did in this country? That fellow was potentially innocent.
Don't know.
Was it in the 60. Remember reading something.
4, 5, 7, 8. No.
How many states in the US still have
Punishment. No idea. No idea.
There's still a few though. It still
Yeah.
gets
Still
around.
happens, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Very kind.
Actually,
think.
I read some crazy stat though that even once you've been convicted and you're on death row, I think you're on death row for like 10 or 15 years before the actual execution even takes
Yeah.
place because of the appeal process.
Yes.
Well, except in Texas.
Mm. Hey, Blue. There you go, buddy.
Hey, Bandy.
Yeah. So how many states still have it, Blue? The death penalty.
Quite a few.
Yeah. Is there a push to get rid of it, or people just really aren't really too phased one way or the other? They're quite happy with the way.
There's always a push to get rid of it. Another outcry for vengeance, and there's no end to it.
Mm. Look, I think vengeance is it's a natural attribute, isn't it?
Yeah, I think so.
If you've been wronged somehow, but yeah, I don't think I could kill someone out of vengeance personally. I know what I would do, but yeah, I wouldn't kill them.
I hear you, Bandy. I hear you.
Sorry?
I hear you.
Because I think just like killing them is just too quick, and the satisfaction is very short-lived, and you've got to live with that for the rest of your life.
Yeah. Economically, it's a lot cheaper just to keep them in jail. And that is a fact.
She thought it was the opposite.
Mm-hmm. No, with all the legal wrangling that goes on.
Yeah, I would have thought like a 20-cent bullet would be way cheaper.
It would if they did it that way, but they don't. Huh.
Yeah, I think it was in the 60s that we got here. Thereabouts. Might have been the early 70s. But I don't think we've had too many. Having said that, we've actually had to partake in the pleasure of the right. I think we were quite crude too. I think we hung.
Yeah.
Which is even like cheaper than it's even cheaper than a bullet because you can obviously reuse a piece of rope, get multiple uses out of it.
Yo, Bandy, did you ever finish reading that paper?
I got a fair bit through it, to be honest with you. No. But now you know what? Now I've got to go through my history to try and bring it up again because it's
Any comments, reservations, or you accept it, right?
Oh, look, I accept that gravity is what dictates our muscle and bone density.
What about plants? They don't have muscles and bones.
And plants and all that sort of stuff. Oh well, I think deep down you know what my answer is there. No.
Okay.
Yeah. But it's a very interesting theory.
Yeah.
And I can't personally
Oh.
disprove it or prove it one way or the other. Neither can the person that wrote the article.
Well, the person that wrote the article, provided evidence in support of it. How depending on the organism's weight and distribution of weight, it would affect the ability to make certain type of movements. It would affect how they transport fluids
Uh-huh.
from different parts of the. Yeah.
Yeah, I know. And I can use weight in exactly the same way, but using weight properly before your crew hijacked it. Before you hijacked it. Right?
Yeah, I don't know.
So yeah,
Like,
it just depends on how you want to apply the word gravity. If you want to apply it with its real and true meaning, or whether or not you want to attribute it to this convoluted, hijacked meaning.
What's its real and true meaning?
It just means weight.
The weight of objects. Okay. And the weight of objects can change depending on their location, right?
Definitely.
Yeah. Like if I weigh you at the equator and then I weigh you at the poles, there will be a slight difference, right?
Oh well, no.
Even though
If you,
the gas content has stayed the same.
well, you could weigh me right here, and then I can take one step to the left and jump in a pool, and I'm going to weigh something completely different. So yeah,
Yeah.
definitely on location.
Okay.
And the medium.
I don't know, man. It seems we tend to agree on gravity.
Look, we agree on so much. It's not even.
Yeah, but when seen as a force, yeah, you and I just find it hard to see what it is you disagree with in terms of the globe. Aside from its shape, you seem to agree with everything. It seems everything works the same way it works on the globe. It's just Earth isn't a globe. I don't know.
Yeah, no, it's definitely not a big blue spinning testicle. That is for sure. We're both in agreement there. So you agree with me too? No.
We do. We definitely agree. There are other people on your side of the argument that don't agree, but you seem to generally agree with it.
Where the fuck's my phone?
Look, I'm very agreeable.
Oh, there it is. Fuck.
What do you say?
What do you think about capital punishment, Nate? Are you for or against it?
Capital punishment, that's the death penalty, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm for it in certain situations. It depends. Like if you go and murder a baby and mutilate its body, you should be killed. Yeah.
Okay.
It depends
I
on the
agree if
situation.
it could be shown without any doubt.
Yeah, if
That
we
happened,
catch
yeah.
you on 4K camera murdering the baby, chopping it up, and
Yeah.
mutilating its body and serving it to your dogs, on 4K. I mean,
Can you be a little bit more descriptive, Nate? Is that possible?
On a reasonable doubt. Like it was definitely, yeah, I'm for it. But definitely, capital punishment cases should be treated different from other cases. We need a high level of evidence, right? If
Okay.
you're gonna kill, you're gonna put someone to death, you gotta be really sure.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's not like punishing someone for like for speeding or something.
No. Obviously, when we're talking about capital punishment, we're talking about heinous crimes here. We're not talking about jaywalking, obviously.
Are you for it, Benzo?
100% no.
Even if someone mutilates a newborn
No.
baby and we catch them on 4K, no.
Even if it was my baby, 100% no.
So what should we do with them?
Oh, what would I do with them? Or what should we do with them?
What would you do with them?
Oh, should I really say this? Should I really?
You got the server taken down, Benny.
I'll tell you. Hold on. I will tell you.
All right,
I'll do it.
DM it.
No. I'll do it the right way. I'll do it the right way.
I'll turn the live stream off.
Yeah, just very, very quick. You want to know? Oh, actually, we're not streaming. Oh, yes, we are. Yes, we are. I'll just quickly do this. I'll tell you, Nate.
Yeah, I mean, maybe kill them slowly. Chop off their feet, pull their toenails and fingernails, cut off their eyelids so that they can't close their eyes. Put a mirror
I
in
like
front of
that
them.
one.
Watch
Yeah.
the whole process.
Yeah.
The
Cortisone.
eyelids. I've never heard of the eyelids one. That's fantastic.
Right?
Cortisone their wounds so they don't bleed to death. All that sort of stuff.
Exactly. Yeah.
Paper cuts.
Yeah.
Fucking paper cut them everywhere.
Yeah. Because to do it over and over, that takes so long, and you'll never find closure. Just kill them real slow.
You know what, Nate? You'd never get closure anyway. You'd never get it. Would you? Get one of those. Get one of those pendulums. Those swinging pendulums. Set up on. Yeah, you could do.
Yeah, but they are things people deserve to die for, definitely.
But yeah, look, I'm definitely not. No, because it kind of seems intuitive. If you say as a society that it is wrong, right, and illegal to kill people, but then if you do it yourself, your punishment is going to be death. It's kind of a bit hypocritical.
I hear you. It is a bit hypocritical, but that's why you shouldn't kill. I mean, I also see why it's justifiable, though. You shouldn't kill, but if you do, then you will die as well.
Yeah.
That's how it should be interpreted. If you kill someone, you're basically killing yourself.
Yeah.
So avoid doing it. Yeah. You're free to do whatever you want, But you should be aware that with your rights come responsibilities and
Oh,
consequences.
and consequences,
Yeah.
definitely,
Yeah.
definitely. Now, I
Yeah.
do think that you have the right to protect yourself or your family or your loved ones. You know.
What was that? Fucking
Yeah,
maniac.
no, definitely. Yeah, like if you kill in self-defense, it's very different, you know, like
Yeah, exactly.
yeah,
Yep. Yep.
you know, that's what I'm saying. Like when it comes to murder, it should be looked at very differently with compared to other crimes. We
Oh,
need a lot of evidence. We need to be very sure, you know. It doesn't matter how long it takes. We need to be sure that you actually murdered that person. Right?
well, that's why the appeal process is so long, right?
Yeah,
What are they on death row for 10 or 15 years generally before pin is pulled?
yeah, because it's not an easy thing to put a man in death.
And
It shouldn't.
and there's been plenty of examples too when people have been on death row where they've appealed and been exonerated too because of
Yeah,
technology and evidence.
yeah,
Plenty.
very true.
So it is a difficult, but you know who really has the ultimate say? Is it us as man or is it God? You know, who should it be left up to? Or the creator or whomever?
How do you get the
Yeah,
message
but
from the creator?
yeah, how? How do we, you know, if like if we bring you into court, how do we get the creator to come down and give his judgment? You know, like I don't know who's ever seen that happen. Have you been? So?
No, but isn't it the creator's job to deal with that person as he sees fit at the appropriate time?
So what are you saying? If someone murders a baby, we should just leave them because the creator's going to deal with them?
Perhaps the creator will deal with them. Or nah. You know, do we not trust the creator now to do what is right?
If you accept the Lord Jesus as your savior, then you go to heaven, right? You're not punished.
Yeah. Then nothing happens to you. You go to church, you repent, you know, you donate to the poor, you never murder again. You might tell a few lies, yeah, you might cheat on a test one day, but you generally live a normal life.
So
You want to
do
know
you
who's
think
in
so?
heaven?
So
Like,
do
were you
you
punished?
Well, do you think, Nate, that as far as the creator is concerned, all you have to do is basically just say things in your head and say, "Oh, Mr. Creator, I'm terribly sorry that I killed that person. I'll never
No,
do
no,
it."
no. I, you know, drew out the whole picture, Ben. So he gives to the
Yeah,
poor, lives a normal life, you know, doesn't commit any other major sins, never murders again.
yeah,
You know, he might still sin because it's really hard not to sin. He
yeah,
might cheat, tell a
yeah.
little white lie here or there, you know, something. But he'll live
So,
a generally normal, good life. Has this person been punished for what they did?
so this person has killed someone, admitted to murdering, and they are out running.
Yeah, yeah. We caught him red-handed.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Now
who's the
because
yeah.
worst?
Is
Who's the worst
is
killer you've ever
uh,
heard of,
exa-
Bandy?
hold on, hold on. So this person has killed someone.
killed a
Um,
baby, red-hand. We
yeah,
caught him
yeah,
red-handed. Yeah,
and admitted to it. He's been found guilty of it, and he's walking
yeah.
around the streets free
Because
because
we're waiting for the creator to do something about it.
no.
That's what you said, Ben. So we should, you know,
What
trust the
about
creator.
Hey, Bandy?
No.
Jeffrey Dahmer. Where's Jeffrey Dahmer now?
Oh, look, I don't know. I don't know. No, he's not necessarily walking around free, donating to the poor
Huh?
and working in a soup kitchen. This person,
What is
right?
what is he
Right.
doing? Where is he?
He's probably in jail, right, for the rest of his natural life.
But
Okay.
you said we shouldn't punish him. We should let the creator
No,
handle it.
no, I said death. executing,
Oh,
killing someone.
death.
Yes.
Okay.
I didn't say there was no punishment. Didn't say there was no
We
punishment.
just, so we just keep him in jail where he might kill other people.
Well, that would be his choice,
And
right?
if he kills more people in jail, maybe someone's in jail just for stealing,
Uh-huh.
$500, and
Yep.
he ends up in the cell with this baby murderer, and the
Yep.
baby murderer kills his cellmate. Like, now what, Benson? He's in jail killing people.
Well, then the system needs to be needs to better, doesn't it? So we can protect the
Wow.
people in there, right?
Hmm.
Where you put him in a
But
cell by
you
himself,
sleeping with him in the
right?
same cell, Benson. It's not like
Okay.
there's gonna be a god in the cell
Okay.
while you and him, right?
All right. So then this fellow isn't sorry for what he's done at all because
Yeah.
he keeps on doing it in jail. All right. So he keeps on
Hmm.
doing it in jail. Okay. So then when it comes time for him to meet his maker, what do you think is going to happen to him?
I
Jeffrey
don't know,
Dahmer's in
Benson.
heaven, Bandy. Jeffrey Dahmer is in heaven.
Is he?
Yes.
Do you know that?
Well, he accepted the Lord Jesus Christ as his savior. So,
Okay.
yes.
Maybe I've got no idea where he is, and neither do you, and neither does anyone know where he
Well,
is.
if you take his word that he, repented and became a Christian, then he's in heaven.
Mm-hmm. And that's what he has said
Yeah.
to people. Well, he only knows that within himself, and then
Right.
what he's done from that moment forward to make himself a better person. He only knows that himself. That is between him and his creator.
Right.
Okay? So you can either believe that he has said outwardly that I am sorry and I have taken the Lord into my heart and I've repented and I've become a Christian and all this sort of stuff. But only he knows that, and that's only a question that he and his creator know the answer to.
You could say that about any Christian, right?
100%. 100%. I can quite easily, Rui, right, give you the appearance, because Riley and I were talking about this before, you may or may not have heard it, but I can quite easily give you the appearance outwardly that I like you, right?
You've done a good job, Andy.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
But I know within myself that I actually hate you and detest you.
Yep.
Right? But outwardly, I can give that perception that everyone thinks that I like you. Okay, so it's really not hard to fool someone.
Yeah.
But you can't fool yourself.
Well, that's another topic. Yeah. That's another topic. And on that note, I have to go and feed the doggies in a minute. Give me 2 minutes, I'll play 2 more hands.
Are you going to walk them ever?
Oh, the dog walkers walk them.
You are so lazy, Rui. You are so fucking lazy. Oh god.
Sitting out, fuck you. All right, 2 more hands. Let's go.
He does.
Got a full house. Let's go again. Come on. Well, one more hand. One more hand. Let's go. Of course, you bucket did. Oh, hello. 3 jacks. Let's go. Come on, fuckface. Come on, fuckface. Oh, yes. Come on.
So, what do you think, Nate? Do you think the creator will have the last and ultimate say in what you do?
What I believe is your acts while you're alive already determine what happens to you. The creator is very clear as to what you should You do. He doesn't really give second chances. He's giving you free will, total autonomy, total agency to do what you will with your life. So I mean, squander it and do evil. You basically, making the decision for him. It's up to you.
Mm-hmm. Oh,
He's
definitely.
put your fate in your hands.
Well, if you follow the book and the writings, and I don't know, it may be very very similar in the Quran, Nate. But we are the only reason we are here, apparently, is because we were given free will.
I don't know about that.
Really? You don't know about that?
What do you mean? What do you mean? The only reason we're here, like the only reason we exist?
The only reason we are here on Earth is because we were given.
What
You
if we
don't.
weren't given free will? Would we be somewhere else? I don't understand this.
We'd be in the Garden of Eden,
But
but
even
we were.
there, Adam and
But
Eve
we
had free will. They
no.
could willfully go against God, and they did.
Yeah, they were given free will, right? They were given a choice, right? They were given the choice. They could either, right, just
No, they weren't. They
no,
weren't given. They weren't given. They weren't given a choice, Benson. They were given a command. Don't eat from that fruit. There's no choice there. But because
yes,
they had free will,
oh no,
they made a
100,
choice of their own to
no,
go against that command.
100%. There is a choice with that command. That's what the choice was. Do not do this. Okay, I've been told not to do this, but I've got the choice now. I've got the free will. I can go against that command. I'm going to use my free will. I'm going to go against that command, right? And now I've suffered the consequences because I've used my free will. Boom. That's why we're here, because of free will. No other reason. No other reason. Not because we went against the command, because we were given free will to make a choice.
Okay, if that's what you mean, I get you. It's just the way you were saying it. It makes sense.
Yep. Cool.
Okay. Yeah, because of a choice, some person really, really long ago made, we
Yep.
apparently ended up here. Yeah.
Yep. Yep. According to the narrative, exactly. And then and now we're on that journey with that free will, right? To make the right choices. And those choices will determine your destiny.
I wouldn't argue with that. When it sounds like you agree with me, Bansel. Your destiny is in your own hands. It's up to you what choices you make, and that determines where you end up. It's not a thing of it's still up to God to really decide. God's already told you what's going to happen. He doesn't give second chances. There's no okay, but maybe I like you a little because you asked me for forgiveness and you
But,
repented.
yeah.
No, it don't work like that.
And how shallow and hollow would life be if you didn't have that free will?
It's hard to imagine what life would be like. I don't know if it would be shallow or hollow. It's just
Well,
I have no idea what life would be like if I didn't have choice.
well, I don't think it would be much of a life if it was pre-programmed exactly what you do. What's the point of doing anything? You're just a robot then. That's all you are.
But
You're
that's the
just a
thing, John. What if life is pre-programmed? What if it is predeterministic? What if this idea we have called choice is an illusion? What if whatever you're about to do in 10 seconds was fated to happen and it could happen no other way? We don't know.
Yeah, I don't think it is, personally, myself.
No.
No, I don't think it's predetermined at all. No.
I'm just saying, what if, we don't know. But if you feel
If it
free
is
will,
predetermined, if it is predetermined, I think that's a pretty sorry state of itself. Is predetermined.
I hear you.
Yeah, you know, I don't. Yeah, I don't think that's a very nice way to go about things. Myself, planning all these things that are going to be happening. That to me seems like a very narcissistic characteristic to have.
But don't you feel some things are like destiny? Like you meeting the boss. You don't feel that was destiny?
Look, look. It seems like that at times, doesn't it?
Mm.
But I do think certain energies do attract. For want of a better word, I do. They attract. But if is it predetermined? Mm, no, I think it's predetermined in the way that you make your choices. Right? You come to a fork in the road. You make a choice to go left or right, and you take that path. Okay, and that will lead to obviously another set of choices to make. And with each choice, once you made it sends you down a completely different path, which
Mm.
unveils itself as you travel along it. Like you only have to change one thing, one choice in your life, and your life wouldn't be anything like you know it now. You only got to change one thing, and it'll send you down a completely different path of the unknown, because it'd have a snowball effect, and it would affect every other choice that you've made.
And so would you then say this, that the future isn't decided until you make a choice in the present? Until let's say you have an apple and a banana in front of you.
Yep.
In the future, you're gonna pick one of them up. But
Yep.
until you make a choice right now, that future isn't certain, right?
That's correct. Yep. Correct. Yep.
Okay.
Yep. Yeah. No, I'd be happy to go along with it. What about yourself? Do you think our future is predetermined? It's already written.
So let's say you pick up the apple as opposed to the banana.
Mm-hmm.
There's no way in your mind that was fated. You were always going to pick up the apple.
Mm-hmm. But what do you think? Do you think our future is predetermined? It's already written?
Mm, I don't know. I don't know, Benson. I really don't know. Mm. I really don't know.
Look, I don't know either. I just don't see the point if it is predetermined. What's the point in placing a soul here that is predetermined and its destiny is predetermined? What are you observing if you know exactly what is going to happen every moment, every step of its journey? What's the point of it? I don't understand it, because you already know the outcome. Because you have written the outcome. You have programmed the outcome already. I think it's up to that individual to determine its own future, its own present, and its own past. Up to that individual.
Maybe because it's all about experiencing it in the now, right?
Mm-hmm.
You live in the now. Past is a memory. The future hasn't happened yet. You know, from your point of view, you can't ever tell if it's predetermined or, you know, not predetermined in nature. So I'm guessing it's all about focusing on the experience and, you know, living in the now, enjoying the now.
Definitely. Yep. Yeah, definitely
Maybe
living.
the assumption are meaningless to ask because they really give no value in trying to figure out if life is predetermined or not. Let's say we do find out it's predetermined. Like, what does that give us?
It gives you nothing. Gives you nothing. Like I said, I think
Well, either it is predetermined and it would be impossible to work that out, or it is not predetermined, I think. Even though I'm a determinist, because if it could be determined that it is determined, then you could figure out what was going to happen. And then if you knew what was going to happen, you would change it. And therefore it wouldn't be. So I don't think you could work it out that you were.
like you can somewhat yourself predetermine what may happen. Like Harry, if I was to walk over to you, right, and punch you fair square in the nose, I'm pretty sure I could predetermine what the outcome of that would be. Yeah, and what the reaction may be.
Well, I might
like,
surprise you. I've been punched repeatedly. I never punch people back. I don't think I've ever.
right.
Oh, I once
Yeah,
hit a
but
guy with a stick that he'd hit me, but usually I just let people keep punching me.
yeah, but you know what I mean now. There are certain
Yeah.
things that you can you can do that you can be pretty sure that you know what the outcome is going that
Yes.
what it's going to lead up to.
Yeah.
Whether they're good actions or bad actions. Right? You can
Yeah.
if I do this, X is going to happen, or if I do Y, Z is going to happen.
Yeah.
Just through your experience. Now, yes, you can have those occasions. If I was to punch you in the nose, you could just stand there and go, okay then, thank you very much, and have a nice day, and walk off, and nothing kind of eventuate from it. Like you can have the unexpected, um, reaction, but I think through experience and knowledge and whatnot, have a pretty good idea of what is likely to happen.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, we're sort of job is to try to predict things, even if it is chaos. I think things do seem to me to be quite deterministic.
Mm-hmm.
Like I don't know, like the crux of free will and determinism seems to me to be about good and evil.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And I don't know of how to pick that.
What do you
There's
mean?
so many. Well, like if you were to sort of pick what would be a free will thing is like go to the Garden of Eden. Was there any world in which they didn't end up eating that apple, which was an evil act? Which, my understanding is that was the only evil act back.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think there is. Like you're telling me humans that are mentally the same as me are going to live in eternity, essentially not asking one question. The only question there is in this whole garden, only thing you're not allowed to do for eternity. Like, what is the probability of that? Like, I might last 15 minutes or so,
some pretty impressive people might last 400 years, but eternity's a long time. It's a lot longer than 400 years. Like, how long are you hanging out in this garden
Uh,
before you're like, oh, I've got to taste that fucking apple?
I know, got this beautiful glowing red apple just dangling there in front of you. Like,
Yeah, like, so are
it's
there any acts, like when you go to prisons, you find that there's really high levels of mental health problems or like head trauma? I've ranted about this ever since I did a couple of weeks workshops in prison, that they've all got scars on their heads. That if you took like early head trauma and like mental health into account, like who do you have left that's truly evil? And if you don't have a choice, then where's the free will hiding?
mm,
So, like taking your life for example, Harry. You feel the way your life turned out is the only way it could have ever turned out. There's no way you might have made a different choice some way, down the
no.
line. And no,
Yeah, no, I think that it's sort of not that it's pre-written, but kind of that it is pre-written in that, like, essentially for me, it's like where does the free will hide? Like, I just ordered some dinner, and was it predetermined that I was going to eat chicken? Well, I've been here 5 other times, and I always order the fried chicken because it's really nice. I'm not sure it's really chicken because the drumstick's bigger than any chicken I've ever seen. But I keep ordering the same thing. Like, if you took into account genetic factors and previous diet and cultural things and like all of the different variables, which are all determined, what tiny minuscule amount of that dinner choice is free then? And is it a meaningful part? If you're like, well, Westerners tend to choose bland things, whereas we notice people from, you know, spicy countries order spicier things.
It makes me think of that idea of meant to be. You know, what is meant when people say, "Oh, that's meant to be," or "This was meant to be."
Mm.
If it was meant to be, then doesn't that mean it already existed, and then it was destined to be that?
Yeah, it's a kind of like that Buddhist / Hindu idea of like it's a wheel of time, and it just keeps going through these cycles, and not just that each life gets relived in this timeline or this turn of the wheel, but everything like this happened once before and will happen again, and in some sense is all happening at the same time.
Yeah, like if the creator could can create all this, like if it created time and then it created the experience within time, it then could sync up certain things that would be like meant to be or destined because it was already able to link those things together, like outside of time entirely. Sort of like having the God code on a video game when you can kind of like warp to any level.
Yeah. But it is in Hinduism, interestingly, it is sort of, I think in most religions it's sort of partly determinist, partly not. It is somewhat like the idea of dharma is your path, or what, like using that word you just used, meant to be, um, is like what it's talking about is the dharma is like what you were meant to be, but you might not necessarily do it. You might have meant to have been a sort of taxi driver, but instead you chose to run off and do something else. But that is, I think, if I'm getting this right, like damaging to your karma. So you're not, you should sort of tread your life's path, but you can deviate from it. But to answer your question that you started this with, Nate, to me, the huge thing is, supposing you could know that it's a determinist world, I think it would
Yeah.
fundamentally change punishment. It wouldn't make sense to punish people. It'd be like, how do I rebuke you for doing a thing that I know factually you were always going to do? Before you were born, there was going to come along somebody that is you who would do that thing. And I think that would be quite enlightening. Like, not that you
And
forgive
what
people.
and
We've got to just change the future. We've got to change what happens next. We don't care about what happened now because that was always in.
but what about what's the opposite of punishing? Like rewarding people for things we already knew they were gonna do.
Yeah. Yeah. Sure.
I just like these
Gotta
things
go
will
back
just
and
cancel out and there's no value added. I think knowing the future gives us nothing. It's the fact that we can't tell it, that we stuck living in the present and remembering the past. That's what gives life its spice, because from our perspective anything's possible, anything can happen, even if it is predetermined. We can't tap into that knowledge, so everything that happens is a surprise and new, or it could be, depending
Right.
on
Yeah.
Yeah, it might as well be free will, even though it ultimately isn't. I don't think it might. It can be experienced as such.
Hmm. Yeah, but that adds more value to life. I just felt if we did know what was going to happen in the future, everyone knew. It just doesn't add anything to
Well, like
life.
Riding was saying, what he was going to have for dinner, it was going to be chicken. So it's like, in that viewpoint, it was in this from this viewpoint, it's already been written. It's already part of the divine play that he was going to have chicken on this day of this time in this realm and everything. However, he might have had the experience of, oh, what am I going to have this time? Am I going to order the chicken or am I going to order something else? And it could feel like a free will choice. So, like, even if he wasn't going to get the chicken, he might be like, I'm taking my free will. I'm not going to get the chicken. I'm going to get, the pork or whatever else. And then if he did that, that actually is what was predetermined as well. So like he had the feeling of the free will of, oh, I'm going to make a choice, but that's only in like the sort of separated unit of consciousness that doesn't really know the whole situation. So it can feel like free will, but then it actually was predetermined. But then even to flip it all around, the whole original design of which meal he was going to have, that is the creator having the ultimate free will because it decided to create that in particular. So from the creator's perspective, it's free will. From his perspective, it can feel like that, but then from the also the creator's perspective, it's already like it had the I don't know if I'm describing that correctly. Like the creator had the free will in the first place to create humans, to create all this stuff. But in terms of the time thing, it's already predetermined because the creator created time and it's outside of time. But then the human can also have like a real kind of experiential feeling of, oh, I'm creating this for the first time. This is the first time it's happened. Like it can trick itself. The creator can trick itself into making it feel like that's the first time it's ever experienced that, even though it actually exists eternally.
Yeah. I mean that does seems to be what's happened, or it could be. It could be that by design the creators made us this way, so that we. But why would he do that? Why not just give us the whole truth, the whole story? Why make us experience things this way?
Well, if you're going to play a video game, don't you want to not know what level 2, 3, 4, 5 is? Like, don't you want to go through it? Like the game's already been written. It's already been designed and coded, and the designers have already played it. But then when you go buy that game, you don't have any memory of playing it. So you don't really want to know the whole story. You kind of want to actually play through the levels. So if we are like the creators' avatars and we're playing it out, then we've all forgotten a lot of things. And then we're slowly remembering it all.
Hmm. Interesting. Yeah, maybe. I mean, frankly, it really is just it's impossible to tell. I don't think there'll ever be a way to tell. You know, we could live on for 1 billion years, and I don't know.
Well, it's like in the Mario Brothers game, you know, it's like when they kind of code it all, and then when you start playing, it's like you don't know what the next stage is going to be. Or like a movie's an analogy of that too. Like the movie's already been written and the actors already did it all, but when you see it for your first time, it's like brand new.
Mm.
I think it's kind of how the creator plays with itself, basically. It's like a self-created adventure. Choose your own adventure. Like we're choosing an adventure right now to where this cabal of psychopaths have convinced us we live on a globe, and now we get to unravel the whole thing.
I do not know about all of that, but I hear you, man. I hear you, Gio.
Because if the creator created everything, wouldn't it have created truth and deception? And it would have created people knowing the truth and then people being deceived and then the deceivers. Like, seems like it would incorporate all of those things. So it's like the creator's deceiving itself.
But it could also create people who just get things wrong, people who fall into delusions, people who believe something to be so true that they are blinded from seeing what might be wrong about this idea they hold. That's also a possibility. You know, we should look at all possibilities, and this goes both ways. You know, I'm not just saying this about one side. I'm saying this about both of them. We should, you know, all respect that and not believe we really know what's going on. That's a very brave and bold and reckless position to hold, that you understand the mind of the creator and you know what the truth is.
Yeah, but if on the deepest level, if you are it and it is you, then it's like the ultimate know thyself. What are all the parts of yourself that you are temporarily either in connection with or not in connection with, or not yet in connection? So it's like the ultimate know thyself is to remember all of these different kind of features and layers and levels of consciousness.
Mm. But then we all different expressions of the same thing than trying to. So it's like we all make up the whole. You know, the way all of the cells in your body make up you. But then, you know,
Yeah,
that
exactly.
means
Yeah, and the cells all have limited capacities. Like they all do their own little, they have their own part of the puzzle.
Yeah.
It's also like in that kind of vein, like the idea of becoming whole. Like if we're split or fractured parts of the whole, that to then remember who we are on the deepest levels would be to become whole again. Like splitting a part of yourself that's separate and then becoming whole at some point again, kind of rejoining with the original source.
Mm.
Also, you know how in those video games where like after you beat the game, like you've gotten to the last level and you beat the thing, and then you get like maybe the God mode or like the unlimited lives or something like that. So it's like in this sense, like once you kind of get to the finale, then you have all the truth, all the knowledge. Like you're back into that omnipotent, omnipresent mindset eventually. So it's like after you kind of complete the game, you get the ultimate rejoining with like the creator and the infinite capacities, and I think infinite bliss and infinite love, and it's like you get the kind of it's like the final frontier.
Why are you comparing it to a video game?
It's the game of life.
Mm.
Well, I mean, otherwise, what would you just be separate from the creator forever?
I don't know. Yeah, I'm not gonna try and second guess him. I'm trying to figure out what the creator's plan is. You know, you could waste your whole life trying to do that. Really.
Do you feel ultimately like people are separate from you, or do you think that all of these different entities are one and the same with yourself?
It's maybe a bit of both. You know, we all connected in the fact that we all made of the same stuff, right? So they are things just inherently based on that we have in common. You know, the same ingredients, the same elements, same type of particles have been used to make all of us through the same type of processes. But what makes us different is how we express ourselves. You know, whatever that thing is, that thing behind your eyes that looks out at the world. You know, that is very unique within all of us. And it seems I'm blocked off from you by something, you know? And the only way we can communicate that, I mean, let's just call it consciousness. The only way it can connect and communicate is when we express ourselves to each other, when we talk, touch, feel each other, you know? That's the only way we seem to be able to connect it. Otherwise, it'll stay disconnected if we isolate ourselves and avoid each other and stay away from each other.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy what it can do. From the idea that there's one creator and it's splitting itself into all these different experiences, pretty incredible. And then all of the time that exists, like all of our lives and every feeling we've had, and I mean, it's just unbelievable. It's just beyond incredible. It's like a machine that creates experiences, perhaps like infinite different kinds of experiences, but it's all the one machine. Like from that perspective, you're not going to miss out on anything. Like you'll be able to experience everything that has ever existed, instead of the idea that no, some things you'll just never get to experience, you know? So from that perspective, it's like a
Yeah, but that perspective doesn't match up with reality in any way, you know. If we isolate ourselves from each other and we don't experience things through each other, you know, like I can't experience everything. Like you can tell me about things you've experienced that I wasn't there, and you know, that way through you, I can sort of live that experience, you know. Maybe you've been to a country I've never been to, but if you tell me about it, you know, I can experience it through you. But if we don't communicate and we isolate each other, and you know, we only talk to a certain group of people, and you know, I won't talk to you because you're this color, or you have that idea, or this, that, and the third, and we segregate and separate ourselves from each other. We're gonna miss out on experiences, you know. That's the only way the individual parts become the whole.
yeah. It seems like the creator is very into like connection.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
It's like these synapses that it just wants to be creating all of these different interrelationships. It seems to just have like a never-ending thirst for that kind of mind state. Like, why are we social creatures? You know, like you were saying, like it's just wild.
Mm. Why do we seek each other out? Why do we so badly want to form bonds with people?
Yeah, totally. Like it really wants to have just tons of bonds. People and their animals, people with nature, people with each other, lovers, friends, families. I mean, it's like, it's really into it. But that would make sense. Like if it's ultimately alone, the creator, because there's only one, then it would perhaps want to create all of these experiences of others.
I like that. Yeah.
But then it's like, is there a sad part of it? Like, is the creator lonely? Because there's only one.
That is a good question, Jim.
Well, I've often thought, like, is that the reason it's creating? Is because it's alone, so it wants to create some kind of something to dance with, basically.
Mm.
And then where would this creator have come from?
I mean, if he's eternal, he doesn't come from something. He's always been, right?
Yeah. That's just so intense to think about. I mean, it's just been hanging out, just floating around and in the Big Bang. Yeah, it's pretty incomprehensible to even comprehend. Like if you were in the mind of the creator, like at the center, like does it think? I mean, does it have a flow of thought, or is it just like some explosion of infinity? Are we its thoughts right now? It's pretty trippy. Nate, if you could create anything, would you have created this world exactly the way it is?
I might have changed a few things, definitely. What are you?
might make a few adjustments.
Yeah, you wouldn't. Like you would leave it exactly as it is.
We got to get rid of mosquitoes.
Yeah, some things just don't need to be around you.
I like the idea of a play. Like it has, acts and there's characters, and it seems like each of our lives is like a play.
Yeah.
It's like if the creator is like infinite, why would it even bother to even create all this?
Mm. I don't know. That is the big question. Why would he make us so small and weak and fallible? You know, why would something so eternal and powerful make us? You know,
Yeah.
what could we ever do for it or give it that it couldn't give itself?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that is the big question, Jay. Why are we here?
There's also the idea that this whole realm we're in, if it's just one of many, then it's like this is just one flavor on a much larger spectrum. So from that idea, like if it can create infinite other worlds, dimensions, experiences, different timelines, then we would then just be one in a huge spectrum. So if that's the case, then to me it starts to make more sense why it would create this, because it's sort of like it's like the variety, like it's trying everything, and this is just the one reality that's like this, with these human lives and these, experiences and emotions and all the suffering, all the joy. It's like one channel on a TV set that has billions of channels.
Well, that's sort of like the end to something really profound that I didn't get to hear. One channel on a TV set that has millions of channels.
Yo, what's up, Dave?
What's up?
Yeah, we're kind of talking about the creator and the creation and why it creates all this and where did it come from? Why is it doing all this? Is this just one realm of many, and so it's experiencing all of the spectrum of itself?
Right? That's the way it makes the most sense to me. Not that the creator isn't possible in the way that it's traditionally thought of, but I don't think of it that way. It doesn't make sense to me that like there was this God that was bored and he, decided to create mankind to entertain himself, basically, or whatever. I just don't see. I think part of the psyop, for some reason, it seems like part of the psyop is separating us from God. That God's within everything, but God's not like persona that had an intention with a certain design for things to happen a certain way. I think that is an intelligence code to everything, in essence. That is the God code. That is the connection between everything. Not to say we're gods, but we're a small part of God, right? That's what makes the most sense to me. And getting us to see it as like this separate judging figure, you know, that you are being tested, and it's all about the way that, you know, we're being like looked upon and judged or tested by this omnipotent being of some sort. That doesn't make any sense to me for some reason. Kind of blasphemous, though, it's sounding. It's not supposed to be. It's not supposed to take the significance out of it. Actually, in my mind, adds significance, because it's not like there's some kind of fate that we're supposed to do or not supposed to do, or test that we're not meeting up to or are meeting up to, or any of that kind of stuff. I mean, it doesn't seem like that's the way it's set up. I think that's part of the way they make us think it's set up, so that we're always trying to meet this goal that they could somehow make out to be the wishes of the Almighty. Oh, sorry, who was it? Someone saying something? Does seem to be an instinct towards some type of virtuous world, though.
Right, like it wants things to be good and to work out, but then it also seems to have all the polarities as well.
Yeah,
It's
like you were
like
saying the other day, when you were talking about how the dream, like we could, like a reference back to Alan Watts, where if like you were to dream anything you could, you'd probably end up dreaming exactly what your reality is, because you have to have the good and the bad. You can't just like have all the luxuries. You know, if you could design your own dream, like you would get sick of just like. That's why I always say about heaven and hell, that concept is just ridiculous in my mind, because no matter how good heaven is, you know, if there was no sin, if there was no badness or whatever you call that other side, you know, then it would get boring. It would be its own form of hell. The only thing that scares the shit out of me is an eternity of anything, no matter what it is. You know, if it doesn't end, there's no ending to it whatsoever. It's just an eternity of chocolate cake. You're gonna hate chocolate cake eventually.
yeah, like monotony. Well, that would make sense then why the creator would create all this stuff, because it's like doesn't want the same monotonous, like the idea that change is so prevalent as well.
Mm-hmm. I think that's part of what they're trying to do, is separate us from God, seeing God as a separate thing from the universe from the world that we live in, rather than seeing God as the connection between everything in this world. Oh, by the way, I came upon some awesome stuff recently. I'm going to post this link in the live stream voice text. There's this guy on Quora, and his name is Michael Brenner, right? And he's battling other educated normies, and he's a total flat earther. And he's studied mechanical engineering and comparative linguistics at Vienna University of Technology. And he is flat smacking with the best references and little pictorials and knowledge. I mean, this guy, I don't know if he's going to be taken down. I like screenshotted a bunch of his stuff because it's so good. And he's got a, reputation probably to protect. So maybe it will be taken down, or he'll turn into some kind of example to be made. There's people threatening to take his, to flag his content, but just check it out, bro. There is so much good stuff in there. He takes on the argument so well. And then I even looked at, like, you have to then, you have to hit continue when you get to like one of the subjects, one of the questions that he's answering, and it says read more. So you have to make sure you read what he's replying with instead of somebody else. And then you'll see the comments that people are making. And he's got people pissed, but he does such a good job, and he actually responds to them and, kind of battles it out. And so many good things. And then there's this other kid that did, I'll post a video. This other kid did like some videos of just his responses, and he made a YouTube channel. And just checking that out would be worth it too. I'll post that.
Nice one. Cool. So do you think if you had the mind of a creator, would you create a fake globe? Would you create the whole fake globe model and have it be a whole arrow where people are believing that thing?
Well, if you're creating it, then how is it real? If it's
Well, if it didn't create, if it didn't create the actual globe being a globe, it would have created like a planar, flat, stationary Earth as it is with the whole celestial sphere, whatever, everything that it is, and then it would have created like, I guess, entities that would then come up with this globe model, and then the whole kind of propagandized narrative, like it would, like that's what it would be making up. Like it would be creating, it would be creating the false globe model as like a backdrop for this whole kind of era that we're in.
Well, if you have to have the good and the bad, like we were just talking about, if you have to have both sides of the story, you might write the story that there was this group of people that decided to deceive the rest of the world. And then eventually the rest of the world woke up to it. And there was a shift in the paradigm. And the release from those shackles could never be really felt, like the ecstasy that might come from having come out of a dark place required the dark place. Like, what would you have to wake up from if you were never deceived? And that process of waking up is unique and special in a way that, you have to give credit to the deception almost. You know what I'm saying? In a weird way. Like, if you were going to make a dynamic system, you couldn't just have it always be all good, all like I was saying about heaven. It couldn't just be all good all the time. Everyone's on the up and up, and everyone's cool. No one's trying to do anything to deceive each other. And if you look at the whole thing as an organism, if you see it as like, almost like we couldn't avoid it, like we had to get to this point of technology where we could talk to each other and wake up, right? We had to reconnect with each other in this way that we're doing right now. And the only way to get to that point in technology was to have the greediness and the competition important to do so.
Yeah, it is crazy to think about all that.
Yeah. It's almost like society had to be that way so that we have this platform. Like, it was all leading up to this.
Yep. And then then all we got to do is get to the life-giving waters at the North Pole that give us.
Yeah, that's what I want to hear about. I want to know if that was an intriguing idea that you came up with, and I was like, where did you get that information? And you're like, oh, it was in a deep meditation. And I'm like, oh shit. I wish it was like something you'd referenced in a video or some kind of thing. Actually, I'm not saying it's not real, but I think that I would love to know that it is real, Wasn't it something like you regressed in a meditation to a past life where you knew that to be true, and it kind of became just knowledge that you gained? The waters underneath the North Pole that can give you immortality. Something about that resonates. Maybe it was a past life I knew that too.
Yeah, I think that's one way that I'm aware of it. Because yeah, like we'd take pilgrimages there and look for these specific vortex areas where there's magical waters.
It doesn't seem like our bodies are like the way that I don't know. It just seems like our lifespan should be longer, for sure. Yeah, and everything they're doing from the jabs they give us as babies to the environment that they pollute for us to live in, the food and everything else. It's all about keeping us down. There's another cool thing that like I was mentioning the other day about the Janus stuff. That the gateway god and how that's so tied to the pineal gland with the idea of the pine cone opening up. It could be like there's a maturation that they're making us avoid. With the calcification of the pineal gland, that does seem like that could be a big part of what they're doing. And if we did have our pineal glands completely, at full maturation or whatever, the alchemy of that pineal gland, that it could be what they're trying to avoid, because if too many people were to reach that state of wisdom or whatever it is that you gain, then they would be gone. Actually, there's another cool thing about the ether that this guy Michael Brenner was saying. I'll try to find the quote, but the question that he was answering is, what would happen to science if the ether were recognized as, were established as fact? And he talks about free energy and how, like, the people in control would lose because of if people realize that the infinite potential within themselves, then they would lose automatically. This guy's deep. Like, he's not only a flat earther, but he's got some deeper insight into this whole thing. Definitely recommend checking that his Quora entries out. And then that one video I just posted. Yeah, that's the question. What would be the consequence of physics if the ether was confirmed?
This page you've linked, Dave, is crazy.
Great, huh? You just got to check out his entries, and he's just like,
yeah, I'm scrolling through it now, and it's everything, and he's deep in everything too with his answers.
yeah. And it's funny. Here's a quote from Einstein. He says, in 1905, I was of the opinion that I was no longer allowed to speak about the ether in physics. This opinion, however, was too radical, as we will see later when we discuss the general theory of relativity. It does remain allowed, as always, to introduce a medium filling all space and to assume that the electromagnetic fields and matter as well are its states. Once again, empty space appears as endowed with physical properties, i.e., no longer as physically empty, as seemed to be the case according to the special relativity. One can thus say that the ether is resurrected in the general theory of relativity, since the new theory, metric facts, no longer be separated from true physical facts. Never heard that reference before, metric facts. The concepts, metric facts can no longer be separated from the true physical facts. The concepts of space and ether have merged together. Well, that's the compromise that are using the ether to reinforce that the model. But then there's more to it. Of course, you just watch that video that the one guy that was responding to him said, I put a video together with your answers to this question. It was so good. And the next one says, space is ether. Specifically, space is the magnetic part of the polarization The other being dielectricity representing counter space, as special relativity is a theory that is not representing our world. It is based on the assumption of absence of gravity. General relativity, which wants to talk about our world, obviously needs to reintroduce ether, which could be done without in a theory detached from physical reality. Anyway, just check out his stuff. He references like all the Steinmetz and all the Ken Wheeler gods and does such a good job of just putting it together and responding to the people that are trying to tear him up in the comment sections. I've just been screenshotting it, and I put a comp together that I'll also post right now of the screenshots I took of his response to that question too. And you have to like open it up on the desktop or download it to zoom in far enough to see it. But there's definitely some good stuff in there. Some ammo we could use for some of these arguments. Great session earlier with Brian and you teaching Ruhif a thing or two.
That was a pretty fun combo.
You're like, see, we just did it. We just proved that it does work the way we talked about.
Yeah.
It's like, I gotta go.
1 degree per 69 miles. There it is on a planar surface. Yep.
You mean this whole straw man thing that I totally came in prepared to teach you guys is rejected? What? You mean this was supposed to be a conversation, not just me telling you that you don't understand? He takes on Coriolis. He takes on flight.
Everything.
Yeah.
Yeah. Rockets in vacuums, Newtonian. Coriolis, the works.
Yeah. Here's another thing. I went.
Oh, listen to this. Galileo, who couldn't say a true sentence to save his. Oh, he is scathing. He is scathing.
Yep.
Sorry, mate.
And he studied. He knows his shit.
It's obvious he knows his stuff.
So I just posted an in focus GIF of Sirius, the star Sirius. One of those that has that distinctive, outline of whatever this metal plate seems like. There's like little divots on the side, the ridge there, and in the middle is a perfect circle.
Yeah,
and
that's a quadrupole. It's got the four lines, the north, south, east, west, and it's got like the hole in the middle.
So I posted this over at Jim Panda's, and of course, in 2 seconds, I posted it as in focus close up of Sirius, and of course, the response was, "That's not in focus." Like this is not an in focus problem here. We're not looking at something that you wouldn't have those lines, you wouldn't have the perfect circle in the middle, you wouldn't have those little divots on the ridge of the plate on the outside. None of that can be explained by out of focusness.
Yeah, it's their first response, isn't it? Something's out of focus.
Sometimes it is out of focus. That's the thing. There's a difference between some of these close-ups that we take with the P900. Sometimes it's out of focus, sometimes it's not. And there's a difference. And they just want to call it all out of focus because otherwise it ruins it. There's no way you could zoom in on something trillions of miles away. That just ruins their model completely.
Yeah, it's interesting that a lot of them seem to have sort of the black hole in the middle.
Mm-hmm.
They kind of look like water. They kind of look like they're shimmering like water.
It's like a plate that's shimmering. It's like a plate that's got four divisions, and it has like little ridges cut out on the outside. And there's another one that a bigger cut that's kind of in the bottom area. And it's like there's nothing organic looking about it except for the watery looking stuff, Looks like a filament.
Yeah, it reminds me of the at the north area, like, in the center. It reminds me of like the 4 rivers that all come into the North Pole, like that idea as well. It's interesting with the black hole in the middle. You know, when you kind of look at a star, you know how they kind of don't really look solid? Like they are twinkling, but I don't know. It's just interesting to think of the light kind of having a hole in it to where it kind of has that like more that pinhole kind of look to it, you know, rather than a light that's just like a solid laser beam or something, you know?
Right. And what do you make of the divots on the side? Like the very distinct little cuts in the rim that don't change when you zoom out from it. You know, they're there. It's not like just some kind of artifact from one picture. It's like that's there.
Yeah, it kind of looks like a stamp or something.
Yeah. How could anyone argue that's a focus issue? Doesn't explain the hole whatsoever. There's no in-camera like malfunction that causes a hole to be in the center of the thing, or ridges around whatever the plate looking. It doesn't cause it to look like a plate that's shimmering. Like, you know, this doesn't happen.
Yeah, it